Prologue. You're not in Kansas anymore. It's overwhelming. A city's worth of angry faces staring at me like I'm a wicked criminal, which, I promise you, I'm not. The stadium is filled to capacity, past capacity. People are standing in the aisles, the stairwells, on the concrete rampart, and a few extra thousand are camped out on the playing field. There are no football teams here today. They wouldn't be able to get out of the locker room tunnels if they tried. This total abomination is being broadcast on TV and the internet, too. All the useless magazines are here, and the useless newspapers. Yep, I see cameramen in elevated roosts at intervals around the stadium. There's even one of those remote-controlled cameras that runs around on wires above the field. There it is, hovering just in front of the stage, bobbing slightly in the breeze. So there are undoubtedly millions more eyes watching than I can see. But it's the ones here in the stadium that are breaking my heart. To be confronted with tens, maybe even hundreds of thousands of curious, uncaring, or at least indifferent faces. Talk about frightening. And there are no moist eyes, never mind tears. No words of protest, no stomping feet, no fists raised in solidarity. No inkling that anybody's even thinking of surging forward, breaking through the security cordon and carrying my family to safety. Clearly, this is not a good day for us Allgoods. In fact, as the countdown ticker flashes on the giant video screens at either end of the stadium, it's looking like this will be our last day. It's a point driven home by the very tall, bald man up in the tower they've erected midfield. He looks like a cross between a Supreme Court Chief Justice and Ming the Merciless. I know who he is. I've actually met him. He's the one who is the one. Directly behind his oneness is a huge NO banner. The New Order. And then the crowd begins to chant, almost sing, "The one who is the one! The one who is the one!" Imperiously, the one raises his hand, and his hooded lackeys on stage push us forward, at least as far as the ropes around our necks will allow. I see my brother, Whit, handsome and brave, looking down at the platform mechanism, calculating if there's any way to jam it, some means of keeping it from unlatching and dropping us to our neck-snapping deaths, wondering if there's a last-minute way out of this. I see my mother crying quietly, not for herself, of course, but for Whit and me. I see my father, his tall frame stooped with resignation, smiling at me and my brother, trying to keep our spirits up, reminding us that there's no point in being miserable in our last moments on this planet. But I'm getting ahead of myself. I'm supposed to be providing an introduction here, not the details of our public execution. So, let's go back a bit.
Part 1. No crime, just punishment.
By order of the New Order, and the great wind, the one who is the one, let it be known that as of now, this moment, or 12 o'clock midnight, whichever shall arrive first, following the swift triumph of the order of the ones who protect, who have obliterated the blind and dumb forces of passivity and complacency plaguing this world, all citizens must, shall, and will abide by these 3 orders for order. Order number 1. All behaviors not in keeping with NO law, logic, order, and science, including but not limited to theology, philosophy, and in particular the creative and dark arts, etc., are hereby abolished. Order number 2. All persons under 18 years of age will be evaluated for orderliness and must comply with the prescribed corrective actions. Order number 3. The one who is the one grants, appoints, decides, seizes, and executes at will all not complying shall be seized and or executed, as declared to the one who writes decrees by the one who is the one.
Chapter 1. Sometimes you wake up, and the world is just plain different. The noise of a circling helicopter is what made me open my eyes. A cold blue-white light forced its way through the blinds and flooded the living room, almost like it was day, but it wasn't. I peered at the clock on the DVD player through blurry eyes. 2:10 a.m. I became aware of a steady drub, 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 like the sound of a heavy heartbeat, throbbing, pressing in, getting closer. What's going on? I staggered to the window, forcing my body back to life after 2 hours of being passed out on the sofa, and peeked through the slats. And then I stepped back and rubbed my eyes, hard, because there's no way I'd seen what I'd seen, and there was no way I had heard what I'd heard. Was it really the steady, relentless footfall of hundreds of soldiers, marching on my street in perfect unison? The road wasn't close enough to the center of town to be on any holiday parade routes, much less to have armed men in combat fatigues coursing down it in the dead of night. I shook my head and bounced up and down a few times, kind of like I do in my warm-ups. Wake up, Whit! I slapped myself for good measure, and then I looked again. There they were, soldiers marching down our street, hundreds of them as clear as day, made visible by a half-dozen truck-mounted spotlights. Just one thought was running laps inside my head. This can't be happening. This can't be happening. This can't be happening. Then I remembered the elections, the new government, the ravings of my parents about the trouble the country was in, the special broadcasts on TV, the political petitions my classmates were circulating online, the heated debates between teachers at school. None of it meant anything to me until that second. And before I could piece it all together, the vanguard of the formation stopped in front of my house. Almost faster than I could comprehend, 2 armed squads detached themselves from the phalanx and sprinted across the lawn like commandos, one running around the back of the house, the other taking position in front. I jumped away from the window. I could tell they weren't here to protect me and my family. I had to warn Mom, Dad, Wisty. But just as I started to yell, the front door was knocked off its hinges.
Chapter 2. It's quite hideous to get kidnapped in the dead of night, right inside your own home. It went something like this. I woke to the chaotic crashing of overturning furniture, quickly followed by the sounds of shattering glass, possibly some of Mom's china. Oh, God, Whit, I thought, shaking my head sleepily. My older brother had grown 4 inches and gained 30 pounds of muscle in the past year, which made him the biggest and fastest quarterback around, and, I must say, the most intimidating player on our regional high school's undefeated football team. Off the playing field, though, Whit could be about as clumsy as your average bear. If your average bear were hopped up on a case of Red Bull and full of himself because he could bench press 275, and every girl in school thought he was the hunk of all hunks. I rolled over and pulled my pillow around my head. Even before the drinking started, Whit couldn't walk through our house without knocking something over. Total bull in a china shop syndrome. But that wasn't the real problem tonight, I knew. Because 3 months ago, his girlfriend Celia had literally vanished without a trace. And by now, everyone was thinking she probably would never come back. Her parents were totally messed up about it, and so was Whit. To be honest, so was I. Celia is very pretty, smart, not conceited at all. She's this totally cool girl, even though she has money. Celia's father owns the luxury car dealership in town, and her mom is a former beauty queen. I couldn't believe something like that would happen to someone like Celia. I heard my parents' bedroom door open and snuggled back down into my cozy flannel-sheeted bed. Next came Dad's booming voice, and he was as angry as I've ever heard him. "This can't be happening. You have no right to be here. Leave our house now." I bolted upright, wide awake. Then came more crashing sounds, and I thought I heard someone moan in pain. Had Whit fallen and cracked his head? Had my dad been hurt? "Geez Louise," I thought, scrambling out of bed. "I'm coming, Dad! Are you all right? Dad?" And then the nightmare to start a lifetime of nightmares truly began. I gasped as my bedroom door crashed open. 2 hulking men in dark gray uniforms burst into my room, glaring at me as if I were a fugitive terrorist cell operative. "It's her, Wisteria Allgood," one said, and a light bright enough to illuminate an airplane hangar obliterated the darkness. I tried to shield my eyes as my heart kicked into overdrive. "Who are you?" I asked. "What are you doing in my freaking bedroom?" Chapter 3. "Be extremely careful with her," one of the humongous men cautioned. They looked like Special Forces operatives with giant white numbers on their uniforms. "You know she can." The other nodded, glancing around my room nervously. "You!" he snapped harshly. "Come with us. We're from the New Order. Move 1 step out of line and we will punish you severely." I stared at him, my head spinning. The New Order? These weren't ordinary policemen or EMS personnel. I stammered. "I need to put on some clothes. Can I have a little privacy?" "Shut up," the first commando guy barked. "Grab her and protect yourself. She's dangerous. All of them are." "No, stop! Don't you dare!" I screamed. "Dad! Mom! Whit!" Then it hit me like a runaway tractor trailer on ice. This was what had happened to Celia, wasn't it? Oh, God! Cold sweat beaded on the back of my neck. I need to get out of here, I thought desperately. Somehow, some way. I need to disappear. Chapter 4. The seriously muscle-bound men in gray suddenly froze, their block-like heads whipping back and forth like puppets on strings. "Where is she? She's gone! Vanished! Where'd she go?" one said, his voice hoarse and panicky. They shone flashlights around the room. One of them dropped to his knees and searched under my bed. The other rushed over to look in my closet. Where'd I go? Were these guys totally insane? I was right there. What was going on? Maybe they were trying to trick me into running for it so they had an excuse to use force. Or maybe they were escapees from an asylum who had come to get me in the way they'd come to get poor Celia. "Wisty!" My mom's anxious shout from the hallway pierced the fog that had invaded my brain. "Run away, sweetheart!" "Mom!" I shrieked. The 2 guys blinked and stepped back in surprise. "There she is! Grab her! She's right there! Quick, before she disappears again!" Big, klutzy hands grabbed my arms and legs, then my head. "Let me go!" I screamed, kicking and struggling. "Let me go!" But their grip was like steel as they dragged me down the hall to the family room and dumped me on the floor like a sack of trash. I quickly scrambled to my feet, more floodlights whiting out my vision. Then I heard Whit shouting as he was thrown onto the living room floor next to me. "Whit, what's going on? Who are these monsters?" "Wisty," he gasped, coherently enough. "You okay?" "No." I almost cried, but I couldn't, wouldn't, absolutely refused to let them see me wuss out. Every awful, true crime movie I'd ever seen flashed through my head, and my stomach heaved. I nestled close to my brother, who took my hand in his and squeezed. Suddenly, the floodlights turned off, leaving us blinking and shaking. "Mom!" Whit shouted. "Dad!" If my brother hadn't been stone cold sober already, he sure was now. I gasped. My parents were standing there, still in their rumpled pajamas, but held from behind like they were dangerous criminals. Sure, we lived on the wrong side of the tracks, but no one in our family had ever been in trouble before. Not that I knew of, anyway. Chapter 5. One of the most terrifying things in the world you can never hope to see is your parents, wide-eyed, helpless, and truly scared out of their wits. My parents. I thought they could protect us from anything. They were different from other parents. So smart, gentle, accepting, knowing. And I could tell at this moment they knew something Whit and I didn't. They know what's going on. And they're terrified of it, whatever it is. "Mom?" I asked, staring hard into her eyes, trying to get any message I could, any signal about what I should do now. As I looked at Mom, I had a flash, a collage of memories. She and Dad saying stuff like, "You and Whit are special, honey, really special. Sometimes people are afraid of those who are different. Being afraid makes them angry and unreasonable. But all parents thought their kids were special, right? I mean, you're really special, Wisty," Mom had said once, taking my chin in her palm. "Pay attention, dear." Then 3 more figures stepped forward from the shadows. 2 of them had guns on their belts. This was really getting out of hand. Guns? Soldiers? In our house? In a free country? In the middle of the night? A school night, even. "Wisteria Allgood?" As they moved into the light, I saw 2 men and... Byron Swain? Byron was a kid from my high school, a year older than I, a year younger than Whit. As far as I knew, we both hated his guts. Everyone did. "What are you doing here, Swain?" Whit snarled. "Get out of our house." Byron. It was like his parents knew he'd turn out to be a snot, so they'd named him appropriately. "Make me," Byron said to Whit. Then he gave a smarmy, oily smile, vividly bringing to life all the times I'd seen him in school and thought, what a total butt. He had slicked back brown hair, perfectly combed, and cold hazel eyes, like an iguana's. So this jerk extraordinaire was flanked by 2 commandos in dark uniforms, shiny black boots that came above their knees, and metal helmets. The entire world was turning upside down, with me and my ridiculous pink kitty jammies. "What are you doing here?" I echoed Whit. "Wisteria Allgood," Byron monotoned like a bailiff, and pulled out an actual scroll of official-looking paper. "The new order is taking you into custody until your trial. You are hereby accused of being a witch." My jaw dropped. "A witch? Are you nuts?" I shrieked. Chapter 6. The 2 goons in gray marched towards me. Instinctively, I held up both my hands. Amazingly, the New Order soldiers stopped in their tracks, and I felt a surge of strength, if only for a moment. "Did we just go back in time?" I squealed. "Last I looked, this was the 21st century, not the 17th. I narrowed my eyes. Another glance at that smarmy Byron Swain and his shiny boots spurred me on further. "You can't just come in here grabbing us." "Whitford Allgood," Byron Swain rudely interrupted, continuing to read in an official tone from his scroll. "You are hereby accused of being a wizard. You will be held in custody until your trial." He smirked tauntingly at Whit. Even though under normal circumstances, my brother could have picked him up and wrung his neck like a chicken's. I guess confidence isn't hard to come by when you have armed soldiers at your beck and call. "Wisty is right. This is utterly crazy," my brother snapped. His face was flushed, his blue eyes shining with anger. There's no such thing as witches or wizards. Fairy tales are a load of crap. Who do you think you are, you creepy little weasel? A character from Gary Blotter and the Guild of Rejects? My parents looked horrified, but not actually surprised. So WTH. I remembered slightly odd lessons my folks had given us throughout our childhood, about plants and herbs, and the weather, always the weather, and how to concentrate, how to focus. They also taught us a lot about artists we'd never study at school, too, like Wiccan Trolak, De Glooming, and Frida Halo. As I got older, I guess I thought my parents were maybe just a little hippy-dippy or something. But I never really questioned this stuff. Was it all somehow related to tonight? Byron looked at Whit calmly. According to the New Order Code, you may each take one possession from the house. I don't approve, but that's the letter of the law, and I will abide by it, of course. Under the watchful eye of the gray-garbed soldiers, Mom quickly moved to the bookshelf. She hesitated a moment, glancing at Dad. He nodded, and then she grabbed an old drumstick that had sat on the shelf for as long as I could remember. Family legend has it that my wild man grandfather, back in the day, actually leaped on stage at a Groaning Bones concert and took it from the drummer. Mom held it out to me. Please, she said with a sniffle. Just take it, Wisteria. Take the drumstick. I love you so much, sweetheart. Then my father reached for an unlabeled book I'd never seen before, a journal or something, on the shelf next to his reading chair. He thrust it into Whit's hands. I love you, Whit, he said. A drumstick and an old book? How about a drum to go with that stick? Couldn't they give us a family heirloom or something vaguely personal to cheer us up? Or maybe Whit's mammoth stash of non-perishable junk food for a handy-dandy sugar rush? Not one part of this waking nightmare made any sense. Byron snatched the tattered old book from Whit and flipped through it. It's blank, he said, surprised. Yeah, like your social calendar, said Whit. The guy can be funny, I admit, but his timing sometimes leaves something to be desired. Byron slammed the book against Whit's face, snapping his head sideways as if it were on a swivel. Whit's eyes bulged, and he sprang toward Byron, only to have the soldier's body block him. Byron stood behind the bigger men, smiling wickedly. Take them to the van, Byron said, and the soldiers grabbed me again. No! Mom! Dad! Help! I shrieked and tried to pull away, but it was like wriggling in a steel trap. Rock-hard arms dragged me toward the door. I managed to twist my neck around for one last look back at my parents, searing my memory with the horror on their faces, the tears in their eyes. And right then, I felt this whooshing sensation, as if a stiff, hot wind were blowing up against me. In an instant, blood rushed to my head, my cheeks flooded with heat, and sweat seemed to leap from my skin and sizzle. There was a buzzing all around me, and then... You won't believe me, but it's true, I swear. I saw and felt foot-long flames burst out of every pore in my body. Chapter 7. I heard scared, silly screams everywhere, even from the commandos, as I stood gaping at the orange-yellow tongues of flame shooting off me. If you think that's weird, listen to this. After that first moment, I didn't feel the least bit hot, and when I looked at my hands, they were still skin-colored, not red or blackened. It was far out, actually. Suddenly, one of the soldiers swung Mom's porcelain vase at me. I was drenched, and the flames were gone. Byron Swain's cronies were stamping out the drapes and some smoldering spots on the carpet where the soldiers had dropped me. But then Byron himself, who'd apparently fled the house during my immolation, reappeared in the doorway, his face faintly green. He pointed a spindly, shaking finger at me. See? 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 He shouted hoarsely. Lock her up! Shoot her if you have to, whatever it takes. I was suddenly overcome by this horrible, stomach-twisting feeling that this night had been inevitable, that it was always meant to be part of my life story. But I had no idea why I thought that, or what it meant exactly.
Chapter 8. I hadn't hallucinated before, but when I saw Wisty burst into flame, that's what I suspected it was, a stress-induced hallucination. I mean, I expect even well-rested, grounded, grief-free people wouldn't just go, "Oh, look at that, my little sister just turned herself into a human torch." Am I right? But pretty soon, what with the heat and the smoke and our living room drapes catching on fire, it started to dawn on me that this was really happening. Then I thought the New Order thugs had set her on fire. So I guess that's how I managed to muster enough rage to break free of their grasp. And I swear I would have decked the creeps if I hadn't had to scramble madly to help put her out first. Then utter chaos broke loose in our house. I've never been in a tornado before, but that's immediately what I thought was happening. The windows suddenly exploded, and the wind poured in with the force of an angry mountain river, hurling things, broken glass, floor lamps, side tables, around the living room. I couldn't hear anything over the noise, and it was raining so hard that the water itself, to say nothing of the debris it was carrying, stung like a cloud of bees getting shot through a leaf blower. And of course I couldn't see anything either. To open your eyes would have been asking to be permanently blinded by wood splinters, glass shards, and plaster chunks. So my breaking free from the thugs didn't do me a bit of good. We were all clinging to the floor, to the walls, to anything that seemed more solid than ourselves, just trying not to get sucked out a window and flung to our deaths. I tried yelling for Wisty, but I couldn't even hear my own voice. And then, in an instant, everything was still and quiet. I moved my face out of the crook of my arm, and took in a sight I won't forget for the rest of my life. A tall, bald, extremely imposing man was standing there in the middle of our demolished living room. Not scary, you think? Think again. This is the dude who turns out to be evil personified. "Hello, Allgood family," he said in a quiet, forceful tone that made me pay very close attention to every word. "I am the one who is the one. Perhaps you've heard of me." My father spoke up. "We know who you are. We're not afraid of you, though, and we won't bend to your ugly rules." "I wouldn't expect you to bend to any rules, Benjamin. Or you, Eliza," he said to my mother. "Aspiring deviants like you always value freedom above all else. But it doesn't matter whether you accept this new reality or not. It's the young'uns I'm here to see. This is a command performance, you understand? I command, they obey." Now the bald dude looked at my little sister and me, and he smiled quite congenially, even warmly. "I will make this simple for the two of you. All you have to do is renounce your former existence, your freedoms, your way of life, and your parents in particular, and you will be spared. You will not be harmed if you obey the rules. Not a hair on your heads will be touched, I promise. Renounce your former ways and your parents. That's all. Simple as apple pie." "No way!" I yelled at the guy. "Not going to happen ever," Wisty said. "We renounce you, your baldness, your terribleness." He actually chuckled at that, which totally caught me off guard. "Whitford Allgood," the one said, and looked deeply into my eyes. Something strange happened then. I couldn't move or speak, only listen. It was the scariest thing yet that night. "You're a beautiful boy, I must say, Whitford. Tall and blond, slender, yet well-muscled, perfectly proportioned. You have your mother's eyes. I know that you were a very good boy until recently, ever since the sad and unfortunate disappearance of your girlfriend and soulmate, Celia." Frustrated rage boiled up inside me. What did he know about Celia? He'd smirked when he spoke of her disappearance. He knew something. He was taunting me. "The question is," he went on, "can you be good again? Can you learn to obey the rules?" He threw up his hands. "Don't know?" he exclaimed, even as my paralyzed mouth prevented me from screaming the string of choice obscenities I was trying to fling at him. Then he turned to Wisty. "Wisteria Allgood, I know all about you, too. Disobedient, recalcitrant, a truant, over 2 weeks of detention due to be served at your high school. The question is, can you ever be good? Can you possibly learn to obey?" He stared at Wisty, silent, waiting. And in true Wisty fashion, she did the most adorable little curtsy, then proclaimed, "Of course, sir. Your every waking wish is my command." Wisty stopped her sarcastic speech rather suddenly, and I realized that he'd paralyzed her, too. Then the one who is the one turned to his guards. "Take them away. They shall never see their parents again. Nor shall you, Ben and Eliza, see your very special offspring until the day you all die." Chapter 9. Wisty and I were in a big black van that had no windows. My heart was thumping like an epileptic rabbit's, and my vision was nearly whited out with adrenaline. It took every shred of sanity I had left not to throw myself at the van walls. I pictured myself smashing my head against the metal, kicking open the back doors, helping Wisty out, and escaping into the night. Only none of that happened. As far as I knew, I was not a wizard, and not a superhero either. I was just a high school kid who'd been ripped out of his home. I looked over at poor Wisty, but I was barely able to make out her profile in the dark. Her wet hair dripped onto my arm, and I realized she was shivering badly. Maybe with cold, maybe with shock, maybe with cold and shock and total freaking disbelief. I put my arms around her bony shoulders, awkwardly because I was now handcuffed. I had to slip her head between my arms. I couldn't remember the last time I'd done that, except maybe to pin her down because she'd gotten into my stuff, or when I'd caught her spying on me and Celia. I couldn't think about her right now, or I might completely lose it. "You okay?" I said. Wisty appeared to be totally uncharred, no roasting hot dog smell or anything. "Of course I'm not okay," she said, leaving the usual "you idiot" off the end of her sentence. "They must have dumped something flammable on me. I'm not burned, though." "I didn't see them spray anything on you," I said. "It was like, boom, flamesicle." I mustered a weak smile. "Of course, I always knew your hair was dangerous." Wisty is a real carrot top, with thick, wavy, bright red hair that she hates, but that I think is kind of cool. Wisty was too freaked to take the bait about her hair, at first. "Whit, what's going on? What does schmucky beyond schmucky Byron Swain have to do with it? What's happening to us, and to Mom and Dad?" "It's got to be some kind of terrible mistake. Mom and Dad never hurt a fly." I remembered my parents then, held fast and helpless, and I had to swallow my rage. Just then, the van came to a lurching halt. I tensed, staring hard at the doors, primed to barrel somebody down. Even in handcuffs, even if it was a giant, steroid-enhanced soldier. I wasn't going to let them hurt my sister. I wasn't going to be a goody-goody and obey their stupid rules. Chapter 10. It was like we'd woken up, and suddenly we were living in a totalitarian state. The first thing I saw looming over me were dozens of flapping flags and the big black block letters, N-O. No. It seemed totally appropriate, even a touch poetic. No. Wisty and I were outside a huge, windowless building, surrounded by a chain-link, concertina wire-topped fence. Giant letters that read, New Order Reformatory, were engraved in a stone rising high above the steel entryway. Then the doors creaked open, and I realized that barreling our way to safety probably wasn't going to work out so great. 10 more guards, these in black uniforms, came out the front, joined the 2 drivers, and formed a semicircle around the rear of the van. "Okay, now watch 'em closely," I heard one say. "You know they're—" "Yeah, we know," said the other cranky voice, one of the drivers. "I got the burns to prove it." I didn't even bother struggling, as those brainless stormtroopers hauled us forward, then dragged us through the tall barbed wire gate. I'm pretty big, 6'1", 190 pounds, but these guys acted like I was a sack of popcorn. Wisty and I tried to stay on our feet, but they kept yanking us off balance. "We can walk!" Wisty yelled. "We're still conscious!" "We can change all that," said one of the thug guards. I tried. Listen, you've got the wrong—" The guard next to me raised his billy club, and I shut up mid-squawk. They pushed us up the concrete steps, through the heavy steel doors, and into a brightly lit foyer. It looked like a prison, with a burly guard behind a thick glass window, a locked gate, and another guard with a billy club at the ready. I heard a loud buzz, and the gate opened. "Don't you guys feel kind of dumb?" I said. "I mean, a dozen giant men just for us 2 kids? It's kind of embarrassing, wouldn't you—" Ow! A guard had jabbed my ribs, hard with his wooden baton. "Start thinking about your upcoming interrogation," the guard said. "Talk or die. Your choice, kiddies."
Chapter 11. It was beginning to feel like this sickening nightmare was for real. And now, I wasn't even going to be allowed the small comfort of going through it in my old pink PJs. They made us change into gray-striped prison jumpsuits that looked like something out of World War II. Whit's jumpsuit fit him. Guess he was standard prisoner size, but mine hung on me like a sail on a windless day. My funky PJs had been my last connection to home. Without them, the only thing I had from my former life was the drumstick. The drumstick. Why a drumstick, Mom? I missed her already and felt a deep anxiety creep in when I wondered what they'd done with her and Dad. "Don't pull her arm like that!" Whit snapped at my guard. He was right. It felt like my arm was about to pop out of its socket. "Shut up, wizard," growled the surly guard, dragging us through yet another electronic gate marked Property of the New Order. Then we were in an enormous hall, 5 stories high, surrounded on all sides by cages and barred cells. For criminals. And us. Me and my brother. Can you imagine? No, you probably can't. How could anybody in their right mind imagine this? One of the cell doors slid open, and the guards threw me inside. I fell, hitting my knees and hands hard on the cement floor. "Wisty!" Whit shouted as they hauled him past my door, which immediately slid shut. I pressed my face against the bars, trying to see where they were taking Whit. They shoved him in the cell next to mine. "Wisty, you okay?" Whit called over right away. "Sort of," I said, examining my scraped knees. "If I'm allowed to totally change what okay means." "We'll get out of here," he said. I could hear the braveness and anger in his voice. "This is all just a stupid mistake." "Au contraire, my naive amigo," said a voice from the cell on the other side of Whit. "What?" "Who are you?" Whit asked. I strained to hear his words. "I'm prisoner number 450209A, said the voice. "Trust me, there's been no mistake. And they didn't forget to read you your rights. And they aren't going to give you a lawyer or a phone call. And your mama and papa aren't coming to get you. Ever. And that's a long, long time." "What do you know about it?" I shouted. "Look, how old are you?" said the voice. "I'm almost 18, Whit said, "and my sister's 15. "Well, I'm 13, he offered, "so you'll fit right in here." And then I looked across at all the cells on the other side of the block. I saw face after face, one scared kid after another, all wearing 2 big prison jumpsuits. It looked like this whole jail was full of kids. Nothing but kids. Chapter 12. "Yep, it's pretty much just us kids around here these days," said the voice from the far cell. "I've been here 9 days. I was one of the first. But in the last 3 days, this rat hole has really filled up. Do you have any idea what's going on? Whit asked softly, so as not to attract a guard's attention. Not a whole lot, Jefe, but I heard some of the guards talking about a clean sweep, said the voice quietly, close to the bars. You remember hearing about the new order? Yeah, I joined in, but I wasn't really paying attention. Okay, so you've been living inside your head, somewhere dark and nasty, said the voice. But if it's any consolation, so was most of the rest of the country. See, the New Order is the political party that's been winning all the elections. They're in charge now. In just a few months, they've gutted the old government and instituted the Council of Ones. Heard of them? The one in command, the one who judges, the one who imprisons, the one who assigns numbers, the one who is the one, blah, blah. Okay, so the New Order. Politics, said Whit. What's that got to do with us? They're the law, and they're the order, amigos. They're the ones who put us here, and they're the ones who decide what to do with us. But why are they doing these unspeakable things to kids? I spoke up again. Because we talk back? Because we're hard to control? Because we have an imagination? Because we're not brainwashed yet? Who knows? Why don't you ask the one who judges at your trial? I squished myself against the bars as hard as I could, trying to see through to Whit. Trial? What trial? I asked. We're going to trial? For what? Wham! A guard had sneaked up, grabbed my arm through the bars, and twisted it the wrong way. If you keep talking to the other prisoners, I'll put you all in solitary, he growled. He gave my arm another hard, agonizing twist and laughed like some crazy old cartoon villain. I was so mad I wanted to tear the bars down and kick him in the throat. And all of a sudden, an electric rush traveled up my body. Uh-oh. The next thing I knew, I was watching the guard through a sheet of flames. Flames that were coming from me. Again. Ah! The guard shouted as the sleeve and pants leg of his uniform caught fire. He ran and grabbed an extinguisher, spraying himself as a team of his buddies converged on my cell. Wisty! Whit yelled. Duck! I threw my hands up to cover my face as I was drenched with flame-smothering foam. Correction. Wisty-smothering foam. Then suddenly the flames were out, and I looked like a flocked Christmas tree, a lemon meringue pie, a red-haired zombie snowman, risen from the dead. No more tricks, said the guard hoarsely. You're coming with me. 4 New Order guards with bats and stun guns stomped in and grabbed my arms, hauling me out to the walkway. 4 more creeps were opening Whit's cell. By the time the guards shoved us into a room marked interrogation, I was ready to show the one who interrogates just why I had 2 weeks of detention racked up at my school. But when the door opened, it was just that spud, Byron Swain, followed by a pair of guards. Miss me? He asked with a sickening grin.
Chapter 13. Byron's insurance salesman haircut, colorful polo shirts, and iron chinos, but most of all, his know-it-all attitude, had marked him as a major kiss-up back at school. This close, his face looked pinched and mean, like that of a pet ferret with hall monitor aspirations. Tossing a folder on the metal table, he nodded to the 2 guards, and they stepped back against the wall. Have you been working out, Swain? I asked, clenching my fists. I mean, it doesn't look it, but don't you need to have at least 6 guards backing you up? Swain's face flushed bright red. We both know why you're here, he said, pacing. The little twerp was trying to sound authoritative and manly, but his naturally whiny nasal voice cracked through at the end of every sentence. His cold eyes didn't leave my face. The sooner you admit your secrets, and tell us what we want to know, the better it will be for you and your freaky fire-breathing sister." "Got no idea what you're talking about, Skippy," I said. His weaselly eyes narrowed. Suddenly he leaned onto the table, getting nose to nose with me. "You can back off the drama queen performance, okay?" I told him. "Are you two miscreants protecting someone?" he snapped, ignoring my taunts. "Well, they're certainly not protecting you. Your good friends have already told us everything we need to know. We're aware of your drinking problems, Whitford, and we hardly need corroboration of your sister's pyromaniac tendencies. But those are just the license plates on the truckload of information your friends delivered up. It was beautiful. I mean, a handful of marbles couldn't have rolled any easier." "That right?" I said. "Like, they told you where I keep my stash of donut holes? My gaming cheat codes? The D on my last bio test that my folks don't know about? Somehow getting grounded isn't the threat it used to be." "You almost flunked biology?" Wisty whispered as I watched a vein appear in Byron's forehead. "Cool." "Shut up, freak!" he roared at Wisty, who just stuck out her tongue. "I saw what you did earlier. You burst into flames, and you weren't even hurt afterward. If that's not sick and wrong, I don't know what is. You think it's bad being here in this wussy prison? It will get a lot worse. Trust me on that, you deviants. A lot worse." "You know, Byron," Wisty said in her most insulting la-di-da voice, "you're the freak, actually. We could put you on our secret voodoo witchcrafty to-do list." At that, Swain snapped. Lunging across the table, he grabbed Wisty's arm so hard she yelped. And then, the weirdest thing, and that's saying something, a flash of blinding light leaped between my sister's free hand and Byron's chest. The creep squealed like a guinea pig and was thrown backward, falling on his butt near the astounded guards. My eyes nearly falling out of my head in disbelief, I looked over at my sister and realized she had just hit Byron with a lightning bolt. Lightning. A small bolt, sure, but lightning! From her fingertips! "More proof!" Byron squeaked, his voice sounding extra crispy and his face almost purple. He was rubbing his chest, obviously horrified by the burn mark on his shirt. "You are a witch! You'll be locked up forever!" He got to his unsteady feet and staggered from the interrogation room. "You're throwing lightning at people now?" I asked Wisty. "I mean, whoa." Chapter 14. I must have fallen off to sleep soon after Spud Swain's visit. Then I woke in my cell with hot tears rolling down my cheeks. It's not that I'm a total wuss, though I can be during sappy movies sometimes. I was crying because I'd just talked to Celia in a dream. I guess it was a dream, but it felt so real to me. No, it was real. I remember hugging Celia tight to my chest like we were on the most heartbreaking date of all time. "Hi, Whit. Missed you," she said, like it was perfectly normal for me to be seeing her again after all these months with her missing. "I'm trying to act casual and failing pretty bad," she said with a gentle smile. "Sorry." "Celia, are you okay? What happened to you?" I blurted out. My heart was pounding like a bass drum. "We'll get to all that. I promise. The question is, are you okay? Is Wisty?" "Sure. You know me, Celia. I can roll with it. And Wisty is tough as nails. She's smoking, actually." I chuckled weakly at my own joke. "I guess we're a little weirded out, though." Celia smiled again, and I just about couldn't stand it. I had no idea how much I'd missed that incredible grin of hers until right now. And she was prettier than ever, if that was even possible. Smooth skin, long dark curls, the brightest blue eyes that always told me the truth, even if I didn't want to hear it. "You look great, Whit, for somebody who's been kidnapped, beaten up, and jailed illegally." Now a half smile. "Forget about me. I want to hear everything about you. Celia, what is going on? Where did you go?" She winced, then her head slowly moved from side to side, and tears rolled from her eyes. "That's a tough question. And I know I just got here, Whit, but I really have to go now. I just had to make sure you were okay. And Whit, it's hard to believe I'm saying this to you, of all people. You really have to hang tough. You and Wisteria. Otherwise you'll both be dead." Then, Celia was gone. I was wide awake, and I'd been warned about what to do next. Hang tough.
Chapter 15. I used to think detention was kind of fun. A badge of honor, almost. Man, how quickly things can change. This was the real thing. My old life, and the days of recklessly skipping class, felt like a million worlds away now. I missed it, and our house, and especially our mom and dad, so badly that I felt like I was going to lose it. I stared at the ceiling and daydreamed, remembering how Mom used to lie in bed with Whit and me when we were really little, and she'd laugh and tell us that she was teaching us how to love laughter, because it was one of the very best things in life. Maybe the best. And how Dad always said he had to be our father, not our friend, and that there was an important distinction between the two. But somehow he ended up being our best friend anyway. And how we went on all those great family trips to art museums such as the Bettelheim and the Brittany. And then those potentially corny family camping trips, one every season, no matter how cold or rainy it was. And we learned how to survive in the world, but more than that, to love what was out there, just waiting to be discovered. Like this great oak tree that was in our yard, the one that Whit and I learned to climb almost as soon as we could walk. And fall. And then there were 2 guards at my door, with handcuffs and leg shackles. For me? I beamed at the 2 creeps. Aw, you shouldn't have. Amazingly, neither of them thought that was the least bit funny. Come on, witch, one guard snapped. It's your day in court. Now you get to meet the one who judges, and you're definitely not going to like him. Of course, said the other guard. That's only fair. He's definitely not going to like you either. The guards thought that was hysterical.
Chapter 16. Sunlight, the first we'd seen in what seemed like ages, came streaming through 30-feet-high windows in the courtroom, almost blinding us. I squinted and tried to shield my eyes, only to whack my forehead with my handcuffs. Klutz much? I had thought by now I'd be hard to shock, but I couldn't believe the scene in front of me. A mammoth portrait of the one who is the one hung at the center of the room, like he was a conquering general or the emperor. There was a huge metal cage in front of the judge's desk. Yes, a cage, like for shark diving. One guard held the door open, and the other one pushed us into it. Into a cage. In a courtroom. I'm almost getting used to looking through bars, Wisty said, sounding resigned. Not like Wisty at all. Don't say that, I whispered sharply. We're getting out of this madhouse, I promise. But how? I scanned the courtroom. Surrounding us was an impenetrable wall of indifference, even hatred, plus at least a dozen armed guards. A judge, the one who judges, I assumed, glowered from a high platform right in front of us, his thin, greasy hair stuck down to his scalp. On the right-hand side of the courtroom, behind a low wall, a jury stared vacantly at us. They were all grown-ups, all men, and apparently they seemed to think 2 innocent kids appearing on trial in a cage was nothing unusual. So it was official now. The world had gone totally crazy. Chapter 17. The one who judges put tiny glasses on his long, beaked nose and scowled down at us. I read his gold plaque. Judge Ezekiel Unger. He picked up a piece of paper. Whitford Allgood, he read in a stinging voice. Wisteria Allgood. This trial is convened because you are accused of the most serious crimes against the new order. He glared at us. There was a standing room only audience of grown-ups behind us. I turned to see the crowd better. The few of them who looked at me were cold-eyed and full of hatred. I rubbed my forehead against my arm as the judge angrily read a bunch of legal-sounding gibberish. I peered at the jury, Surely some of them had to feel sorry for two kids who looked hungry and dirty. Kids in handcuffs, in a cage, with no lawyer. But their faces were frozen and expressions of condemnation. It was as if they were being paid to dislike us. Was there some neon sign above our heads that read scowl instead of applause, like on the live TV shows? "What have we done?" Wisty suddenly yelled at the judge. "Just tell us that. What are we accused of?" "Silence!" the judge shouted. "Listen, you contemptuous girl. You are a most dangerous threat to everything that is proper and right and good. We know this from police witnesses to your recent perpetrations of the dark arts. We know this from the innumerable investigations undertaken by the New Order's Investigative Security Agency, and we know this most fundamentally because of the prophecy." My mouth dropped open as I saw the jury nodding. "Prophecy?" I scoffed. "I promise you, my sister and I are nowhere in the good book. Get real, Ezekiel." The courtroom gasped. "Blasphemer!" a woman cried out, and shook her fist at us. The bailiff rushed toward me with his billy club raised, and I lifted my eyebrows in mock fear. I'm in a cage, stupid. The bars work both ways." Judge Unger continued. "Therefore, based on the preponderance of evidence—" "Look, whatever the charges, we plead not guilty," I yelled, grabbing the bars of the cage despite my handcuffs and shaking them with all my strength. Which I guess wasn't the smartest thing. "Smack!" The bailiff raked his nightstick across my knuckles. Wisty gasped, and I barely managed to swallow a scream of pain. The one who judges literally leaped out of his chair and leaned over his desk, practically within spitting distance. "That's showing those vermin. Well done, bailiff. That's the only way to deal with this kind of filth. If you spare the rod, you spoil the deviants." His face was mottled purple and white, his eyes bugging out of his head. "How say you to these charges?" he yelled at us. Dumbfounded, Wisty and I replied, "Not guilty!" The judge turned away from us. "Gentlemen of the jury, with that statement the defendants stand in clear contempt of your will and this court's mission. They mock us. They flout the standards of the glorious New Order. I ask you, what is your verdict?" "That's it?" I yelled from the cage. "That's our trial? You've got to be kidding!" screamed Wisty. "That's not fair!" Smack went the bailiff's nightstick. Smack! 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 Chapter 18. This whole crazy thing was happening so fast. In ordinary lawful trials, one juror stands and reads the verdict from a sheet of paper that often shakes in his or her hand. But this was a travesty of justice. This jury simply held their fists out. We watched as the men, one by one, turned their hands, thumbs down, all of them, unanimous. Of course, in ordinary trials, there are also lawyers and due process and principles such as innocent until proven guilty and things like that. Welcome to the New World Order, I guess. Judge Unger banged his gavel so hard that Wisty and I jumped. "Guilty as charged," he roared, and my breath froze in my chest. "You, Wisteria Allgood, are hereby determined by the New Order to be a witch. You, Whitford Allgood, are determined to be a wizard." Wisty and I could only stare up at him in shock and disbelief. But he had saved his best line for last. "Both of which are punishable by hanging, until dead."
Chapter 19. Hanging until dead? This isn't real. My ears started to buzz. This can't be real. This doesn't happen. This has to be a nightmare. My chest tightened up. The room started to go green and fuzzy. And then I heard Whit's voice, like it was coming to me down a long tunnel. Finally, he shook my shoulder. "Hang in there, Wisty," he said quietly. I blinked and focused on his face. "Love you." I nodded. Whit didn't think he was special, but his words and his touch were like a magic bullet of strength. I could breathe now. "Love you too," I whispered. "More than I ever knew before." I inhaled deeply and braced myself for what Judge Unger had to say next. Unfortunately, executions are not allowed until said criminal is 18 years of age. The buzzing returned to my ears, the fuzziness to my sight. Whit would be 18 in less than a month. I wondered why I wasn't feeling a little flamish or lightning-y right about now. I wanted to lash out at this judge so much that it hurt. Therefore, both of you will be held in the state penitentiary, he continued gravely, and then smiled. For the time being. He nodded at the bailiff in the courtroom and said, "Take them out of my sight." The guards removed us from the cage, sort of clumsily, I might add, since Whit was thrashing like a rabid animal. "You're making a terrible mistake," he yelled. "This is insane! You'll be disbarred! This isn't legal!" "Shut up, wizard!" the judge screamed, and suddenly hurled his gavel at Whit. Whit held up his cuffed hands, and then the gavel just hung there in midair for a good 5 seconds, maybe 6 inches from Whit's face, then dropped heavily to the floor. The courtroom was completely silent for a moment. Then chaos took over. Angry voices howled, "Witch! Wizard! Put them to death! Execute them both!" And they really did mean us, didn't they? Wisty and Whit. The Witch and Wizard. Chapter 20. The angry chanting and taunting of the courtroom crowd filled our ears as Whit and I were dragged and shoved down a long, narrow hallway and through throngs of perfect strangers, all thirsty for blood. Our blood. Talk about a way to kill your faith in humanity. A few days ago, it seemed like the worst thing that could happen to me was waking up with a giant zit during school picture day. How could life as I'd known it change so quickly and bizarrely? My brother and I had just been sentenced to death. The horrid word execution kept bouncing around inside my head, sending me into a daze as Whit and I were shoved into another van. I thought of all the people I'd learned about in school who'd been executed or assassinated. I came up with almost a dozen. But they were all political or religious leaders, and I was just Wisteria Allgood. I wasn't powerful enough to scare people, was I? I was not a hero, a prophet, a saint, or a leader of any kind. It made no sense. And then, another horrible thing. Stunning. Something that changed my mind about the worst thing that could ever happen to me. As we rode through the city, we kept our faces pressed against the tiny window in the foul-smelling van, desperate for sunlight, if nothing else, watching the city streets go by, watching soldiers everywhere, until we saw a new sign being constructed by workmen. Wanted for treason and criminal practice of foul arts. Underneath the words were black and white photographs of Mom and Dad. And then the kicker. Dead or alive. "They got away," Whit whispered. "They're out there somewhere. Somehow we'll find them." Part 2. Very Dickensian. Chapter 21. When the ugly black New Order van finally stopped, it was raining hard outside and the wind howled. We were parked in front of another large building, this one with high stone walls that looked charred, kind of like an old factory. Stains over the doorway revealed where foot-high letters used to be. They had read General Bowen State Psychiatric Hospital. For a moment, I got the idea this nightmare might actually make sense. That's it, I thought with a breath of hope. I'm psychotic. Everything that's just happened has been a clever collection of my own delusions. That would explain the fire, the strange and random appearance of Byron Swain, the death sentence for being a witch. The good doctors will treat me here. Mom and Dad will come get me when I'm well, and everything will be fine again. I'm just psychotic, is all. No biggie. I smiled involuntarily at the thought. Whit looked over at me like I was, not surprisingly, certifiably insane. I sure hoped so. What's with you? You're half smiling. Why? This looks like a hell house, he grimaced. Well, what were you expecting? I said with a titter. Warm and fuzzy? We were whisked out of the van and past the stone walls. Move it! The guard jabbed me in the back with his baton, pushing me into a wide, dark hallway. One faint fluorescent light flickered at its distant end. A light at the end of the tunnel? I doubted that. Will I be treated here? I took the chance of asking. When can I meet with the doctor? Whit twisted his head around and gave me another confused look. This is a jail of the New Order, girlie, one of the guards said, sounding both brusque and nervous. For dangerous criminals, like you two. We were pushed into a very dim stairwell, lit only by the faintest light seeping under the doorways at each landing. My legs were shivery, probably because we hadn't had anything real to eat since, Nightmare 30. The guards marched us up higher and higher until I surrendered to fatigue and quit counting the landings. Finally, we entered yet another dark hallway with what looked to be an ancient nurse's station front and center. A woman inside was slouched over her desk, engrossed in New Order Administrator magazine. She must have been enormously tall, because even though she was sitting, she was able to look down at me. Yes, she croaked like a frog who'd smoked too many cigarettes. Why are you bothering me? Dark eyes without any whites bored into mine. She had a crooked nose and a pointy chin with a huge mole that had wiry black hairs growing out of it. Heck, if the New Order was really looking to arrest witches. 2 more despicable degenerates for you, matron, announced one of the guards. A witch and a wizard. My stomach sank down into my socks. My short-lived fantasy of psychosis was officially over. You know life really sucks when you're desperately wishing to be institutionalized, drugged, or shocked back to reality. I'd gladly take a lobotomy at this point. I guess that's what you're faced with when freedom isn't even a pipe dream any longer. Give me lobotomy or give me death.
Chapter 22. Police must be dredging every rancid trash pile in the country, the matron snarled, finding all these maggots for me to look after. And with that cheerful introduction, our situation might have hit a new low. At the moment, I was actually more concerned about Wisty, whose eyes were scarily glazing over. The matron swiveled her chair away from us to grab a couple of thick files off the desk behind her. A greasy, heavy ponytail hung down the back of her white nurse's uniform, like some enormous piece of seaweed or a dead lake eel. Yes, ma'am, said the guard. Maggots is exactly right. Only maybe a little too kind, if you ask me. I didn't, snapped the matron. The guard cowered and did his impression of a dashboard-mounted bobblehead in a dune buggy. Then she heaved herself to her massive feet with a wary grunt. You know why you're here instead of some namby-pamby jail? She asked. No, sir, I said, clearing my throat. Funny boy. Her eyes narrowed to gleaming slits. This is a dangerous place, she said, for dangerous criminals. But keep in mind that your cheap tricks won't work in here, my pretties. Did she actually just call us my pretties? Did I hear her right? Maybe there was a reason I was in a psychiatric hospital. The New Order's had this place spell-proofed, she gloated. and then her expression changed, and she began muttering to herself. "I don't know what they think I'm going to do with any more of this filth, though." The matron led us down the hallway to a thick wooden door with a wire-glassed window. She unlocked it, and the guards very roughly pushed us inside. They removed our chains and tossed our meager belongings, one drumstick and one empty book, onto the floor behind us. "Welcome to Death Row," she said as she slammed the door shut and locked us inside.
Chapter 23. "A little creepy, huh?" I said, trying to make it sound like this place wasn't much worse than a haunted mansion at a kiddie theme park. Not as creepy as you," said Whit. "I hate to break this to you, sis, but, you're glowing." "Glowing? Does not compute. Does not compute." "Huh?" I said deadpan. "What do you mean?" "What part of your glowing do you not understand?" he asked. "The part where I'm glowing," I said. "How could—" I looked down and saw that my skin, my clothes, the air about an inch around my body were suffused with a thin, faint greenish light, enough to see by. "Have you been playing in Toxic Waste lately?" Whit made an unfunny. I held my shaking hand out and examined it. It started to get so bright I had to turn away. The whole room lit up. The dark, grime-filled crevices, the piles of medical waste, the bedpans, the holes in the baseboard that could easily accommodate rats. "Ah!" Whit winced. "Do me a favor and hit the dimmer switch." I don't know if I can," I said, my voice cracking a little. Except for my flighty flower power first name, I'd mostly escaped freakishness in my life. Didn't have to wear hideous hand-me-down clothes from an older sister. Never the last one picked for a team in gym class. Never called Four Eyes, Metal Mouth, or Fatty. Now I was an official freak. 3 times over. A witchy, flame-throwing, radioactive freak. That's not great news for a 15-year-old, let me tell you. I suddenly welled up with tears, desperately needing my parents. "Mom? Dad?" I whimpered. The echo of their names hit my ears cruelly. Whit got that annoyingly worried look on his face again. "Wisty." "Shh," I hissed, crying now. "Mom told me about everything, Whit. She told me about the birds and the bees, like, way before any of my other friends' parents did. How she and Dad fell in love. Very romantic. And Dad, he told me about his most embarrassing moments in school, and how proud he was of you and me, and he was never afraid to say I love you like the other dads." I sucked in a tortured breath. "But why didn't they tell me about all of this?" Whit came close and hugged me, glow and all. "The worst thing is, Whit, maybe they did tell me about it. And maybe I just wasn't paying enough attention." Then I really started sobbing. My tears soaked into Whit's jumpsuit, and he held me until we both sank into sleep, and my glow faded away.
Chapter 24. Whoa! Celia came to visit me again that night, or sometime during those first harried hours in the new jail. I wasn't so sure about the passage of time anymore. I wasn't sure about anything. "Hi, Whit. Missed you," Celia said, same as before, only now she said it with a wink. "I was thinking about you, the way it was. Happy days, our first date. You wore that wrinkly bowling shirt you love. Alley Cat, remember?" Of course I remembered. Oh man, oh Celia, what is happening? Am I totally insane? Is that why I'm in a nut house? Seals, listen, I need to ask you a question. Why did you stay away for so long? Please, if you don't want me to go completely crazy, tell me what happened to you. Amazingly, especially if this was a dream, Celia reached out and touched me. I could feel her. It made me calmer. She felt like the old Celia, looked like the old Celia, and had the same sweet smile. "I will tell you what happened to me, Whit. I want to so badly." "Thank you." I let out a sigh from the bottom of my sneakers. "Thank you. Not now, though. When I see you for real, in person, not in a dream. We have to be careful, though. The one who is the one is watching us." I couldn't let Celia go again. I held her close, very close, and I asked her once more for some kind of rational explanation. Then Celia pulled away, but just far enough for her to stare into my eyes. I loved being able to look into her eyes again. We had the same baby blues. Her friends used to joke about the kids we'd have one day. "Here's all I can tell you for now, Whit. There's a prophecy. It's written on a wall in your future. Learn about it. Never forget it. You're a part of it, of running the world. That's why the New Order's so afraid of you in Wisteria." I couldn't even absorb that major information drop before she took a quick breath and continued. "Whit, I can't be here any longer than this. I love you. Please miss me." "Don't go," I pleaded. "I can't take this again. Celia?" She was gone, but somehow I could still hear her voice. "We'll be together again, Whit. I miss you already. Miss me. Please miss me."
Chapter 25. That morning, Whit and I were startled awake by a tapping sound, like a stick, or maybe somebody's cane. My heart immediately started racing full blast, but Whit still seemed groggy and disoriented. "Celia," he mumbled. I shoved myself away from him. I loved my brother, but this was no time for hopeless romanticism. "No, it's your sister. And as a reminder, we're at Home Sweet Hell House," I said, and gave him a gentle slap. "Wake up! I need you here, dude." I held my breath as the knob slowly turned. By the time Whit showed any recognition of where he was, the door had opened several inches, but all I could see was the dimly lit hall through the crack. A cold voice finally came from behind the door. "Thank you, matron." Its evil chill made my heart practically stop. "I'll take it from here, if I may." "Watch yourself now," said the matron. "These are dangerous fiends." "Thank you for your concern, but I think I'll be just fine." The door opened wider, and a towering skeletal figure, almost inhumanly tall, stepped into our room. He was like death itself, but in modern garb. A charcoal suit hung on him as if he were made of clothes hangers. His skin had a ghastly pallor, unhealthy as a plant left in a closet, for years. Instinctively I moved back. Then, like a snake striking, a black leather riding crop whipped through the air with a hiss and smacked me hard. "Hey!" The sting was icy cold, then burning, and I gasped and clutched my hand to my chest. "No, you don't, witch," the death figure commanded. "Your days of controlling people and objects with your evil powers are over. I am here now. I am your visitor."
Chapter 26. When that bullying, cowardly freak smacked Wisty's hand with his snake whip, I almost lunged for him. I was ready to fight to the death, whatever it took. Nobody hits my sister. Wisty bravely cradled her hand and watched him, her jaw set. I glared at this visitor creep, trying to distract him. "Let me guess. No one loved you as a child, or as an adult. Well, tough noogies." Then smack! I gasped as the riding crop whipped across my face, opening up my skin with a white-hot sting. Blood started running down my cheek. "This is your first full day at the hospital, wizard," said the visitor. "So I'm going to be especially gentle with you. But you won't ever speak to the matron or me that way again. We're the only things standing between you and a fate far worse than death." "So there's something worse than being kidnapped in the middle of the night, kept in prison, sentenced to death in a laughable trial, and then locked up in a condemned hospital with two sadists? It's going to get worse?" "Are you done?" he asked calmly. I shrugged, and I was just deciding what to say next when the crop zapped out of nowhere and hit me on the left ear, then the right ear, then the tip of my chin. Yes, much worse, said the visitor. Your file indicated you weren't the brightest bulb in the chandelier. At any rate, you would do well to learn this much. This, he sighed and gestured around our dank and disgusting cell, is your new home. We have armed guards, security cameras, electronic perimeters, and multiple lethal safeguards that I'm not at liberty to discuss. Also, you'll have no luck circumventing any of these systems with your trickery. This entire building has been altered to dampen your energies, and you will find you have no powers here. In short, once you walked in the door, you effectively became normal. Wisty and I exchanged a glance meaning, except for glowing. I swear we could read each other's minds sometimes, especially lately. As to this room's amenities, please note that your one external window has a western exposure, through which you can see the blackness of a 10-story deep ventilation shaft, the bottom of which is fitted with a turbine that could grind a blue whale into mush in less than 10 seconds. Feel free to throw yourselves down it at any time. He continued like a hotel bellman, describing an executive suite. You also have your own semi-private bathroom, complete with our special-issue toilet paper that feels so airy you'll swear it's not even there. I looked into our doorless bathroom nook, which contained a seatless toilet surrounded by dust and chunks of fallen plaster, and I confirmed that yes, in fact, there was no toilet paper. The visitor looked down his long, hooked nose at us. I will be back periodically to check on you, he said, in his deep, zombie-like voice. If you misbehave in any way, well, he paused and gave a smile that would have made a crocodile look cheerful. I will mete out punishment. The riding crop slashed through the air, missing my eye by a whisker. I'll see you soon, promise. Then he was gone, and the lock turned behind him. I don't much care for him, said Wisty. You? Chapter 27. Wisty then summed up our situation with typical off-handed precision. This totally sucks, she said. I considered that. Between our various bruises, bumps, cuts, welts, and torn clothes, it looked like we'd been in a cage match with a wolverine. I also had less than a month to live. Much too optimistic, I said. You always see the bright side, don't you? I wandered around the room, trying to distract myself from the burning pain of my injuries. But I was having trouble forming thoughts, other than self-torturing ones about juicy burgers and black and white milkshakes and cheese fries. I'd never been so hungry in all my life. Then I noticed Wisty sitting on the mattress, moving her lips silently. Talking to yourself already? I asked. Why not? We're in an insane asylum. She smiled, then looked a little bit sheepish. Actually, if you need to know, I'm trying to come up with a spell. You know, to get us out of here. If I'm a witch, I ought to be able to go Shazam and blast the door open. They said we have no power here. You weren't paying attention to the one with the bullwhip. Really? Then tell me that my little radioactive moment was just a weird dream, she said. Okay, you win, Glow Girl, I said. So you think Shazam will do it? Go for it. She waved her hands at the door. Shazam! She yelled. Snick! It popped right open. Chapter 28. Here, both of you! The matron's Bigfoot-sized body filled our doorway. Come with me, vermin. I suppose it's time you learn how to get food and water. In the woman's massive hands were 2 beat-up plastic pails, which she flung out to us. Call it a hunch, but this already didn't look good. I'd have done anything to get a drink of water, though. The sink in our bathroom didn't work, and what was in the toilet wasn't exactly, potable. We each took a pail and followed the matron as she noisily clomped down the dark hall, her keys jangling with each lurching step, and her preternaturally huge feet sausaged into chunky white shoes. I started to make out noises ahead, and they were vaguely animalish. Snarls, growls, and high-pitched whines filled my ears. "What is this?" Wisty croaked. "Now what?" The matron gestured toward the end of the hall. "There's food, way, way, way down there, and water. Use your pails." She looked down at her enormous steel-banded watch. "You have 4 minutes. If you're not back by then—" Her black eyes shone, and her mouth stretched in a horrible approximation of a smile. "Then I'll know you've passed to the other side. Violently." Turning, she clomped her way back to the nurse's station 50 yards behind us. "Take care," she called. My palm was already sweaty where I held on to the thin metal handle of my pail. The hallway in front of us was lined on either side by canine animals of some sort. Mad dogs, wolves, black-furred hyenas. Hungry, angry, hostile animals chained to the walls up and down the hallway. Somehow we had to get past them and back in 4 minutes, but only if we wanted food and water. Only if we wanted to live.
Chapter 29. Anyone who's ever been on the verge of a major disaster, possibly even death, will tell you that the most mundane things can go through your mind. Just before I was about to sacrifice my life to the animals, I thought about a really mean dog that used to live on our block. When I was little, my friends and I always rode our bikes on the other side of the street, because the dog looked wild and we were scared it would break free and bite our butts. Her name was Princess, and she was a Shih Tzu, and she now seemed like a fuzzy teddy bear that I could have dressed up in doll clothes for a tea party. "Are those dogs?" Whit asked hoarsely as we started down the hallway. "Or wolves?" I shook my head. "I'm going with hellhounds." "Do you think maybe you could burst into flames again?" Whit whispered. "I can't do it on purpose," I croaked, frustrated. "I'm trying. Not happening." "Okay, well, I'll go," Whit rasped back, then blew out a thin gust of air. "No," I wheezed. "I'm small and fast." Before Whit and I had a chance to finish the argument, we saw a small, indistinct figure appear at the end of the hall, holding a pail. "Who's that?" I muttered. Whoever it was suddenly darted forward, leaping and dodging and almost crashing against the wall, hurtling toward us at a furious pace. It was about 30 feet away when it suddenly tripped and fell. Instantly, several hounds fell on it, snarling and snapping. Just watching the awful scene took my breath away. "I have to help," Whit said, making a move toward the hapless soul. But then the little figure bounced up, pail in hand, and hustled straight toward us again. I couldn't tell if it was a boy or a girl, but it was definitely a little kid, maybe 5 or 6 years younger than me. Blood streaked the poor tyke's hair and ragged T-shirt. We stood to one side as he or she dashed past, then collapsed on the dirty floor, huddling against the wall, head and shoulders shaking. The pail, which had fallen over when the child had tripped, was now completely empty. The hellhounds had eaten or drunk everything the kid had risked life and limb for. Crying silently, the huddled figure grabbed the empty pail, skittered away on hands and knees to a couple of doors down the hall, and disappeared inside. Whit and I looked on in shocked silence. The matron merely peered at her watch. 70 seconds, she told us. Tick-tock.
Chapter 30. Have you ever tried to think loudly? It seems like a contradiction in terms, but you do what you gotta do when you have to pretend you can't hear the sounds of vicious snarling and snapping jaws and teeth all around you. I had to shout in my head over and over as I bolted down the hall with both our pails. Make like you're doing the 100-yard dash at the regional championship. Run! 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 Ah! I felt my feet stumble, but caught myself and kept sprinting. Not the regional championship, I thought. The world championship. Victory! 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 I yelled senselessly, hoping I never had to explain to Wisty that this was what I occasionally chanted to myself when I was in competition, to psych myself up, to help me pretend to be the all-American boy I thought everybody wanted me to be. It sounded pretty lame in the middle of an obstacle course of mad dogs, but it was working. Somehow I made it to the end of the hall with only a nip or two. I turned, gave Wisty a psychotic thumbs up, then plowed through a doorway, and stopped dead in my tracks. It was pretty dark, and the room seemed empty. Was this the matron's idea of a trap? Good one if it was. Way to go, matron. For a second I felt more vulnerable than ever before. I half expected a mad dog or wolf to shoot out of the dark and tear into my face. It seemed like an eternity before my eyes adjusted, but I finally detected two trough-like shapes against a wall. The matron hadn't lied after all. Amazing. I dashed over to them, sloppily filling my pails with sludge-like gruel and tepid water. I was feeling so good, I dunked my face in the brackish liquid for a hearty slurp. The sensation of my head under water gave me a rush of energy. Clutching the pails to my chest, I sprinted out of the room, then down the hall toward my sister, who was jumping up and down like a manic cheerleader. "Good hellhounds," I heard her yell through the din of the barking devil dogs. "Sweet little hellhounds, let him through! Go, Whit, go!" At that very moment, I felt the clamp of an animal's jaws on my pants. I crashed against a wall, but I kept my focus. Victory, victory, victory! And surged forward through the growls and snarls. Seeing Wisty's face ahead supercharged me for the last few paces. I practically flew into her arms, and she hugged me hard. "You're awesome," she gushed. "You did great, Whit." The matron was striding toward us, holding her stun gun at eye level. "Foul!" she called out. Foul? Without warning, she hit me with a jolt. I barely knew what had happened as I collapsed and the pails tumbled and rolled. 4 minutes, 6 seconds, the matron shrieked. "No food, no water." She snatched the pails away as I drooled on the floor. Chapter 31. As the days passed, my sister and I managed to stave off death by dehydration by locating a drip of what we hoped was rainwater or condensation just outside our ventilation shaft window. By snaking a piece of wire for it to run along, and then planting at the other end a crumpled paper cup we'd found, we got a few mouthfuls every 3 or 4 hours. It tasted like drywall dust, but it was a total lifesaver. The whole thing was so backward. Last week, a bad day, was getting busted for exercising my right not to do trigonometry homework, and having to face 2 hours after school with some of my best friends in detention. This week, if only from the sheer boredom and depression of this place, I would have faced my trig textbook like it was the ultimate book of hot cars. Then one afternoon, I was lying on our mattress and thinking about Celia, hoping she would come back, even in another dream, when my sister exclaimed, "Whit! Whit! Whit! Will you look at me, please? Whitford!" Wisty's voice brought me back to the totally screwed up here and now. I kept my eyes closed, wanting to sink right back into my Celia thoughts. "Whit!" Her stupid drumstick whacked my leg. "Open your eyes right now!" "Ow! What is so important?" I griped, sitting up and snatching away the drumstick with irritation. "The pizza's here?" My sister stood in front of me, holding out the journal. "Look at this," she said, shaking the dusty book in my face. I took the tome and examined the cover. It seemed the same to me. So what? It's old, it's musty, it's useless. Flip through the pages. Do it, Whit. Humor me. Then I saw the impossible. Suddenly the journal was filled with words, pictures, and illustrations, and handwriting that looked like my father's. Holy! I stood up. It's the next book in the Percival Johnson series. "That's not supposed to come out until next year," I said. "That's interesting. The Thunder Stealer was one of my all-time favorite books." "What?" Wisty said. "Are you seeing the same thing I am?" I turned pages. Holy crap! I thumbed forward. "The ultimate book of hot cars!" "Hold on, I didn't see that." Wisty snatched the book away. No, it's got the history of world art and prints by my favorite artists, Pepe Pompano and Margie O'Grief. And it's got all my favorite novels, too." She quickly rifled through the pages. "See?" She held the journal under my nose, its pages open. "Look, everything by my favorite writer, K.J. Myers. And it's got the blueprints of Bruno Genet and the Fire Girl saga, right here. I looked. This time I saw the swimsuit issue deluxe compendium. Whit, I think I get it, Wisty said with a hushed kind of awe. The book shows each of us what we want to see. Then her eyes got huge and she stared at me. It's magic. That's why Dad gave it to you. I took the journal back from Wisty. Show me where Celia is, I tried half-heartedly, but then actually held my breath like I was expecting something. Nothing, unless the ultimate book of hot cars was supposed to somehow take me to Celia. We have to figure out how all this works, Wisty said tensely. I know you think I'm crazy, but I'm starting to really believe in us, our magic. We just have to practice, Whit. We have to work harder. Maybe you are a wizard. Maybe I am a witch.
Chapter 32. I had a really great teacher once, Mrs. Soley, who told us she had the one true secret to happiness. She said it was all about seeing life as half full instead of half empty, no matter what happened to you. Actually, I was pretty okay with that. But what about when it's 1/100,000th full? The days passed, and there were tests, medical tests, physical strength tests, intelligence tests, normality tests, patriotism tests, more medical tests. One particular night, when I was barely awake and suffering absolutely horrendous hunger pains, they grabbed Whit from our cell and took him away. "You can't!" I screamed. "It's not his time yet. I've been counting. It's not his time. He's not 18. But the next thing I knew, the matron was dragging me out of the room too, then pushing me down a long hall to a lone window. She pointed outside to a cement courtyard below. She was singing Happy Birthday under her foul breath to Whit. My blood froze, and my heart nearly stopped beating. In the courtyard was an old-fashioned gallows. A few seconds later, a troop of guards pushed Whit ahead of me out into the courtyard. His hands and feet were in cuffs, which made him stumble walk. I tried to swallow but couldn't, as I watched a guard put a black hood over Whit's head. "No!" I shouted, pounding my fist against the glass. "No!" I pounded again and blinked, and then suddenly, I was falling. Chapter 33. Thunk! Gasping and blinking, I looked around the claustrophobic jail cell, adrenaline already zapping my brain awake. I saw Whit blinking in sleepy surprise. Then he sat up and stared hard at me. At that moment, I realized my butt and back were aching, and it all came together. I had been floating in my sleep. The nightmare about the gallows had woken me up, and I had woken in mid-air. Unfortunately, my bony little butt was not designed for crashing into a hard floor from a height of, maybe 4 feet. Wisty, Whit said. "You were floating up in the air?" I just looked at him, so happy that he was alive and here, not hanged. Still shaken from the horrible dream, I felt cold sweat drying on the back of my neck. I looked above me as if I might see the wires and pulleys that had made it possible for me to float. There was nothing. "Floating," repeated Whit, sounding amazed. "In your sleep. And they think we don't have any special powers in here." I wanted to deny it, but here I was, with a sore backside, and I had definitely felt myself dropping through the air. I got to my feet, standing in the space I'd been, floating in. Experimentally, I waved my useless drumstick around. Nothing happened. "My sister, the witch," Whit laughed. "Why can't you conjure up a double cheeseburger or something useful? A jumbo ice cream sundae? A stun gun?" I sighed and went to sit next to him on the mattress. "You're laughing, Whit, but this whole witch and wizard thing, The flames, the glowing, the gavel stopping, now the floating. I think we really are magic. It felt like I was saying, I guess I really am a supermodel. That's right, Detective Allgood, Whit said. And now we have to figure out how to focus our inner sorcerers to get us out of this dump. Okay, I said, tapping my drumstick gently on the floor. It was only a stupid drumstick, but I'd found that I felt better with it in my hand. Maybe it helped me think, or something spirity like that. I could flame out and set the matron on fire, I suggested. If I could figure out how to do it on purpose. Great, and then we'll have a burned-up giantess on our hands, plus a bunch of angry guards, said Whit. Right, maybe I could float out the air shaft, I said, looking at the tiny dark window above my head, then picturing myself dropping down it many floors to the bottom and getting pulverized by the turbine below. Maybe we can snap our fingers and a golden staircase will appear out of nowhere with angels singing and pointing the way to escape, Whit said glumly. Or maybe we'll just grow wings and fly out of here. I snorted. Yeah, kids with wings, that's likely. Wham! Whit and I jumped about a foot in the air, then whirled toward the door. It had swung open and smacked the wall like a hard kick. We waited, both of us as tight as coiled springs. One thing we'd learned? Anything that came through that door wasn't good. Chapter 34. Breakfast is served. Poached eggs with bacon, fresh fruit, waffles, and syrup. Just kidding, kiddies. The visitor appeared, dressed in black again, his icy green eyes glittering as if he had a fever. I thought that if he looked at me long enough, the blood would start to freeze in my veins. He stepped farther into the room, examining everything like he was some anal-retentive crime scene investigator, tapping on the walls, testing the strength of the wire-glassed window in the door. Keeping you here is a waste of time, space, and money, he muttered, not bothering to look at us. Waiting until you're 18 is arbitrary. You're a drain on the taxpayers' money. Feeding you, housing you. I'm no economics expert, sir, Whit said with a smile so fake it made my teeth hurt. But even I know that it's not costing the taxpayers more than a dime a day to keep us here. The visitor glared at us from the entryway to the bathroom. I thought that you'd learn not to talk back to me, idiot. He reached into his suit pocket and pulled out an ancient toothbrush. As punishment, you will scrub your bathroom with this cleaning utensil. When I return, it better be operating room hygienic. The visitor wrote something down on a clipboard. There's no place in the new order for your kind, he muttered. Excuse me, sir, I finally spoke up. But what exactly is the new order? The visitor wheeled and stared at me. His black riding crop dangled menacingly from one arm. Then he began to speak, all sing-songy. The new order is a bright new future. It is a future that replaces the corrupting and illusory freedoms of so-called democracies and replaces them with a higher discipline. It has taken many, many years of planning, strategic political postings, scientific polling, demographic research, precise messaging, and carefully monitored elections. For this rare moment in human history, those who have values and principles are in a position to do what is best. And part of what is best, of course, is taking steps to eliminate the deviants, the criminals, and all those who threaten prosperity in the new order way. He smoothed a hand over his slicked-back hair. Like you two. But what's wrong with us, sir? I asked, like I was the resident classroom dunce. The visitor's icy eyes narrowed, and he stepped closer until I could faintly smell mothballs and hair syrup. You know what's wrong with you. You're a virus, he hissed. You two are the worst kind of deviants. Performance artists. Illusionists. My jaw almost dropped. But we're just kids. Kids, he spat, as if he were saying, pus-filled blister. Many, many, many children are unacceptable in the new order. Right then I should have shut up, wiped my face clear of any expression, and stood quietly till he was gone. Instead, I stamped my foot. We are just kids! The last word was practically a shriek, and as the visitor raised his riding crop over his head, a maniacal look of delight on his face. Whoosh! I was aflame for the first time since we'd gotten to Camp Alcatraz. Big flames. Impressive, even to a fire starter like me. Whit cheered. That a girl! Through the veil of dancing flames, I saw the visitor staring at me in horror, backing away hurriedly toward the door. I opened my arms and stalked him like a zombie. How about a hug, big fella? Freak! The visitor yelled just before he slammed the door to our cell. Way to prove we're just kids, Inferno girl, Whit said. But very cool anyway. Chapter 35. I dipped the toothbrush in the gray-watered toilet and scrubbed another inch of the floor. I was singing as if I had lost my mind, and probably I had. By this time, I'd been through every single good song I could remember the lyrics to, and believe me, there are a lot. And now I was at the very bottom of the barrel, reaching back to preschool days. I used to be the ultimate karaoke queen, because I grew up with my parents always playing all kinds of music at our house. Old stuff, new stuff, classical, blues, jazz, rock, pop, and yeah, even hip-hop. I'm talking everything from Toaster Face to Ron Sayer to Lay Z. That's how freaking cool my parents were. Are. That fleeting, bittersweet thought of my mom and dad got me out of the scrubbing groove, and I had to belt out the song even louder to reboot. Clearly, Whit wasn't interested in listening. So, the visitor seems afraid of fire, Whit said, leaning against the wall for a work break. Yeah, Whitford. Most people don't freak out when somebody suddenly bursts into flames, I said, rolling my eyes. What a wuss that visitor is. We're a witch and a wizard. What does that even mean? Whit continued. It's been a long time since I've read any fairy tales. I couldn't even tell you what witches and wizards are supposed to do. Except, shouldn't we at least be able to do things on purpose, instead of all this stuff we have no control over? I know. If I had a dime for every alakazam I've done where nothing happened, I'd be able to buy a brand new wardrobe. With a cute, purse-sized dog to match every outfit. I paused, my arm aching. Wait, I take that back. I don't even want that. I want... Whit interrupted my reverie. There has to be a point. His voice was clipped by a strangled gulp. I jumped to my feet. Whit was staring at his arm. So was I. His hand had sunk right into the wall. Not sunk like he'd busted his fist right through the cement. More sunk like, I don't know, the molecules that made up the wall had rearranged themselves around his hand. Can you take your hand out? I asked. Please try. A concerned look crossed my brother's face, but he removed his hand without any obvious pain or resistance. We both examined it. Same old hand. Then he put it against the wall and gently pushed again. The hand sank in several inches, its outline blurring beneath the wall molecules. I can only go in up to my elbow, he reported. After that, the wall sort of firms up again. I shook my head. Totally bizarre. But useful? Not so much. Not unless you can go all the way through. For God's sake, don't put your head in there, I said. Whit's muffled voice came next. He had stuck his head in the wall. You won't believe this, his words were garbled. Total mind-blower.
Chapter 36. I blinked. You know, like whoever blinks first loses. I could see a total shadow world. It looked like a whole other dimension, another reality. Everything was black or gray or tinged with glowy green. I could make out fuzzy shapes moving and staticky snippets of distorted conversation. It was kind of like watching a horror movie on an old TV with incredibly bad reception. Wisty had started pulling on my shirt from the other side of the wall. I could barely hear her voice, which freaked me out in itself. Some of the shadows were getting clearer because they were coming closer, which I didn't particularly appreciate so much. Just stay where you are, I tried to say, but my voice was lost. Then one of the shadow people turned toward me anyway, like it could hear. It sure looked like a human form. Then the mouth opened, nothing but a shapeless splotch in a dark shadow world. If the figure was saying something, I couldn't understand. Slowly, it approached cautiously. Then I distinctly heard the words, "Is someone there?" As I watched in awed silence, the shadow's face became clearer, more detailed, until I screamed. It was Celia, and this time it wasn't a dream. Chapter 37. Celia! I called out, but my throat felt raw, and my voice seemed to get snatched away from me again, not to mention that my knees had begun to knock. Celia froze, looking all around, like she didn't see me standing right there a few feet away from her. Celia, it's me, Whit! I can see you! I'm here! Wherever this is! Suddenly her eyes locked on mine. She blinked a second time. Then she stepped back in surprise. It's me. I'm really here. You said we'd meet again, for real. On the other side, Wisty was still calling my name, yelling for me to come back, but I couldn't tear my eyes away from Celia. Her skin seemed even paler than in my dreams, but her eyes still shone, spoke the truth to me, and she was as beautiful as ever, maybe even more beautiful. She had this inner light. Whit? She licked her lips, a familiar nervous habit of hers, and finally came closer. Whit, I can see you now. How did you... Where are you? Believe it or not, I'm in the bathroom of a cell in a mental hospital, I said, my words spinning away from me. I felt like I had to reach out to her. Maybe I could pull Celia back with me. But where are you? Celia gave me the oddest look, and a cold hand grabbed at my heart. Whit, she whispered urgently. You have to go right now. You shouldn't be here. It's dangerous. Why? I burst out. I'm sorry, Celia began, but I have to tell you what really happened to me. Then her voice broke, and she started to cry. They murdered me. They said it was because of you and your sister. It happened at the hospital, Whit. The New Order and the One who is the One. He's behind this. He's so awful, so powerful. I was crying now, too. My body was shaking and numb at the extremities. I see you. You said we'd meet. And you're here with me. You're not dead, Celia. Don't come here again, Whit, she warned. This is the Shadowland. It's a place for spirits. That's what I am now. I'm a ghost. Chapter 38. Whit! Come back here this second! Whitford! Suddenly I felt Wisty's wiry arms loop really tight around my waist. Wisty! No! I tried to push her off, but she'd always been like a limpet, able to cling and strong. I could feel her brace her feet against the wall, and then she pulled as hard as she could, even as I fought against her. Either I wasn't as strong as I used to be, or Wisty was stronger than ever. She yanked me out of the wall, away from Celia, and we both flew across the room. We hit hard against the opposite wall. We got ourselves untangled, but I rushed back to the wall like somebody possessed. "Whit, no!" Wisty yelled. "No, no, Whit, please!" "Celia!" I screamed, my lips pressed against the cool surface. "Come back!" I pushed at the wall, pounded it, tried to put my fist through it. I couldn't get inside again. Finally, I gave up and broke down. Wisty just stared at me, with both hands clasped on top of her head. She had every reason to believe that I'd gone over the edge for good. "Wisty, I saw Celia." "What?" She stared blankly. "In the wall?" I told her everything that I'd seen, everything Celia said, how she'd been killed because of us, how she was a ghost now. Wisty was speechless as she tried to process the next unbelievable twist in our lives. I had seen and talked to a ghost. Then I heard the sound of the door to our cell being unlocked.
Chapter 39. The matron barged in and informed us we were going back to see Judge Ezekiel Unger, of all people. Maybe there had been a mistake, and we weren't the witch and wizard? Or our parents had interceded somehow? Whatever it was, something major had happened. Maybe we were gonna get a sliver of our humanity back. After a not-so-tender goodbye from the matron, came a fast ride in a grungy van that had the coppery smell of blood, and maybe the scent of something that very scared animals do. "You're shivering," said Whit. He gently kissed the top of my head. The fact is that we had always loved each other, but we'd quarreled over the most petty and ridiculous things. No more. Life, as the wiser-than-you-might-think saying goes, is too short. Plus, it seemed so obvious to me now. Whit was a great brother. I wish that it wouldn't have taken a New Order hellhole to prove that one to me. The van screeched to a stop, and we were yanked outside. We entered a tall building and were suddenly surrounded by stark, monochromatic New Order normalcy. Bright lights, a court hallway, regular-looking New Order people wearing neat, boring New Order clothes. Cell phones ringing with the same pre-programmed single-note tones. Pictures of the one who is the one were everywhere, and black-on-red NO signs were on all the walls. It made our prison days and nights seem just a little more bearable. At least we'd been missing this crap. Whit put his face close to mine, and he whispered, "If we get a chance, we run. We join hands and run. Don't look back no matter what." A guard threw open an ornately carved door, and we were back in that awful courtroom, and there was Judge Ezekiel Unger, looking like Death's first and favorite cousin. "The one who judges," announced a simpering New Order lackey, as if maybe we'd forgotten what the big creep looked like. This time there was no hating jury, no mocking audience, just the one who judges, the armed guards, and the visitor. I groaned to myself when I saw him. He'd probably brought us up on charges for improper toilet cleaning or pill spilling in the hallway of mad dogs. Judge Unger was reading a thick report, sparing only a quick, disgusted glance at us before turning another page and reading on. "Wisteria Allgood," the judge said at last, raising his lifeless eyes to me. "Whitford Allgood." Somehow he managed to make the word good in our name sound like evil itself. "I trust you're enjoying your stay at the hospital?" "Fantastic!" I said. Couldn't resist. 5 stars. "I have here your medical reports," he went on, ignoring me completely, waving the thick document as if it weighed nothing at all. His eyes were lasered on us. "Your tests have come back normal. Every single test." My heart gave a little leap. Thank God! This had all been a terrible, terrible mistake. Now we would be returned to our parents and go home. The nightmare was finally over. "I want to know right this instant," the judge continued, "whom you bribed. Was it him? Was it the visitor? I suspect it was him. Chapter 40. Bribed? Whit choked out, and I thought the top of his head might blow off and start spinning around. At this point, I could honestly say stranger things have happened. The visitor? I said. You've got nothing to fear there. Trust me. He's a loyal and worthy sadist. Of course you bribed someone, the judge yelled. Normal? You're the farthest thing from normal there is. Depraved is not normal. Deceitful is not normal. Dangerous to society is not normal. Whit was very close to the edge. And completely insane is not normal either. What could we bribe anyone with? Gruel? Mice droppings? Beauty tips from that freaky matron? Judge Unger's face flushed, almost purple with fury. You don't ask the questions, pretty boy, he said, spewing wrath the way Italian fountains spurt water. You answer the questions. Now, for the last time, who was it? I know it wasn't the matron. She's my beloved sister. There's a shocker, I thought wearily, and made a mental note not to make any more matron jokes today. And, he continued, if you say another word against her, I will hold you in contempt of court, the penalty for which will make all the rest of this look like kindergarten. You're a lowly, miserable cockroach, I thought. Meanwhile, Whit retorted, I'm sorry. Maybe your little lackey's test machines weren't working properly that day. Shut up, screamed the judge. You obviously did something to the testing apparatuses. You used your wizardry on them. You fixed the results. Roach. You're a roach, I shouted inside my head. If only I could turn Judge Unger into a roach, I thought. I'm a witch, right? Why can't I do this? Why? Turn into a roach, I murmured silently. Turn into a roach. My brain began to ache with the effort. Witches cast spells. I didn't know any spells. I remembered only a few rhymes from when I was a kid. Did I know any rhymes about roaches? The only chant thingy I could think of was, flies in the kitchen, lawsy-mawsy. Flies in the night, lawsy-may. Flies on the river, lawsy-mawsy. Flies at first light, lawsy-may. And who knew what the heck that meant? The judge was still screaming at Whit, and Whit's face was stiff. He was trying so hard not to lose his temper. My sister recognizes the signs. Suddenly, a loud buzzing distracted me, and I looked away from Whit to the air above me. Could it be possible? The sound became louder, and then one of the guards said, What the? Hey! My God! My Lord! My good God! The courtroom was suddenly full of enormous biting horseflies. I'd brought on a plague. Chapter 41. Horseflies. They were dive-bombing everywhere I looked, crazed rogues, intent on sucking our blood. I had created them. Total oops. If someone had tossed a sack full of stink bombs and some M80s into the courtroom right then, it couldn't have caused a bigger commotion. Tough guy guards were frantically waving their arms over their heads and screaming like little boys who'd stumbled into a hornet's nest. Judge Unger's jaw dropped in stunned horror. He quickly shut it when several humongous flies attempted kamikaze missions down his throat. Whit and I ducked under a table. What's going on? He said. Did you... I began guiltily. Sort of. Maybe. Yes. Wisty, what did you do? Whit whispered against my ear. I don't know exactly what I did, I answered. There was a song about flies, and flies on the river, and lawsy-mawsy. The buzzing quieted suddenly. That's it, I thought. That's the whole plague? Chapter 42. I peered out from beneath the table and saw the visitor whirling this way and that, helplessly swatting at the air with his stick-like arms. Judge Unger was peeking out from beneath his tent of robes, his eyes the size of baseballs. Then, "Oh, God!" one of the guards screamed. "God, no!" yelled another. "This is worse, much worse!" I couldn't believe what I saw now. All the flies were gone, but stuck to everybody's arms and faces, to any bare skin at all, were small, dark splotches that moved. "Oh, man," Whit breathed. "The flies all turned into leeches." "I didn't say anything about leeches," I said in a defensive whisper. Apparently those nasty little suckers were elastic as all get out. One guard tried to pull a bug off his lip, and it stretched and stretched until it broke in a disgusting yellowish mess. More leeches clung to walls, desks, and chairs, thousands of them, moving around like giant blood-seeking clingworms. Some were dropping from the ceiling. "This is probably the most repulsive thing I've ever seen," Whit said, "even given what we've been through at the hospital. And I kind of like it." "Hey," I said, "in case you haven't noticed, they don't seem to be crawling all over us." Then a booming voice took over the courtroom. "Stop! Stop this kindergarten nonsense! No more flies, no more leeches, no more uncivil disturbances of any kind!" Suddenly I felt weak in the knees, numb, paralyzed actually. I remembered the feeling. How could I forget? He was there. He just appeared, and he'd already ruined everything. The stuffy decorum, the new order, the boring sameness. It was all back in place. "I am the one who is the one," just in case you forgot, or possibly repressed the memory. He strode forward until he was right on top of Whit and me. "I have been observing you, here in the court, back at the hospital. You see, young'uns, I am everywhere, and obviously I am all-powerful, and you are not." He looked at Whit and actually gave a wink. "I can even shut your sister up, so who can doubt my power? Now, there will be more tests, until we find the answer I'm looking for, until we solve the puzzle of the Allgoods. I want to know about their power. Anti-gravity? Healing? Immortality? Physical transformation? Telekinesis? Take the prisoners back to the hospital, and no more Mr. Nice Guy tactics. Double their workload, double the tests, double the discomfort. I want answers." Finally, his oneness bent toward me, stopping just inches from my chin. "Witcheria, is there anything you would like to say? Anything at all? Perhaps you're offended by the phrase kindergarten nonsense, which I used to describe your paltry tricks here today? Well, you know the famous saying. Of course you do. Tricks are for kids. Get them both out of my sight." And then, I swear this is true, it was like a Category 5 hurricane was in that courtroom. And then, the one who is the one was gone. With the wind. Chapter 43. What is that dumb saying? What doesn't kill you only makes you stronger? Well, maybe there was some truth there. I definitely felt stronger. And angrier. I was burning up inside. When we were returned to our cell in the hospital, I was expecting the matron to rush in and stun gun us till we screamed for mercy. I was expecting the visitor to come whip us to shreds with his riding crop. I was expecting them to throw us to the hellhounds for their supper. Instead, It got a little worse than that. They sent Byron Swain. Byron, snotty traitor, suck-up, quizzling hall monitor Swain. I wished we were back at our school, so Whit could have pounded him into the dust. "Hail, prisoners," Byron said in that snide, nasal voice that could make a statue of Jesus roll its eyes in disgust. "What do you want? Just couldn't stay away?" I asked. "Or are you a little visitor in training?" "So we meet again," said Byron. Like before, he looked freshly dipped in antiseptic. His brown hair was just so, his eyes cold, perfect marbles. His chinos had a sharp crease down each leg. My eyebrows rose. "That's the best you could come up with? We meet again? I mean, cliché much?" When I'd first arrived at the hospital for the supposedly deranged, I'd been a scared, freaked-out kid. Now I felt like the freak-out bar had been raised pretty high. I wasn't going to let Ferret Face get me down. Byron flushed and pressed his lips tightly together. "Shut up, witch," he snapped, "or I'll tell the matron to stun-gun you till you have no more attitude than a head of lettuce." Byron gave me a sardonic smile that I was sure he had practiced in a mirror, probably right after one of his sterile baths. "Now hear this. You have both been designated extremely dangerous, which is how the new order characterizes the most severe threats and worst enemies." "Extremely dangerous," Whit said. "We're honored. We'd like to thank our parents, of course, and Coach Schweitzer at the high school." Byron, or the tattling weasel, as I decided he should henceforth be known, went on. "As it happens, it turns out to be both good news and bad news for you. The good news is that you get a pass on all of those tests you heard about at trial. And the bad news? Well, a rating of extremely dangerous lowers the age for execution from 18 down to 0. Which means, let me see, both of you can now be executed tomorrow." He smirked and smoothed his pre-smoothed hair. "What's that you say? Black cat got your tongue? No wizardly wisecracks? Honestly, I'd love to know. What do you think of that hot pooping scoop?" Chapter 44. Well, at least somebody on this lockstep planet was happy and excited. But the tattling weasel's snotty smile had pushed me over the edge, and Whit was right there with me. "You think that's funny?" my bro said in a low voice, his fists clenched. "What if Wisty were your sister, and she was going to be executed tomorrow?" The tattling weasel looked at us smugly. "My sister was a traitor to the new order." He spoke slowly to drive home the point. "And I turned her in." I couldn't believe it. Even back when Whit had drawn mustaches on every doll I had, and I truly wished he'd never been born, at least I knew I wouldn't want him condemned to death. Torture, sure, but not death. "So, you think we're extremely dangerous?" I said, tapping my drumstick against my side. "Yes," said the TW. "The world will be a far better place without either of you." "Because I'm a scary witch?" I sneered. "A bad, scary witch?" "That is correct," said the TW. "You probably sold your soul for your demonic powers." I waved the drumstick at him. I saw fear and pride have a wrestling match on his little pointy face. He glared back at me. "Put that down! I command it!" "Ooh, I'm a bad, scary witch," I said in a psycho kind of voice. "I'm gonna turn you into a pumpkin! Bibbidi-bobbidi-boo!" Then I brandished my drumstick as if it were actually a magic wand. To my complete and utter astonishment, we heard a real live crack of electricity. and actual sparks flew out of the end of the stick. The TW gave a startled cry, and then there was a boom like a jet had just broken the sound barrier. When the smoke in the room cleared, Whit and I were standing there, looking at, well, an honest mistake, but a very bad mistake all the same. Chapter 45. I could have sworn I said pumpkin. Didn't I say pumpkin? I think I just turned the tattling weasel into a lion, I said weakly. That seems fairly obvious, was all Whit could say. The lion coughed, putting one paw on its chest. It spoke in a scratchy voice. Then the very large cat opened its mouth wider and tried a practice roar. Change him back, Whit said as he pulled us up against the nearest wall. Do it now! Quick, quick, quick! Before the weasel realizes he's changed into a man-eating carnivore. Try saying something other than pumpkin. The lion roared again, even louder. It seemed to be warming up to the idea of being a lion. Then it sort of smiled at me. Mostly what I saw, though, were really long, sharp teeth. Change him back, Whit repeated, not taking his eyes off the king of beasts. The lion opened its mouth again and let out a huge roar. It blew my hair back, filling the room and reverberating off the walls. I raised my drumstick. Bibbidi, bobbidi, boo, I said firmly. Nothing happened. Of course, right? I concentrated. Funny thing about concentration, you don't realize how little you do it until you finally do it. Fact is, I don't think I'd ever truly concentrated on anything until that moment with the very big lion in the very small room. Turn into your natural form. I wielded the drumstick again. Do it. Do it. I'm serious. Boom! Lightning, sparks, acrid smell, etc., and lots of smoke. I waved my hand in front of my face so I could see, and it became clear that there was no more lion. But there was no Byron, disgrace to kids everywhere, either. Whit and I looked at each other in amazement, but also utter confusion. Then I heard low-volume scuffling and squeaking sounds over by the door. I said. Said Whit. I don't know if my saying natural form translated into magic speak the way pumpkin had translated into lion, but clearly this was closer to the mark, because Byron, tattling weasel Swain, was now an actual weasel.
Chapter 46. My sister. Wow. Dang, you're good, I told her. Yep, she agreed. I'm a bad, scary witch, all right. I'm so glad you didn't discover these powers earlier, like when you were a little kid and I used to tease you about your hair, I said, and she grinned like she'd just won the lottery. As we peered down, the little beastie formerly known as Byron reared up on its hind feet and hissed angrily. He liked being a lion better, I guessed. Just then, the door to our cell crashed open, and the matron stood there with two of her nastiest, beefiest armed guards. Call 'em Joe and Schmo. We did. What was that awful, terrible noise? She shouted, raking the room with her eyes. What noise? I asked, with the innocence of a scout at Jamboree. It sounded like a lion roaring, she said, her corpse-white skin turning self-consciously pink. Okay, I said, frowning slightly and arching my eyebrows. A lion? Here? In our cell? The two guards looked at each other. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw the weasel slink through the open door, keeping to the shadows. "Where is Junior Informant Swain?" the matron demanded. "I'm sorry, but he left, matron," I said, forcing myself to sound respectful. "He only stayed a minute. Read us the abridged riot act, though. He's tough." "You're lying!" Her cavernous nostrils flared wide, making white lines on either side of her formidable nose. The next thing I knew, she lunged forward, jabbing the stun gun against the small of my back. Chapter 47. I froze, fully expecting to drop with excruciating pain as I had before, maybe pass out, but all I felt was a little tickling sensation. At first, I thought maybe she hadn't charged the stun gun properly, but I looked down and saw the evil blue sparks and smelled the ozone just like before, yet there was no terrible pain. Nada. The matron glared, waiting for me to fall down, so I obligingly groaned and sank to my knees, dragging my hands along the wall as if I didn't have the strength to keep upright. I flashed a quick wink at Wisty so she'd know I was faking. In the meantime, the guards took their posts just outside the door while the matron scrutinized the tiny airshaft window. It was clearly too small for us to have thrown Byron out of, at least in his former shape. She investigated the bathroom for what seemed like an eternity, like maybe we had flushed him down the john and she'd find his hair gel for evidence. Then it hit me that the matron and her lackeys had left the door to the hallway open. I glanced at Wisty and saw she'd noticed too. We started to slink toward it, but we could see the guards' arms outside, holding stun guns at the ready. Was there any way we could take them? Maybe Wisty could turn them into toads. I saw something dart into the room then, a shadow. It instantly blended with the deep gloom along the far wall. Wisty's eyes widened. She'd seen it too. We exchanged puzzled, worried glances. The matron glared at us suspiciously. "I'll be back." Then she stomped out. As she was passing one of the guards, she had a last-minute idea and tapped her stun gun against his chest. Instantly, Joe screamed and dropped like a sack of hot potatoes. We all stared at his muscular body, twitching on the ground like a monster eel. The matron looked at him, looked at the stun gun, then slammed our door, locking it. "So," Wisty asked, "stun guns not so effective on you any longer?" I couldn't help chuckling. "Apparently not," I said, peering into the shadows again. I was sure I had seen something moving. "Either I've developed some serious tolerance, or our powers are growing." I broke off as I saw one shadow separating from another, a person-shaped shadow. It moved toward us. "Oh my God, Whit," Wisty said. "Now I'm seeing fairies." Chapter 48. "Not exactly," it said in a voice that just about stopped me from breathing. As the shadow moved closer to the meager light, it became more three-dimensional. Right before our eyes, the shape filled in until she looked incredibly real and beautiful. "Celia," I whispered. "You came." "Celia," confirmed Wisty. "You came from where?" She smiled at us both, what little light there was raking across her face. She didn't seem as pale now, and I took that as a good sign. Hopeful. "Hi, Wisty," said Celia, giving her sweetest smile. She'd always been super nice to Wisty, and everybody else for that matter. Geeks, jocks, goths, little kids, it made no difference to Celia. She found the best in people, especially me. But how?" Wisty stammered as Celia moved toward us without a sound. And suddenly I noticed that something else was different. She had no scent. She'd always worn this wild rose perfume, and every time I smelled it, my heart thudded a little, and my blood seemed to pump faster. But now when I breathed deep, all I could smell was the dank hospital. "Can I hold you?" I asked. "I don't think so, but we can try," Celia said, getting more emotional. "Oh, Whit, please try. I need you to hold me." "I'd leave you two alone," said Wisty, "but there's nowhere for me to go. Sorry. I'll just close my eyes." Very gently I tried to put my arms around Celia, and I could actually feel her again. She definitely wasn't smoke or an illusion, but she wasn't exactly solid either. I tried to push aside her hair, to nuzzle her neck, something that had gotten me to many happy places, but I couldn't move her hair. Celia understood instantly. She smiled and tossed her hair back, that familiar gesture. I never thought I'd see it again. It was probably my imagination, but it felt like a breeze of fresh air washed through the cell as she did it. Tears welled in my eyes. I couldn't help it. "This is why I love you," she whispered. "You're something else, Whit. I don't understand everything that's happening, but I know more than you do. After I saw you, I couldn't find you right away, and none of the curves could help me get back here to the hospital. The Shadowland is a dark, complicated place, very easy to get lost in, for a very long time. Then your weasel came racing through one of the portals into the Shadowland. He was the one who showed me how to get here. So I've come to bust you out of this wretched hospital, before they execute you both. The only problem is, to get out of here we have to travel through the Shadowland. Whit and Wisty, you can open your eyes now. I'm not sure we'll be able to get back out. You could be there forever."
Chapter 49. So far, the only thing that completely made sense to me was the word weasel. I didn't know what the heck a curve was, or anything at all about portals or the Shadowland, and I was still too overwhelmed with this bittersweet sadness. Seeing Whit and Celia together again, the way they were looking at each other, to process too many more details about our twisted new reality. Celia was by far my favorite of Whit's girlfriends and admirers. For one thing, she always had time to talk to me, and even listen to me. For another, Celia was everything I wasn't, and secretly wanted to be. I used to stare at myself in the mirror, with my too fair skin, my too many freckles, and this awful splotch of red hair, and think that nature, genetics, and karma had really shafted me. I said, not even knowing where to begin. "You found our weasel? Didn't you just hate it?" Celia smiled again, looking like a supermodel, and not the stuck-up or shallow kind. "No, I didn't hate it. It was a live weasel, not a half-light like me, so I knew it was important somehow." "What's a half-light?" I couldn't help asking. "I'm a half-light because, well, I'm dead, Wisty." I shook my head. "Don't say that, Celia. Listen, Whit and I, well, you probably know the deal. We kind of turned out to have, powers. Maybe we can save you." "It's not simple like that, Wisty," Celia continued patiently. "Let me explain some more. The half-lights, or spirits, live in the Shadowland." I couldn't keep the questions from coming. The Shadowland? Is that anything like purgatory? Limbo? Isn't that where dead babies go? Celia winced. "Well, no to dead babies, but yes to purgatory and limbo. Only the Shadowland is, well, kind of its own dimension of reality. There's more than just the present, the here and now that you're used to. Anyway, half-lights can sometimes come and go through portals into your world. Portals are holes between the two realms. They develop over time but can disappear just as randomly. While the openings are there, half-lights in certain people and animals, called curves, can go through them, like your weasel did." "He's not exactly our weasel," Whit said. "He's our enemy, actually. A vicious little scumbag." "Well, he knew you," said Celia. "He told us all about you. He told us you're scheduled to be executed tomorrow." "I can't believe he just blurted that stuff out," I said. He's not exactly a cooperative weasel. Celia rolled her eyes. He didn't want to tell us anything, she said. We tortured him. Then he told us. That sounded interesting. Tortured? Celia nodded. We held him down and tickled his little weasel belly until tears came out of his eyes. In the end, he was begging to tell us everything he knew. I don't think he wants to come back here now. I don't blame him, said Whit. If I could get out of here, I wouldn't come back either. Not in a million years. Speaking of which, baby, said Celia to Whit, it's about time for us to go. We have to risk it. The Shadowland. I nodded, but my mind was somewhere else. If Whit and Celia could be together now, why couldn't they be together forever? Somehow, some way, I wanted to bring Celia back from the dead for Whit. Could a witch do that? Chapter 50. We've got to hurry, said Celia. I can't stay in your world much longer. We have to get you two out of this godforsaken place. Oh, why didn't we think of that? Whit cracked, and Celia just smiled. I don't know how she does it. Things Whit says that make me almost scream in frustration just make Celia laugh. Did I mention how much I like her? As soon as we get the door open, Celia went on, touching Whit's cheek with her hand, you have to jet out of this cell and run like crazy for the nearest portal to get to the underworld. The underworld? Whit asked. Celia? Sorry, I keep forgetting you're new to all this. The underworld is everything that isn't the overworld, Celia said, as if it were as obvious a concept as, say, peanut butter and jelly. Or at least it was till the New Order started messing with things. Celia was faced with our two blank stares. Sorry, let me be clearer. The New Order now controls almost all of the overworld. That's the, regular world that you're used to. The underworld contains the rest of the known universe, the Shadowland and other dimensions. For the moment, the NO doesn't run the show in all those places, but they're trying. The one who is the one is after total control. Somehow, the two of you are in his way. That's a puzzle you have to solve. Okay, said Whit, looking determined. Where's the portal? Is it in the bathroom? No, that one's gone already, Celia said. It took me a while to find another. And so the portal you used is, I prompted. Like, where exactly? End of the hall, Celia said. Past the dogs, unfortunately. Then you just rush toward the wall and throw yourself into it. You'll go through. You're kidding me, Whit said. Come on, Celia, get real. No fair, I whined. Isn't the definition of a portal like an opening? In fact, I'm pretty sure my fourth-grade teacher would have called a brick wall an antonym of the word portal. Wisty, please trust me on this. I know you won't want to run into a wall at full speed, but it's the only way you'll escape. You've got to do what I tell you. I looked at Celia, hoping this wasn't an elaborate hoax. Was she really the Celia that Whit and I had known? What if this was a trap? We can run through the wall, Whit said, sounding grim but very determined. The old QB was back. When is all this supposed to happen? Celia looked at us. In about a minute.
Chapter 51. Okay, in terms of emergency preparedness, in about a minute never, ever falls under the category enough time. What choice did we have, though? It was either run through a wall or get executed. I looked at Wisty. Got your drumstick? She held it up. Check, drumstick. I picked up my journal, stuffing it into my jumpsuit. You think you can do anything about the devil dogs? I asked Lightning Girl. Wisty shrugged doubtfully. I'll try, Whit, but I'm still learning this stuff. Okay, here's what we can do, I said. Once we get out of here, we'll run like mad to that hallway. You'll have a couple of seconds to try something with the dogs. If you can't pull it off, then I'll just tear through like I usually do to get food. I'll hold your hand. You run as fast as you can, even if we get bitten. It's okay to scream, but not to stop. Wisty swallowed, looking a little freaked, but resolute. Gotcha. Scream. Don't stop. Celia nodded. I'll be right there behind you. Of course, I'm bite-proof. I had a really bad thought. What if the matron and the horror show guards throw themselves through the portal, too? They won't, said Celia, unless they're secretly curves. If they're straight and narrows, they'll just hit the wall. It could be kind of funny, actually. Oh, good. So we had that to look forward to. I added straight and narrows to the growing list of terms I had to ask Celia about. I wiped my damp palms on my jumpsuit. We were going to, cross over to the other side now, right? Wasn't that sort of like dying? Chapter 52. Quick! Rap 3 times on your door, hard, Celia urged. Now! I really can't be here much longer, Whit. My spirit could die. What does that mean? I said. Just hit that door, Whit. 3 times. I pounded, as if my life depended on it, which it did. The next second, we heard the lock go click. I turned to Celia. What just happened? Whit, go, she said. The door's unlocked. Celia grabbed for the knob and kind of went through the door completely. I always forget, she muttered. I can't grab things anymore. I yanked it open for Celia, took Wisty's hand, and poked my head out into the hallway. The matron was away from her desk, talking with some guards about 30 yards down the hall to the right. So far, at least, they seemed unaware of us. I couldn't see whoever, whatever had unlocked our door. Was it my magic? Celia's? Wisty's? Go! Celia said in my ear. So Wisty and I leaped out of our cell and raced toward the dreaded nurse's station. We skidded around the corner just as we heard the matron screaming bloody murder from behind. Stop them! They're trying to escape! Sound the alarm! Shoot to kill! Take no prisoners! Another 6 or 7 strides, and we were at Wolf Row. The floor was literally shaking with guards, and the matron was thundering after us. Hurry! Hurry! I told Wisty. Do your stuff! Make 'em into puppies! Stuffed dogs! Wisty stood just out of reach of the snarling, barking animals. She held up her drumstick like it was a conductor's baton, and the hounds were her orchestra. Nice image, but would it work? Out of the corner of my eye, I saw the guards and the matron round the bend. Freeze! Commanded Wisty loudly, and waved her stick at the dogs. For a split second, nothing happened, and I gripped her hand, ready to boogie down the hellway. Then the dogs' yelps and barks strangled to sudden silence. The animals actually froze in place. Paws were raised, jaws gaped hungrily. Several of the beasts were actually in mid-lunge at us, standing on their hind legs. Yes, I'm a witch, Wisty yelled. Let's go! Perfect! You're amazing, Wisty, said Celia, right by my side. There's the portal! She pointed near the end of the hallway, at a blank wall that showed no obvious signs of opening up or turning into foam or anything like that. Run as fast as you can! Now! I couldn't get out of my mind those videos we'd watched in driver's ed class. Crash test dummies going kablooey in slow-mo as the cars smashed into walls. No, I thought. Think, victory, victory, victory. The matron and the guards were right behind us, halfway through the frozen dogs. So I rushed at the wall like I was a quarterback again, and I went right through the portal to the other side. But I lost my grip on Wisty's hand. She just slipped away, screaming my name. I lost Wisty. Chapter 53. My feet landed on something hard, maybe a stone floor, and I somersaulted to a stop. I leaped up. Wisty! I yelled. Sis? From the Shadowland side of things, I could see her still standing in the hospital hallway. It was like I was looking through a pane of thick, wavy glass. Celia was trying to grab hold of Wisty, but she couldn't, of course. It's a ghost thing, I guess. Then I saw Wisty raise her drumstick again and shout, "Release!" Instantly, the mad dogs roared back to life, surging around the guards and the matron like a gigantic pile-up in the middle of a ball field. Not only were the dogs released from their spell, but they were released from their chains. One guard made it through the animals and rushed toward Wisty, starting to level his stun gun. A dog broke free from the pack and bounded after him, baying like a hound released from hell. The guard and the crazed dog were right on Wisty's and Celia's heels as they rushed towards well, whatever it was. "Watch out!" I screamed. "Right behind you!" Wisty closed her eyes and pitched herself through the portal, stumbling right into me. "Whit!" she screamed. "It actually worked!" Celia was with her, and right behind Celia, the dog dived paws first through the portal. It came at us in mid-air, hit the floor, and skidded to a stop. Suddenly it looked not so much fierce and deranged as totally confused. We all glanced back just as the guard slammed into the wall face first. Behind him, the matron's white-uniformed figure was still being attacked by the pack of ferocious animals. Her enormous arms flailed, her stun gun knocked from her hand, spinning away. Then she disappeared under the pile of snapping mouths. Bye-bye. "There's someone who's working out some serious karma," said Wisty. But instead of relishing the sight, I reached out to try to hug Celia in a moment of relief that we'd made it through to the other side. It didn't matter how awkward and ridiculous it was, trying to hug a ghost. That's the cool thing about love, in my opinion anyway. Just then a whimper made me jerk my head around. "The dog," said Wisty, staring at it, expecting the worst. "No, it must be okay. It's a curve dog," Celia marveled. "A curve is anyone who has access to the underworld, whether they know it or not. This dog didn't know it. It must not have been fully brainwashed by the straight and narrows." Its lips curled up in an ingratiating grin, as if to say, "Sorry I tried to eat you." Then the dog lowered its head further and sort of slunk toward us, low to the ground. "It looks deeply sorry," Celia said. "I wish I could pet it. Go ahead, Wisty, pet it." "Maybe some other time," Wisty said reluctantly. "We have a lot of history to work out first." But then the dog sat and gazed up at her longingly, with the saddest brown eyes, looking much less horrible and insane than it had in Hell's Kennel. Wisty looked at me, and I knew what she was going to ask. "You're crazy," I said, sighing. "I'm nothing if not forgiving," she said earnestly. "Well, okay," I grumbled. "Maybe it'll be a watchdog or something useful in the Shadowland." Wisty winked at me, then looked at the dog and patted one knee. The animal stood up cautiously. "You can come," she told it, then added, "It's a she. I'm going to call her Pfeffer." "Okay, Pfeffer it is," I conceded. "Now let's go meet some curves and half-lights and locate some new portals." Then there was a terrible crash, and we looked and saw the matron's face smashed up against the wall to the portal. "Not a curve," said Wisty with a broad smile. "Didn't think so."
Part 3. Brave New Worlds. Chapter 54. Whit grabbed me in a bear hug that felt extraordinarily reassuring. "We're out of there! We're safe from her now." Safe from the matron, maybe. But in the grand scheme of things, I wasn't so sure we hadn't just leaped out of the frying pan and into some place a lot worse. As I tried to get my bearings, it became apparent that this other side wasn't at all what I had expected. For one thing, it was cold. Not freezing cold, but a sort of damp, penetrating cold that hurt your lungs. For another, there wasn't anything there. Celia, where are we again?" I asked. "This is the Shadowland." I looked around. It wasn't quite right to call the Shadowland a land at all. There were no trees, grass, buildings, water, sun, or, for that matter, anything but fog and haze. "This is your home?" I whispered, hugging myself for warmth and turning completely around. The portal, which I thought had just been at my back, was gone now. "I would never call the Shadowland home," Celia said with a headshake, "and I hope neither of you do either." I couldn't see anything, really, beyond Whit, Celia, and Pfeffer. It was like we were standing in a room with a gray backdrop, and everything beyond about 10 or 15 feet in any direction seemed to fade into hazy nothingness. It was unnerving, not having anything to focus my eyes on. A wave of claustrophobic panic washed over me. "Celia?" Whit looked around uneasily. "We have to get you out of this place. You got us out of the hospital. We can—" "Whit, let it go," Celia interrupted gently. "You may be a wizard, but no one can bring dead people back to life. Not even the one who is the one. Remember that. It's a fact of life and death. It's how you get past grief." Pfeffer started trotting off to explore, or maybe to find a half-light squirrel to chase. The dog seemed to be the only one of us that had a sense of direction here, so I followed her lead. "What's out here, Pfeffer?" "Wisty, no!" Celia shouted. I almost got mad at being yelled at like a 2-year-old wandering away from Mommy at the mall. But I knew Celia wasn't exactly the nervous type, and she sounded seriously freaked. "This can be a very dangerous place for humans. Your senses don't work here like they do in your world. And if you get any farther away from me and Whit, we could be entirely lost to one another, especially because it's possible to take a path that will lead you into a sub-dimension, completely different from ours." I didn't understand the dimension part, but I whirled around in a panic nonetheless. I couldn't see Pfeffer anymore. "Pfeffer! Here, girl!" I whistled. "Come back, girl!" Strangely, I already felt an attachment to the reformed hellhound. Pfeffer came trotting right back to me, and I knelt down to hug her. The warm scent of her fur seemed very real and comforting in this hollow place. "Well, Pfeffer apparently didn't have a problem," I said, puzzled, as the dog, sniffing the ground, wandered off again. "I said dangerous for humans," Celia clarified. "Pfeffer's an animal, and she has animal instincts. We don't use sight to get around in here. Half-lights and others who are tuned in to extrasensory forces have a much easier time navigating the Shadowland. Humans who found the portals have usually gotten lost here. Forever." As if to punctuate the horror of this thought, we heard a distant moaning sound. Whit involuntarily grabbed my hand. "Lost ones," said Celia. "They're not close yet, and that's the way we want to keep it. Believe me." "What would they do to us?" I asked. "They'd—" Calm and collected Celia looked as if she might lose it. "Forget it, Wisty. It's way too grim to talk about right now. Let's just get you somewhere safe." Chapter 55. "Celia, you're all right!" we heard someone call out, and a tall blonde girl, maybe Whit's age, came bounding into view. She was a half-light, I assumed, even though I'd never pictured dead girls wearing tank tops and pleated skirts and chewing bubble gum. And do dead girls really need glasses? Maybe it was a fashion statement. "You got your friends out," the girl said, then hugged Celia, the way half-lights hug. Hard to describe. "This is Susan," said Celia. "Susan, this is Whit Allgood and his sister Wisty. Remember me telling you about Whit?" Susan rolled her eyes. "Yes, Mr. Wonderful, Mr. Sensitive, Mr. Washboard Tummy. I think you mentioned Whit once or twice. Total pucka kind of guy. You said he was a work of art." I blinked. Pucka sounded a little pukey to me. Celia wasn't the least embarrassed, though Whit got a tad pink in the cheeks. "Welcome," said Susan, who seemed funny and nice. Glad you got out of the hospital. That place is a total mingus. It's where I was executed, for chewing gum on the street, I think. I have to get these two to Freeland before any lost ones spot them, said Celia. I agree, said Susan. I saw a small pack of them only a few minutes from here. They've probably sensed there are living humans around. Well, let's reunite these guys with their Erlenmeyer weasel and get them out of here. Susan and Celia had started to lose me with all their weird lingo, until Celia mentioned Byron Schrader's suck-up. I'd forgotten all about him. He's not exactly our weasel, repeated Whit. Just then we heard another distant chorus of spine-chilling moans. We don't need to wait for him, really, I said, cold sweat breaking out all over me. It's no bother, said Susan. And we have to meet somebody else here anyway. In fact, here he comes. Yo, Sasha! She yelled as a boy came running into view. I was starting to get used to partially solid people, so his opaqueness seemed out of place in the Shadowland. Then I realized he was probably a regular kid like us. You're safe, Celia, Sasha said with relief as she introduced us. He seemed older than me, but maybe younger than Whit, and he had longish black hair and dark blue eyes. He wore a Navy SEAL's ball cap on backward, and his T-shirt read, "Freedom should be free." I also noticed he was carrying a spool that trailed string into the gray haze behind him. So, you find your way around here using string? I asked him. Yeah, he said. I have some portal sensing abilities, but it's best to have backup. And breadcrumbs are useless. But let's talk about all that later. I heard a pack of lost ones on my way over here. He was serious, but wore an expression of easy confidence, which in a split second disappeared. Look out! He yelled, and leaped in front of us to block the shape emerging from the fog. But it was just Pfeffer. Oh, he said, embarrassed. I'm guessing you brought a dog. This is Pfeffer, I said. She came through the portal with us. Cool, a curved dog, said Sasha, getting down on his knees to pet her. You sure it's going to like your weasel? He's not our weasel, Whit repeated. Actually, that little rodent, that varmint, wanted to execute us. Just then, another moan, sounding closer this time, cut through the gloaming. Celia's beautiful eyes became a little sad. Sasha, you need to lead them to the Freeland portal right now. Whit turned to her. Can't you come with us? You have to. Celia nodded. Of course I will, but I can't stay long, Whit, or I'll cease to be. That's another fact of life and death. Let's get out of here, said a voice at my feet. I looked down and almost screamed. You're taking the weasel, Susan said firmly. Incidentally, he needs a bath, and to be taught some manners, and some social skills. I glared down at him. No, you can't come. I hate your guts. He sat up on his haunches, beady black eyes boring into mine. You did this to me. Sasha looked impressed. You taught a weasel to speak? I was human, said Byron. And she is a witch. Sasha looked even more impressed. And don't you forget it, I said proudly. Pfeffer, meet Byron Trader Suckup. You may eat him. Chapter 56. But Pfeffer didn't have a chance to find out what weasel tasted like, because just then we all spotted the first thing other than ourselves that we'd ever seen in the Shadowland, and it was, in fact, a bunch of shadows. They were distant and flickered out of sight as soon as we looked directly at them, but there was no question we didn't want to get any closer. Celia, Susan, and Sasha immediately put their fingers to their mouths, telling us to be quiet. And then, as Susan and Celia just kind of faded into the gray, Sasha did that little commando gesture, indicating we should follow him. With the weasel clinging to my pants leg and shaking like one of those toys that vibrate when you pull their tails, we fell into line behind him and jogged along his string toward what I prayed would be our escape. "Sasha," I panted, after we'd been running for a minute or so, "did it just get really cold in here, or what?" "It's the lost ones. Among other things, they absorb the heat of the living." "So," I said, an uncomfortable realization dawning on me, "does that mean they're close?" "No more talking," was all he said. But then he stopped. He was holding the end of the string, and there was no portal there. "Something broke the string," he said, fear flickering in his brilliant eyes. From behind us, a chorus of moans added an ugly exclamation point to his statement. Then Sasha shook his head like a swimmer trying to get water out of his ears and took off into the fog. Byron, scared past coherent speech, chattered nonsense as we followed. I felt the cold on my back getting more and more intense. And then I did something incredibly stupid. I looked back over my shoulder. 20 or more shadows, crooked, tall, short, bent, hobbling, but all supernaturally fast, were chasing after us, just yards behind us now. They were indistinct, flickering, inconstant, but one of them loomed up and with the most horrible, ravenous yellow eyes seemed to see me. And then I did something even more stupid. I stopped and screamed. Whit immediately scooped me up and raced after Sasha. I couldn't stop myself from yelling, and the boys seemed to know it. They didn't even try to shush me. I guess they knew the game was up. Either Sasha would guide us to the portal in time, or he wouldn't. And then we'd find out exactly what it was the Lost Ones did to people. Chapter 57. "Okay," Sasha said, stopping suddenly. "Brace yourselves." My heart leaped. Bracing, I could handle. Getting mauled by soul-eating shadow creatures? Not so much. But where was the portal? All I saw was more fog. Was the portal here? Where? Just then, Pfeffer, who was, sweet dog, running tail guard several yards behind us, whimpered piteously. "Pfeffer!" I stopped my own whimpering and yelled as the dog, unable to control herself, raced past toward a patch of fog that, I suddenly noticed, seemed to be rotating like a sideways whirlpool. She was bleeding. Badly. It looked as if something had gashed her left side with a garden rake. And the fright in her eyes. She looked more like a terrified puppy than a former New Order hellhound. But before I could even think to reach out to comfort her, she was past me and leaping into the swirling vapor, and she was gone. "That's our portal," said Sasha. "You two next, and be careful," he said. "Freeland can be pretty wild." Wild I could also handle. I'd have happily signed up for a deep jungle camping trip with a pack of hungry jaguars. Anything but this nightmare scene. But I couldn't joke about it to Sasha. For one thing, my teeth were chattering too hard to talk. We were suddenly confronted with a cold so intense it burned, and it was coming from in front of us. One of the Lost Ones had somehow gotten in between us and the portal. Maybe if pain, hatred, and suffering were mixed in equal parts, somehow given shape, and dipped in black paint, you'd come close to what we saw now. Although there was something disturbingly, hauntingly human about its shadow-filled face. There was no skin, just sort of a flickering, shadowy surface where you would expect to see a forehead, cheeks, nose. And then there were the eyes. No pupils, just slits. Yellow, orange, flickering like torches you'd see on the walls of hell. I wanted nothing more than to scream. But I was now officially paralyzed by the frozen air and my terror. I squinted my eyes against the cold, and watched helplessly as the other lost ones moved in around us. We were surrounded. Then, and I don't know where he got the strength or courage, Sasha stepped toward the one directly in front of the portal, ignoring its clicking finger claws and looking into its deathly yellow eyes. "You got us," he said. "But you'll want me to explain this to you." He reached into his pants pocket and pulled out a piece of paper. "It's a map. With it, I can show you where to find a portal. Not like this one, which won't work for your kind. That can take you out of the Shadowland, away back home." Somehow the horrible creature seemed to understand and appreciate what Sasha was saying. And then, with a masterful flourish, Sasha crumpled the paper and threw it to the ground, causing the creature to leap after it with an ear-splitting shriek of anger. And then Sasha fairly tackled me and Whit into the portal, and the three of us plunged through, Byron Hateful Suck-Up Weasel clinging to my pants leg with all four paws, the insufferable little creep. There was an electric, tingly feeling that got stronger and stronger until my body began to shake like I was being tossed around in the back of a horse-drawn cart, barreling down a cobblestone road at 50 miles an hour. And then, suddenly, we were through, and outside, it seemed. The initial sensation was of wind, and it felt amazing, as if it were the first fresh air that had touched my skin in years. I got my balance, then stopped in shock and looked around. Oh my God. Chapter 58. We stood on a dry, rubble-covered hillside. There wasn't much to it, but the sun was up and the sky was blue. After those horrifying minutes in the Shadowland, I was quite simply shocked by how beautiful the real world was. "Those Lost One things are looking to get out of the Shadowland, huh?" Whit asked Sasha as we dusted ourselves off. "Yeah, they say that's why they glom onto humans so hard. They want us to help them find a way out. And when that doesn't work, which it never does, they settle for stealing your warmth and eating your flesh." "But you gave them the map. Does that mean they can now find their own way into the real world?" asked Whit. "Well, A, I don't think they can read. B, I'm not sure they could survive in the real world. I sure hope not. And C, it wasn't a map. It was just a list of things I had to do once I got back to base." "So you just made all that up on the spot and fooled those things so we could escape?" He shrugged and was going to say something, but just then there was a high-pitched whine in the air. "Incoming!" yelled Sasha, and slammed into me, knocking me down. I hit the ground hard, the air whooshing out of me. I gasped like a fish on land as a piercing, whistling sound filled my ears, impossibly loud. Then, boom! Make that boom! I squeezed my eyes shut as the ground shook like an earthquake. Sasha tightened his hold on me, covering my head with his hands. I kind of liked him already. Boom! More earth-shaking explosions, more trembling, more dust and mud and rubble raining down on our heads. "Wisty!" Whit yelled. I wheezed and gasped. "Whit! Pfeffer!" I choked out. I couldn't see very much because of the smoke and dust everywhere. It felt like ages, but the trembling finally calmed, and Sasha's weight slowly moved off of me. A minute later, it was over, whatever it was. "Whew!" Sasha said, grinning. His face was covered with thick dust, except for his mouth and eyes. He reminded me of a freaky circus clown. I guess I probably looked the same. "Sorry," he told me cheerfully. "Didn't mean to squish you like that." "It's okay," I said. "I've been squished by worse." I struggled to sit up, feeling Byron Hateful Suck-Up coiled around my neck like a traitorous mink stole. Blinking grit out of my eyes, coughing, shaking off the dust, I looked around. "What just happened?" I asked, finally seeing Whit, and then Pfeffer, and Celia. "Bomb," Sasha said, standing up and slapping off the dirt. "Everyone okay? I guess we must have stepped out into a war zone. Easy to do." It sounded like this was about as ordinary as making a wrong turn en route to the nearest donut shop. Looking around, I saw half-destroyed buildings on what once must have been a normal city block. Craters in the street were big enough to hold trucks. Rubble and dust were everywhere. Twisted metal, broken glass, electric wires, and chunks of cement made a dangerous carpet under our feet. "Who's bombing us?" I asked, trembling all over. So was Byron. The varmint was now riding on my shoulder, clinging to my hair. "Get off," I told him. "The New Order does bombings every day," Sasha explained. "They know some of us kids are squatting here, so they run airstrikes. Then they come looking for us." He shook the hair out of his eyes. "Keeps you on your toes, right?" "Yeah, nothing like a little shock and awe," Whit said in disbelief. Sasha turned serious. "We've got to get you to safety right away, guys." "Wait," I said. "Whit and I need to look for our parents. We'll go it alone. I mean, we're thankful and everything." Celia's and Sasha's eyes met, and for once, Sasha's face wasn't so sunny and open. He said, "We should talk about that, Red." I glared at Sasha, and my brother spoke up. "Not a nickname she likes, just FYI. "The thing is," Sasha said slowly, "it's not safe or very smart for you to go off on your own." He took off his ball cap and twisted it in his hands. His thick, jet-black hair fell forward over his eyes. "Sorry about that, Freckles." Chapter 59. "Not Freckles either," suggested Whit. "Or Carrot Top." "Okay," I said. "We have to find my mother and father. That's our mission," I stated very clearly. "Family first." Celia stepped closer to me and put out her hand. I felt a wispy breeze touch my hair and saw the sympathy in her eyes. "Wisty, just listen, please." Sasha sighed, then gestured at everything around us. "Look at this screwed-up place. This is what most of the city looks like. The NO is taking over worthy communities and shaping everything in its image. The rest, they're just raising. Like, totally out of existence." "Yeah, I'm all sad about that too. It's awful, I get it. But what's that got to do with our mom and dad?" "Read my lips, friend. Things are bad all over," he continued. "I don't have any idea where your rents might be held, or if they're even alive." The last word was a whisper. I stared at him, feeling the blood drain from my face. "Celia, you saved us. If you could get us out of prison, why can't you help us find our parents? They're alive. I'm sure of it." Whit stared at Celia, clearly agreeing that I was onto something. The pained expression came over her face, but she didn't respond to what I'd said. "Look," said Sasha, glancing awkwardly at Celia. I couldn't read his meaning. "Let's just get to safety. We can figure out your next steps when we're in Freeland." I'd had enough of the sympathy game. Folding my arms across my chest, I stomped my foot like that 2-year-old in the shopping mall. "I am not moving 1 inch until someone gives me a satisfactory answer." "Wisty," Celia hissed with urgency. "It's really dangerous here. There's stuff worse than bombs, if you can imagine something more terrible than being blown up. We don't know where your parents are yet, and you can't save them anyway. If you're dead."
Chapter 60. "Stop right where you are, kids. Let me see some ID, now! There were about a dozen of them. Make that 11. All males, probably late teens to mid-20s. Big boys with big muscles. I stepped forward. Mind if I ask who you are before we show you anything? This is a dangerous part of town, you know. The spokesman for the muscled boys looked to be in his early 20s. He was standing on the balls of his feet, ready to start some trouble, I figured. You should know who we are. New Order. The Citizen Patrol. We're looking for strays and wanteds. Need IDs from all of you. It's the law, friend. Wisty had moved up alongside me. Maybe we'd like to see your IDs, she said. Friend. Meanwhile, a crowd of maybe 50 or 60 citizens was forming. Not good. Let me take care of this, I said. Okay? Wisty shrugged. Sure. Why don't we all just walk away and stay friends? I said to the group leader. I was hoping to continue talking, but he already had a metal baton out. The crowd was still growing and getting noisy. Citizen Patrol my butt, more like the aspiring dictator's after-school club, said Wisty, ever the diplomat. Look at you overgrown goons. Pathetic. Well, that put them over the top, and they attacked, all 11 of them, batons flailing, the crowd of neighborhood creeps cheering them on. My turn, I held Wisty off. I can do this. I can see that, she said. Wow, Whitford. What she was seeing was that the Citizen Patrol seemed to be moving in slow motion, but actually they weren't. I was just moving very, very fast. I'd felt that I could do this, and I was right. The lead guy's baton was cocked back, and I snatched it right out of his hand, then kicked his legs out from under him and hit him with a roundhouse punch as he was falling to the sidewalk. I was moving so fast that I was a blur. I took away all their batons and threw the sticks into a sewer, then knocked them down one by one, except for a beautiful twofer. Finally, the gang members were sprawled on the ground, groaning and moaning. Now, let's see those IDs. I stood over them and roared, but Sasha was already pulling me away, hurrying all of us up the street and around the nearest corner. That was very cool, he said. I needed the practice, and I think maybe I could actually get into this wizard thing. Meanwhile, Celia was on my arm, light as could be. That was incredible, Whit. Loved it. You definitely show potential, Wisty said, and grinned. And for that instant, that second, it was like everything was back to the way it was supposed to be, the kind of life I always thought I would have. But just for that moment.
Chapter 61. After Whit's demonstration of his latest skill set, Sasha led us down a mostly deserted street toward a building with a facade pockmarked by bullet holes and missile strikes. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. Had all this happened while we were at the hospital? Time felt so distorted. Man, I was hoping I'd been gone long enough for this to stop. All the bombing. Sasha shook his head. What do you mean? I asked. Sasha shrugged. I was in the Shadowland for a couple of hours. Whit frowned. Why would that be long enough for the, New Order to come to their senses and stop bombing? Sasha looked at me and Whit in surprise. You don't know? Celia? I didn't get the chance to explain everything, Celia said. We were busy escaping, you know. What don't we know? I asked. What else? Lots. For one thing, time is different in the Shadowland, Sasha said, continuing to walk very fast. In this case, it looks to me like I was probably gone about a month or so. It's not always consistent. Depends on the portal you have to use. Once I came back and it was earlier that same morning. Whit and I stared at each other. We had no way of knowing how much time had passed since we'd been captured. We had so many questions. Apparently, the weasel did too. So, can we step back in time to a day when Wisty actually takes a bath? Her hair is practically turning to dreadlocks. Get off me, you ingrate, I said, peeling him away from my neck and plopping him on Pfeffer's back instead. Pfeffer, you're a kinder soul than me. Meet your new best friend. Pfeffer barked good-naturedly and wagged her tail. Could she have ever been a hellhound? Then Sasha stopped and pointed. Here we go. Home, sweet rubble-strewn home. This is where a bunch of us are hanging. Kind of a mingus, but we've fixed it up pretty good. I looked up and read the broken fluorescent sign dangling from some wires for the most amazing luxury department store in the whole world. I'd never been able to afford to even walk through these doors. Garfunkels? I said breathlessly. We're gonna live here? For a moment, I felt like a queen.
Chapter 62. In spite of the depressing uncertainty about our parents' whereabouts, Wisty's voice was full of excitement as she said the name of the familiar department store. I guess this is like your dream come true, huh? I said to her. She gave me an ironic smile as Sasha led us through the revolving doors, one of which had been shattered by a rocket, or maybe a runaway tank. Totally, Wisty said. On the one hand, we've been dragged away from our parents, imprisoned, starved, stun-gunned, denied all basic human rights and freedoms, yada, yada, yada. On the other hand, look, to my right, it's like Bra Wonderland. I was about to make a joke about how it would be a wonder if she even needed one, but she raised her drumstick at me and I shut right up. No electricity in here, Sasha said as we walked up a motionless escalator. But do you have any idea how flammable perfume is? One of our guys rigged up a little combustion generator. Now we can run a laptop for 2 hours off a purse-sized bottle. Then something hit me like a cheap shot to the jaw. Did none of these kids have any parents? We were just arriving at the main floor. I started to look around and think, every single one of these kids, half-light or not, has a story. Maybe even a story worse than ours. So how many live here? I guess around 250, Sasha mused. Not counting half-lights who drift in and out. They can't stay very long, or... We don't need to go into that, said Celia, looking anxious. So very different from the laid-back Celia I'd known before. All I wanted to do was hold her close, tell her everything would be all right, but I wouldn't be able to really hold Celia ever again, would I? And I definitely couldn't tell her that things would be all right. We've got our own little pucka society here, said Sasha, including, ta-da, this week's leader. He'd led us down a corridor to a small bank of offices. There, sitting at a desk with a little brass-colored manager sign on it, was a cute girl of no more than 15. She was busily punching keys on a laptop. A thick cable ran from the back of the computer to what looked like a small metal garbage can about 20 feet away. I could smell smoke and something like burned lemons coming from the fragrance-fueled laptop. Ugh. I'd never look at perfume the same way again. The cute girl looked up, brushing long brown curls over her shoulder. She had a no-nonsense look on her face, no makeup, and was wearing denim overalls over a stained t-shirt. Sasha, she said, it's been, 43 days? We needed you here. I'm not ducking responsibility, but Celia ran the operation, Sasha said. And I should point out it was a hugely successful one. But there's no accounting for those portals into the Shadowland. Not to mention that we had a prison break to engineer. Whit and Wisty, he turned to us. Meet my former basic combat partner and this week's leader, you can tell because she's in the manager's office wearing a manager lapel pin, Janine. Hi, said Janine, not smiling. Still sitting, she reached out and shook my hand like I'd just arrived for a job interview. Welcome, she said, and then targeted Celia. Did you get any other kids out of the hospital? Celia shook her head. There was only one other on the floor, and he wasn't rescuable. Janine nodded. Such a shame to find straight and narrows afflicting a child. Well, the fight goes on. The fight goes on, Celia echoed. Then she turned to me. I have to go, Whit, she said, but I'll try to come back. The word try rang in my ears like a funeral bell. Chapter 63. Have you ever lost anyone close to you? Then you can imagine my feelings. I loved Celia like crazy. To have her ripped out of my life over and over again was unbearable. I motioned for Celia to come behind one of those mirrored department store columns for some privacy. I tried to hold her hands, grasping the shape of them in mine. "Please come back," I told her, looking into her eyes. "I can't stand to lose you again." She nodded and gave me one of her smiles. "I want to, Whit. I'm so glad. I'm so glad you're alive. Out of everything I miss, I've missed you the most. Oh God, I've missed you." Then Celia did the most amazing thing. She came very close to me, then even closer, until I couldn't see her anymore. I could only feel her, in a way that was more intense and intimate than ever before. Then we merged. Really, we were like one person. It was warmth. It was peace. It was pure beauty. I was part of Celia. She was part of me. It was only for a moment, but it seemed as if the feeling were big and powerful enough to last a lifetime. I knew I'd never forget this. Who could? Finally, Celia separated from me. She blew a kiss and ran to a nearby portal, apparently in the boys' shoe department, where she disappeared. Honestly, it was like I'd just lost half of myself. I lingered by the sneakers and high tops and wiped tears away. I didn't think I could tell the others what had just happened. Not even Wisty. I couldn't begin to describe being one with Celia, and then watching her go away again.
Chapter 64. What do people mean by this week's leader? I asked Janine. It was one of many questions I would be asking in the next few days. Right now, while Whit was talking, or whatever, with Celia, I was trying to find out more about life at Garfunkel's. The grown-ups have amply demonstrated that power corrupts, Janine said, sounding like somebody who was running for office, but was actually worthy of the job. But you do need one person in charge, a final decision-maker, or else everything gets crazy. So we have a leader, but it changes every week. This is my week. Sasha explained. The incoming leader spends a day learning the ropes from the previous leader. He leaned against Janine's desk. And then during the last day, they'll train the next person. It works pretty well, actually. The week of September 22nd was incredible. Janine rolled her eyes. You were the leader, I said to Sasha. I got it. He grinned. It was a glorious time for the revolution. My decree about voluntary toilet flushing is still talked about in intellectual circles. Janine looked at him for a second, then turned to me. We're very lucky you and Whit are here with us, she said. We're in need of your skills. Skills? Like changing creeps into weasels? I said. In a sense, yes, Janine said matter-of-factly. It sounds like you're much stronger than the other witches and wizards we've discovered. You've got others? I asked, stunned. Sort of, but it sounds to me like you're in a totally different category, not garden variety cantrip stuff. Of course, she said, ignoring my puzzled look. I guess we'll see for sure during tomorrow night's raid. We're breaking a bunch of kids out of the overworld prison. I shook my head. Sorry, Janine. We already told Sasha. We're going to look for our parents. Janine suddenly grabbed my arm. You have to help us, Wisty. This is the New Order Reformatory, the same place you were taken after you were kidnapped. In Freeland, we call it the Overworld Prison because it's an evil place. You know that kids' lives depend on it, don't you? Look, I've been there. I know how bad it is, but you have to understand what comes first for us. We've got to find our parents. Period. Janine was still holding my arm. You say you do, but you don't know how bad Overworld really is. You have no idea. She looked over at Sasha. Take them to see Michael Clancy. Chapter 65. Whit had come back from seeing Celia off, and he didn't look too good. No, actually, he looked terrible. For him, anyway. Frazzled and scuffed up. "Who's Michael Clancy?" he wanted to know. "No idea. Somebody they want us to see about a prison break." I raised my voice for Sasha to hear. He was leading the way. "Who's Michael Clancy?" I called. "He's right in here," Sasha said, and opened the door to a small, dark room. There was a single mattress on the floor. "I'm Michael," a soft voice said. "What do you want with me?" "Tell them your story," said Sasha. He turned to us. "Sit down with Michael and listen. You can sit there on his mattress. There's plenty of room." There was room, because Michael was one of the skinniest kids I'd ever met. He reminded me of pictures of famine victims and people in refugee camps I'd seen. And that brought back images of overworld prison and the time we'd spent there. "Hello, Michael," I said. "Hey, Mike," said Whit. Not only was the boy nearly wasted away, but his eyes looked dead to me. Still, there was something intense about him. He never asked our names, just went right into his story. "Memory is a liar. You know that, don't you?" he began. "But I'm sure what I'm going to tell you captures the truth anyway. Even if all the details are wrong, which I don't think they are, but maybe so." "Sure, Michael," I said, just to let him know we were listening closely. He sounded so much older than he looked. I was almost afraid to hear what had happened to him. "The soldiers, all in black, their boots spit-shined, came for us that morning at the prison. And I believe the sun was already up. There were 40 or more of us in this particular cell block. Ages, I'd say, between 5 and 16. Males and females, many different hues, in terms of skin color, I mean. All extremely dangerous. They took us, marched us downstairs to a courtyard. There were only a couple of guards in the yard, so I don't think they expected trouble from us. They didn't get much, as we were too tired, too hungry, already broken for the most part. There was this unbelievable wind, very much like a twister, and then this tall, bald man was right there in front of us. He smelled of almonds, I think. He never said a word, never identified himself, though I believe he may have been the one who is the one. He looked at us with such disdain, like we were so far beneath him. Then he just flicked his wrist. Just that flick. There was nothing left of us, except for smoke, and the smell of skin burning. He had, I don't know, vaporized everyone. Then he was gone. And I was still there, like I am now. Don't ask. Don't you dare ask. I have no idea why I was spared. I don't even care anymore. Michael Clancy looked at Sasha. There. I've told my story. Now please take them away. Chapter 66. It took me several hours just to begin to get over Michael Clancy, to wrap my mind around what he had said. Have you ever felt like your head was taking in so much new and tragic and complicated information that it was about to blow right off your shoulders? Take that feeling and then eat something really disgusting that makes you want to throw up for hours, and you'll be right about where I was at that moment. Let's review. 1. I, everyday, ordinary Wisty, am a witch. Washboard Tummy Whit is a wizard. We don't know exactly how to control our powers. 2. Whit and I were sentenced to death by an insidious individual named the One Who Is the One. 3. And my parents are wanted for treason, and we still have no idea where they are or whether they are still alive. 4. We were tortured in a magic-dampening prison, so possibly we're more powerful than we even know. 5. A dead girl, who just happens to be the true love of my brother's young life, showed up mysteriously and rescued us from prison. 6. I turned Byron Swain into a weasel. That I'm very proud of. 7. The world is actually plural, not singular. Between the Shadowland, Freeland, Overworld, and Underworld, it's hard not to lose count. 8. And one of those worlds is being run by a bunch of kids, from the manager's desk in a semi-demolished department store. It isn't paradise, but at least it's a place where freedom still reigns. 9. I am being asked to help orchestrate a prison raid that might save kids from being vaporized. But maybe not. Actually, it might get all of them killed. Okay, so it was a lot to deal with, but sometimes a list can really help you get a handle on life. One thing at a time is one of the more helpful philosophies. Next week was next week. Right now, number 9 was what mattered to everyone around Whit and me. But we were still hung up on number 3. Chapter 67. So, about this raid. It's tomorrow? I asked. At the Overworld prison. Do you know how the jail's laid out? Not that I'm committing Whit or myself. I can't do that. Janine quickly punched a few keys, and the computer screen showed a schematic of a building. Byron hateful, tattling, rat-faced Weasel Swain leaped from Pfeffer and scampered up my back to sit on my shoulder so he could see. I spun my head his way. Quit climbing on me, or I'll switch on my flames and turn you into the world's grossest shish kebab, I told him. That's all we need now, a double-crossing weasel spy, telling the New Order all our plans. Byron slunk back down to the floor. I won't, he protested, cringing. Never! Won't happen! Janine blinked. The weasel is a spy? It's a talking weasel? Long story, I said, but I don't trust this weasel as far as I can throw him. Which I guess would be about 30 feet, I mused, looking at him. How much do you weigh now? I'm not a spy, Byron said. You think I could go back to them, looking like this? I could have the secret of the universe and they would still execute me in half a sec. All the same, you go out there. Go, I said firmly, pointing to the hallway. Looking insulted and hurt, Byron huffed and scuttled across the floor. I turned back to the jail schematic. Okay, what's the plan to save those kids again? You do have a plan. Chapter 68. First, as background, we need to give you a quick tour of the New Order's first stronghold, said Janine. They call it the City of Progress because it's their ideal community. It's kind of the floor model for what they want to carpet the entire planet with. The place is full of Erlenmeyers. She put 2 fingers in her mouth and let out an ear-splitting whistle. A couple of guys came running. Janine nodded to the tall, skinny, very clean-cut one. Jonathan will take you on the tour. But first, Emmett will help with your disguises. Disguises? Whit said. Absolutely, Janine insisted. You need to blend in. You can't look too pucka. Otherwise, you know, off with your heads. Emmett, a very good-looking blonde guy, said, Come on, first we go to cosmetics. I'll do your makeup. Don't worry, I'm very good. An hour or so later, my totally uncontrollable hair was shiny and brushed and kept off my face with an ingeniously placed hair bow and about 24 hidden bobby pins. My clothes were country club pink and lime green, rather than the usual black and grays that I favor. Byron Unctuous Weasel had climbed on the filing cabinet. Now he looked me up and down with his beady little eyes. "You look very nice," he said. "Actually, I approve." I stuck my tongue out at him as Whit came strolling up to me. His face was pinkish and scrubbed. His hair was cut short, shorter than usual even, and he looked cleaner than he had in a long time. If I weren't his sister, I might have even called him handsome. But since I am his sister, I said, "Why, hello, sir. I don't think we've met. I'm Wisty the Wicked Witch. And you?" Poster boy for the National Guard." Pfeffer came over and sniffed around to make sure I was still me and Whit was really Whit. We both passed and got licks. "Okay," said Jonathan, coming up to us. He really was tall, several inches over even Whit. But he probably weighed about as much as I did. With his pale skin and fair, sandy hair, he resembled a bar of white chocolate. A few key things to remember. First and foremost, no cantrips. Don't talk to anyone unless you must. If you have to speak, remember to smile and say, "Ma'am" or "Sir." Do not cross the street against the light. Do not snap gum in public. And for God's sake, do not let that dog do her business. All dogs in the City of Progress are trained to use litter boxes indoors, like cats. "Sounds like a neat place," Whit muttered. "And what's a cantrip?" "No funny witchy stuff," Jonathan declared. "Okay, let's go meet the enemy." Chapter 69. What I noticed most about the City of Progress was that the one who is the one was, quite literally, everywhere. On posters, paintings, videos, front pages of newspapers, murals. Who was this whack job? I thought people like him came to power only in other places, in history books, in fantasy stories. Until now, I never noticed how much fantasy had to do with reality. What I noticed next about the City of Progress was fresh paint. You couldn't get away from the smell. Everything was so tidy and perfect. There weren't many kids around either, and when we saw grown-ups, they checked us out. Whit and I learned to copy Jonathan's quick smile. We saw signs of the new regime everywhere. Bumper stickers on the bright, shiny SUVs and minivans saying things like, "Say yes to the NO," and "If you see something, say something," and "Just say no to art." Or the most scary of the bunch, in my opinion, "Proud parent of a New Order junior informant." "Oh, goodness," I said, spying a low, chrome-trimmed building and immediately feeling weak in the knees. A diner! The idea of having some comfort food almost made me whimper. Would it be safe to go in there? Please. "Yeah, I guess," said Jonathan. "Just remember your manners. Think New Order." Inside the diner, almost every red vinyl booth was occupied by grown-ups. A guy in a bleached cap was wiping down a glaringly white counter, over and over and over. We sat down on revolving stools in front of him. My stomach growled, which was more than a little embarrassing. "Yes?" the counterman asked. "Help you folks?" "Gosh, mister, it's hard to decide," I said, trying to radiate tattling weaselness and Jonathanness as best as I could. "May I please have a root beer float and the cheeseburger deluxe? Thank you." "Wisty," Whit said in a low voice, leaning in close, his breath warm on my ear. "Do you feel something odd? Because I sure do." Very casually, I spun on my revolving stool. I glanced around. but all I saw were people chowing down on burgers, fries, and milkshakes. The New Order anthem, a drone of rigid drum beats awkwardly mixed with a wailing emo diva, was playing on the jukebox. Ew, you know things have gotten bad when military marches pass for pop music. Then one particular woman caught my eye. Lots of mascara, very big hair. She gave me a weird look. Then she turned back to the other folks at her booth. 2 middle-aged women with way too much face paint and also big hair. Yes, I whispered. The one with a spool of spidery hair. 2 others just like her. They're watching us. She's a witch, I heard a voice say then. I froze in mid-revolution on my stool. The tiny hairs on my arms stood up like New Age troopers. The counterman looked up from his obsessive cleaning and frowned as if a shot had been fired. "What did you say, Mrs. Highsmith?" he asked. "That obnoxiously red-haired girl there." "She's a witch," said Mrs. Highsmith more forcefully. It was the same woman who'd been looking at me. "And that blonde boy, the handsome one. There's something not right about him either." She could tell I was a witch, because she was one too. Chapter 70. "Takes one to know one," I retorted. Actually, I didn't say that at all. I'd learned a thing or two about controlling myself since being arrested and sentenced to death. So I made my eyes go circular and wide and did some of the best acting of my life. "Where?" I gasped, spitting on my stool. I searched up and down the diner, looking fearfully at everyone. "My sister's certainly not a witch," said Whit, looking convincingly astonished. Hunks are great at that, especially sincere ones. Trust me. I've been living with Whit's act since I was an infant. "This girl was just named Sector Leader Star of Honor," Jonathan said. He was pretty good, too. Maybe Mrs. Highsmith is imagining things," I said. "Maybe she sees things. Is that possible?" "Mrs. Highsmith, do you have visions?" Now all eyes were on the woman and her shady lady friends. She flushed bright red. "Just test her," she said in a loud, shrill voice. "I'd be happy to take a test," I said quickly. "If you take one too." Everyone was real quiet, waiting to see what she'd do next. All of a sudden, anger washed over me. If she knew what it meant to be different, why would she persecute others like herself? "It's not me, it's her," said Mrs. Highsmith. Now people in the diner were starting to murmur, clearly suspicious. In my mind, I conjured up a picture of her table. I saw her metal fork, where it rested on the napkin by her plate. "My dad says not to talk to people like her," Jonathan said, sliding off his stool and backing toward the door. Whit and I got up too. "Come on, guys, we're done here. Let's report this place." In the next half-second, I saw her fork, felt it, and knew in my mind what I needed to do with it. Which is why the fork rose up off the table and zipped through the air, right at my face. "Help!" I shrieked, throwing up my hands. "Somebody help me, please!" The fork struck the back of my hand harder than I'd intended, actually. I screeched, which worked to perfect effect. The patrons of the diner broke into a full-voiced uproar of shock and disapproval. "Why is she trying to hurt me?" I squealed. "How did she do that? That's unnatural. She stabbed me with her fork. It flew." "Call security services," someone got up and shouted. "She hurt that Star of Honor girl. She is a witch." "It's not me, it's her," Mrs. Highsmith screamed again as the crowd moved toward her. For the first time, I felt just the littlest, tiniest bit guilty about my powers. I mean, maybe she was simply a helpless, grumpy old lady. But I sure doubted it. Chapter 71. The counterman quickly examined some kind of chart, like the ones normally posted for how to rescue a choking victim, and yelled, "Pin her arms tightly enough to cut off the circulation, then gag her so she can't cast any more spells." Meanwhile, we eased out the front door, casting nervous glances behind us at every single step. Sirens were wailing our way, racing closer and closer. I could see Mrs. Highsmith pinned up against the plate glass window, at least a dozen paper napkins wedged in her mouth as an impromptu gag. I actually felt sorry for her. Then the old woman spied me watching. She stared at me balefully for a moment and then began to glow, like I had that time at the hospital. I felt somewhat relieved. My instincts were right. She really was a witch. Then she did the unexpected. I saw her wave one hand for us to go. Was she on our side? It got even better. Her citizen attackers floated up in the air like life-size balloons. Then they were thrown back, away from her and her witch friends, cartwheeling and somersaulting into the depths of the diner, screeching, "Help us! Help us!" Keeping her eyes locked on me, she casually pulled the napkins from her mouth. Her friends continued to calmly munch their sandwiches and sip tea. Then it was the weirdest thing. She pointed with her right hand, but only the gnarled index finger and pinky, like she was flashing me a sign. Or maybe putting a curse on me? What was that all about? And then she and her antique girlfriends disappeared. Poof. Gone. "A coven," I whispered to Whit. "That was a coven of witches."
Chapter 72. The night of the Mrs. Highsmith incident, we all slept in the bed and bath department at Garfunkel's, hoping we hadn't been cursed and wouldn't wake up as toads. Bet you didn't know you could fit 2 teenagers, a large dog, and a traitorous weasel into one double bed. Of course, it helps if one of the kids floats a couple of feet above the mattress during her dream cycles. Still, some of the king-size beds near us had as many as 6 or 7 kids sleeping on them. There were hundreds of us in the store, on mattresses, in sleeping bags, on piles of couch cushions, rolled up in bedding and bath towels. It was like a counselor-free post-apocalyptic summer camp. The relief at being out of the hospital and away from the matron, the visitor, Judge Ezekiel Unger, and the New Order's nightmare regime made it all seem positively homey. The next morning I was looking at myself in a mirror outside the men's dressing rooms. I'd found a set of free weights down in Sporting Goods and seen how much of a phoebe I'd gotten to be in jail. I began working out again, building my strength, knowing I would need it eventually. A cough behind me made me jump. "Wizard Allgood." It was Janine. "I have someone I'd like you to meet." As usual, cute as Janine was, she was as solemn-faced as a vice principal. The girl next to her, however, was grinning. She was maybe 16 or 17, dark-skinned, on the short side, but probably weighed 200 pounds. "Hi," she said, sticking out her hand. "I'm Jamila. I'm the shaman." "The huh?" I said, shaking her hand anyway. I noticed how her brown eyes shone and her wild corkscrew hair made a fluffy wedge up and away from her face. "The shaman," Jamila repeated. "In other words, another oddball. Kind of like you and your sister, only I don't do magic myself. I just help other people do cantrips. Been working with a few witches and wizards, helping them hone their powers." "Hi," said Wisty, joining us. "We know we have special powers, but sometimes they're hard to control. Most of the time, actually." "It's hard to master one's magical endowments," Jamila reassured us. "We're finding there's a range, from people who know who's calling on the phone, to a few who can actually make small objects float in the air. Some can even say what's in your pockets or purse." Jamila smiled and raised her eyebrows to show how impressed she was with that. Wisty and I exchanged glances. "We hear you. But I'm curious to find out what you two can do. We've never seen the New Order spend such resources and time on anybody before. I mean, our sources tell us that they fitted that entire crazy house Mingus with magic-dampening materials just for you two." "I guess we should be flattered," I said dryly. "But it's like Wisty said. We can do some magic, but it's hard to control." "Like what?" Jamila said eagerly. Some other kids were starting to gather around us now. "Well, like this," said Wisty, and she burst into flames. Everyone started screaming and backing away, even the shaman. "Show off," I said. Chapter 73. My sister just stood there, 4 feet long flames whipping out and away from her, her eyes blinking, unconcerned, in her fiery face. As you might imagine, everyone was shrieking like, well, kids watching somebody on fire. Before I even had a chance to figure out how to smother the flames, her fire went out. "I did it!" Wisty punched the air with her fist. "I put myself out!" "High five, sister!" I cheered. "You the witch!" Jamila looked a little sick. "Did you do that on purpose?" she asked hoarsely. "Yeah, totally," said Wisty. "Usually, though, it happens by accident, like if I'm really mad. But that was the first time I've been able to start and stop the fire on my own. Normally, somebody has to get me really ticked off, and then get a fire extinguisher." Jamila gave a low whistle of amazement. "What else can you do?" "She floated," said a boy who couldn't have been more than 5. He pointed at Wisty. "I saw her do it. She floated last night, like a balloon over the bed." "Oh yeah," said Wisty, embarrassed. "Sometimes I do that, not intentionally." I heard gasping and murmuring from the crowd. "Whit stuck his hand through a wall," Wisty said, "and stopped a gavel in midair, and I threw a fork at myself, long story, and froze a bunch of guard dogs at the hospital." "You said Jamila faintly. "I unfroze them, too," Wisty said defensively. "I didn't leave them that way. I couldn't do that to dogs. Ask Pfeffer. And I glow sometimes, kind of like that witch in town did right before she sent all those people flying in the diner. Don't know what that's about yet." Everyone might have been a lot more skeptical, but they'd just seen a human flame sickle. "The leeches," I remembered, nodding. "Oh yeah," said Wisty. "I made a bunch of horseflies, even though I was trying to make a giant cockroach." She shuddered. "And then there's little old me," said a voice down by our feet. "You're talking weasel?" said Janine. "He wasn't always a weasel," Wisty admitted. "But this is his true form." "My true form was the lion," he squeaked. "That was probably your opposite form," said Wisty, glaring menacingly at Byron, who glared right back. "Oh my God," Jamila said, looking from us to Janine. Janine's eyes widened. "You think?" she said to the shaman. "Janine, I think this is them." "Them who?" I asked. "Them what?" Did I really want to hear this? "The liberators," Jamila blurted, still staring at us. "The rescuers. Check this out. There's a prophecy, and it's about the 2 of you." Chapter 74. Jamila turned and ran to a nearby wall on the way to the gift wrap counter. Her puffy hair was bouncing around like a slinky. The wall had velvet rope in front of it to keep people away, but Jamila stepped right over it. "This here is the prophecy wall. Sometimes messages appear on it. Usually it's just store stuff, like huge white sale in January. But sometimes it's go to 5th Street, rescue an orphan kid from house number 24, things like that. A while ago it predicted 2 liberators who possessed magic would come to help overthrow the new order. So, my friends, you must be the real deal, you know what I'm saying?" She turned to the group of people who had followed us to the wall. "Does anyone here think this is just a coincidence? Anyone? Anyone?" Suddenly everybody started clapping and cheering wildly. Everybody but Wisty and me, that is. "Huh?" I said. "It was just a wall, a blank wall. Was that the latest and greatest prophecy? Nada? Nothing?" Meaning, either we were about to slip into a void, or, almost as grim, nothing was going to change. "No, really, the message was there," said Jamila. "Wait a few seconds. It doesn't always do it." We stared at the plain wall, a slice of textured wallpaper curling down from one corner. Very unremarkable. Wisty looked at me, and I shrugged big time. "Well, it comes and goes," said Janine, pushing back her hair. "But we've all seen it." Various heads in the crowd nodded. "Okie dokie." Maybe the wall was just out of prophecies today. Even if you're right, I said, how are we supposed to overthrow a government powerful enough to destroy entire cities and build new ones? Besides, we're still going to look for our mother and father. We told you that from the beginning, said Wisty. Look, someone said, and I turned to the prophecy wall again. This time, I saw letters forming. What the... One day soon, kids will run the world. A shiver ran through me. I had heard similar words before, from Celia. The message continued. And do a better job than the grown-ups ever did. Whoa, Wisty murmured. Heavy. Suddenly Sasha came running up to Janine and whispered something in her ear. Janine listened, nodded, and seemed to get flustered, especially for her. She looked at Wisty and me. Sasha, tell them, she said. Go ahead. We've just gotten a message from our spies monitoring the overworld prison. More exterminations are scheduled for tomorrow morning. Vaporization. There were gasps and horrified murmurs around the room. And after hearing Michael Clancy's story, I had the same reaction. So did Wisty. But there's something else, Sasha said, and he looked directly at the two of us. Your parents have been captured again. What? Wisty and I shouted. Where are they? Wisty demanded to know. Wherever they are, we're there, I announced. Effective immediately. Sorry we can't help you guys, Sasha. No need to apologize, he reassured me confidently. In fact, your parents are being held at Overworld. I didn't even need to look at Wisty to know what she was thinking. The word vaporization was pounding in our brains. That being the case, I began. We're in, Wisty said without missing a beat.
Chapter 75. The team leader for the break-in at the Overworld prison was a girl, which I loved. Her name was Margot, and although she was about my size, she was as tough as razor blades. She had to be. She'd already escaped from Overworld and lost a couple of fingers. She was also homicidal when it came to the one who is the one. And I have to admit, I was starting to be too. He intended to vaporize my parents tomorrow, after all. We wouldn't let that happen. Margot led the way through an abandoned subway station that was dank and dark, but we had flashlights from the hardware section at Garfunkel's. Once we get inside, we should let the kids out first since we know where they are. Then we can go looking for your parents, said Margot. Let's wait and see, okay? Recommended Whit. Once we get inside, we'll make a final plan. But that raises a big question, doesn't it? How do we break into Overworld? Margot looked at the two of us. Magic would be good. Whit and I stopped walking, and then so did the rest of our band of 9. There's no real plan to get inside, is there? Whit asked. We can always get ourselves arrested, Margot said. That shouldn't be a big problem. I'd been half listening to them, but mostly I was thinking about seeing our mother and father again, and I couldn't wait. Now it was time to get down to business. I have a plan, I said. I've been going over it a lot. First, we need disguises, of course, ones that allow us to blend with the prison environment. I was thinking that Whit could be a guard. I can try to make him look older and give him a guard's uniform. Then he can just walk in. I don't want to be arrested again, Margot. So what about you? Whit asked me. How do you get in, Wisty? It has to be magic that I can do, consistently. So I tried some things before we left Garfunkel's. I can do something fairly interesting that I think will work. Do what? Whit asked. You're going to think it's stupid. And crazy. Wisty, what are you going to do? How do you get inside? Well, I paused, then blurted out the rest. Turn myself into a mouse. Chapter 76. A mouse? Whit looked like he might explode. A mouse? You're going in there disguised as a rodent? To rescue Mom and Dad and all those kids? And maybe tangle with the one who is the one? nodded. A mouse can go places without anyone seeing. A mouse can chew through wires or sneak through skinny pipes. A mouse can do things even an elephant can't do, I pointed out. A mouse can also get squashed by some guard's boot, or vaporized. No, said Whit. It's too dangerous, and it's nuts. I refused to back off my idea, because it was a good one. I was sure of it. But it'll also give me a chance to go places that no one else can go. I can do this, Whit. I tried snakes, roaches, bats. I can do a mouse. And, I said with a half smile, I have a good track record with small animals, right? There was a very uncomfortable silence for a few seconds while everyone digested my plan, such as it was. In the meantime, we'd made it out of the subway and were up on a street, though we stayed in the shadows. I don't like it, said Whit, but I could tell he was weakening. Trust me, I said. I'm a witch. Watch this. Watch very closely. Chapter 77. I whipped out my drumstick like it was a 6-gun, and get this, it crackled. This time my magic worked like it was supposed to. I started by making Whit look older, and put him in a guard's uniform that was perfect to the last detail, with the New Order logo and everything. Next, I snapped the drumstick at myself, and everybody gasped. One of the kids almost fainted on the spot. I hope you're right about this, Whit said, pulling his guard's cap down tight over his forehead. I have my doubts at the moment. Margot, who was a logic police kind of gal, just shook her head in dismay. I had to admit, looking at my handiwork, Whit in his guard uniform, a dead ringer for a guy in his 30s, that I was getting much better at my craft. Not to mention that I'd managed to turn myself into vermin. I hadn't realized how weeny mice were. I was now about the size of a large fig, covered everywhere with white and brown glossy fur. I had long white whiskers that tickled my face and ears that were hair-trigger twitchy. I whipped my tail around my side and caught sight of it. Okay, that's pretty cool. Makes up for the embarrassing ear twitch tick. Whit showed me my reflection in his regulation New Order silver belt buckle, and I had to admit, I made a cute enough mouse, as far as mice go, and a very promising witch. But then I looked up and down the street where we were, and my confidence flagged. Imagine, if you will, a fast-moving car tire that seemed the size of an elephant on steroids, or a lumbering human being the size of a rocket ship. I never realized how traumatized your average mouse must be. It may take me years of therapy to get over this. What time is it? Emmett whispered. 5 minutes to 7, Margot answered. We've got 2 blocks to go. Come on, this is it. Shift change. Margot, I said, pick up my drumstick and please, please keep it safe. She reached and grabbed the stick where it had fallen when I no longer had hands to hold it. Next, I looked up at Whit. Put me in your pocket, I said. Chapter 78. I didn't like it one bit inside Whit's pocket, especially once he started to run. It was like being on a boat in a rough sea, up and down and up and down. Within a block, I felt myself going green, and I half wondered if there was a spell I could mutter for mouse-sized motion sickness pills. It would not be cool to barf in my brother's trousers. There's the van with the new prisoners, Whit said. Same one we came in. Hurry, Margot urged. We sped up, the horrible rocking motion of Whit's powerful stride making me moan and close my eyes. Then he reached into his pocket and plucked me out so I could see. We had gotten to the prison gates just as the van pulled up and honked. Go, Emmett told Whit. My brother tossed something into a wire trash can near the street corner. With a soft flume, the contents of the can turned into a giant fire. What's that? What happened? Whit cried, pointing at the trash. Immediately, the gate guards leaped into action, racing down the street, leaving the van and its driver for a precious moment. The driver entered a code on a pad, and the high metal gates began to open. Whit slipped inside, staying just out of the man's view. Once we were in the gates, my nose twitched uncontrollably. The odor seemed like it was piped in from the hospital. For a moment, I couldn't bear the idea of facing it again. And then I remembered my parents and knew there was no turning back. The driver opened the van doors and a lot of scared kids slowly climbed out, looking around with saucer-wide eyes. A guard stepped out of the inner gatehouse, ready to process the new prisoners, some of them no more than 5 or 6. I felt sick at the thought of what horrors were in store for these innocent kids. Whit and I locked eyes. And yes, I swear that a mouse and a human can actually do this. And we each whispered the identical words that we'd practiced. Sleep now, little ones. Rest your heads and sleep. The night will hold you in its arms, and safely you will keep. Our mother and father had sung this lullaby to us when we were little, and I hadn't been able to remember a single thing past the last word because I'd always dropped like a stone into sleep when they'd finished. Whit and I were banking on the fact that they'd actually been using magic to put their totally wired kids to bed at night. Okay, so it was a stretch. And sure enough, nothing happened. The guard and the driver talked nonchalantly and flipped papers on their clipboards, chatting. Just another day incarcerating innocent children, la-dee-da. Whit and I looked at each other, and I saw panic starting in his eyes. Sleep, you goons, sleep, I thought desperately, wishing I had my drumstick, and hoping I wasn't going to end up as mouse paste in the next few seconds. The gates slammed shut behind us, our friends locked outside the prison, and here we were, a fake guard who might turn back into a teenager at any second, a mouse who might turn back into a girl at any second, and 2 New Order goons who were going to notice that something strange was going on and sound the alarm. Any second now. Chapter 79. Peering over Whit's curled index finger, I saw the humongous men slowly turn to look at my brother. One of them wrinkled his brow. "You are new here, aren't you?" he asked Whit. "Haven't seen you around before. What's your name, bub?" "You will sleep now," I thundered the words. Inside my head, of course. "You will sleep now." And then the 2 men crumpled to the pavement at Whit's feet, dead asleep, gonzo to the world-o. The kid prisoners stared at the goons with alarm, as if maybe they were next to go la-la. "It's okay," Whit told them. "We're your friends. You have to trust us, okay? We're kids." Then Whit held me up close to his face. "Are you sure about this?" he whispered. "This isn't a game, Wisty. Whit, there's no turning back now. Mom and Dad, and all those kids who could be turned into smoke and ash, are inside. Get these new kids in the van and get them out of here. Pick up Margot and Emmett. Tell them to stay close by. If I can disarm the alarm or the gate, they'll have to shuttle the escaping kids through the tunnels really fast." Whit frowned, and it was so weird. Even the creases in his skin looked huge. Even his one zit. "If you see chunks of cheese or peanut butter, like lying in the middle of a small wooden board with wire all around it..." "I got it," I said. "Drag those sleeping guys into the gatehouse." Whit let out a breath, looking extremely unhappy with me. "We'll all be standing by. I'll be watching for you, Wisteria," which he knew was what Dad always called me in times of great stress. "Okay," I said. I stared down at the ground, which looked about 10 stories away. I closed my eyes and jumped, quite pleasantly surprised when I landed neatly on all 4s, ready to run. "See?" I didn't go splat, I called to Whit. You be careful, he called back. Careful is my middle name. I looked ahead at the very large gray prison building. Right away, I saw a drain pipe and headed over to it. Before I actually entered the pipe, I glanced back at my brother, trying not to think this might be the last time I'd ever see him. See ya, I called in a voice he couldn't possibly hear. Then I peered up into the darkness of the rusty pipe. I could smell damp air, old leaves, and other nasty things I couldn't identify. I'd heard mice were excellent climbers. I guess I was about to find out.
Chapter 80. I shuddered and cringed as I watched Wisty's tiny tail corkscrew then disappear up that drain pipe. No magic could wipe away the grotesque image of her being crushed under a New Order prison guard's jackboot. But my job now was to save the kids who'd just been brought in the van, and then I could get to my parents. The quicker, the better. "We're not staying here?" one of them asked timidly, as I backed the vehicle out of the gates. "Isn't that against the New Order rules?" "No to your first question. Yep to the second," I said, making sure there was no oncoming traffic. "Change of plans. It's all good." I popped the truck into drive and swung out into the street fast, racing to the alley we'd passed on our way in. I rolled down my window and waved. Margot, Emmett, and the others emerged from the shadows. "Where's Wisty?" Margot asked. "Up a drain pipe. Where else?" I said. "We have to ditch this van." "No, we can use it later," said Emmett, sitting beside me in the front seat. Margot crammed herself in, too. "Go up 3 blocks and take a right at the light." Margot reassured the kids as we drove. "You aren't criminals. We're taking you to live with us. It isn't fancy, but it's better than prison." "We're not going to jail?" one girl asked, wiping her tear-streaked cheeks with both hands. "No," said Margot. "We're going to Garfunkel's." Seeing their little faces relax was incredible, I must admit. I knew they'd have lots of questions, but at least they had hope. They had us. "This next part gets a little tricky," Emmett said nervously. "But it'll get us back to Garfunkel's without being seen on the main streets." "Oh no, not that!" Margot yelped, looking alarmed. "Okay, make that frightened." "It's a death trap!" "It's the only way," Emmett said. Can we go back to the death trap part?" I asked. "Right here!" Emmett shouted suddenly, grabbing the wheel. "Sharp left!" "There's nothing there!" I shouted back as the van hopped the curb. "Hang on, everybody!" Margot commanded. "This could get a little rough." I whipped my head from side to side, checking for innocent pedestrians I should avoid mowing down. "There!" Emmett said, pointing again. "Where?" Then I saw what he meant. Too late. Chapter 81. I slammed on the brakes, but apparently, if you're driving a heavy van full of kids and you're suddenly on a steep staircase going down, the brakes give out immediately. The children in back screamed, like they were strapped into a thrill ride built by a serial killer. I had a split second to wonder if they all wished they were back at the prison, getting little gray striped jumpsuits to try on. But that was the only coherent thought I managed before we were bouncing around too much to think straight. Down, down, down! Ka-chung, ka-chung, ka-chung! Why is it that time flies when you're having fun, but when you're behind the wheel, plummeting down a flight of steps in a van full of hysterical kids, time virtually stops? The laws of physics are so unfair. "What were you thinking?" I yelled at Emmett. "This is a subway station." "That's right," Emmett shouted over the ka-chonking noise of the crunching shock absorbers, which didn't seem to be absorbing too much shock. The sound of the kids screaming bounced up and down like hysterical hiccups. "Another abandoned subway. We can ride the tracks all the way to the portal, which will bring us home." Oh, no way, I thought, as the van got a couple of huge jolts, smashing through the turnstiles, then bounced across a platform and skidded sideways in horribly slow motion, toward the edge. Everyone shrieked in panic as the van skidded along the platform's lip for a few long, agonizing seconds before dropping like a ton of concrete right onto the subway tracks. Silence rushed in to fill the void where the non-amusement park ride screaming had been. I felt like someone had just taken us out of one of those paint can shakers at the hardware store. We were right smack on the tracks of the subway, though, our now cockeyed headlights shining into cavernous darkness. I turned the van off and stared at Emmett. "There we go. No problem," he said finally, his voice a little shaky in the crushing silence. His face was also whiter than a marble statue's. "Everyone okay?" I croaked. "Let's not do that again," one of the kids said through tears. "Okay, mister?" "The worst part's over," said Emmett. "Now we can ride these rails without anyone looking for the van or any of you missing prisoners. A turn-off tunnel will take us right to the portal." A long, low whistle suddenly echoed through the blackness. "Another train, far away," said Emmett. "Okay, let's get a move on." I reflexively checked the rearview mirror as I felt for the ignition key under the steering wheel. What I saw was a bright, single light piercing the darkness behind us. Not so far away." I turned to Emmett, my heart slamming into my chest. "What?" asked Emmett. "Take a look out the back window." He didn't need to. The kid's screams told him everything he needed to know.
Chapter 82. If you're ever on the brink of death, or in my case of ill-fated eternal life as a rodent, I recommend singing childhood songs to lift your spirits. How can you be climbing up a drain pipe without indulging in a cheerful round of Itsy Bitsy Spider? I sang the line about the spider being washed out with a nervous titter as I ascended into the prison complex. From the drain pipe, I came out into a gutter. I raced along the roof edge until I found an air conditioning vent, just like I'd seen in the prison schematic back of Janine's computer. Excellent! I squeezed through and then ran along the duct until I found another vent, and then another, and another. I was as close as I ever wanted to being a rat in a maze. But right then, I was becoming increasingly aware of another mouse side effect. You can smell 1,000,000 times better than you can as a person. I quickly found out that I could actually follow my nose. Pretty soon I came to a turnoff that I knew had to be the right one. It smelled like hell on a particularly hot day. The conduit was completely dark, but I figured I'd be able to see better when my eyes adjusted. Or I could always set myself on fire. Almost snickering at the vision of a flaming rodent skittering through the prison, I stretched my neck in through the slats, then squeezed my body most of the way. One final heroic tug, and I was suddenly dropping down, 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 into nothing. Chapter 83. There's a good reason our worst nightmares are so often about falling. That deer-in-the-headlights awareness that something really, really bad's coming, but not being able to do anything about it, is probably the world's best, or should I say worst, recipe for ultimate, deluxe, supersized terror. I plunged headlong into the spinning, blurring darkness, bouncing off one dusty metal wall and then another, flailing in order to catch something, anything, to slow my descent. But there was nothing. Just the wind blowing harder and harder as I fell faster and faster. And faster. And still there was no sign of the bottom. Although, in this pitch-dark shaft, I probably wouldn't even see it coming. "Stop!" I squealed mindlessly. "Think fast, Wisty. I was a witch. A witch could use magic. Magic could stop a falling object. Wit stopped a gavel in midair. Why couldn't I stop something as small and light as a mouse?" I gestured with my paws. I flicked my tail like a wand. I wished and raged the way I had in the past when I'd gone invisible or burst into flames. But nothing worked. I felt about as magical as a tomato dropping from the roof of a very tall building, about to go splat. I have to say, the old cliché about your life flashing before your eyes is dead on. I saw it all. Wisty, the feisty but loving daughter. Wisty, the high school truant. Wisty, the bad, scary witch. Wisty, the liberator. Wisty, the roadkill. Or something that was about to look a lot like it, anyway. Then it hit me. Literally stopped my panicked breath. Not the force of a hard surface. Instead, I was clobbered by a rank smell that was about 100 times worse than Whit's gym bag. And I was falling right toward it. A dim light began to fill the tube below me, and in an instant I saw where my free fall would come to an end. In the prison garbage pile. Luckily, a mesh screen was fastened across the opening to the shaft. I hit it at what felt like 60 miles an hour. It's a good thing the wire had some give to it, or I'm sure I would have been flattened on the spot. If the screen had been tighter, or any thinner, it might have passed through me like an apple corer. As it was, the thing worked like an overstretched trampoline, and sent me rebounding back up into the vent before my final smackdown. The force of the impact knocked the wind out of me, and I was instantly sure I'd broken some ribs in my left foreleg. Judging from how my head was throbbing and the fact that I couldn't see straight, I probably had a concussion too. Shaken, injured, disoriented, but alive, I forced myself to scan my surroundings. I'd made a serious dent in the screen, and the rusty old clasps that held the thing in place had nearly bent straight. Then I recoiled at the sound of some squeaky chattering below me. I choked back my vertigo. I'm so bad about heights, I usually turn around and face upward on down escalators. Then rolled over and peered through the screen. It wasn't technically a trash pit, but an open-topped steel container, filled with torn bedding, soiled inmate uniforms, and revolting scraps from the prison kitchen. And, wait, it was full of eyes staring right at me. Rats. Dozens of them. Filthy-furred, greasy-tailed, evil-looking. I'm not especially squeamish about them normally. My science teacher even had one in the classroom last year. But these weren't nice white pet store rats like Mr. Nicolo's. And I wasn't a human girl here. I was a mouse, a.k.a. prey. Come on, magic. Come on. A spell to let me climb or fly? A spell to let me banish rats to oblivion? A spell to turn me into a large cat? A spell to make this all into a dream I could wake up from? But my mind, my energy, my spirit were stone-cold frozen. All I could manage was to stare back at the rats, at their matted fur, their soulless black eyes, their wicked yellow teeth, their wormy pink tails. I was safe for the moment. There was at least 8 feet of space between me and them, and unless they were really good with cheerleader squad pyramids, they wouldn't be able to get anywhere near me. I looked up into the shaft and spied a ridge, a seam in the metal where 2 sections had been welded together. It wasn't much, but it might be enough to grip. And if there was another seam above that, and another above that... I jumped desperately upward, my good foreleg outstretched, and missed. And that was too bad, because the clasps on the screen really weren't ready for me to fall on them again, and they promptly gave way. No, no, no! The screen swung open and I fell backward, helplessly airborne once again, plunging toward the trash and the nightmare scrum of rats. Chapter 84. I think we all can recognize that rats are not the cutest animals in the world. But until you're 1/10 their size, you don't really have a good sense of just how unsavory they are. To be as up close to them as I was right then? Well, personally, I'd rather face a tiger or a grizzly bear. At least tigers and bears don't nest in trash heaps. These prison rodents smelled as if they'd give you an incurable disease just by brushing against you, to say nothing of what would happen if they sank their bone-splintering teeth into you. They quickly circled around me as I landed on the heap and gasped for breath in the suffocating stink. There was no spark of mercy in their lightless eyes, and judging by the drool coming out of their crooked mouths, I was clearly way more appetizing than whatever moldy items they'd been finding in this revolting pile of rancid kitchen grease, soup bones, shredded uniforms, soaked mattress stuffing, rat droppings, and unidentifiable brown and black sludge. Not wasting a moment to think about spells or germs, I leaped at the largest gap in their circling pack and sprinted as fast as my aching body and the slippery, treacherous sludge pile would allow. It was no use. Even beyond the first ring of rats, more were swarming. In a moment they had seized each of my legs and had pinned me down in the slimy pile. A lean, fanged creature the size of a small wildcat loomed over me, snuffling my fur and drooling like I was a fresh-from-the-oven chocolate chip cookie, a treat for the Rat King. I clenched my eyes shut and, well, screamed my full head off. And wouldn't you know it, right then, without any warning, I was sprouting like a charmed beanstalk in a fairy tale. I'd become my full-size human self again. Good news? The mouse spell must have worn off at just the right moment, and my human self wasn't all busted and broken. Bad news? Maybe the last shred of magic I possessed had just evaporated. Good news? Who freaking cares? I just escaped death by dismemberment and digestion. And then more bad news. My transformation back into human form had not been accompanied by a new wardrobe. There I was, lying in garbage, rats all over me, not a shred of clothing between me and them. I was stark naked. A big pink rat chew toy. But I'd suddenly become the largest creature in the trash, and the rats were pretty freaked out. They scurried up and over the top of the container. I, in the meantime, quickly picked through the disgusting pile for an abandoned prisoner uniform to wear, and noticed the lettering on the back of each shirt. New Order Reformatory, number 426. I finally found a uniform that fit, and that wasn't entirely soaked through with sludge. I numbly put it on, nearly oblivious to its smell and sickening dampness. There was a set of steel rungs at the front wall of the container, and having never wanted anything more dearly than to be away from this rat-infested garbage pile, I climbed them faster than a bionic squirrel, and vowed to never make another rodent-based metaphor ever again. Next, I lowered myself out of the container to the floor and squinted around in the dimly lit indoor loading bay. I spotted the outline of a regular door atop a nearby loading dock and hurried to it. It was unlocked, and I slowly pulled it open, allowing my eyes to adjust to the bright fluorescent light beyond. It appeared to be a service corridor. Everything seemed quiet, so I cautiously stuck my head out into the hall. I didn't do it cautiously enough, though. The 6 prison guards who had just turned the corner saw me right away. Chapter 85. I didn't even have a split second to suck in a rejuvenating breath of non-stench-filled air before I had to take off running blindly like my life depended on it, which it did. "Escapee!" one of the guards yelled as another slammed a red button on the wall, setting off ear-splitting sirens and eye-shattering strobe lights. As long as I didn't have control over my magic and was stuck in my enemy-friendly, easy-to-catch and destroy human form, I had about a 1% chance of survival. But I hung on to that 1% like crazy. It fueled me like a cheap sugar high. I wasn't going to do my parents any good if I got caught and killed. I reached a stairwell and sprinted up 2-3 steps at a time. Made me wonder if I'd accidentally come back with longer legs in my mouse-to-Wisty morph. 1 flight, 2 flights, 3 flights, the boot steps behind me getting closer with every passing second, but I was still ahead. Adrenaline rocks. When I got to the last landing and the door to the roof, I heaved against the exit bar, and then I was out on top of the gravel-covered building. I bolted in the only direction that wasn't blocked by concertina wire. "Stop right there! There's no escape!" I heard a meathead guard shout as he burst through the door behind me. I skidded to a painful stop at the edge of a precipice that overlooked the central cell block's courtyard, a concrete parade area 5 stories below. The guards knew they had me trapped. My only chance was to cross the courtyard gap on a 2-foot-wide conduit, a metal round-backed pipe that stretched across the massive opening in the roof. Anyone would be insane to try it. But me? Aside from the heights thing, Balance and I don't have a good history. I'm serious. Ask Whit sometime about my one attempt at snowboarding. Without turning to look at my pursuers, I carefully stepped out on the pipe and, arms pinwheeling, started across the pit. "Stop and come back! You'll kill yourself!" yelled one of the guards, his tone not exactly overflowing with concern. But I was already a quarter of the way across. I was making it. It seemed like as long as I continued to move quickly, my momentum kind of kept me steady, and it probably helped that I was barefoot and the pipe was pitted with rust and not very slippery. I just kept my eyes focused on the far side of the pipe and made sure not to look down. Which ended up being sort of a mistake, because the rope was fastened around the pipe at the halfway point. I failed to notice it. I stubbed my toe, lost my balance, and fell into space.
Chapter 86. "That train is coming!" Emmett howled, swiveling nervously in his seat. "Straight for us! Fast! Really fast! Get out of here, kids!" he shouted, grabbing for the door. "Leave the van! Immediately! Now! Now! Now!" "No!" Margot yelled. "Drive, Whit! Stay put, everybody! Nobody moves! We have to outrun it! There's nowhere else for us to go!" The van was actually starting to vibrate with the train's approach. I cranked the key and got a dull sputtering sound. "Attention, passengers. The train bound for instantaneous death is now approaching the platform on track 1. "I want to go back to prison!" I heard one of the kids cry out from the din of screaming and sobbing. I cranked the engine again. Nothing happened. Cold sweat broke out on my forehead, small, very distinct worry beads. The train's whistle swelled to a wail as the ground trembled. I tried to block out the screams. I touched my hand to the key again. Concentrate, I thought. I have life in my hands. This energy must pass through me. This van must go. These kids must live. And then I did feel something coursing through me, unpleasant and weird, as if I'd stuck a wet finger in a light socket. My hands felt as if they were aflame, as a physical force flew through my fingers and into the van's key. I had to admit, I felt like I was a wizard, like I had superpowers, like I was guilty as charged by the one who judges. Suddenly the engine roared to life like it was the Lazarus of minivans. Everyone went silent, a hopeful silence. Of course, we were still on the subway tracks with the train barreling down on us. I slammed my foot down on the gas pedal. The wheels spun, spitting rocks and garbage out behind us. The train's headlight flooded our van, its horn so loud that it filled every inch of space inside my head. And the van's wheels continued to churn in place. Hope crushed. Goodbye, Wisty, I thought. So long, Mom and Dad. Then there was a lurching, the bottom of the vehicle screeching against the metal tracks. We surged forward. Margot was shouting, "Go! Go! Go!" "Thanks for the tip," I shouted back.
Chapter 87. The rope I tripped over also saved my life. It gave me a mean friction burn, but I managed to grab it as I plunged past the pipe. I quickly wrapped my legs around its downward stretched length. From there, given that my name's not Whit and I'm not exactly oversupplied with upper body strength, climbing back up was out of the question. So I started sliding down, hopeful that the rope would take me close enough to the ground to jump off. I heard a scuffle of boots and goony guard voices shouting at one another from above. They'd witnessed my acrobatic feat and were heading back downstairs to tackle me from the courtyard. This chase would be over if I didn't get there first. I didn't even look down. I didn't want to see how far I had to fall, and also I didn't want to discover that I was going to run out of rope. Instead, I focused on the rows of cell block window slits as I twisted my way down. 4 stories to go. 3 stories to go. 2 stories to go. But now my feet encountered something solid and cloth-covered, and I couldn't keep sliding on my merry way. In hindsight, I wish I hadn't looked to see what it was. I wish I'd just jumped the remaining few yards to the ground and taken off running without a glance back. Because as I peered down, I saw that my feet were now resting on the sagging shoulders of the visitor, or at least the shoulders of his bloated, long-dead body.
Chapter 88. Unfortunately, the charging train didn't stop at the abandoned station we'd just left in the dust. The race was still on. The scraping, screeching sound of metal on metal made my jawbone rattle, but I continued to stomp on the gas pedal as hard as I could. The tracks crossed timbers, making the van jolt unbearably. It was starting to dawn on me that we'd never be able to outrun that train. In a few seconds, it would slam into us, probably spinning us sideways, then smashing us flat against the tunnel's cement wall. I need another tunnel, I thought. I need a turnoff. Problem was, I had no idea how to create one magically, and Wisty was busy being a mouse. I couldn't think straight. Every bit of energy I had was focused on just holding on to the jouncing, jerking steering wheel and pressing the gas pedal almost through the floor. "There!" Emmett shouted, pointing. "There! Whit, look!" I saw it. A turnoff. The track actually split into two up ahead. "Which way?" I yelled. "We don't know which one the train will take." Emmett's face was bone white as he stared wildly at the fork. I knew he had no way of knowing any more than I did. The train's whistle continued to blare, as if the driver thought it would make us come to our senses and get the heck out of his way. "Okay!" I yelled over the crazy din. "Okay! I think I know what to do!" We sped toward the split, the train's light filling our van like those overexposed scenes on TV where somebody always dies. I jerked into the right-hand tunnel, then flicked my left hand in back of me. In my mind, I saw the track switch moving just as we passed over it. The barreling train suddenly swerved and plunged into the left-hand tunnel, shooting away from us like a comet. Within seconds, its terrifying whistle had faded to a dull whine. We finally bounced to a stop, but I kept the engine running, just in case. My shirt was stuck to me with cold sweat. The kids sobbed and hugged one another in the back seat. Emmett was still white as an alabaster statue and looked like he was going to either cry with relief or barf from motion sickness. Margot's tense hands gripped the dashboard like claws, and then she reached over and grabbed my shoulder just as hard. "You did it, Whit," she whispered. "You saved our lives." It took us a few minutes to catch our breath and come down from the adrenaline cliff edge. Then Emmett's voice hissed excitedly through the sounds of celebration. "This is the, turnoff I was telling you about." His voice was still shaking. "We can take the tunnel to the portal, and from there we'll return safely to the basement of Garfunkel's." He leaned back in his seat, shell-shocked. A tiny voice came from the rear of the van. "Are we really going to Garfunkel's?"
Chapter 89. I screamed and let go of the rope, landing painfully on the concrete. As the wind crept back into my lungs, I rolled over to look up at the swollen corpse. There was a sign pinned to his chest, written in the large font of New Order officialdom, that read, "Failure to execute New Order orders necessitates the execution of he who failed." They had killed the visitor for our escape. I was almost starting to feel bad for him when a half-dozen enormous hands grabbed me, roughly. The crew-cut, necklace bruisers hoisted me into the air and threw me against the concrete wall. The leader jabbed a massive finger into my face and literally sprayed his rage at me. "Nobody ever escapes," he screamed. Something was broken inside of me. Feisty girl Wisty would have fought. Truant Wisty would have said something sarcastic back, like pointing out that I had actually been breaking into this place rather than busting out. Bad, scary Witch Wisty would have thrown a lightning bolt to teach him a good lesson about bullying girls who were 1/4 his size. But my magic was dead. I don't know how to describe it, but it was like that little spark was gone. So what did I do? Why, I burst into tears, of course. Predictably enough, they mocked me. "Aw, the poor little thing," one snickered, and another inanely quipped, "Well, one thing's clear. With that many tears, I guess we've been giving her too much water." which gave me the brilliant idea to spit in the guy's face. In the absence of magic, there's always saliva. Okay, so it wasn't one of my best ideas. "Ah!" he screamed and grabbed my hair, twisting my head backwards so hard I could almost see the tips of my toes dragging on the floor behind me. It felt like my neck might break. This is the part where I'm supposed to explode into flame. But there was no magic. Nothing. Nothing. Chapter 90. I don't understand it. We aren't missing any prisoners from the cell blocks, the administrator told my guards. He was a neat little man who carried himself stiffly, probably trying to make sure he didn't seem a fraction of an inch shorter than he was. We had 3 transferred to the infirmary after interrogation last night, but every other inmate is present and accounted for. I felt the blood drain completely from my face. They'd injured 3 kids in interrogation? At this point, it shouldn't have surprised me that this cruel new order would torture, but still, my despair sank to a new low. "I'm going to ask you again," he said, turning to me. "What's your cell block?" I was so torn apart I couldn't even respond. He thought I was being defiant, but I knew the sad truth. I didn't have much defiance left in me anymore. The administrator's headset glowed blue, and he turned away. He was getting a call. "No, her hair hasn't been cut to specifications. Yes, it's red." Suddenly, his face flushed, and he stood even more erect as he turned to regard me. "Yes," he continued, "about 5'2" and not much more than 100 pounds, I'd say." "Yes, yes." His face broke into a prideful smile. "It certainly is a piece of good fortune." And then he said the words that really rocked my world. "Now we only have to find her brother and parents, and the Allgood threat will be history." "What?" I yelled. The guard shoved me painfully back against the wall for daring to interrupt his conversation. "Yes, very good," he went on. "Consider it done. And congratulations to you, too." The administrator's headset switched off, and he smiled at me mockingly. "My parents aren't in this prison?" I shrieked at him, earning myself another bruising shove from the guards. "Why would we put your parents in a children's prison?" he snorted. "I don't know," I said. "Because you're all certifiably insane?" The guards gave me yet another jab, but the administrator ignored me. "Why, indeed, would we keep them alive at all? You, we need to interrogate, but them, trust me, as soon as we have them, you can officially call yourself an orphan." He smiled menacingly, but for all his cruelty, I was taking some comfort in the fact that my parents were alive and free. "Put her in cell block D, cell 412, he yelled at the guards, who dragged me away from his post and toward the place where I would spend the rest of my short life. I stared around at the cell doors, their bars crowded with the hollow-eyed faces of kids, none over the age of 16. A new anger was building inside me. Was Sasha a New Order spy? Had he fooled Whit and me to come here just so we'd be captured? They dragged me up the stairs and over to cell 412, which, like all of them, was crowded with haunted, hopeless faces. How much longer would they be alive? How much longer would any of us be alive? Chapter 91. One thought haunted me as the guard shoved me against the bars and went to open the door. Even if Sasha had tricked us, the fact was that I'd failed. I'd failed these kids. I'd failed Emmett. I'd failed Margot. I'd failed Whit. I'd failed my parents. For the second time that day, I cried like a baby. But then the most remarkable thing happened. One of the kids, an emaciated little girl inside the cell, touched my arm through the bars and tried to cheer me up. "Don't cry. Remember, they're doing all this because they're scared. They're afraid of you. They're afraid of all of us." "What do you mean?" "They know we can change everything. They know we have the power to fight back. "Shut up, you little piece of dirt!" one guard barked at her like a hellhound. The girl didn't even flinch. Which got me thinking. Here she was, emaciated and oppressed to the brink of death, a veritable Michael Clancy, and yet she had the strength to comfort me. She had the strength to hope. Maybe I had just a flicker of faith inside me, too. That 1% chance of survival that I'd hung on to so fiercely earlier. They're afraid of you. They're afraid of all of us. I turned to my hellhound guards as they manhandled me toward the now open cell door and heard myself yell like a girl possessed. "Freeze!" They laughed, and one of them clouted me over the head with the nightstick. Stars danced in my vision, and I went limp. What was going on? I couldn't hear the guards. I was no longer being dragged, and the kids in the cell were staring open-mouthed like they'd just seen Santa Claus come down the chimney. Yes! Yes! Some magic had worked! The guards were frozen! With some minor straining of my wrists and elbows, I managed to pry myself loose of their stone-like grip. It was still a long, long way to freedom. I stared up at the winking red light of a security camera that was even now swiveling toward me. Who knew how many hundreds of guards and dozens of steel doors I was going to have to get past to reach the outside? And not just me, but my big fat conscience, too. After all, the kids in my open cell could come with me. But what about all the hundreds of other haunted, pitiful faces looking at me in wonder through the bars of nearby cells? And the ones on the next level? And in the next cell block? I took the master key from the belt of one of the frozen guards and moved down to the adjacent cell. "You guys want to get out of here or what?" I yelled down the cell block. My question was rewarded with hundreds of heartbreakingly hopeful cheers. I quickly made my way along the balcony, unlocking each cell as I went. Then a siren began to wail, and about 20 guards stormed into the cell block. Chapter 92. The jackbooted bullies forged into the crowd of children I'd released from their cells, swinging clubs and firing stun guns with unfathomable cruelty. The sight of 200-pound-plus guards manhandling, beating, and hurting children, some of them a quarter their size, is something I will have nightmares about for the rest of my life. At the time, it sickened me almost past the point of outrage. Every cell in my body seemed to boil with anger. And then, whoosh! And I mean, whoosh! Familiar 2, 3, and 4 feet flames once again swirled around me. The flame girl strikes back. Still, it wouldn't have made a lick of difference had I not had a massive stroke of luck right then. The lucky strike was that I was right under a smoke alarm. And time was, the people in charge of the world actually put a value on human life and put in a safety precaution so that not everybody in the prison would die in a massive fire. The new order, in taking over a jail that had been created by a society based on fairness and justice, had neglected to realize that the fire alarms in the prison automatically opened all the interior doors, including the doors to the cells themselves. And so, as the smoke alarm added its siren wail to the cacophony all around us, I charged the guards, leaving fiery footprints everywhere I stepped. I had to lead these kids out of here, and that meant I had to clear a path. The guards didn't put up much resistance. I charged down the hallway after them all the way to the next cell block before they met reinforcements and tried to stand their ground. One guard was shouting orders into a walkie-talkie. The others had stun guns and nightsticks at the ready. I took a deep breath and remembered what the kid had said. They're afraid of all of us. Well, they clearly were at least a little afraid of a furious 15-year-old firebrand flying toward them with her arms spread wide, screeching like a total maniac. Fire really, really hurts, and I'm a bad, scary witch. I burst right through their ranks, not even a little upset by the shouting as their clothes caught on fire, yelling, "Stop, drop, and roll, you idiots!" I dashed into the next cell block. "Everybody out!" I screamed at the kids there, as well as those from the last block who had been following me, sensibly at a safe distance. "Fire! Everyone get out! Right now! See that stairwell there? That's the way out!" I was actually starting to feel a little scared myself. This was the longest I'd ever stayed on fire. Was there a point of no return from being charbroiled? I couldn't think about it now, because suddenly hundreds of skinny, dirty, terrified kids were pouring past me. And them, I didn't want to catch on fire.
Chapter 93. After we dropped the kids off at Garfunkel's, we decided to bypass death by subway and take a different route back to the prison. True to my word, I avoided directions from Emmett at all costs. This time, Margot was my co-pilot. We were in the van alone. The others would meet us close to the prison gates. I'd done a pretty successful abracadabra on the van before we left, turning it an uneven shade of dark blue with Idaho license plates. But that wasn't the only big change. A short time ago, I'd looked like I was about 30 years old. Then I'd changed back to a teenager, with no warning, right as I was going up the stalled escalator at Garfunkel's. It had made me trip and fall down several steps. Very uncool. As Margot and I headed back to the prison, I thought about that and wondered, has Wisty suddenly changed back into herself also? Has the spell simply worn out? I had no idea where she was, what she was doing, or what form she'd be in when I found her. Flat as a pancake, maybe? Or with one or two limbs, the rest left behind in a spring-action mousetrap? "You look worried, Whit," Margot said with a concerned glance my way. "Well, yeah," I said, in more of a no-duh kind of voice than I'd intended. "Aren't you?" "Yes and no," Margot said, surprising me. "I mean, sure, anything could happen, but, this is my life now. It's what I do. No parents, no brothers or sisters left. I have nothing to lose, really. And I have everything to gain by helping these kids and your mom and dad." I sat in stunned silence. Then I said, "I'm sorry." I actually couldn't remember the last time I'd uttered those words with any real meaning, and I wasn't exactly sure why I said them now, but it felt right. "Don't be sorry, Whit. I'm no big hero," Margot scoffed. "It's heroic to face your own pain, and you're the one who's facing that right now. I get it. You have a sister you love in there. You have parents who were wanted dead or alive in there. The love of your life is dead but still haunting you. Oh yeah, and I hear you're due to be executed on your birthday." "Well, actually," I said with a weak smile, "they revised the order to execute me immediately." "So when is your birthday anyway?" she asked. Wow, I really wasn't sure. Time had felt warped, and with all the portals we'd traveled through, time actually was warped. I looked at Margot in surprise. I think it already happened. "Well, how about that?" Margot said with a rare smile. "And you didn't even get to celebrate." She continued to grin, her brown eyes shining brightly, and sucked in a deep breath. I knew a wind-up to a song when I saw one. "Don't you dare," I protested, but she went on gleefully. She sang happy birthday to me. Then she trailed off as her gaze shifted past me. And then she frowned. "What's that? There, in the top windows of the main building." I jerked the van to a sudden stop. "It's flames. The prison is on fire." "Oh, Wisty, what have you done?"
Chapter 94. "Get out!" I shouted. "Get out of here now! Fire!" The kids pattered barefoot down the metal stairs, most of them unable to take their eyes off me. One of them finally squeaked, "But the guards!" "Forget the guards!" I screamed with a new level of hysteria I didn't know I had in me. "The guards are afraid of you. They're afraid of me. They're afraid of everything." A new burst of energy surged through the kids. As soon as the first one reached the ground floor, I pointed toward the main doors, careful not to get too close to any of them. More New Order guards began arriving now, billy clubs out, but I rushed straight at them, arms open. They drew back as if I were the plague. "Stay where you are," I warned them. "You come near me, and I won't give you a choice between regular and extra crispy." By now, waves of kid prisoners were pushing through the main exit, escaping right underneath the huge portrait of the one who is the one. it occurred to me that I didn't even know if Whit and the others were waiting outside. "Out! Out!" I shouted, my voice hoarse now. I was starting to feel a little hot and crackly, and I hoped I wasn't cooked extra crispy myself. Flames started to lick around the office doorway, and then the whole room was ablaze. I'd left a stream of several fires in my wake. With any luck, after the kids got out, this hideous prison would burn to the ground. It seemed to take forever for the last kids to get through the hallway and out the doors as the guards avoided the flames in terror, or tried to extinguish their own personal infernos. Meanwhile, I was getting so hot that it didn't seem out of the realm of possibility that I might explode like a piece of popcorn in a microwave. By the time the last prisoner passed out the gate, the few guards who were left were ready for vengeance. They lumbered toward me, zombie-like and charred, waving their billy clubs. I warned them, "or I'll burn you to cinders." Then I turned tail and raced out the exit myself, touching the walls and anything else I could reach as I went by. Streaks and handprints of fire marked my path. Cool. Hot. Then finally I saw streaks of moonlight and the outer doors ahead of me, and then, at last, the final gates. "Please be there, Whit," I prayed. "Please, wizard." The inner courtyard was filling rapidly with more guards and New Order soldiers. But then I heard Pfeffer barking like the hellhound she'd been trained to be. I could see her scaring the bejesus out of some guards as Margot herded kids outside to safety. I did a fast head count. Margot, Pfeffer, Emmett, Sasha, and yes, Whit! They were all there, helping the prisoners get away. I was gasping for air, feeling completely burned out, like there was nothing left of me for the fire to consume. Whit was looking all around, searching for me. Am I so unrecognizable? Then he saw me. An alarm flashed in his eyes. Fear, like I'd never seen on his face before. Not even the time he fell out of our tree and broke his leg in 2 places. I tried to run to him, but the last thing I remember was falling to my knees and hearing a most hateful voice. "Wisteria Allgood, you are condemned to death," it said.
Chapter 95. I gagged and choked on the smell of smoke and burning paint as more and more kids, hundreds of them, flowed out the doors of the overworld prison. It was a beautiful sight, really. Bless Wisty, I thought. She did it. Now I just had to make sure she was safe and had found our mom and dad. Where was she? Where were they? It had seemed like forever since we'd first caught sight of the flames in the prison windows, but it had just been minutes. "Hurry!" Margot was shouting as we herded more kids through the gates in a kind of fireman's line. "We've set up an escape route through the sewers!" Margot yelled. I craned my neck, looking desperately for Wisty, as girl or mouse, but couldn't see her anywhere. Was she with our folks? Or was my sister trapped inside the burning building? Had she been caught? The street outside was filled with kids who were gathered up by our second team, led by Sasha. Traffic had stopped, unable to move. Alarms everywhere were flashing and wailing, but still no Wisty. Then the last kids burst through the doors, and I finally saw her, totally aflame. It was different this time, worse. She was glowing more brightly, more white-hot than I had seen before, and her wild-eyed face, her newly gaunt frame, looked weaker, closer to terror and death than I ever could have imagined. She saw me, and her face, even through the flames, sparkled with hope. But then her eyes rolled back in her head, and she dropped to the pavement like she'd been shot. "Get the van!" I shouted over my shoulder to Margot as I made a break toward Wisty. "I'll bring Wisty!" "I don't think so, wizard," came a terrible, gravelly voice right behind me. Chapter 96. It was like a recurring nightmare of the worst kind. There loomed the foul matron, swaddled in bandages and pale as chalk. Next to her was the one who judges, Ezekiel Unger, her brother, I remembered, still in his depressing black robes, looking like the Grim Reaper. Security specialists, armed with scatterguns, backed them up. Next to them stood our Jonathan, looking smug and complicit. Despair descended on me like a funeral shroud. It had never occurred to me that anyone from Freeland could stoop to the traitorous level of Byron Swain, but apparently Jonathan had. "John?" Margot gasped. Jonathan just shrugged. "It's too hard and hopeless living like you do. The new order offers a better life," he said. "It beats prison and death. I believe in the one." Margot's eyes filled with angry tears. She'd made me feel stronger before, and I wanted to make her believe that everything was going to be okay, even if it really wasn't. Words sprang into my brain. I didn't know where they came from. "Margot, they're afraid of us. They're afraid of everything." And then I kept on talking without really thinking until it turned into a chant. "They're afraid of change, and we must change. They're afraid of the young, and we are the young. They're afraid of music, and music is our life. They're afraid of books and knowledge and ideas. They're most afraid of our magic." Margot stared at me and sniffled, her eyes wide, but the tears were gone. I scooped up Wisty, who was unconscious and nearly weightless in my arms, and said the words again, louder and more forcefully this time. "They're afraid of us. They're afraid of everything. They're afraid of change, and we must change. They're afraid of the young, and we are the young." "Silence!" roared Judge Unger, his pinched beetle's face turning a shade of funereal purple. "Wait till I get my hands on you again," the matron snarled at his side, her icy eyes narrowing into thin slits that wouldn't take a dime. "I don't think so, matron. Not going to happen," I said. "Actually, you are petrified of us, and you should be. We have the magic, you don't." The next time I spoke the words, everyone, Margot, Emmett, Janine, the prison kids, everyone but Jonathan, repeated them with me. "They're afraid of us. They're afraid of everything. They're afraid of change, and we must change. They're afraid of the young, and we are the young. They're afraid of—" "Enough! More than enough, actually!" Judge Unger pounded his fist into his hand, then raised it as if he would hit me. "The witch and wizard must be put to death at once." In my arms, my sister suddenly opened her eyes. I stared at her in amazement. Wisty's eyes had been blue before. Now they looked almost clear, like sea glass. Her hair was more auburn than its former red, more like our mother's. Her eyes glowed, and she tried her best to smile at me. "Hey, brother." "You and your sister are going to burn, right here in this prison." Judge Unger spewed powerful hatred our way. "The fire's going to take care of our society's problem once and for all. You," he snapped at the security specialists, "take them back into the prison and lock all the doors. They like fire. Let them burn. That is my final judgment. It is the law of the land. I am the one who judges." "No!" came a powerful voice. Wisty's voice. Chapter 97. "I don't think so," Wisty went on as she unwrapped herself from my arms. I had no idea what she was up to, but I knew I couldn't stop her. She turned her head slowly to look at the matron, then stared at Judge Unger. I sensed a spell coming on, and I cringed involuntarily. We didn't have time for trial and error. "Trust me," Wisty whispered to me. She turned back to our accusers. "You say that you're the one," she said with a tone of authority I'd never heard in her before. "But your form will now become undone." For the first time in all of Wisty's spellcasting, a shiver went through me. "We're a witch and wizard," Wisty continued, her voice sounding stronger and stronger, "as you can clearly tell. But since you don't deserve where you presently dwell, it is now with great pleasure we send you off to—" We all waited with bated breath, and fear, I must admit, and trembling. I almost didn't want to hear her complete the curse. "Roachland," Wisty finished, "where you will be judged a heinous criminal, even under the laws of roaches." She snapped her hands at Judge Unger, who actually cowered. "I give you all my power," I whispered to my sister. "You speak for both of us." It was as if lightning were moving within me, a feeling of quicksilver warmth that raced through my hands and into Wisty. Again she snapped her hands at Judge Unger. This time he shrieked, and a crackling burst of white light surrounded him, engulfing the monster from his head to the tips of his black riding boots. We all waited, hearts in our throats, and then, when the smoke cleared, the biggest, ugliest roach I'd ever seen lay trembling on the pavement. The matron stared at the hideous creature, appalled. "You're next," Wisty told her. The matron shot a glance at the security specialists, and they shook their heads. Whirling, they ran through the crowd as fast as they could. Jonathan, too. The last I saw of the matron, she was lumbering away, shrieking like a banshee. She had gotten our message. Now she would help spread it, right up to the Council of Ones. The fight is on. Wisty's eyes grew very large. I think we did it, she said, her voice raspy and weak. Her eyes were turning back to blue again. Ew! I heard a kid squeal. I looked down to see a large rat darting through everyone's legs. Suddenly, it seized the roach and bit off its head. It struck me as being one of the top 5 grossest things I'd ever seen, but Wisty was having a laugh attack. What's so funny? I asked her. Now that's justice, she said, as the rat skittered away with the rest of Ezekiel Unger's roach body in its mouth. You know, she continued, I like rats much better when they're not bigger than me. They're almost cute, don't you think? And then she fainted again. Yeah, my sister's weird. Mostly in a good way. Chapter 98. Now here's what my sister missed. I turned and saw that several of the prison kids were crying, bawling their little eyes out, shivering, cowering. The one who is the one had appeared. This time with no strong winds, no warning of any kind. He stood directly over Wisty and declared, She's good. She's very good, Whitford. You both are. Of course you must know that I had no intention of letting either of you be seriously harmed. No, no, no. I finally found my voice. I'll bet you didn't. I absolutely didn't. That isn't one of the prophecies. Even I can't change those. The one looked hard at me then, almost stared right through me. You do know the prophecies about you and your sister, don't you? That's what all the fuss is about. Your parents didn't tell you? You mean, no one has? You don't know? I wished I could hurt him, but all I could do was dumbly mutter, What prophecies? Oh, Whit, Whit. Poor Whit. All right, then. I'll have to be the bearer of legend and myth. Listen well. Prophecy 1. A boy and girl, brother and sister, shall be born to Wiccans, and shall achieve powers heretofore unrealized by any other Wiccans. That much is obviously true. Prophecy 2. The boy and girl shall lead an army of children to victory. Well, look around. You won the battle of the New Order Reformatory, didn't you? 3. The brother and sister shall know great sadness, suffering, and terrible betrayal. Hope not. Think so. 4. They must visit all 5 levels of reality, which no one before them has done, and learn the lessons of each level. Sounds even worse than middle school and high school. Prophecy 5. Well, I'll come back to that one. 6. Ultimately, the brother and sister shall combine with an even greater power for the goodness and prosperity of all. Sounds exciting, no? The one stared deeply into my eyes, and it was almost as if he were trying to know me better, to understand something about me. So, Whitford, what do you think of all this? Am I friend or foe? Or a little of each? Are the important things in life black and white, or maybe a little gray? Do fairies, elves, and gremlins exist? And will you ever see Celia again? I leave you with those weighty thoughts and questions. And this one last prophecy, sweet prince, the Allgood shall be executed. That is prophecy 5. I'm sure that you and your sister will sort it all out. Give her my very best. Wake her gently.
Chapter 99. What happened? I asked dreamily when I opened my eyes and caught sight of Whit. You just had a bad dream, Wisty. You've been sick for days. Mom and Dad and I have been really worried about you. This is what I hoped to hear anyway. Then I caught sight of Margot, Sasha, and Emmett in the background. There was a moment of letdown, sure, but then I felt huge relief, knowing they were okay and they were there for me. Even that hateful weasel, Byron Swain, actually seemed concerned about me. Don't you remember? Whit said. The prison, Judge Unger, the matron, all the kids who escaped? I do, I said, trying to sit up. Actually, I do. Most of it, anyway. You missed the one who is the one, Whit said then. I did? How? When? I'll tell you later." "What about Mom and Dad?" Whit asked suddenly. His face lit with concern when he saw mine fall. "What happened? Where are they?" "Wisty, what's wrong?" My eyes went from face to face until they came to Sasha's. "Ask him," I said. "He's the one who lied to us. Mom and Dad were never in the prison. Sasha lied to get us to help." Bitterness rose in my throat. "I'll never forgive you," I spat out. It took a moment for Whit to process the betrayal. In a flash, his expression morphed from disbelief to dismay to disgust. "No," Whit growled, his fists clenched. "Neither will I." Sasha never flinched. "Worse things have happened to me. Far worse. We needed you guys. This is a war against true evil. The ends justify any effective means." Then Sasha gave us that cheery smile of his, and it was so sad. And creepy. Then and there, I vowed never to let the war, or anything else, do that to me. "I should turn you into a slug," I shouted at Sasha. "You used our friendship and ruined it forever." "Take it easy," Whit cautioned. "You've been out for hours. He's not worth it." "She's awake!" someone shouted, and I suddenly realized that all around me were hundreds of kids wearing, party hats and blowing noisemakers. Tattered paper streamers were draped everywhere. We were back at Garfunkel's. Pfeffer was sitting on a couch, eating what looked like cake off a paper plate. When she heard my voice, she jumped off and came to me, licking my face. I got to my feet, shaky, starving, and a little lightheaded. Janine, our leader of the week, pushed through the crowd, holding a soda and a plate of chocolate cake. Real cake. Totally pukka. I hadn't had any in... It felt like a lifetime. I didn't even use a fork. I dug into it, icing first. "To the liberators!" Janine shouted. Everyone around me echoed her words. My face flushed as I tried to smile and shove more cake into my mouth at the same time. "Everyone helped," Whit said. "Here's to all of you." Margot, the commando, was staring at Whit, who did look very heroic. "You two did the most." "So, for today, enjoy being heroes," Janine said, but her eyes shone only on Whit. I knew he didn't notice she was totally crushing on him. My bro was clueless, as usual. That's one thing I love about him. Someone handed me a foot-long hot dog with everything slopped all over it, and I began to wolf down the frank right on top of the cake. Yuck, but also delish. Emphasis being on today, Emmett clarified with a heart-stopping grin. We don't let anybody be heroes for more than one day, because it goes to their heads. Hero worship tends to corrupt, or at least turn you into an Erlenmeyer. Understood, said Whit. However, Janine went on, for going above and beyond the call of duty, you are hereby promoted to official rescue mission driver. We stashed the van in a secret hideout behind enemy lines, and it's waiting for you next time we go raiding. That death trap? Whit said. That rescue vehicle, Janine said. We just heard from another group of kids in an abandoned mall. They need help badly. What? I blurted, my mouth still full. They need help, Janine repeated, as if that explained all of life's complex mysteries. And maybe it did. Another mission? Whit said, but I could see the gears in his mind turning. His eyes met mine, and I could tell we were both thinking the same thing. Our parents were out there, too. Well, okay, I said finally, and Whit nodded. Pfeffer nudged my leg, and I patted her. Of course you're going, I assured her. And me? Said a voice up close to my ear. Chapter 100. I turned to see Byron Trader Suck-Up Weasel perched on a shelf near my head, curled into a snaky little S. No, you are not going, I said firmly. You are not going anywhere with us. You are still a hateful, traitorous, black-hearted naysayer. "Nuh-uh," said Byron, in a tone that I think confirmed my point. Someone had given him half a hot dog, and he was chomping through it. "I've changed. I like you guys now. I want to go with you." "You are so full of it," I said. "You're staying right here." In my peripheral vision, I caught Janine, Margot, and Emmett violently shaking their heads. "He has to go with you," Janine said. "You brought him. He's your responsibility. The weasel must go." "There's something I want to say to you guys," Byron said stiffly. "I want to apologize." My eyes widened. "At the time when we met, I felt I was doing the right thing. It seemed to be the only smart thing to do, to act like I did. But after seeing the kids living in Freeland, and the hospital where you guys were, and the curve dog, and realizing about how maybe I could have done something different in terms of that whole thing with my sister, well, I'm just saying I feel differently," he continued. "That's all I wanted to say." Whit and I made surprised faces at each other. "Fine," Whit said, and sighed. "Fine, we'll take him along." And then another strange thing. Tears, actual tears, began to flow from the hateful weasel's eyes. Can people really change? I wondered. Maybe they can. Epilogue. There's no place like home. Chapter 101. It was more than a little scary to be on our own, me and Whit, in a stolen van. Well, that was the deal. Just us, except for our budding pet shop, Pfeffer and Byron, the world's most annoying, pointy-headed, formerly traitorous weasel. With our clean clothes and tidied hair, my beautiful auburn hair, we sure looked like New Order kids, so we would probably be safer. We were learning to rely on our magic more and trust in our powers. It's harder than you would think. Whit had been telling me about seeing his oneness again and hearing the prophecies about us, which didn't include the one we saw on the wall inside Garfunkel's. Also, poor Whit was seriously pining for Celia, hoping for a dream visit, at least. As for me, I was just enjoying the ride, blasting Stone Smack's first album with the van's stereo speakers turned up, way up. "Here, need some help," said Byron, bringing me the end of a large bandana. "If you tie this to the clothes hanger thingy, I'll have a nice little hammock." I took the bandana and turned around in my seat. He'd already somehow fastened one end to a handhold. Resigned, I slung the other end over the small clothes hanger hook next to me, then tied a knot for him. "That's what I'm talking about." Byron jumped up and curled himself into his little hammock, leaving only his pointy face showing. I sighed. "Hey," said Whit. "This looks familiar, doesn't it? Check it out." I scanned the landscape through my window. We'd been passing fields of crops, mostly corn, with signs saying, "Clean corn for clean people. We guarantee this product has not been sprayed, genetically modified, or tampered with by spellcasters. Brought to you by the New Order Council of Agriculture." Weird stuff like that. Probably written by the one who makes irritating billboards. I saw what Whit meant, though. Something about the shape of the land, the way the horizon looked. It was familiar to me, too. My back and neck tensed. Familiarity breeds, I don't know, paranoia? "What's that?" asked Whit, pulling the van over to the side of the highway and pointing toward a shape in the distance, something poking up out of the unending sea of orderly crops. "A tree?" I said, and had the most horrible feeling settle in my stomach. Why would the NO have left a single tree standing? We climbed out of the van and, without a word to each other, began walking toward it, Pfeffer in tow. We crossed a few fields and some paths that, underneath a layer of dust, we could tell were abandoned streets, with double yellow lines down the middle. It took us half an hour or so to walk to it, and all the while the pit of my stomach dropped farther and farther. but I didn't truly feel like I was going to throw up until I saw the birdhouse. Our birdhouse. The birdhouse Dad had built for Whit and me, and our mom, nailed just where it had always been, 20 feet up on the massive trunk of the oak tree in our backyard. How many times had I looked up at that spreading oak tree? My dad said it had been there for 100 years or more. Whit and I had climbed it when we were little. Whit had used its acorns for batting practice, plinking them sometimes all the way over the neighbor's roof. Also, he had fallen from that tree, breaking his leg like it was made of peanut brittle. Now the tree stood by itself at the edge of a recently planted New Order field. Everything around it, every house, ours included, was gone. Chapter 102. "Where's our house? Where are Mom and Dad?" I said in a whisper, looking at the rippling corn patch where we used to live, where we had grown up, where we'd had such unbelievably happy times. Except maybe my school detention days. I remembered what Mom had said whenever we came back from a vacation. I remembered every word. North, east, south, and west, our home is in the center. Though we may roam, our home is best, and speak love, you may enter. To be honest, I never really understood it, and the last line had never made any sense. Speak of love? Speak about love? Someone's nickname is Love, and she's telling him to speak? I murmured the rhyme again, as mystified by it as I had been by everything else that had happened since my normal life became my nightmare life. "And speak love, you may enter," Whit mused. "Speak love," I repeated, my heart aching. Then, "Oh, wait! Speak love!" I stepped forward, closer to where our front steps had been. "Love," I said loudly and clearly. "Love." Then I held my breath as a ghostly shape began to form in front of us. It was our home, vaporous, see-through, not totally real. But the memory of our house, the essence of our house, was here, right down to the ivy that climbed the southern wall, and an old deflated football of Whit's. Then the front door opened, and I felt my heart thudding heavily inside my chest. "Please, not the one," I prayed. Chapter 103. "Mom," I whispered as her form started down the steps. "Dad." They came to us, and of course we wanted to hug them, but we couldn't, any more than Whit could hug Celia. A horrible realization dawned on me. "Are you half-lights?" I asked, my voice twisting hideously, on the verge of a bawl. "Are you dead?" "We're not dead, Wisty," Mom said. "We're just someplace else. You'll see the real us soon enough. I hope so." "Mom," I said again, my jubilation at her words almost making me faint. Could my emotions possibly roller coaster any worse than this? I threw my arms out and tried to hug her again. "Why can't we touch you then?" "My sweet darlings," Mom said, and it was pure her. "We're alive, trust me. But we're not really here right now. Magic has brought us to you today. Someone else's magic." Dad chimed in. "The important thing is that you know we're so very proud of you. Your time in prison, how you rescued the children, how you dealt with that evil and unworthy judge, and the one who thinks he's the one. You've done amazingly well." "You two are the present and the future," Mom said, smiling. "And now we know you can do it. This has just been a warm-up." "A warm-up? For what?" I asked. "I just want to be home again." Mom smiled wistfully. "You'll see. But first, you have to believe, Wisty, that you're a very, very good witch. And one day, you'll be a famous musician, too." "And you're a very, very good wizard, Whit," Dad told him. And believe it or not, you're going to be an important writer. Whit looked aghast. I thought the wizard thing was pretty out there, Dad, but a writer? You've got to be kidding. Do you have your journal? Dad asked, still very serious. And then he looked at me. And your drumstick. You haven't lost them, have you? I nodded and held up my drumstick. Whit pulled his journal out from his waistband. We'd gone to ridiculous lengths to keep these things safe. But for what reason? Because I was destined to be a musician? Because Whit was going to be an important writer? Who had time for writers and musicians in these dark days? Mom held out a hand toward my beat-up, dirty drumstick. Okay, Wisty, you've proven you're ready to do this. Transform that stick into its true form. At this point, I was used to failing, but I really hated to fail in front of my parents. Mom, I stalled, you know I've got like a C- track record in that department. The difference is that now I'm right here. You can look into my eyes. All of the secrets are in there. When is the last time you really, really looked deep into your parents' eyes? I bet you don't even remember the last time. Like, maybe since you were a baby and making stupid googly eyes at each other? Well, you'd be surprised at what happens when you go in there. It's kind of scary, actually. But in a good way. I'm not going to tell you any more. Just try it yourself someday. Speak love, you may enter, Mom murmured. And I did. And when I looked at the drumstick, it had turned into a dark, slender wand. You heard me. A witch's magic wand. Like me, you probably thought a wand was just a fantastical figment of legends and fairy tales. Well, we were both wrong. For one of the few times in my life, I was speechless. Now, you do it, Whit. Open the journal and look at me. Dad held his hands above Whit's shoulders, and as Mom and I watched them speak wordlessly to each other, the journal filled in with lessons, explanations, magic spells, everything a witch and wizard would need to know. Whit whispered to me, I'm glad I didn't leave it in prison. We adore you both, Mom told us, but we have to say goodbye for now. We love you, called Dad. Goodbye. For a while, anyway. No, stay, I cried. But Mom and Dad had already started to fade. Mom, I love you. Come back. Please don't leave us already. Please, I cried. Then suddenly my parents were gone. Our house was gone too. Even the birdhouse. I sank to my knees in the sun. Pfeffer licked my face. Dogs just know what to do, don't they? Finally, I struggled to my feet, and Whit hugged me and hugged me. This book is amazing, he said, obviously trying to cheer me up. Look, this is what I'm talking about. He held the book open under my nose. I sniffled and looked at it. Actually, it was amazing. How to de-weasel someone, the page read in fancy letters. I frowned and read on. If you've accidentally turned someone into a weasel and you don't wish them to remain a weasel, first you must... I looked at him. Shred that page, please, will you? I don't know. The weasel might come in handy as a human at some point. You never know. Anyway, he said, tugging at my sleeve, we've got things to do. Kids to save, a new order to crush. Witch. Okay, wizard. I sighed and followed Whit back through the cornfields to our battered blue van. I was ready for whatever came our way. At least I thought so. After all, I was a bad, scary witch. And Whit was a super cool wizard. Then the weirdness continued. Emerging out of the corn from the same way we had come, Byron Swain appeared, de-weaseled. Don't look at me like that, he said. Your mom did it. She said I should watch over you two." And off we went to crush the new order. Except things didn't go exactly according to plan, just according to the prophecies. Epilogue. The Last. Chapter 104. Which, of course, brings us back to where we began, waiting to be hung until dead in a stadium filled past capacity with craven looky-loos and presided over by a fiend in black robes who scares the snot out of me. Seriously? The one who is the one radiates like he's some sort of bad energy power plant. And the most unnerving part isn't just the obvious power he has over the people in the stadium, from the officious security guards posted at every entrance to the slack-jawed gang of spectator teams in colorful NO sweatshirts sitting on the goalpost at the end of the field. No, the thing that freaks me out is that I can tell he's got magic. A lot of it. Serious mojo. His oneness gestures for the crowd to quiet, and they hush even before his hand is fully raised. How often in human history has somebody like him taken control of a whole society? You know the answer, my friends. Far too often. It looks like he's going to give a speech, which will definitely put me over the edge. I mean, it's bad enough that his evil puss is going to be among the last things we Allgood see, but now his words are going to be among the last things we hear. That is, unless this vague but growing feeling I have is in fact some sort of witch's intuition. See, I have this weird sensation that at the last moment we're going to find a way out of this horrible, unspeakable situation, and live to fight on, and hopefully have something to do with bringing goodness and prosperity to all, aka Prophecy 6. But that moment isn't here yet. In this moment, there's just quiet. How can 100,000 people be so absolutely quiet? So quiet you can hear the faint breeze riffling through the stadium. So quiet there's nothing to do but be scared. Really scared. So, how are you doing? Wherever you are? Listen, please. Seize the moment. However worried you may be about what's coming next. It's your brain, it's your life, it's your attitude. Go out there and fill up with sights, sounds, and ideas that are bigger than yourself. We all know from history, to say nothing of this current reality, what can happen if we stay quiet and just do what's put in front of us. And don't worry too much about Whit and me. Word of what happens next will get to you. I promise. And I'm a scary witch who keeps her promises.
This has been an Hachette audio production of Witch and Wizard by James Patterson and Gabrielle Charbonnet. Read by Elijah Wood and Spencer Locke. Produced and directed by Dennis Kao. Post-production by Fred Koch and John Kovarik. Executive producer Michelle McGonigal. Witch and Wizard is also available in print from Little Brown and Company. Witch and Wizard copyright James Patterson 2009. Audio production copyright and published 2009 by Hachette Audio. All rights reserved. Except as permitted under the U.S. Copyright Act of 1976, no part of this production may be reproduced, distributed, or transmitted in any form or by any means, or stored in a database or retrieval system without the prior written permission of the publisher. This audiobook is a work of fiction. Names, characters, places, and incidents are either the product of the author's imagination or are used fictitiously, and any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, events or locales, is entirely coincidental.
Hachette Audio presents Witch and Wizard, The Gift, by James Patterson and Ned Rust. Read by Elijah Wood, Spencer Locke, and Peter Giles.
Dedication. For Jack, who got me started after I got him started. J.P.
For Ruth, for laughing at the right time. N.R.
Notice of public execution. Attention, all citizens. Wisteria Rose Allgood, leader and last hope of the pernicious resistance that has destroyed our peace of mind and diverted so much of our citizenry's efforts and resources, has been apprehended and will be publicly executed in the courtyard of justice at 1 o'clock this afternoon. Still wanted for collusion, conspiracy, and experimentation with the dark and foul arts is her brother, Whitford P. Allgood. So decreed by the one who is the one. This 235th day of the first year of the new Order's ascendancy.
Book 1. The Girl with the Gift. Chapter 1. Whit. Listen to me. We don't have much time. My name is Whit Allgood. I guess you've heard of me and my sister Wisty, and of the crazy stuff that's happened. But here's the thing. It's so much worse than you think it is. Trust me when I tell you that these are the worst of times, and that the best of times are little more than a distant memory, and no one seems to be paying attention to what's going on. Are you paying attention? Imagine that all the things you love most in the world, and probably take for granted, are now banned. Your books, music, movies, art, all snatched away, burned. That's life under the new order, the so-called government, or brutal totalitarian regime, that's taken over this world. Now, with every waking breath, we have to fight for every freedom we have left. Even our imagination is at risk. Can you picture your government trying to destroy that? It's inhuman. And yet, they're calling us criminals. That's right. Wisty and I are the offenders in that unhappy propaganda piece brought to you by the New Order. Our crime? Engaging in free thought and creativity. Oh, and practicing the dark and foul arts, i.e. magic. Did I lose you? Let me back up a bit. One night, not so long ago, my family was awakened by soldiers storming through our home. Wisty and I were cruelly torn from our parents and slammed into a prison, a death camp for kids. And for what? They accused us of being a witch and a wizard. But the thing is, it turns out the N.O. was actually right about that. We didn't know it at the time, but Wisty and I do have powers. Magic powers. And now we're scheduled to be publicly executed, along with our parents. That particular ghoulish event hasn't taken place yet, though it will. I promise those of you who crave suspense, adventure, and bloodshed that you can look forward to it. And you will, if you're anything like the rest of the brainwashed citizenry of our land. But if you're one of the few who've escaped the N.O.'s clutches, you need to hear my story, and Wisty's story, and the story of the resistance. So when we're gone, there's someone left to spread the word, someone to fight the good fight. And so we begin with the story of another public execution, a sad and unfortunate event, an accident as luck or fate would have it. In a phrase that I hate to use under any circumstances, a tragedy. Chapter 2. Whit. Here's what happened, to the best of my shattered ability to recall it. I do remember that I couldn't have been more lost and alone as I wandered the streets of this gray, crowded, and forsaken city. Where is my sister? Where are the others from the resistance? I kept thinking, or maybe muttering the words like some homeless madman. The New Order has already disfigured this once beautiful city beyond recognition. It seems like a decaying corpse, swelling with mindless maggots. The suffocatingly low sky, the featureless buildings, even the faces of the nervously rushing people flooding around me, are as colorless and lifeless as the concrete under my feet. I know the general populace has been efficiently brainwashed by the New Order, but these citizens seemed a little too hushed, a little too urgent, a little too riveted to the scraps of propaganda clutched in their hands like prayer books. Suddenly my eyes spot a word in bold letters on the paper. Execution. And then the huge video displays hanging above the boulevard light up, and everything becomes clear to me. Every pedestrian stops and stands stock still, and every head turns upward as if there has suddenly been an eclipse. On the video screens, a hooded prisoner, small-framed, frail-looking, is kneeling on a starkly lit stage. "Wisteria Allgood," blares a bone-chilling voice. "Do you wish to confess to the use of the dark arts for the wicked purpose of undermining all that is good and proper in our society?" This can't be happening. My heart is a big lump in my throat. Wisty? Did that voice really just say Wisteria Allgood? My sister's on an executioner's scaffold? I grab a slack-jawed adult by his dismally gray overcoat lapels. "Where is this execution happening? Tell me right now!" "The courtyard of justice." He blinks at me irritably, as if I've woken him from a deep sleep. "Where else?" "Courtyard of justice? Where's that?" I demand of the man, throwing my hands around his neck, nearly losing control of my own strength. I swear I'm ready to throw this adult against a wall if I have to. "Under the Victory Arch, down there," he gasps. He points at a boulevard that runs off to my left. "Let me go! I'll call the police!" I shove him and take off running toward a massive ceremonial arch maybe a half a mile away. "You! Wait!" he yells after me. "Don't I know your face from somewhere?" He does. Oh yes. And so would everyone else, if they took the time to notice that there was a wanted criminal running loose in their midst. But his fellow citizens' eyes remain glued to the screen. They've got an insatiable appetite for malicious gossip of any kind, and of course, an equal taste for senseless death and destruction. Even when the falsely condemned are kids. Just kids. I can hear a distant roar now, the sound of hunger, for justice, for blood. I forge ahead into the pathetic herd of lemmings. I'm not going to let them take my sister from me. Not without a fight to the death, anyway. I round a corner, and then across the top of the crowd I see... Is that my sister, Wisty, up on the stage? She's hooded, dressed all in black, but standing now, proudly, brave as ever. A man, if you would call him that, is on the stage with her. He's leaning on a crooked stick, his wickedly sharp black suit hanging strangely motionless in the wind that's begun to howl through the civic square. His angular face is glowing with smug self-satisfaction, as if he's just devoured a pot full of whipping cream. I know him. I despise him. The one who is the one. Quite possibly the most evil individual in the history of humanity. Are there minutes or seconds left before this hideous execution? I have no way of knowing. I knock people aside as I barrel through the thickening, or should I say sickening, throng. I can see a line of well-armed soldiers holding everyone back from the platform. If I can knock one of them down and snatch away a gun... I look up at the stage just in time to see the one raise his knobby black stick and shake it menacingly at my sister. He has a look of absolute triumph. "No!" I yell, but I'm unheard in the roaring crowd. They all know what's about to happen. I know too. I just don't see how I can possibly stop it. There has to be a way. "No!" I scream. "You can't do this! This is cold-blooded murder!" There's a flash, not of light, but somehow of blackness, and she's gone. Wisty, my sister, my best friend in the world. My little sister is dead. Chapter 3. Whit. If I'm still drawing air, it's not because I care about living. The last person in the Allgood family that I knew for certain to be alive, the person who knew me better than anyone else in the world, the person who looked up to me in everything, is gone. What an incredible waste of an incredible life. Wisty died while I watched, and I could do nothing to help her. The one just vaporized my sister, and that monster, without any hint of conscience, doesn't even seem to have broken a sweat. He throws his arms in the air like he's just scored a goal, like he's mocking the pointlessness of human existence. I go weak in the knees. I feel as if I might throw up as I hear a deafening roar of approval sweep down the concrete canyon of this city, a place that now seems despicable and evil and beyond repair. The one has just achieved the biggest public relations triumph ever. He basks in the adoration, but his usual impatience and anger soon erupt. "Silence!" His command sweeps across the city, obliterating every other noise. But I'm unmoved, still shell-shocked. Numb everywhere, including in places that I didn't know existed. "My good citizens," he thunders, without aid of a microphone, "this is a truly magnificent occasion. What you have just witnessed is the obliteration of the last significant threat to our stewardship of the overworld. Wisteria Allgood, a leader of the resistance, has just been removed from this dimension. Forever. He raises his arms again, and a new gust of wind brings a thin layer of ash and the horrible smell of burnt hair across the crowd. These good citizens begin cheering again. I'd collapse to my knees, but I'm surrounded on all sides. Then, suddenly, there is space for me to move. The cheering turns to screaming, and the crowd is surging, moving backward, and I see a fiery explosion erupting not 50 yards from where I stand. I know that fire. "Oh, yeah!" I shout, as the mere sight of it makes my heart almost burst with joy. "Oh, yeah! Oh, yeah!" That's my sister. Wisty's alive. She's just set herself on fire, and that, believe it or not, is a good thing.
Chapter 4. Wisty. As sure as I am Wisteria Rose Allgood, I have only one thought. I'm gonna burn everything and everyone around me. Burn it all down. I'll start with the death-drenched stage, move on to this ridiculously pompous plaza, then hit the whole cold city of stone. This disastrous nightmare of a world. Even if I fry myself to ash in the process, I'm going to obliterate all of this. All of them. The one who is the one just killed my friend Margot up on that stage from hell. I recognized her even with a hood over her head. Her purple sneakers and black and purple cargo pants were the giveaway. The silver streaks and stars on the sneakers were the final clue. Margot, the last punk rocker on Earth. Margot, the most fearless and dedicated person I've ever known. Margot, my dear friend. Don't ask me why that monster in the black silk suit was pretending she was me. All I know is that I'm going to burn that evil madman to cinders. So I turned myself into a human torch just as I have in the past. Only this time I abandon all caution. Suddenly 10, 20, 30-foot tongues of flame are coursing around me, ripping upward in the formerly cool afternoon air. The crowd backs away screaming, and I can't help myself. I smile. I nearly laugh out loud. And I'm about to turn the heat up another notch, to send jets of fire everywhere around me, to burn brighter and hotter than ever before, when my breath catches in my throat. I feel him. I feel his wretched, diseased mind. I feel his eyes somehow locking onto me. 1,000 soldiers turn my way in unison, and now it's the one who's smiling. He's starting to laugh, and he's laughing at me. I wince as the air rushes out of me. How can he have so much power? I have no choice but to run, at least to try to escape his wrath. I throw myself into the panicked human tide, my small frame deftly ducking elbows and shoulders. But the one is too close. I can feel his icy gust chasing me, reaching out with cold, bony, finger-like wisps, grazing my face, my neck, sending a chill so cold it hurts everywhere at once. I'm starting to think how ironic it is that a fire girl might die in a deep freeze, when suddenly I'm smothered by warmth. Somebody grabs me, lifts me up, and nearly squeezes all the breath out of me. Chapter 5. Wisty. It's my brother, Whit. In a flash, he carries me 100, 200 paces ahead, as if I weigh nothing. Then he and I duck behind a high stone wall. For a few precious seconds, we're out of sight and safe. I hug Whit with all the strength I have. He finally relaxes his powerful grip enough for me to breathe. But if this is really you, he trails off. Margot, I whisper. He killed Margot. Then suddenly I'm crying like a baby. I'm shaking, and my teeth chatter hopelessly. Margot is dead. The girl who helped me put a third piercing in my ear last week. The girl who woke us all up at 5 a.m. every morning to report for duty. The girl who had more dedication to fighting the oppression of the New Order than the rest of us put together. She was so young, just 15 years old. I told her not to go in that building without more help. I begged her, my brother says. Why did she go in there? Why? She was always the last to give up on a mission, I remind Whit, as if I'm trying to convince myself that it wasn't our fault she'd been caught. First in, last out. That was her mantra, right? Stupid. Courageous, he says, and for an instant I see in his eyes why it is the girls love him, why I love him. He's honest and sincere and absolutely fearless. The mission, one of a dozen attempted rescues we'd undertaken in the last month, was our worst failure yet. We were trying to liberate maybe 100 kidnapped kids from a New Order testing facility. But our intelligence must have been off. Instead of victimized kids, the building held a platoon of New Order soldiers. They were waiting for us. Actually, it's lucky any of us, I start to say. Find her! The speakers mounted in the plaza start vibrating with the one's irate voice. There's another conspirator in the crowd. She has flaming red hair. Close the courtyard exits. Capture her now. Whit grabs a gray hat off a passing businessman and plunks it down on my head. Tuck your hair in quick, he says. I'm doing just that when a policeman spots me. He's a couple of dozen yards away. Now he's grabbing for the whistle at the end of a cord around his neck. And he'll soon have the attention of every soldier in the plaza, not to mention that of the one whom I hate to mention. But then a small black figure leaps up and knocks the policeman down flat on his rear. Whit and I exchange looks of surprise. He says, "Did you just—" But before Whit can finish, the black figure, an old woman, is at our side. She presses into my hand a crumpled, gritty piece of paper. Take it! Take it! I swear she's the weirdest-looking creature I've ever seen in my life, and yet I know her from somewhere. Who are— She cuts me off. Follow this. Go. I'm a friend. Run. Run. Don't stop for a single breath or it's over. For all of us. Go! Somehow she gets behind us, and then she delivers a kick to both our butts. That sends us staggering into the surging crowd. I immediately turn back, but there's no sign of her. You heard her, says Whit. Go! Now! Go! Chapter 6. Wisty. The crumpled, quintuple-folded paper the old woman had forced into my hand is a map. She said she was a friend, right? Besides, what better plan do we have? So Whit and I follow the map. The dotted line on the dirty, handwritten piece of parchment leads us through the south side of the city. So far, so safe and alive. I can't place her, I muse as we hike outside the city's perimeter toward a set of railroad tracks. Was she maybe one of Mom and Dad's friends? Whit shrugs. Doesn't matter, does it? Any person willing to risk her life tackling a New Order policeman is a friend. A really good friend. Whit rips down a notice from a loudspeaker post near the track and tears it into shreds. By the way, when did you become a leader of the resistance? He asks, with a chuckle and a glint of his baby blues. Hey, if the one says it's so. Leave it to you to be launched into fame and fortune by a totalitarian thug. Shut up! I start chasing him down the track, laughing in spite of myself. You're just jealous. And Whit starts pumping his arms into a sprint, back in football mode. No fair! I call after him. He's bigger and older, and of course he can run faster. A lot faster. For just a few minutes, we let ourselves be kids again, a brother and sister racing along the train tracks, pretending that one of their best friends hadn't just been murdered, that they weren't on the run from half the world. With a burst of enthusiasm, maybe even fun, we run those last few miles to our destination, a little brick building that appears on the map with an X and the instruction, "Go through signal hut." You have keys? I yell to Whit, noting the chain and padlock on the door. You have spells? He calls back. Oh yeah, that's right. I'm a witch. And Whit's a wizard. Sometimes it's hard to remember things like that when you're busy running for your life. But I do have spells, and they do seem to occasionally work on chains and padlocks. And pretty soon we've actually escaped from the fiends of the NO. For the moment, anyway.
Chapter 7. He is surrounded by a dozen or more famous works of art that he's had confiscated. works by the likes of Pepe Pompano, Pondrian, Cezanne, Fenoir, the best of the best. All banned and forbidden. All his now. Bring me the one who commands the hunt, bellows the one. He can't take much more of this incompetence, this stupidity, this repeated, almost capturing of Wisteria Allgood, and the very, very potent gift that she possesses. As if on cue, the hunt commander appears in the doorway, looking, despite his gray hair and middle-aged paunch, like a dim student who has just arrived for a midterm he hasn't studied for. You failed to capture Wisteria Allgood. Is that correct? Is that true? The commander nervously clears his throat. Yes, sir, he agrees. He's heard unsettling stories of citizens who have tried to defend themselves in similar situations with the One. And would you say today's spectacle was anything short of a public relations disaster? I honestly want to hear your opinion. Well, you did execute the other witch in a most decisive fashion, Your Excellency. The citizenry was uplifted by... She wasn't a witch! She was just a friend of the witch. Actually, she was bait for the real witch. Well, but still, she was a valued member of the resistance, and your destruction of her was magnificent and uplifting to the public in its awe-inspiring... The one who makes up the news is going to have her work cut out with tonight's broadcast. Do you have any good ideas about that? How we explain that we executed Wisteria Allgood, and then, moments later, we suddenly happened to be chasing another red-haired teenage witch through the city plaza? Be honest. Be forthright. Be quick. Well... Silence! Yells the One, in a stentorian voice that seems to make the building shake. The next pause is deadly, truly deadly, and seems to suck all the air out of the room. Now the One sighs, and finally smiles, if you can call it that. Well, I suppose it could have been worse. His suddenly bright tone entirely belies the anger from just seconds before. Tell me, Commander, do I recall that all you huntsmen enjoy cigars? I'm sure that's correct. Is it correct? Why, yes, thank you, stammers the commander. He briefly wonders how he so suddenly has stumbled into his leader's good graces. He accepts a very fine cigar, and then a light. I've always been fascinated with fire, Commander. Have you? But the soldier doesn't have a chance to answer. The glowing red ember at the tip of his cigar quickly expands. It runs up the entire length, then across the man's face, over the back of his skull, and down his neck. Then the bright red smoldering line races around and around his torso and arms, down to the tips of his shoes, leaving the hunt commander, for the briefest moment, a statue of ash. Then the One taps his cane lightly on the ground, and the gray powder collapses in a soft plume of smoke. You failed to capture Wisteria Allgood, and failure isn't an option in this brave new world.
Chapter 8. Whit. Would you think that I was completely mad if I told you that what saved us in that signal hut was a portal that sucked me and Wisty through several dimensions and hurled us back into our current hellish reality at a completely different location? A year ago, I would have checked myself into a psych ward for that. But crazy is the new sane in the society defined by New Order nutjobs. FYI, a portal is one of these elusive spots where the fabric of this world is soft. But stepping through one can be anything but. It can hurl you into an entirely different place, time, or dimension, or sometimes force you into places you'd rather not be, violently. Like, for instance, in this cramped, pitch-black space we've landed in. For all I know, we might be locked in the One's shoe closet. The air feels close, stale. My shoulder's on fire and my head is pounding. Whit, are you here? I hear a whisper. There's a gentle shifting around about a dozen feet away. Yeah, I grunt, half dazed by pain. The sweet female voice is warm, soothing. You okay? The voice asks with concern. Celia? I imagine my long-lost girlfriend, kidnapped and killed by the New Order a lifetime ago. Coming closer, leaning over me, about to touch me, heal me, save me. I trail off, waiting for Celia's scent, her arms around me. You sound hungover. Oh, it's Wisty, of course. I groan. It's my shoulder. Got dislocated in the portal, I think. Seriously? I slipped right through that one like butter. I roll my eyes even though she probably can't see them. Guess it was just the right size for your runty witch butt, I croak out. Affectionately, I swear. So where do you think we are? How about a prison? Seems like our favorite crib these days. I wasn't so sure. No, this smell. It's not the smell of a prison. It's something good. Something that reminds me of home, we both say in unison. Wisty releases a small flame from her fingertip to give us some light. I'm impressed at how she's learning to control her hot little temper and putting her talent to good use. In the old days, I used to be the accomplished star around town, MVP varsity football player, plus a top-ranked runner and swimmer, while Wisty was mostly cutting class. Now she's this hotshot witch who can glow, morph, zap, and do other cool stuff, just not necessarily on command. In the dim light, I see just enough to make out my sister's shape and stacks of cardboard boxes labeled Incinerate. Books, Wisty says reverently, paging through a few volumes from unsealed boxes. With my good arm, I gingerly poke into a crate and spy titles by all kinds of famous authors, from B.B. White to Roy Royce. Looks like a book-burning shipment, I guess. The New Order is in the process of destroying just about every known book in the occupied overworld written before the takeover. A stabbing pain rips through my bad shoulder, and I wince. Speaking of burning, you gonna help me pop my shoulder back in, Wist? That's positively revolting, she says, but makes her way over to me anyway. You need to learn a spell for that, brother. You wizard types are supposed to be good at that kind of stuff, right? It's worth a shot, I guess. Just give me a hand with my journal, okay? Dad gave me this blank book before we were taken away that awful night so many months ago, and I carry it with me everywhere. Wisty carts around an old drumstick wand that Mom gave her. Most of the time my book's blank, and I use it to write in, usually sad love poems for Celia. But sometimes it fills with magazines, maps, whole works of literature, or, if we're lucky, spells. I think wizards are supposed to be able to control what comes when, but so far it's basically a crapshoot. Wisty takes it out of my pack and helps me flip through the pages for any sort of injury healing spell, and we finally come up with this mouthful. Voren clactu scapulati. Sounds like devil speak to me, Wisty quips, impersonating a crotchety old lady talking about rock music. But the most amazing warmth spreads through my shoulder when I say it, and suddenly, just like that, it's back in its socket. I raise my arm without a twinge of pain. Guess we've sold our souls, I say. Now let's figure out where the heck we are and how to get back to Freeland. As we make our way to the rear of the cramped space, we figure out we're inside a shipping container. I grab a few books for the kids back at Resistance headquarters. The blueprints of Bruno Jeanette and the Thirst Tournament, among others. You ready to face what's out there? I ask as we reach the door. Or who's out there? Wisty echoes warily. Let me get focused in case I have to light up or something. On the count of 3, we roll up the container door. And there, staring right at us, are our parents. Chapter 9. Whit. Well, at least it's their heads anyway. Our parents' photos are on a 20-foot billboard, their faces looking lost and lonely in this abandoned rail yard. And below their mugshots are words that never cease to chill our bones. 3 million BN reward for information leading to the apprehension and arrest of Benjamin Allgood and Eliza Allgood for heinous crimes against humanity and the New Order. Text messages to Informant 2020 or visit your local NO intelligence office. Sure, We know our parents are wanted criminals, for the same bogus reasons we are. But having it in black and white for all the world to see, and slapping the pathetic price of 3 million beans on their heads, is a cruel reminder that this nightmare may never come to a happy end. Wisty, as usual, reads my mind and throws me a semi-hopeful bone. They're still free, she points out quietly. At least they were, I say, whenever this poster was put up. The paper does look a little weathered, faded, frayed, and even torn at the edges. We both fall silent, as the powerful smell of aging books' brittle pages, full of dreams, stories, tragedies, laughter, and imagination, seems to swirl out from the open door of the trailer and smother us with the bittersweet memory of home. How can you make peace with something when you don't even know what that something is? We can't know whether our parents are alive or dead, or being interrogated in a New Order prison, or banished to the Shadowland like Celia. Are they suffering? Is there anything we can do about it? Or are we as helpless and useless as I feel right now? I punch the billboard so hard my fist goes right through the pressboard backing. Then I pull my hand out and try to pretend it didn't happen. Wisty gives me a concerned look and I shrug. I'm sure my knuckles are bleeding, but I don't feel a thing. I glance at her worried, grief-strained face and quickly look away. I have an urge to hug her, but I need to show her that I'm not letting my emotions take over. I swallow a golf ball-sized lump in my throat and take Wisty's hand. Let's get out of here. There are no people on the outskirts of this eerie town, just broken windows and warehouses, streets strewn with rubble. The only new construction appears to be enormous video billboards and loudspeaker towers. As we make our way to the town center, I imagine what it might have once been like here. Quaint. I see a red brick high school, jungle gyms, a park with a gazebo, an overturned tricycle. A pang of sadness grips me. It reminds me of our old town, church steeples, neighborhood grocery stores, and actual trees. Now I'm even more homesick. For Mom, Dad, home, even school, a little. I wonder where everybody is, Wisty whispers. I don't, I answer, maybe a little too quickly. I mean, I don't really want to know. And then I hear this. You don't? Don't? Why, Whit? I whirl my head around. Wisty stares at me. There was definitely a voice, and it wasn't Wisty's, or mine. It was Celia's voice. Maybe this is a ghost town, literally. Chapter 10. Whit. I'm off like a missile to find her. It's as if I don't even have a choice, as if this is my fate. Celia! I run through barren streets, past empty shops, a police station with no police, a boarded-up middle school, a movie theater. I don't see her, or anyone else, actually. Everything seems so unreal here. Is it real? Am I dreaming up all of this desolation? Celia! Whit, wait! I hear Wisty's voice coming from behind, the slapping of her sneakers against pavement. She's trying to keep up. Stop, Whit, please! You don't know it's her! It could be a trap! I do know it's her. You never, ever forget the voice of the one you love, whether it's a whisper, or a scream, or a distant memory. I know when it's Celia. I guess Wisty doesn't understand that. She's never been in love. And then I hear Celia again, but not from too far away. It feels as if she's all around me somehow. You don't want to know? No. What happened to us? Us. I can't stand it. Celia feels so close now. Her voice is so loud that it's as if she's broadcasting right into my head. It's unbearable, but also the most beautiful, incredible kind of pain. Torture I'd beg for. Does that make any sense? I do want to know! I halt in my tracks. Then I sink to my knees in the middle of the town square. Where are you, Seals? I need to see you again. Look up, Whit. She's right there. It's Wisty's voice to my left, and when I raise my head, I see what she sees. There is my girlfriend, on screen. Celia, on a New Order propaganda board. Her gorgeous face is more than twice my height, and every inch of it as smooth and perfect and beautiful as I remember it. It's as if she's a movie star. Chapter 11. Whit. Did you forget about us, Whit? Did you forget about me? Celia looks sad, making this even more painful for me. I guess I can't blame you for moving on. What are you talking about, Celia? I never forget you. Everybody knows that. I never stop thinking about you, trying to find you. People think I'm crazy. Maybe you haven't totally forgotten me, Whit, but I'm talking about us. The lost, the kidnapped, the murdered, the half-lights. I shiver at her mention of the sad souls in the Shadowland. I'm really not me anymore. I'm part of something bigger. Celia, you'll always be you. The Shadowland can't destroy you. Not for me. Where are you? The real you? You don't get it, Whit. Celia breaks into my words and smiles wistfully. I've got to give you credit, baby. You really are the most sensitive football hero who ever walked the face of this world. But you're like a lot of guys in other ways, Whit. You're such a boy. You see and care about and protect only what's right in front of you. No, I shake my head in disbelief at her words. That's not true. You know it isn't. Why is she trying to hurt me? Yes, it is, Celia says, her eyes boring into mine. Case in point, where's your sister? I whirl around in a 360. Wisty is gone? What the? I start tearing around the square, looking down alleyways frantically. Wisty! This can't be. Has she been kidnapped? You have to start thinking bigger, Whit. It's torture. Celia's voice is coursing through me like a living force, and all I want to do is capture it, surrender to it. But my sister... I know you're scared, she goes on, strangely unmoved by Wisty's disappearance. You just lost someone you cared about, and you don't know how to deal with it. Think about that, Whit. It's the key. Wisty! I scream. The only response is the whisking sound of an empty plastic bag skimming across the town square. Whit, up here, look at me. I'm here to tell you more that you don't want to hear. You and Wisty need to stop running away from the New Order. Stop running from the One. Never! I'm going to find Wisty, and we're going back to the Shadowland. To find you. Not an image on a screen. Celia's thick wavy black hair starts streaming out, tickling her lips, almost as if it's responding to the wind in the plaza. The plastic bag blows into my face. I tear it away in frustration. Whit, are you listening to me? Do I need to get any louder? My head will explode if she does. I can hear you, trust me. You're just not making sense at the moment. You and Wisty need to turn yourselves in, to save your parents, and the rest of us. It's the only way. I think Wisty understands that. Right, Wisty? Celia turns her head, and there, behind her, up on the screen, is my sister. How can that be? Wisty! I yell. How? It's okay, Whit, Wisty says. Everything is okay now. I understand our role. Celia looks back at me, and her long hair starts reaching out of the screen, flowing towards me. I feel pulled in by it. I have no resistance to her. I feel as if I'm airborne, flying toward the screen to be swallowed by her eyes, her lips, her soft, soothing voice. I have to go now, Whit. Turn yourselves in. Save us. You can do this, Whit. Then the screen fuzzes out, and I'm falling into blackness that seems to have no end.
Chapter 12. Wisty. Now, that was maybe the strangest thing that has happened to us so far. Another mystery inside a mystery inside a mystery. I remember almost nothing. At least, nothing after I told Whit to look up at the screen. And Celia. Now I'm flat on my face in the middle of the town plaza, and my head is pounding. I turn to find Whit in a similar state, only he's holding his head with both hands and sobbing. There's not much that's worse than seeing your older brother cry. Except maybe seeing your parents that way. I scramble over to him and hold him as he tells me what happened. It's a pretty incoherent jumble, but one thing is clear. Celia said we had to turn ourselves in. Nice one, Seals. I'll chew on that. First, let's go over your connection to the New Order one more time. How did you get up on the propaganda board? We're not turning ourselves in, I tell him dismissively. It's a video trick. The NO is getting desperate. It's BS, he says indignantly, suddenly straightening. I know it now. That wasn't Celia talking. It couldn't have been. We're going to destroy this regime, and we can't do it if we're prisoners. Or dead. I pull myself up. Wow, I say, brushing the dust off. Got knocked back by charging testosterone there. Whit manages to laugh at my lame joke, then surprises me with a fake bull charge, shoulder to gut. Yeah, we're gonna take him down, he yells. Yee-haw! A bunch of little voices shout. What now? We turn and see the most ragamuffin-y band of ragamuffins poking their heads out of the doorway of a boarded-up video game store. Who are you? I ask, wide-eyed. They're clearly not so nervous that they don't want to be seen, but not so trusting that they want to be in arm's reach. One little boy with an incredible burr-tangled mane of brown-blonde hair steps forward. Are you guys regular people? He asks. He can't be much past the 3rd grade. If you mean we're not brainwashed by the new order, yeah, I say. We're not. Where are your parents? They're gone. We don't know where. Taken. Taken? The soldiers put them in trucks and stole them away, he says. Some of the smaller boys and girls start to rub tears from their eyes. A flash of emotion crosses Whit's face. Sympathy, empathy, call it what you will. My brother's not exactly a softy, except when he ought to be. He takes off his knapsack and puts it on the ground in front of him, then rests his hands on it for a moment with his eyes closed. And then, it's the most surreal thing. A puppy and 2 kittens poke their heads out of the bag. The children's sorrow turns to wonder and laughter as the puppy and kittens scamper out of the bag. The kids who can't get in to pet the animals are looking back at Whit with awe. Frankly, so am I. Whoa, I say. Now he's pulling back on his collar, and white doves are fluttering out of his shirt and up into the sky. And now, gross! He sneezes, and a cloud of yellow bees comes out of his nose and zooms up after the doves. The kids are laughing hysterically. Where'd you learn the parlor tricks? I ask Whit. Sweet, you're becoming a rather charming wizard. He shrugs. I thought I should do something nice for someone else for a change, instead of just worrying about us all the time, he says, and turns back to the merrymaking kids. You guys want to come with us? He offers. Wow, the things that can happen when you black out for a few minutes. Suddenly my brother's become Mr. Whitford Fountain of Charity Allgood, Esquire. You gonna open a soup kitchen next? I say with a big smile. Maybe, he says. Why not? And then my brother conjures up a big pot of hot tomato soup, with bowls and spoons and just the right amount for everybody. Chapter 13. Wisty. With the help of some spells that appear in Whit's journal, we're able to find our way back to Garfunkel's department store, which thankfully is only several miles away. But trying to dodge New Order surveillance with a stream of dirty, chattering kids in tow is no picnic, let me tell you. I'm never becoming a camp counselor. As we stride in, the first thing I notice from the back of the crowd, where I'm rounding up stray kids like a kindergarten teacher's aide, is Janine. She's our most reliable Freeland icon after Margot. Her eyes light up brightly as she runs past the empty cosmetics counters to welcome her hero. My brother Whit, that is. In case I haven't mentioned this enough, a lot of girls adore Whit, which I guess makes his faithfulness to Celia kind of extra impressive. You did it! Janine clutches him before he has a chance to explain that these kids aren't the ones who we were supposed to rescue. This is way beyond our expectations. We didn't think... Whit gently pushes her away, pain in his eyes. It's not that simple, Janine. Next, Pfeffer, our rescued hound, comes prancing up, barking with excitement. Where's Margot? Sasha, our resident zealot, asks with confusion all over his face. Oh, God. They think we succeeded on our original mission. They don't know. and so for the next 15 minutes, utter devastation drowns the group as we explain the sordid outcome of the mission that failed. Margot was one of the original and most beloved Freeland leaders, one of the real rocks in our ever-changing existence. As it turns out, those on the mission who had escaped got back to Freeland without witnessing her execution. And Garfunkel's, whose power mostly comes from an ingenious method of siphoning energy from perfume bottles, doesn't have regular access to New Order broadcasts. Actually, that's probably a blessing. We were all just keeping vigil for your return, Sasha says. For all of you. Having to tell the story just tears me up all over again, and looking around at everyone makes it worse. The ragamuffin crew's light of hope seems extinguished. I'm even sorry for Sasha, whom I don't particularly trust because he lied through his teeth to us once. But he and Margot had the same fire of resistance in their blood. They would do anything for the cause. And Janine, well, she and Margot were like sisters. Her green eyes, which had shone so brightly for Whit, were glazed over with shock and grief. Whit was stroking her hair comfortingly. Finally, she buried her head in the crook of his neck. "We grew up together," she moaned. "Best friends since preschool. You believe that?" "Sure I do," whispers Whit. "Everybody loved Margot." Emmett, my best bud here, comes over to me and puts his arm around me. Normally it would make me beyond happy, because, let's face it, Emmett is extremely wicked cute. But right now, strangely, it almost annoys me. I've had it with falling apart. If Margot walked in here right now, she would probably revolt against all of this pitiful weeping and feeling sorry for her. Revolt. Not a bad idea, actually. "Look," I say, sliding away from Emmett's arm and climbing on top of a glass makeup counter. "The Hanky Festival is over. The last thing Margot would want is to see us sitting around moping." Sasha nods. "We have to keep moving. We have to stay ready. The new order is just getting stronger." Jamila, our team mother shaman, dries the tears on her cheeks. Even Pfeffer shows a little more of the steely glint she usually has in her eyes. "The one who is the one wants to crush our spirit," I yell. "Would Margot have let her spirit be crushed?" "No," Sasha yells back. "Absolutely not." "The one who is the one wants us to stop, to turn ourselves in, to quit," I shout. "Did Margot ever stop resisting?" "No," a group of us says in unison. "The one who is the one doesn't want us to execute our next mission, and the one after that. Would Margot have told us to execute our next mission?" "Yes!" Almost the whole room's on board now. Then Emmett, who's looking maybe even cuter than usual, stands up with his fist in the air. The volume in the room grows, and I'm definitely feeling giddy. Maybe there really is something to this leadership stuff. But then something happens to let all the wind out of my sails. The person I detest the most in the whole world has just entered the room. Well, maybe not quite the most, but darn close. Chapter 14. Wisty. Byron Trader Suck-Up P. Weasel Swain skulks into the room, bobbing his head like an animal trying to pick up a scent, and then makes a beeline for me. Byron was a know-it-all snob in high school, and then a New Order puppet who was complicit in our capture, and who, by the way, I actually turned into a weasel once. He has supposedly left the NO, but that doesn't mean I have to like him. "Hey, everybody!" he yells in his permanently annoying, ratty little voice. Then he climbs up next to me on the counter. I should turn him back into a weasel so I can put him in a box, wrap it in duct tape, and mail it to the General Bowen State Psychiatric Hospital, without a supply of his icky hair product. "I guess you haven't heard the bad news, Byron," Jamila begins tentatively. "Oh, indeed I have," he says. "Who talks like that?" "Seen it with my own eyes." Everyone gasps. on this. He pulls out a top-of-the-line smartphone that he's gotten from who knows where, swipes it a few times, then holds up the device with the screen facing the group. Oh God, it's the courtyard of justice, where Margot's hooded figure is seen kneeling before the One. Put it away! I snap at him, reaching for the phone. That's a snuff film. Absolutely not! Byron shouts, tightening his grip. They need to see it. You are truly horrific! I screech, practically clawing at his hands for it. But Byron, being weaselly, is an artful dodger, and I have to attack him like a lioness to get my hands on the thing. Wisty, Janine says out of the blue, steely and determined as she pulls away from Whit's comforting arms. He's right. I need to see it. What they did to her. I exchange a defeated glance with Whit and step to another counter so I don't have to be so close to Weasel Boy. He holds the phone up triumphantly, and though I try to turn away, I can't. In the most stomach-turning slow-motion replay I've ever seen, we watch Margot's complete disintegration by the One who is the One. Her hood, her clothes, the skin of her hands, her wonderful sneakers, turn gray for an instant, and then she just kind of comes apart, billowing away in a puff of crematory ash. You see, he explains as the footage continues, they want everyone to believe Wisty is dead. So because of my connections high up at the Ministry of Information, my father, to be precise, I was able to hack into their system and share some truth with the world. I look closely. He's evidently got his weaselly hands on a broadcast from Channel 1 Who is the One and changed it. The caption accompanying the footage now reads, "The person executed here was not Wisteria Allgood, but an innocent girl named Margot. This was a murder." The screen cuts back to the totally annoyed news anchor. "People of the New Order," she says. "As you can see, a small group of terrorists is attempting to undermine our broadcasts. Pay no attention to that absurd caption under the pictures. We are getting unequivocal verification from the Office of Executions that the public enemy seen here is indeed Wisteria Allgood." Now Byron's manipulated caption reads, "If it is Wisteria Allgood, why is she in a hood so we can't see her face?" The newscaster puts her finger to the earpiece. Clearly her producer or producers are urgently advising her about what to do next. "Citizens of the New Order," she continues, "the Office of Executions wishes all to note that the single reason Wisteria Allgood is in a hood is that witches cannot cast spells when they have hoods over their heads." Byron smiles smugly. Another caption appears under the newscaster. "Liar, we can see it in your eyes." Whit and I are speechless. My brother actually looks impressed with Byron's efforts, while I'm thinking he just ruined my chances of hiding from all the New Order-loving neighborhood snitches. I launch another lioness attack, and Whit catches me just in time. "Stay out of my life, you creep! Did it ever occur to you that I might be perfectly happy to be presumed dead?" "I say way to go, Byron baby," Sasha cuts in smoothly. "You looking to be our leader of the week anytime soon?" "Over my dead body," I glare at Sasha. He'd been referring to the freeland tradition of appointing leaders for 1 week at a time, to avoid the corruption that power usually brings. "I highly recommend you get over it, Wisty," says Mr. Patronizing. "You're all lead characters in the New Order's Most Wanted Primetime Public Informant program. He's now got photos of everybody from the raids, including Janine, Jamila, Emmett, and Sasha." Silence. Janine finally asks the question on everyone's mind. "How? Those displays we see out on the streets and they're part of the overworld? They're two-way. If you're looking at one of his newscasts, chances are he's looking at you too." "That's impossible," Whit says, dismissing Byron's idea. "You doubt me? Then check this out," he says. Not only is it all over the New Order broadcasts, he's making his way into our transmissions. Look. Byron snaps a picture of himself with the phone. I grab it and look at the image. My jaw drops. In the picture, the one who is the one's face is directly over Byron's shoulder. It's probably just proof that you're a traitor, I say, handing back the phone. Oh yeah? Snarls Byron. Then why does it happen with everybody? He turns and snaps a picture of Whit. Whit takes the phone and looks at the photo of himself, and promptly turns white. He starts to shiver, and this little tick he has in his left eye starts up. You see? Byron squeals. Whit shakes his head and passes the phone back to me. He's shaking all over now. The facial tic is getting worse. And I see why. It's not the one who is the one in the photograph. It's Celia. The one has Celia.
Chapter 15. Whit. My temples are pounding, and the edges of my vision swirl. My heart feels as if it's trying to climb up into my throat. I have to find her. Have to get back to the Shadowland. Need to be swallowed by Celia's beautiful eyes, her hair, her scent. I have to merge with her at least one more time. I leave the phone in my sister's hands, push through the others, and take off running toward the store's loading dock. There's a portal there, a portal I've promised Wisty I'd never take alone. That's unfortunate, but I need this. I need Celia. I have no free will in this matter. I charge toward the portal wall at a sprint, figuring if it's been closed off since I was last here, it will serve me right to run full speed into brick and mortar, maybe knock some sense into me. It gives, but traveling the portal is like swimming through stone. It feels like an impossible task to break through, but finally I'm soaking in the vaguely familiar, penetrating dark and cold of the Shadowland. It's an extraordinarily bizarre place between realities, full of wandering half-lights, souls of the dead who are stuck here, who can sometimes find their way through to a world, but who can't stay for long. Like ghosts, slipping in and out of purgatory, I think to myself. Celia! I yell at the top of my voice. Celia! It's me! Whit! I'm right here! I want to be everywhere at once, to bridge the vastness and strangeness of this place in an instant. The problem is that keeping your bearings in the Shadowland is like getting oriented in the middle of an ocean on a bleak and foggy day, without a GPS, or a compass, and maybe with a bucket over your head. I can't allow myself to get lost, but I don't know where to go. Celia! I turn and yell in another direction. Wandering away from the portal could be disastrous. I've never been here alone before. I've been warned against it. This time I get a response. Only it's not the response I've been aching for. It's a terrible moan that makes my heart feel as if it's been skewered by an icicle. The moan trails off, and then there's another one, even louder, closer. Disaster. I've attracted the attention of lost ones, less than angelic humans who have been in the Shadowlands so long that they've become like rotting souls. Like monsters, I suppose. I turn and feel around for the way out. Where is the portal? I can't find it. There's just this cold, damp fog everywhere. They're getting even closer. I can feel their cold and smell their mustiness. Think! I definitely see something moving toward me. A dark shape in the fog. Low, limping, searching. I spin a quarter turn to my left, and there's another disturbance in the mist. Or 3, or 6. This could be the end for sure. Another quarter turn. The portal's got to be in front of me, or maybe just a bit to the left. There, I can feel something, or... Oomph! I'm on the ground, on my back, without my breath. Then I hear fabric tearing. My shirt? My eyes are open, but all I can make out are the terrible shapes. Figures made of flesh, but also smoke. A dozen cold hands are upon me, restraining me as if I'm on an operating table. Am I on an operating table? What in God's name do they want? What is that snapping sound? That sensation in my shoulder? I feel as if my flesh is being pulled, pushed, torn even. It doesn't hurt, though. Am I too cold, or in shock? All I see for certain are wicked, broken, jagged teeth. I tell myself not to, but I can't help it. I scream. "Celia!" I wail, realizing this will probably be the last thing I'll ever say. "I love you!" They've pinned me down. They're biting me. They're eating me, aren't they? But then I hear a new noise through the fog. Can it be? A bark! "Pfeffer!" I shout, and the biting stops, or at least it pauses. Do the lost ones sense the dog? Another piece of fresh meat for them? I look at the gaping wraith faces as they cast glowing yellow eyes around for the source of the noise. One of them starts moaning again. I look into its shadow-planed face, and I recognize who it is. I'm in shock. Am I hallucinating? Or is it the traitor of all traitors, Tall Jonathan? Jonathan was a Freelander who'd betrayed one of our most important missions. Wisty almost died because of him. For a moment, it makes me almost happy to see him as a creature of ravenous evil. "Jonathan?" I say, but then he's retreated into the mist. There's a frenzy of furious moaning and snarling to my left. Either Pfeffer's on the attack, or the poor dog is making her last stand. The next thing I know, a large brown shape is tugging at my tattered shirt. "Pfeff!" I gasp, as Jonathan resurfaces and lunges toward me again, along with a half-dozen other horrifying shadow creatures who seem to be drooling. I stagger after the fearless dog, and though I've never been more glad to be alive, I almost hesitate as Pfeffer plunges back through the portal. Where is Celia? Chapter 16. Whit. If you've ever been awakened by a mysterious crash in the middle of the night, you know the sensation of adrenaline that was pumping through me the second I became conscious. My body's horsepower was revving at about 400. I'm talking luxury sports car here. I'm not sure, but I guess that's how Janine ended up on the floor next to me, flat on her back. Apparently, she'd been putting bandages and wraps on my arm, and the sensation of the tight grip freaked me out. Reaction? I involuntarily flipped and pinned her to the floor. Obviously, Pfeffer must have saved me in the Shadowland, but that's the last thing I remembered, until right about now. "Oh, God," I say. "Sorry, Janine. I thought you were a lost one, that I was still in the Shadowland. Are you okay?" "What? You think I can't handle a takedown? I'm fine." Janine props herself up on her hands. "You, on the other hand, are not." I glance at my arm. "This? It'll heal." "Your arm might, sure, but—" Janine's brow furrows. "There are other parts of you that are seriously hurt, damaged, maybe beyond repair. Your heart, Whit." Totaled, I think. Decimated, even. I don't argue with her on that score. She goes back to her Nurse Janine routine with the wraps. Everyone knows it's a suicide mission to go to the Shadowland alone. At least not without a lot of experience, or a trick to find your way back. Wisty and I are pretty upset with you. Do you know how much your sister loves you?" "I'm fine." This sounds hollow, even to me. "Going on a suicide mission is not fine. We need you. I need you. Does that mean anything to you?" "It does. I swear it does, Janine. I'm sorry I've been so—" The word Celia had used escapes me now. "Self-absorbed?" Janine finally smiles. "That's okay. Happens to the best of us, I guess." Celia told me to think about the bigger picture, but sometimes I can't think of anything else but her. I know it's not a great idea to say this in front of Janine, but she doesn't even flinch. "Tell me about it. About how you're dealing with it, I mean." She finishes with the wrap and levels her eyes at me. "Well, I don't really know how to talk about it, where to start. Celia disappeared back in our hometown, and suddenly there was this gaping hole in my chest, in my life. We did everything together, and then she was gone." Janine notices my journal nearby. "Maybe try to write about it instead of talking." "Actually, I do. I've got—" Should I tell her? "A poem." I laugh nervously. "It's nothing. Dumb." "A poem?" Janine looks startled. "Can I hear it?" I don't think—" "Please, Whit. It would mean a lot to me." "Okay. I concede. I guess, but you have to promise you won't tell anybody, especially my sister. This is between us. I swear, she promises. I trust her more than anybody but Wisty. Janine is actually a very sweet person. But still, I can't believe I'm reading this to her. Methought that joy and health alone could be, where I was not, and pain and sorrow here. And is it thus? It is as I foretold, and shall be more so, for the mind recoils upon itself, and the wrecked heart lies cold. We feel benumbed and wish to be no more. As I finish, Janine is gazing thoughtfully. I'm not sure if she likes it or hates it, but then I think I see that her eyes are damp. You okay? I ask. I reach out and touch her arm. Her skin is soft, warm. It's so beautiful, she says, wiping away a tear with her sleeve. Not dumb at all. Definitely not dumb. And the next thing I know, Wisty is stepping out from behind a clothing rack. That's a Lady Myron poem, she says incredulously. That is, if I'm recalling Miss Magruder's 8th grade English class correctly.
Chapter 17. Wisty. Whit's face is so red that I actually feel a little bad about what I just said. I mumble, sorry to interrupt. I really should have clapped my hands on my ears and walked away when Whit started talking about poetry. But to miss Whitford P. Allgood's first poetry reading would be, well, unsisterly. Janine looks at me as if I'm her bratty little sister, not Whit's. Were you eavesdropping on us? What'd you expect? I'm a resistance spy, I counter, fending off the glares. And don't you forget it, kids. Whit rolls his eyes. He's clearly woken up on the wrong side of the bed, or floor, as the case may be. Time to change the subject. So, did you hear about the new mission yet, bro? It's a toughie. I didn't want to tell him. Janine shoots me a look. He'll want to go. He's in no condition. I'll be the judge of that, Whit interrupts. You're not my mother. Ouch. We don't ever talk about Mom and Dad casually anymore. Janine looks a little hurt, then shakes it off. She smooths down her cargo pants as she stands up. Besides, I'm not sure it's one any of us should take. The rough intelligence makes it look worse than the mission that got Margot killed. My nostrils are flaring. The mission that got Margot killed is exactly why we need to go there, Janine. We should finish what she started. Where is it? Asks Whit, struggling to stand up. They call it the acculturation facility, Janine explains as she crouches down to help him. They say it's a school, not a prison, but it's actually worse. It looks like some kind of labor camp. Nothing but young kids. How many are there? Almost 100, she tells us. But it's the brainwashing that goes on there that I'm concerned about. Instead of finding 100 captives wanting escape, we're likely to see them turning against us. In fact, the new order is programming them to do just that. We've got to go, I insist. Yeah, Whit agrees. The one is probably expecting us to be licking our wounds right now, not remotely imagining we'll do something bold like this. He grabs a fresh sweatshirt off a nearby rack and starts to put it on. Janine's losing her patience. She folds her arms across her chest authoritatively. Whit, this is a really bad idea. Her eyes shift to a rack of cycling shorts that suddenly sprouts ahead. Byron! I have unfortunate news for all of you, he says smarmily. Care to hear it? You weren't eavesdropping on us, were you? I say indignantly. He laughs. I'm a resistance spy, and don't you forget it, he mimics. I roll my eyes. Well, we're waiting for your unfortunate news, I say. Just because Margot was eliminated, Byron emphasizes, it doesn't mean that suddenly Janine is leader of the week. nor you, Wisty, nor Whit. This mission isn't your decision.
Then whose is it?
Mine, Byron announces with a ridiculous chest heave. While Whitford's been reciting love poetry and Janine's been nursing Mr. Heroic back to health, you've all missed the majority vote of the group back at Home Furnishings for Leader of the Week. He clucks as we stare at him, gaping. Next time, you might want to make sure you pay more mind to your civic duties.
I guess you can take the kid out of the new order, but you can't take the new order out of the kid.
Chapter 18. Wisty. Have you ever tried to cut off all of somebody's hair with a pair of scissors? It's incredibly hard to do without achieving a certain insane asylum look. I actually do a pretty good job on Whit. He looks kind of like a war movie hero. Apparently Emmett's hack job on my head doesn't fall into the same category, though. I wouldn't let my brother come near my hair with scissors. At least you don't have to worry about that witchy red color any longer, Byron cackles as we pull up to the acculturation facility. Except for a couple of patches.
Who invited you on this mission anyway, B? I grumble, even though I know we don't have a choice. He's our way in.
But I can't help but fear this is a trap. I can't bring myself to actually trust Byron Swain. At least Sasha and a few others are with us, but they're back manning the escape vehicles hidden beyond the tree line. Byron unfurls his folio of various New Order badges and medals and memberships and ID cards at the guards at the entry, and then he drags us, handcuffed, through the door to the registration area. The whole place has that oh-so-distinctively generic New Order-y blandness to it. If it were a turtleneck color in my K-Crew clothes catalog, it would be called Dirty Dishwater. I've got Stephen and Sidney Harmon here, Byron says with an exaggerated bluster of authority. He plays the part so well. Maybe because he is the part? Transfers from AC facility number 625. The one who reassigns is expecting them. I just spoke to him an hour or so ago.
Certainly, Mr. Swain. They're expected. The elevators are down the hall to your left.
Byron's in his element as he theatrically yanks us this way and that and into the elevators. Once we sink down a couple of levels, he shoves us out the door. Okay, Harmons, he grins. You're on your own. See you on the other side. As much as I sort of hate Byron, I have to admit, getting into an NO joint has never been so easy. His timing is perfect. As the elevator doors close behind us, we encounter a group of passing kids and join the rear of the party. They're heartbreakingly pathetic, these students. Skinny, hopeless, haunted-looking, and silent as monks. The spirit of youthful anger and rebellion has already been sucked out of them. No complaints, no sarcasm, no anything. They're so beaten down they don't even seem to notice our arrival. We follow the procession as it pushes through double doors at the end of the hallway. At first, we're almost blinded by the bright blue-white light bombarding us, but when our eyes adjust, we find ourselves in what looks like it might have once been a school auditorium, but is now something very different and sinister. All the theater seats have been removed, and the large room, including the stage, is now occupied by machines, chemical vats, and dozens of sick-looking kids in numbered shirts working like diamond mine slaves. Some of the kids in here are carrying sacks, some are stirring vats, some are pushing around technical equipment. Our eyes are stinging as if there's something poisonous in the air. The whole place stinks like burning rubber, ozone, and weirdly, could it be? Chocolate. Toxic chocolate. Is there such a thing? Then there's a weird flute-like note, a middle C if I'm not mistaken, and I look over to see a squad of kids, all wearing the number 12, suddenly stop working. And then I see the one adult in the room, a stiff-backed man in a white lab coat with a silver pitch pipe thingy on a cord dropping out of his mouth. "Attention, Squad 12!" he screams. He waits a moment, and the veins in his neck slowly subside while his eyes roll.
Does anyone remember? You may not, under any circumstances, drop the pods. He blows a different note on the pipe, and they all nod robotically. Since these 2 sacks contain damaged specimens, he says, hoisting a couple of bags over his head, you are all hereby required to work through the night without sleep. But, a sunken-eyed girl starts to say before catching herself. But, screams the man. Did you just say but to me? Need I remind you that the penalty for arguing with a senior scientist requires level 2 corporal punishment? The man rushes forward to heave the girl, who is probably only a quarter of his size, against the wall. I want to charge in and sack the guy myself, and I have to reach out and grab Whit's arm to keep him from doing the same. We can't go down in a blaze of glory. Not just yet. The girl begins to sob, the first glimmer of emotion I've seen in this place so far. A look of small-minded disgust seizes the senior scientist's face, and he blows a harsh F-sharp on his whistle. As if in immediate response, the girl bangs her head against the wall. He laughs and blows the whistle again. Bang goes the girl's head. Whistle. Bang. Whistle. Bang. It's sickening, and I can't help myself any longer. I can't hold back. Sir! I yell indignantly. Oh, cripes. Oh, crud. Oh, kill me now. Of course, he immediately spins and sends a dagger-like glare across the room. You two, come here.
Chapter 19. Whit. I love my sister, but she sure doesn't have the, emotional DNA of a spy. She's 99% passion, 1% plan. But before I have a chance to step up and fix the situation, the crazed senior scientist starts lurching toward us like a zombie on meth. Don't you know getting caught without the proper squad uniform is grounds for solitary confinement? I'll give you 3 seconds to tell me what you're doing here before I set off the alarm and have you jailed. I pull Wisty forward confidently. Sir, Stephen and Sidney Harmon reporting to Squad 12 for pod duty, sir. I salute him for effect, and Wisty follows my lead. Suddenly, the lab boss's popping, pulsing veins soften into a more easygoing throb. Ah, the famous Harmons! I wasn't expecting you so soon, but I'm delighted you're here. He turns to his students. Squads! The Harmons are AAA grade pupils from facility number 625. They're leaders in their category, awarded triple sector leaders stars of honor, and will serve as role models for all of you. This is good. This is excellent. Score. It looks like Byron's intel was good. These Harmon kids were actually being transferred today, but we intercepted their arrival as planned. The lab boss steps in close to Wisty and me. His breath smells like something I haven't whiffed in ages, but that is all too familiar. Alcohol. Strictly forbidden by the new order. Your first assignment, Harmons, is to supervise the lab for a few minutes. Nature calls, you know. He laughs inanely. You, of course, know how the command pipe works, correct? Absolutely, sir, I say, even though Wisty and I don't have a clue. He presses the whistling instrument into my hands and turns to the rest of the group. Squads! He shouts, as if everyone here is deaf. If productivity doesn't increase by 10% in my absence, you'll all be sent to the Office of Electrical Corrective Punishments. And leaving us with that happy image of shock treatments, and Lord knows what else, he disappears through the lab's double doors. Did he just put us in control of this entire lab? Wisty cocks her head and whispers to me. Looks that way, but I'm not sure what that gets us. And these kids are all controlled by that pitch pipe? Like border collies, I guess, I say, remembering the head-banging little girl. Only it couldn't be that easy, could it? I look down at the pipe, wipe off the bully's slimy saliva on my sleeve, and blow in it full force like a referee on a basketball court. The entire room full of bodies freezes, and almost in slow motion, every single kid collapses to the floor. No, 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 no! What have I done? Chapter 20. Whit. Oh my God, Whit! Are they? Wisty is suddenly stuttering. I toss her the pitch pipe and run to the nearest fallen boy to check his pulse. Alive, I tell her, relief rushing over me. But we're all dead if the lab boss comes back now. You've always been the musical one, Wist. You try it, quick! She takes the pitch pipe and methodically plays a bunch of different scales across the 3 octaves in the instrument's range. After about a half dozen of them, holy frijoles, every single one of the squad members is looking at us transfixed. But at least they're alive. Say something, whispers Wisty. Give them a command. Stand up, I bellow. There's not even a pause. We stare, dumbfounded, as an entire room of kids gets up off the floor, and then starts bouncing in place. The weirdest part is, they're all smiling as they bounce. Wow, I say. It suddenly occurs to me that this is probably the most fun-resembling thing they've done in recent memory. That's my best guess, anyway. Wisty has to blow a couple of dozen notes just to get them to stop. In the process, we manage to figure out that 1 note equals 1 command. I'm getting anxious. Sydney, the boss has just taken the longest whizzer ever, and he's going to be back in seconds. Spy rule number 1, remain in character at all times. Let's do this thing. My sister quickly plays about 6 scales, and pointing at me yells, Follow this guy! And I take off out the lab door. We burst into the hallway, with Wisty bringing up the rear of our sickly white-smocked platoon. The only problem is that not 20 yards down the hall, coming back from his relief mission, is the lab boss. Stop! Stop! All of you! Stop in the name of the One! Without missing a beat, I charge forward. It's a Hail Mary move. I deliver a devastating right shoulder to the guy's solar plexus, sending him sprawling onto the institutional linoleum, where, before he can cover himself, he's promptly trampled by 24 groups of underage slave lab workers. My head feels as if it's about to split open from the overpowered alarms that have somehow been set off, and are now screaming from every corner. The hall's gone entirely dark except for emergency strobe lights. As we clamber toward the basement stairwell, I hear bootsteps rolling like thunder from above, a legion of them. From behind me, Wisty's mad pipe-playing music tumbles frantically like the soundtrack of some silent horror movie from long ago. What is she doing? This way! Yells a voice from down the hall, away from the stairwell. Byron? I turn and lead the kids toward his voice, praying he's still on his best behavior. The kids are actually pretty fast, maybe because they're used to moving quickly to get their chores done and avoid swinging billy clubs. But they're not faster than the New Order's steroid-fed adult guards. The big jackbooted bullies are only about 20 yards away now. 15, 10. Zip! Ping! A stun gun wire zips past my head and hits the metal railing next to my hand. Byron's directing the kids through an alternate passageway, presumably to an underground exit, and Wisty's still playing like a freaking Pied Piper. In the flashes of the strobe light, I catch sight of something surreal over my shoulder. Soldiers slowing down, swirling around Wisty, entranced by the music. We're going to make it, I think, just as 6 stun gun bolts hit me in the back.
Chapter 21. That's her, mutters the One, with a mixture of hatred and grudging respect. The security cameras in acculturation facility number 73 had recorded the bizarre scene of guards, New Order elites no less, being subdued by, of all things, a mere 3-octave command pipe. She was the only one who could have that kind of power. The picture is quite dark, and he can barely make out what is going on in the flashes of the alarm lights. But he is certain that Wisteria Allgood is the perpetrator of this crime. But how could she, and presumably her insipid brother, have gotten into the school? They're just stupid teenagers. The One remembers the last time he lost her, in the plaza, then the mad chase through the city. She and her brother were curves. They could travel through portals. Was it therefore possible that... "Bring me the One who commands the portal troops, now!" he yells. A moment later, a young man with carefully combed hair, an absurd-looking goatee, and a chin so weak it might be confused for his Adam's apple, is escorted into the room by 2 burly guards. He wears a military uniform with a metallic NOPE insignia on his left breast, marking him as an official in the New Order Portal Elites, a squad of special commandos whose members are among the rare few curves allowed in the New Order. "Commander," says the one who is the one, "can you please tell me why I was not informed that there was a portal leading into the basement of the acculturation facility?" "Your Eminence," he says, "there is no portal in the facility. It has a clean bill of health." The one snorts so loudly that the portal commander actually jumps. "What you just said, those words you uttered with such confidence and aplomb, mean nothing to me. If I tell you there is a portal there, there is a portal there. Do you understand?" "Well, Your Eminence, the entire facility was just inspected, less than a week ago." "We have recorded evidence of small portals forming in a matter of 24 hours or less. It must be a new portal. Now do you understand?" The commander shifts uncomfortably. "Indeed, sir." He clears his throat. "Have you, considered the possibility of magic, sir?" He chuckles nervously, realizing the word is, of course, banned, except among the highest circles, or in certain emergencies, such as this one. "Do you think that's funny?" demands the one. His voice is so cool and restrained, it sends wave upon wave of shivers up the portal commander's spine. The one turns away and watches as the security footage replays itself, grimacing as the witch hastily climbs over a carpet of dead, slumbering soldiers, then disappears into darkness. "She is definitely the one with the gift," he mutters. "Excuse me?" asks the portal commander. "I need you to tell me where that portal leads. And I need you to dispatch your best commandos to go through it and infiltrate the resistance fighters. Now! Don't fail me."
Chapter 22. Wisty. I can't begin to tell you how fantastic it is when we return to Garfunkel's, and a hero's welcome. Mr. Homecoming King Whit Allgood is, of course, used to it from his old life, but truants like me rarely get the crowds cheering. Janine hurls herself at Whit, and he doesn't seem to mind, obligingly wrapping his arms around her. Meanwhile, Emmett surprises me with a bear hug and holds on to me just a little longer than I would have expected him to. Maybe as if he'd been a little worried about me? He interrupts my pathetic little fantasy by rubbing his hands all over my creepy-looking head. "Bald is beautiful, baby!" he laughs. I blush, but I'm elated. I'm so high that I can't even feel annoyed that Byron's getting lifted up on the shoulders of shaved-headed kids like a war hero. I let it slide. We couldn't have done it without him, I guess. Byron howls idiotically, clearly on a head rush from feeling the love for the first time in his sad life. Poor little weasel. And finally lets himself fall backward. The roaring crowd starts passing him above their heads as if we're in a throbbing mosh pit. It's madness. But it's totally great to celebrate something for a change. I'm soaking in the smiles rather than the usual tears and long faces. Sasha knocks into me, and I grin at him. "If the weasel gets over here, I'm letting him drop," I say, staying in character. Eternally ungrateful Wisty. Sasha ignores it. "You look very punk rock," he shouts. "I like it. It suits you." "And you look like a bucket of frozen lizard pus." I'm still grinning. "I'm not kidding. You look totally hardcore. Maybe we could use you at the underground concert." "What concert?" Someone bashes into me, and I'm almost thrown off balance. "Don't we have more important things on our plate?" I ask, though I admit I'm intrigued. This concert is important. It's a great opportunity to get new recruits to the cause. Trust me. Maybe even get some intelligence about what other resistance units know. As a bonus, the concert breaks all their precious rules. God knows I'd love to hear some real music. Almost everything's been banned by the New Order for some moronic reason. Causes too much disorder, I guess. And joy. Suddenly, I'm starving for music, and it's as if Sasha can read my mind. He pulls me away from the mosh pit and takes out his guitar from underneath one of the makeup counters. I've been rehearsing. He starts picking out a riff, and I smile. I know the song. It's been a lifetime since I've heard it, but chills run up my spine. I jump in, singing right on the first line, and Sasha cuts off. You know it? Are you kidding? I live and breathe that song. Give me the guitar. Sasha hands it over, looking bemused. But with the first chord I strum, I feel as if a switch inside me has been thrown into the on position, as if power is literally coursing through my body. And suddenly, even though the guitar is not plugged into anything, it sounds as if I'm hooked up to a sweet amplifier stack. I take a few steps up the immobile escalator so I can survey the crowd below, and I belt out the famous song's first few lines. I close my eyes as I feel the lyrics swell up inside me and pour out with this crazy mix of joy and pain. I can't stop myself, and I sing this great tune that we all grew up with. It's called Born to Fly, written and sung by Luce Winterstein, one of my faves. And as I sing the final chorus and open my eyes, I see the entire population of Garfunkels looking up at me, Wisteria Allgood, and they're cheering, hooting, applauding. Meanwhile, Byron is still moshing, or being moshed, down below. I realize with a shock that the sound, that glorious blare of music that's so loud it's rattling my bones, isn't just in my mind. It's real. There's a wall of amplifiers that I apparently have conjured up out of thin air. I strum the last power chord, hold it, and tack on a final, "Oh yeah!" Well, I guess I've got my mojo back anyway. Chapter 23. Wisty. Everything about this is forbidden, banned, and maybe that's why it's so incredibly great. One step into the Stockwood Music Festival, and it feels as if you've been transported out of the New Order nightmare and into a dream of a place owned by us, ruled by us, and pumping with the fresh blood of music. Very good music. Astonishing music that just makes you want to dance. Which is also forbidden. I don't know what Whit was thinking, passing up the opportunity to come here, I say to Janine, who's walking behind me, both of us bouncing on the balls of our feet. My brother had, characteristically, insisted on staying behind to protect the younger kids who needed to remain at Garfunkel's. And he had, uncharacteristically, mumbled some blah blah about having a feeling something bad might happen if there was a power vacuum there. But this was a once-in-a-new-order-time experience. I'm gonna kick Whit's tight little butt when we get back, I finish. Janine blushes at the mention of Whit's butt. The girl's all brains and heart, but when you mention anything about bodies, she gets embarrassed. Yeah, she says, and gets all therapist on me. He needs this more than any of us. The concert's being held in what was once the underground reservoir for a small village called Stockwood. It's been totally drained and is now just a stadium-sized cavern, illuminated by portable road crew lights. I feel as if I'm on a movie set, because I'm seeing people milling around in dress ranging from medieval monks' robes and ninja outfits to white face paint and black capes. No wonder creativity's been banned. It's way too freaking cool for the New Order to handle. I didn't realize there was a come-as-your-favorite comic book hero theme, I remarked to Sasha and Emmett. Not exactly, says Sasha. They've come here in costume to honor characters from the banned movies and books they used to love. Love, I say. Present tense. I won't let the NO take that away. Absolutely, drawls Emmett. This is all an empowerment kind of thing. I see exactly what he means. There's banners and handheld signs with slogans like, NO can't do, and "Note to N.O. We will rock you." Just then there's a huge tremor, and little bits of dust and debris curtain down from the ceiling. I have a moment of panic, my head instinctively swiveling around, half expecting to see soldiers pouring in to terrorize us. Everybody chills, but there are no aftershocks, and moments later we're back to communing, chanting, and proselytizing for the resistance. It's as if nothing had happened. A New Order bomb must have landed directly overhead. No biggie, just another thorn in our sides. Speaking of which, Weasel Boy comes bobbing up to us. "Hey, guys!" The smug look on Byron's face makes me want to Ralph. "I acquired some backstage passes for us. Party on!" Party on? I guess all of the times I've told him to stop talking like such a blowhard have paid off. But I'm not sure I love the result. I start to say, but Janine cuts me off. "You got backstage passes? You mean we'll get to meet the Bionics?" screams Janine as if she's the world's original teeny bopper. Weird. I didn't think she had an ounce of teeny to bop in her. She lifts Byron right off the ground with a hug. "Man, these Bionics must be really good." "I thought this was supposed to be an open mic thing," I say. "It is," says Byron as Janine lets go of him. "But they're doing it for free. Why are you asking? Were you going to get up on the stage?" "Maybe I was." I start to blush until Byron replies unctuously, "Well, I'll get you on the list. Consider it done." "Forget it," I say. I can't give Byron the satisfaction. Not interested. Let it go. "Come on, Wisty," says Janine. "You were good back at Garfunkel's." Just then, another bomb crashes overhead, and dirt rains down from the ceiling. Byron doesn't even flinch. He just turns and stalks off toward the stage. Janine, Emmett, and Sasha chatter with excitement. Meanwhile, I'm standing here thinking, gee, isn't it rather inconvenient to be in the middle of an underground cavern in the middle of a war, where tons of rocks could come tumbling down and bury us alive at any minute? None of that dispels the incredible energy of the concert scene, though. On stage right now is a group that uses only their mouths to create the music of a full band. Some of them sound like guitars, some like basses, some like drums, some like trumpets, some like instruments that haven't yet been invented. Janine is giggling and pointing at the stage. It's as if just being here is changing her whole demeanor. She's being a normal person. Next, we watch these young guys who do incredible balletic duels, leaping, spinning, twisting, and defying gravity. And then there's a mind-blowing dance troupe that does their entire show on stilts. It just keeps going. If there's one thing that makes me hope we stand a chance against the New Order, it's the knowledge that we have so much talent. Talent. And passion. That's what scares the NO about us, isn't it? We've got it, and they don't. We all have the gift.
Chapter 24. Whit. What have I done? I'm sitting on the roof of Garfunkel's bombed-out, dilapidated department store, looking down at the journal in my lap. How could I have ever put such a thing down on paper, much less thought it up in the first place? This poem I've just written wasn't plagiarized from Lady Myron or anyone else. I have to take full responsibility for these sickening words. I look off at the horizon, past the outskirts of this burned-out city and the yellowing hills. I see a lazy squadron of bombers passing along, their contrails turning pink in the light of the setting sun. Is it that the world's turned upside down? That everything that was normal yesterday is extinct today? Or is this whole Celia thing just slowly driving me crazy, turning me into some death-obsessed poet? Just then I hear voices. I run to the edge of the roof and look down at the bomb-pocked street. A small gang of slacker-looking dudes in black t-shirts and jeans is laughing and walking towards the building's entrance. I have no idea who they are, but at least we know nobody employed by the New Order wears black jeans and tees, or has long hair. Still, I have a bad feeling, just like the one I'd told Wisty about before she and the rest left for Stockwood. I zip down the fire escape to see what's going on with these guys. Turns out they're a band looking for the Stockwood Festival. Why a bunch of musicians wouldn't know the whereabouts of the biggest concert ever in Freeland seems a little suspicious. Also suspicious is that they radiate jerkosity. They keep snickering and slapping each other on the back, saying things like righteous and big time, the kinds of expressions used by guidance counselors who are trying a little too hard. The leader, a guy with too much gel in his hair and this horrible wannabe goatee, looks me up and down. "Are you the man here?" he asks. Nobody's really the leader here, and nobody else is here anyway. "They at the music festival?" he asks. "I think it's something like that." "You have directions?" "Like I said, we're a band. We're called the Nopes. Ever heard of us?" I resist the obvious response and just shrug my shoulders. "I think it's in a stadium in the next city down the old interstate, about 20 miles south of here." "Really? I heard it was north, dude. The other way." "That's what they told me anyhow," I say. "I honestly don't know. Sorry, guys." "Well, we'll come back here if you've got it wrong," he says with a threat in his voice. "Hey, can you tell me this? Will Wisteria Allgood be there, at Stockwood?" "Wista who?" I say, hoping I don't look panicked, even though I kind of am. "Wisteria Allgood, the youth resistance leader," he repeats. "I think I've heard of her," I say. This is getting worse and worse. The youth resistance is something you just don't hear us referring to ourselves as. I shiver and look back casually at the visitors. "Hey guys, it's getting late, and I'm supposed to go meet some friends for a pickup game. Want to come?" "We're musicians, not jocks," he says, narrowing his eyes at me. "Come on, guys. We better get rolling so we can do some rocking." And with that line, a dead giveaway that they aren't rockers, they turn and walk away. I watch until they round the corner. As soon as I'm pretty sure the phonies in black are gone, I take the fire escape stairs 3 at a time. Up in my makeshift room, I flip open my journal to take another look at the poem I'd written earlier. And as if by some otherworldly magic, I see a short message instead. It packs quite a punch. "Go to your sister. She needs you. Trust no strangers." It's written in familiar handwriting, like my father's handwriting. And then, when I blink, it's gone. I flip madly through the journal, hoping to find it again to convince myself I hadn't hallucinated. But instead, I come across my most recent poem. Another wave of panic comes over me. What on earth made me write a 6-page poem about the death of my sister?
Chapter 25. Wisty. I have to admit, I nearly lose my nerve just watching the level of talent that's been assembled on stage. I also know that this crowd can be brutal if they don't like your music. Worse, I almost say thank you to Byron for getting us passes so that we can watch the acts from back here. We're so close we can see droplets of sweat and the way a singer's mouth forms around a particular word and the speed of a guitarist's fingers. And then the bionics are up. Okay, now I understand Janine's personality switcheroo. They're by far the hottest band ever. How do I know? Because seeing their sweat is actually a turn on and not a turn off. That has never happened to me before. Sweat usually equals stinky wit hug after a track meet. Everything is different with these musicians. It's as if they're on a whole other plane from everybody else. The singer-bassist, the guitarist, and the drummer, who I consider the cutest of the three, though it's not like I'd say no if any of them asked me out, brush by me on their way to the stage. I can practically taste their rock star auras, their magic. They take up their instruments as the hunky lead singer says a generous and humble thank you to the adoring crowd, and I find myself actually squealing with Janine. No wonder the bionics are banned by the NO. But then, what the heck? How could... Suddenly, an enormous poster of "The One Who Is the One" is rising up behind the band. I know it's just a poster, but I'm totally creeped out, seeing him looming over the stage like that.
The audience hushes, too. Just a picture of that evil monster is enough to throw a pall over the concert hall. But then, totally brilliant, the band strikes the first chord of their first song, and the poster catches fire in the lower left corner. The whole thing quickly goes up in flames as the underground arena explodes in the most unbelievable screams and cheers. I don't know how to explain it. I mean, I know I can't do what they do, but I'm not intimidated. I'm inspired. And it's a good thing, too, because their set, 8 great songs, seems to go by in a flash. And then it's just like the open mic list says. Next up is a little-known wonder hailing from Garfunkel's department store. Wisteria Rose Allgood! Give it up for her! The Bionics drummer actually winks at me as he walks by. And, at least in part to keep my face from exploding into a fierce blush, I dash out onto the stage. Chapter 26. Wisty. Hi everybody, I managed to say after a few seconds in which I feel totally flash frozen. What did I just get myself into? The brilliant spotlights and, even more blinding, the glare of hundreds make that thousands of pairs of eyes looking right at me. This is definitely a little more than I was expecting or prepared for. It's definitely a little frightening, but it's also exhilarating. I feel a strange connection to all these people. We're in this together, right? It's us against the big bad N.O. They've got the guns, but we've got the numbers. How about those Bionics, huh? I ask lamely, but they reward me with a massive cheer anyway. Cool. I guess they're in a generous mood. So I'm going to sing a couple of songs, I say, trying to slow my speech down and not blurt or stutter. But first, I just want to remind you all of one important thing. You know how we're kind of outnumbered outside of Freeland? Massive boo! And you know how they've taken away so many of us? Just kids, even little babies. They have control of the cities. They have the country. They have the planes. They have the tanks. Right then, almost as if on cue, the chasm shakes and shudders from another overhead bomb blast. More massive boos. But what they don't have is our spirit. That they cannot have. Massive cheers. And not only that, but as a kid I met in one of their horrible prisons reminded me, they're afraid of us. That's why they're hunting us. That's why they stage their plots and propaganda against us. That's why they bomb. There's another ground-shaking blast from the surface. The world like there's no tomorrow. It's because, for them, there is no tomorrow, no next generation, no future, I continue. And we're not going to give it to them either. Not now, not ever. Massive cheers that last for minutes. This is maybe the best thing that's ever happened to me. There's just one other thing, I say when my voice can be heard again. Then I produce my drumstick, the one my mom gave me the night Whit and I were kidnapped. They don't have our magic. And with that, I grab a guitar and even more lights come up, revealing that I'm standing in front of a newly conjured amp stack that nearly reaches to the ceiling. Now I'll be even louder than the Bionics. I strike the first chord of my first song, and I've never felt so amazing, so blessed in my entire life. At least until Byron comes on stage with a bass guitar and joins in. Chapter 27. Wisty. Even with the king of the weasels in my band, I totally understand why people want to become rock stars. There's no other rush, no other feeling like it. This cavern has a natural reverb that seems to transform my voice into a chorus of hard-rocking angels. It's like an out-of-body experience. And then I realize I'm playing the audience too. Hundreds, make that thousands of people are moving to my rhythm, to my melody, to my words. Well, not all my words. After I finish the first song and I think my face is going to bust open because I'm smiling so hard in the euphoria, I let everyone know who wrote the words to the next number. This is for my brother, Whit, who wrote the lyrics and who unfortunately couldn't be here with us tonight. I'm actually pretty glad Whit's not here, because I'd have to explain how I kind of copied the lyrics out of his journal when he was sleeping. I don't regret it, not for a second. I've wanted to put these words to music ever since I first read them. It's called The Fire Outside, and it goes like this. I begin picking out a simple, clean melody. Byron waits a few bars and sticks a bass line underneath. We are disturbingly in sync, I have to admit. Musically, I mean. Apparently, he must have been a pretty good upright bass player in the school orchestra back home, and he's showing a surprising sense of rhythm here. With his shirt untucked and his hair kind of messy for once, he almost looks like he belongs at a rock concert. Lighters are being held aloft, and a whole cavern full of people is swaying back and forth to the music we're making. No sooner are Byron and I laying down the final chords when the 6'1" poet himself appears at the back of the amphitheater. There he is! Whit is peering around intently, his head bobbing as if he's trying to find somebody, and it's important. Now he's sidling through the crowd toward the stage. He's shooting urgent looks at me and drawing his finger across his neck as a sign for me to stop the set, and pointing off to the dressing room area to the left. Something's definitely up. Chapter 28. Wisty. The power of the stage and the crowd is too much to resist, though. I finish the song first. Whit deserves to hear his words sung out to the masses. Then I hurry backstage, expecting him to accost me, or strangle me, instantly. But he's MIA. You were fantastic out there, says Byron, while I look around for Whit. If this magic thing doesn't work out, you could always be a musician, you know. I mean, I guess after you failed out of orchestra in, 5th grade? I just assumed you were hopelessly terrible. Yeah, well, it took you long enough to realize that a perfect grade point average isn't the only measure of somebody. Definitely not, says Byron. He steps toward me with an infuriating, eager beaver expression on his pinched little face. I really should have taken you seriously a lot sooner, Wisty. I want to make up for that. Ew. He's not doing what I think he's doing, is he? Please, somebody tell me Byron Hall Monitor Swain is not trying to put his weaselly moves on me. I don't want to hurt his feelings, especially tonight, but he's not leaving me much choice. I was wrong to underestimate you, he goes on, inching even closer. And there aren't many inches left at this point. I mean, you were always beautiful. Anybody could see that. But I guess I never appreciated the brains behind your badness. He said badness with a sly smile, as if he were thinking about a kind of badness of which I wanted no part. Gross! You know, Byron, maybe it's just exhaustion from the show, but I just threw up in my mouth a little bit. You might want to back up. Oh, here, let me give you a hand, he says, and puts one of his ferrety paws on my arm. Next, he's steering me toward the green room couch, made out of non-green cushions pilfered from furniture in bombed-out homes. I'm so shocked that Byron Bellycrawler Swain has his hands on me that I can't even react. I should have shoved him off the stage when I had the chance. I know some great massage techniques for all sorts of exhaustion, he's saying, but just then the Bionics and a swarm of their groupies burst into the room, along with my brother. I guess the universe hasn't totally forsaken me.
Chapter 29. Whit. What's going on? Wisty asks me as she pivots away from Byron's pathetic clutches. Normally I'd be ready to teach him a lesson for putting his creepy claws on my sister, but now I'm just relieved to see that he's not one of the fake rockers who were nosing around at Garfunkel's. I'm pretty sure they're here somewhere, and they're definitely looking for my sister. It's becoming increasingly clear to me that she has something that they want, badly. New Order spies, I tell her, and they're after you, Whist. So next time you decide to take the stage at a packed concert, will you give me a heads up? You know, so I can tell you that it's a totally boneheaded idea. Huh? What spies? She asks, looking only mildly distressed. Meanwhile, her eyes are darting over to some of the rock star types, being swamped by chirping groupies and whatnot on the other side of the room. Wisty, listen to me, closely. Some guys came by Garfunkel's asking after you in the concert. They were dressed like some old person's idea of a rock band. They were obviously New Order Citizen Patrol, or worse. Her head drifts off toward the fan herd again, so I put my hands on either side of her face and swivel it back toward me. Oh, okay. My sister blinks several times, finally processing what I'm saying. Are they here? Should I be worried? I gave them the wrong directions, but I don't think I fooled them. We'd better get out of here. I grab her hand, but she shakes me off. Whit, I'm okay. This is probably the safest place in the city. We're surrounded by like a jillion Freelanders hopped up on New Order hate, not to mention half of them are packing weapons. Plastic weapons, I remind her, frowning. They're in costume, for God's sake. Wisty shrugs. Costumes, whatever, doesn't matter. We're practically indestructible down here. Can't you feel it? It's the most amazing thing. Her eyes are still glazed over with some sort of euphoria I don't understand. I have a future flash. Wisty, rock star, being interviewed 25 years after her career goes south. They slipped something into my drink that night, she insists. I didn't know it, but after that I was an addict. I'm shaking my sister now, and her head swings like that of a bobblehead doll. Wisty, snap out of it. I know you don't believe me, but I've got this feeling we're on the verge of something really bad happening. You mean something bad, like a rabid mad dog poisoning me? Sings Byron, inserting his unwelcome presence as usual. While the fire inside me glows, the fire outside you grows? Holy freaking crap. What did the weasel just say? Those are my words, from my journal. What the? My eyes feel as if they're going to pop out of my head. You were reading my journal, you jerk? I can't help it. I grab him by the neck. I've had just about enough of our so-called leader of the week. Wisty finally comes out of her haze. Whit! She shouts, trying to pull me off Byron. It's the first time ever that she defends him. Didn't I tell you the world's turned upside down? Byron only knows those words from the song I just sung, up on the stage. Huh? I don't know how I couldn't have heard the lyrics on my way in. I was so focused on making sure she was safe. Wait a minute. Wisty was reading my journal? WTH? I release Byron, but give him an extra shove for good measure. I look at Wisty, hoping I heard her wrong. That's what you were singing up there? Words from my journal? You weren't even listening? She says, then softens her voice. It was a tribute to your genius, Whit. I love what you wrote. Wisty reaches for me, but I'm already stomping out of the room. You two deserve each other, I yell back at her and the traitor.
Chapter 30. Wisty. I'm almost ready to follow Whit when my whole body is kind of stun-gunned by this amazing voice behind me. So, where'd you get the drumstick? It's an antique, right? Classic. I turn and find I am looking eye to mesmerizing eye with none other than the drummer of the Bionics. He is talking to me. The Bionics drummer is talking to me. I'm concerned about Whit, really I am, but he'll get over it, right? Drummer Boy is even better looking up close than he was behind his drum kit, if that's possible. He's tucking his overlong, wavy black hair behind his ears, but then it falls right back in his face again. Sweet. I watch his lusciously thick lips move, but I have no idea what he's saying, of course. I don't think I could hear a car crash over my own heartbeat right now. Dumb? Maybe. Fun? Definitely. What? I finally managed to get out a couple of syllables. I'm unable to meet his hazel eyes for too long, so I find myself staring at his faded black t-shirt, which reads, "No order." I like it. We have something in common already. Your drumstick. Kind of funny for a guitarist and a singer to be carrying a drumstick around. He has a nice smile, too. Not too much, just right. Yeah, I know, I smile back. Maybe a little too toothily. My mom gave it to me. I think it's for good luck. It's kind of a collector's item. It looks like it, he says. So your mom's a drummer? I am not about to ruin this with a mood killing. I think my mom was a witch, and this is the wand she gave me the night I was kidnapped. Dud. She was, I lie. Ouch. Mom wouldn't like the past tense. I mean, is. That feels even worse. I mean, was. My face goes from pale pink to fuchsia in about 3 seconds. But Drummer Boy looks at me with sympathy? I know, it's hard. How could he have possibly grasped my blah blah? A lot of us don't know if our folks is or was. He puts a comforting hand on my arm, and my stomach kind of flips. God, he's sweet. He understands. His eyes drift back to my stick. Can I see it? Is that all right with you? Sure. I start to hand it to him, but as he grabs the end to take it from me, he jumps back, yelping in pain. It burned me, he says, sticking the side of his hand into his mouth. What's with that? Jeez, I'm so sorry, I say. I look down at the stick in my hand. It doesn't feel even slightly warm, but it is glowing red at the tip where he tried to touch it. I had no idea it could do that, I say. I really didn't mean... Don't worry about it, he says, shaking his hand and smiling through the pain. It's nothing, especially next to what's happening every day to kids in New Order schools, right? Have you been to one? I ask, a little surprised. Not yet. A little too risky for us. But we've had fan tips about that last facility you raided. How do you know about that? You and Whit and Byron made the underground news wire, he says and shrugs. You're famous, but you don't act like it. Byron hears his name across the room like he's got supersonic ears and is by my side in half a second. They're practically writing folk songs about you already, Wisty, Drummer Boy continues. That facility you hid is part of a system of exploitation and experimentation. The New Order calls them juvenile education and repatriation complexes. It's just cheap child labor. That's really shocking, says Byron. The boy's like a bad cold. You just can't shake him. That's not the worst of it, says the drummer, and I realize I don't even know his name. There's another place, the B&W Center, the Brave New World Center. We've heard they're doing live human experiments on everybody they keep there. Special kids. He uses air quotes. Like you and your brother. Everybody's quiet for a moment, and as the gravity of this sinks in, I lower my eyes from his. I better go meet up with my brother. He needs to hear about this. Yes, says Byron Officious Swain as if he's my aide-de-camp. Or worse, my boyfriend. Keep us apprised, he tells the drummer. Then he actually grabs my hand and starts pulling me toward the door. How is it that I mess up with just about the hottest guy I've ever seen, and then find myself holding hands with Byron? This isn't about being special. It's about being cursed. Chapter 31. Wisty. Cursed, yes, but not for long, apparently. That's because Eric, as he finally introduced himself, and the rest of the Bionics decide they want to come back with us to Garfunkel's. Whit is less than enthused. I have the sense he doesn't trust them, and of course he's still mad about the whole stealing his journal incident. But with Sasha, Emmett, Janine, and me backing the Bionics, he can't quite say no. A bunch of us are in the middle of doing an impromptu a cappella version of The Fire Outside, when suddenly Whit floors the gas pedal while making a sharp turn. Eric's hand just happens to slide off his knee and come to rest on my hand. It stays right there. I have no urgent need to remove it. "Buckle up, everybody," Whit shouts. "We've got New Order police on our tail." "Police?" I say, incredulous. "What are they doing in Freeland?" "Yeah," shouts my brother. "And how did they manage to find us is another good question. Now brace yourselves." The van accelerates, and I scramble to look out the back windows. 3 heavily armed New Order police vehicles are bearing down on us. This looks bad. Whit takes a sharp left turn that sends us all sprawling against the side of the van. My head's flung against Eric's chest. Talk about making the best of a bad situation. "Sorry," I mumble. "It's okay," Eric whispers. But then a sharp right turn sends us rolling violently against the other side. And now I'm tangled up with Byron. Ick. "They've got us boxed in, coming from all sides," yells Whit, breaking the van to a rocking standstill. "We'll have to run. Everybody take off in different directions. Hopefully they won't get all of us." "No!" I yell. "That's not the best plan. Seriously, just stay in the van." Everybody looks at me like I'm crazy, which I might be. We'll know soon enough. "You guys know the song Magic Truck by The How?" I ask. Eric starts laying down a beat on the floor of the van. The bassist and guitarist grab their instruments. Meanwhile, police cars are skidding to a stop all around us, and then a voice is coming over their PA. "Exit the vehicle immediately and lie on the ground." I wave for the band to keep playing. The lead singer starts in, and then I join him. The groove is instant, almost as if we've been rehearsing together for a couple of months. I hear the policemen pounding on the windows. We answer by turning up the volume. Then we don't hear the policemen anymore. That's because we've succeeded in levitating the van several hundred feet in the air. Yeah, you heard me right. The music was magic. The music did it. The van is still rising in the air. I look out the back at the police vehicles, and one of the cops is throwing his hat on the ground in frustration. "That was close. Too close," comments Byron, seeing the glass is half empty. "It freaking worked!" I scream, and then I can't help myself. I throw my arms around Eric. My glass is very, very full. This is definitely the best night of my life on the wanted dead or alive list. Chapter 32. Wisty. I think kissing was involved. I'm not certain, but I'm pretty sure. I think Eric's a good kisser. Not sure, though. The entire evening was kind of a blur. I wake up inside Garfunkel's the next morning, and I have 2 distinct thoughts. First, did I dream of falling asleep in the drummer's arms, or did it really happen? Second, my drumstick is gone. It's the first thing I reach out to touch in the morning, and it's not there. Problem. Big problem. Disaster. That drumstick is my magic wand, and it's a family heirloom. Everyone else is deeply conked out after our night of revelry, so I begin a mad hunt to find the wand my mother gave me just before I was separated from her and dragged off to prison. I always sleep with the drumstick under my pillow, or whatever the circumstances are forcing me to use instead of a pillow. But it's not there, and it's not under the mattress either. And it's not in my coat, and it's not in my knapsack. It's nowhere. Okay, don't cry about this. Think, Wisteria. What was different about last night compared to every other night you've slept at Garfunkel's? Well, the Bionics were here. That's gotta be it. The drummer! Was Whit right about them? I tiptoe over to Byron, snoring like a buffalo, and expertly swipe his super-secret smartphone and text Eric at the number he gave me yesterday. Where are you? He texts back right away. Had to go practice. Didn't want to wake you. Got your drumsticks? Yep. Got mine? Used oven mitt, just in case it was still hot. Not funny. Sorry. You have it? Give back! TOTS. You stole it. Borrowed. I want it back now. I'm sorry. Meet me. WTH? You bring it to me. Don't freak. I'm sorry. Meet at City of Progress Diner, 11 a.m. Fine. You're so cool. Whatevs, I type. But my heart is leapfrogging, and I'm grateful that cell phones don't convey blushes. I'm cool? As of when? I mean, it was jerky of Eric to take my stick. But he's a rock drummer, and he admired it. And, I mean, I can almost hear my mother's voice telling me he just did it to get my attention. Just the way she told me why geeky Ben Campbell used to pull my hair in first grade. Now, I do start crying. I miss my mother so much. She was my best friend. She is my best friend. Chapter 33. Wisty. I decide against finding Whit and telling him where I'm going, even though he's probably going to kill me when I get back. But I don't really have a choice, because guess what my brother would say? A. Have a great lunch. Could you bring me back some fries? B. It's windy out there. Be sure to zipper your coat. C. Fine, I'm coming with you. No arguments, Firebrand. Yeah. If you picked A or B, I'm going to politely suggest you go back and do some re-listening. I need to have my moment alone with Eric. So I sneak around quietly, making myself ready to infiltrate the City of Progress, the New Order's demented model city, the template they mean to apply to the rest of Freeland after they've stamped out anyone who resists their disgusting ideas. It takes a little bit of disguise to properly blend in. Skirts and sweaters for girls, no black lipstick or obvious piercings, jackets and ties for boys, and Byron-style hair preferred. But it's doable and necessary. And since my hair hasn't grown back yet, it's a great excuse for me to lift a new hairdo. A cute little brunette bob from the wig counter inside Garfunkel's. I tiptoe out the store's front door, and suddenly I feel a vibration under my arm. More precisely, it's coming from the very unwisty-like white purse tucked there. Another text message. I click the phone on. A text message in my mother's handwriting? WTH? It's okay, Wisty. She's an ally. Go with her. With who? Suddenly, I feel very unalone. I hear someone's voice. Well, we meet again, my dear. I yank my head to the right, and there, leaning on the hood of a long-dead station wagon, one leg crossed over the other, is the little old ninja lady, the one who gave us the map that saved our lives. And now that I'm able to scrutinize her more closely, I realize she's also the woman who almost got me arrested in a diner on my very first trip to the City of Progress, Mrs. Highsmith. It's okay, the strange little woman says in a high nasal drawl. Go ahead and SMS or whatever it is you people do with your silly little gadgets. Your mother's not particularly close, but you'll at least see that she's safe. I quickly type back. If she's an ally, why'd she try to get us arrested? My mother's handwriting replies, She panicked. She thought you might be a New Order spy. You saw them try to arrest her. Why would she want to help the New Order? Okay. But how do I know this is you? How would anybody else know that Ben Campbell used to pull your ponytail? OMG, Mom! I type as tears well up.
Go with her quickly, dear. Give Whit a kiss from us. Dad and I are thinking of both of you, all of the time. We love you so much. Mrs. Highsmith comes up to me with an old-fashioned handkerchief that I numbly accept. It smells like witch hazel. You see? Your mother's okay, says Mrs. Highsmith. Now, please come with me to my apartment, so we don't get the New Order looky-loos all excited about capturing 2 witches on the same day. Chapter 34. Wisty. So how do you think we got to the City of Progress in about 10 minutes flat? Broomstick? Portal? If I told you, you wouldn't believe me. And that's saying a lot, given what I've gotten you to believe about our insane lives so far. Let's just say Mrs. H has some powers that might rival the ones. If I didn't have Mom telling me she was on my side, I'd have to wonder. Okay, check this out. Mrs. H's apartment is a cluttered, dimly lit place. The heavy curtains are drawn even though it's a sunny morning. There's not an empty shelf, table, or chair. Even the piano top is covered with novels, hardbacks, paperbacks, notebooks, antique tomes. Obviously, all banned. The walls are chock-a-block with pictures, some framed, some crudely taped up. And there's even an easel with a half-finished painting of a dragon on it, which I almost trip over. There's barely a path for me to follow her into the kitchen, which smells like some sort of heavily spiced tuna casserole. It must be 120 degrees in here. Pardon me while I finish working on this stew, she says, peering over the lip of a giant black barrel sitting on a couple of hot plates in the middle of the kitchen floor. It's enormous and looks like some kind of oil shipping container. She could fit a small horse in that thing. Maybe she has. Mrs. H dips a ladle into the soup for a taste. She offers me some, but I shake my head violently. Need some more willow bark and sassafras root anyway, she says. I underestimated how much this broth was going to absorb. Okay, remind me. How did I end up with an old witch stirring potions in a boiling hot apartment, instead of with Drummer Boy chatting and eating burgers in a very cool diner? Don't think I don't know what you're thinking, she says with a disapproving look. So I'll get to the point. Here's the deal. As you may have discovered, the one who is the one is a complete yenta. I look at her quizzically. A yenta? Is that good or bad or something in between? A yenta is a person who wants to get into everybody else's business. And what's worse, he wants to put an end to all their business and make it all about his business. Everything. She pauses to take a sip of her brew and makes a face. He's basically a conduit for the worst kind of evil. I'm talking stuff that makes a person want to put out her eyes and ears rather than to see or hear it, she continues, wincing and replacing the ladle in the barrel. And unfortunately, he's figured out a way to get himself more power than any other individual in the history, or even the prehistory, of the world. So, are you here to tell me he can't be stopped? I say. Typical grown-up stuff. Give it a rest, get real, stop fighting for nothing. She chuckles to herself. I'll let that slide, because you obviously don't know me. Yet. Now, ready to take notes? She picks up her ladle and flings the tip toward one side of the room, then another, then back toward me, spraying me with disgusting bits of her soup in the process. In a flash, a pencil and a piece of paper fly into my hands. Didn't know I was in school again, but okay, I say tentatively, wiping the drops of gag-worthy gruel off my face. There are 2 X factors in this entire situation that can give us the edge. Care to guess what they are? Timing and luck? Positive energy and negative energy. We need to maintain a surplus of the former. And we need to send that sick son of a gun a good dose of the latter. Capiche? I nod. Capiche? Now, I'm no fan of that Stockwood Music Festival. Too many sweaty young bodies and too much mindless bobbing and weaving for my taste. But I heard last night through the underground newswire that you're apparently quite musically talented. I nod again. Music, my dear, is a more potent force for change than you may think.
No offense, Mrs. H., but you have no idea how powerful it is unless you've performed on a stage in front of thousands. Plugged in. I shiver just thinking about it. I can hardly wait to get my hands on a guitar again. How do you know I haven't? She chuckles, and I realize that this lady has a past I'm definitely going to have to find out more about.
I'm talking about a very different kind of power, Wisty. That's why it's banned by the NO. Didn't you ever wonder why it's forbidden?
I know why. 'Cause it's fun, and the NO is anti-fun.
Mrs. H gives me a look that reminds me of my mom. Her, Wisty, stop being funny when you know this is serious look. If there's one thing I need to teach you, it's never underestimate the power of what you or others create. Music, art, film, writing, all of this. She waves her hand around the cluttered apartment. There's tremendous energy here. This is life force. Very important.
We'd better hide all of this from them then, I tell her. You're crazy to keep it here in the City of Progress. Maybe we can bring it to Garfunkel's.
No, I need it. I can't let it go. I'll let them take me before they take it.
I'm stunned. Die for kids, yeah, but die for art? I'll have to think about that.
She passes me a folded-up square of paper. Learn it. Memorize it. Use it to help others. Pass it on, and on, and on. I open it and see a crudely drawn musical staff with notes. It looks like a pretty simple melody. What does it do? She points to a battered guitar that looks kind of lost and abandoned in the corner of the pantry. I hadn't even seen it in all the clutter. That's for you to figure out. So, go figure. Before I know it, I'm strumming the guitar and learning how to beat the blues, as Mrs. H calls it. It's amazing, actually. Now, I just need to figure out how to bust up the new order, get a restraining order against Byron, and placate Whit. Then the world will be back in its proper orbit again. Closer, anyway. Exactly right, dearie. Now, taste, says the ancient lady, stuffing the ladle in my mouth. Chapter 35. Wisty. Excuse me as I wipe drool from my chin. Normally, I might just be talking about the fact that I've ordered a cheeseburger with pickles, shoelace fries, and a black and white shake. But today, I'm double drooling because I'm sitting with Eric, Bionic's drummer boy. How could his 5 o'clock shadow at 11:30 in the morning and deepened under-eye circles make him look even more gorgeous? But they do. He simply defies all laws of nature. We place our orders with the ridiculously efficient waitress, who is typical of the help in NO eateries. Too bad you're not as fast as she is, Eric quips. Where the heck were you anyway? I'm like on my 5th cup of coffee here. Did you miss me? I opt to say, instead of, sorry, but I was busy playing guitar in an old witch's kitchen. Actually, yeah, he says. He levels his gaze at me, and I notice a glint of vulnerability in his eyes. How come you look so crazy beautiful? You couldn't have had much more sleep than me. Crazy beautiful? Never before has Wisteria Allgood been described as such. Crazy, yes. Beautiful. This is so nice. I'm so not used to the attention. Must be the wig, I mumble and glance down. He's still staring at me. I can feel it. He's reaching across the table toward my hand. Listen, Wisty, he says. His fingers interlock with mine, and the cool metal touch of his insignia ring against my skin is exhilarating. I feel as if my spine has been replaced with an overcooked noodle. I'm really sorry, he says. I look up at him, and suddenly there's only pain in his eyes now. Poor thing, taking this drumstick incident so seriously. About the stick?
It's nothing. I'm interrupted by a commotion at the door, and we both turn to look. Oh, kill me now. It's my big brother with the savior complex. Wisty! It's a trap! Get out of there! Now! Whit yells as a bunch of rock star-looking dudes appear from out of nowhere and attempt to pin him to the wall. I try to jump to my feet, but Eric forcefully grabs my wrist. I'm so sorry, Wisty, he's whispering. I had no choice in this. What? What is this? I demand to know. The bionic singer and guitarist are standing at the opening of the booth now, and they're chewing on unlit cigars. It can't be, but I'm afraid it is. Eric? I ask, tears starting to spill from my eyes. But Drummer Bum only shrugs and looks away. Is he doing what I think he's doing? How could he have been so wonderful one minute, and now he's turning me over to the New Order? I'm wrong about people sometimes, but I've never been this wrong. I slump forward on the table, feeling as if I've just been stabbed in the chest. What is wrong with me for walking right into this trap? I look up into the face of my crush of 5 minutes ago. I'm searching for a clue, for any of the signs I missed. But all I see is his near-perfect face and genuine-seeming contrition. I had to, Wisty. Don't you see? You're the one who has the gift.
Chapter 36. Whit. Before I can reach Wisty to try to help her escape, somebody hits me hard. Just about all the wind rushes out of me and my knees buckle. I'd probably fall on my face if the three of them weren't so busy trying to pin me to the wall. They're strong. They may look like boys, but they fight like adults. Adult professionals. Maybe New Order soldiers. I only hope I gave Wisty enough warning to help her get out. I only hope I managed to mess up their trap. Oomph! Another smashing blow, this one right to the middle of my face. Stars and bright colors explode everywhere. That couldn't have been a fist. It was too hard. I'm starting to sink to the ground, but one of these creeps is holding me up, and the other is turning my head by the ears, making me look at something. See that, big brother? The voice in my ear rings. Not only did you fail to save your little sister, but we're going to make you watch what the Council of Ones does to her. My eyes dart down the length of the diner to where Wisty is being dragged out of her booth by the bionics and one of the soldiers. And then suddenly, the bionics start, I don't know how to describe it, morphing, I guess. They get bigger and older, as if they've aged from 17 to 35 in the space of a few seconds. It's scary and gross beyond anything I can tell you in words. They're burly, cigar-smoking soldiers now. All of them, except one bionic, the drummer, I think, who's still sitting in the booth, looking like he just accidentally ran over a puppy. Do it quickly, you idiots! Yells one of the thugs holding me. I notice 3 more soldier commandos in black flak outfits, each leveling big bore rifles right at my sister. No! I scream. Leave her alone! Don't shoot her! They drop to a knee and pull their triggers almost in unison. Wisty! And then it's as if time is slowed to a crawl. I watch as the muzzles issue explosions of compressed gas, each propelling a lethal-looking dart at my inhumanly manhandled sister. Wisty throws one last look at me, and I catch it, hold on to it forever. More than anything, I don't want her to die with that desperate look of shame on her face. I don't want her to die, period. And then my mind seizes on the hurtling projectiles, not bullets, darts. I see the wicked hollow needles on the front of each fluffy-tailed syringe as it bullets toward my sister's torso. They look big enough to drop a charging rhino, much less sedate a 100-pound teenager. If I just push the first dart's tail a little this way, and this dart a little this way, and this one just like this. Thwack! Thwack! And thwack! The former bionics and the soldier holding her go wide-eyed as each dart finds its new target, right smack in the middle of each of their necks. They hit the floor. Thump! Thump! And thump! Ah! Gasps my sister. What's wrong, Wist? I yell. What happened? My eyes lock on hers, which have gone wide and also a little vacant, and now her lids are fluttering, and she falls face first right on top of her unconscious attackers. There's a syringe sticking out of her back, the plunger pushed down. The drummer. He's standing behind her. His face is twisted and crumpled with guilt. "Attaboy!" shouts the soldier who's been holding me. "Now let's get these two reprobates into the paddy wagon and collect our just rewards." Chapter 37. Whit. These goons are lighting up their victory cigars. Is consigning us to death basically like finishing a steak dinner or winning a sports championship? It sure looks like it. I'm now pinned on the ground, fighting to get my breath back, when a desperate thought pops into my head. Not counting the 3 guys on the floor with darts in their necks, there are 7 cigar-smoking soldiers. There's a drummer, too, but I'm guessing he's just a regular kid. A horrible, tall Jonathan-esque traitor of a kid, but a kid. I look at each smoldering cigar, and one by one, I visualize the rolled brown tobacco inside. Foul stuff. I hate nicotine poison. Then I imagine 7 capsules filled with a toxic compound a teacher told us about in chemistry. It's called trinitrotoluene. You may have heard of it by its more common name, TNT. In my mind, I carefully place a capsule inside each of their cigars, about an inch or so from the glowing tip. I wait. I count off the seconds. I hope this will work. And then, in almost perfect precision, blam, 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 blam! Suddenly, there's no more combat boot on my neck. I get to my feet and stumble through the acrid smoke to my sister. I pluck the syringe from her back, then I throw Wisty over my shoulder. "Proud of yourself?" I ask the drummer. He looks at me coolly, and I want to punch him. I satisfy the urge by swiping Wisty's drumstick out of his hand. "They'll kill me," he whispers. I pause. I don't want the guy to be killed, really. But if I have to choose between my sister and an N.O. puppet, there's no question what to do. "Tell somebody who cares," I say, then race out of the diner. But I do care. Sometimes it feels rotten, putting on the face of steely, unwavering courage. Chapter 38. Whit. There's nothing like a 3-mile run with your kid sister slung over your shoulder to clear your head. I'll never call her Wispy again, that's for sure. She's growing up fast. My back, my lungs, my legs, they all ache so much I want to stop and throw up. I hear the distant rumble of trucks and the squawks of N.O. loudspeakers. The thumping of a helicopter soon joins the mix. It's coming our way, quickly. I duck off the road and into the woods, hoping the trees will lend some cover. I find a path through the brush, but I get only about 100 yards before it forks. The bigger track goes down into a gully, and the smaller one winds along the side of a hill. "High road or low road, Wisty?" I say, not expecting her to answer. I prop my sister against a tree. I need to put her down for a few seconds, or I'll collapse into a heap. "There are ants all over this tree," I hear her whisper. "You're awake!" I'm stunned. Wisty's already weakly swatting the little black insects off her arm. "Yep, I can even answer your question." "You mean which road we should take?" Without missing a beat, she starts murmuring a poem. "2 roads diverged in a yellow wood, and sorry I could not travel both, and be one traveler long I stood, and looked down one as far as I could. I shall be telling this with a sigh, somewhere ages and ages hence. 2 roads diverged in a wood, and I took the one less traveled by, and that has made all the difference." "You wrote that?" I ask, aghast. "Bertrand Snow, actually," Wisty admits. "Well, you must be winning your battle with the drugs to remember anything from your lit class." I throw her over my aching shoulder one more time, and just then we hear a vehicle skidding to a stop on the road. Suddenly, the woods behind us are alive with heavy-booted footsteps, men yelling, and dogs barking angrily. "Maybe they'll pick the wrong path," I pant, and reflect that maybe we should have chosen the downward-sloping one. This trail has been 100% uphill so far. I don't think they'll pick the other path, Whit." "Why not?" She's craning her neck behind me. Because I can already see them, and they can see us." Chapter 39. Whit. I curse under my breath and turn to assess. Sure enough, 2 soldiers and 3 large German shepherds have crested the last rise in the hill and are charging up the path toward us. Only, wait, did I say 2 soldiers and 3 German shepherds? Because it's actually 1 soldier and 4 German shepherds. Or wait, it's all German shepherds. Did you see that? Demands Wisty. They're turning themselves into dogs. Very fast dogs. Great, I say, and stop running. Why are you stopping? Yells Wisty. There's no point. I can't outrun a pack of magical dogs with you on my back. It's simple physics. I'd have to be a horse. Well, I've turned myself into a rodent before. Maybe you can turn yourself into a horse. Aim big, brother. We don't have much of a choice right now. I don't know any horse spells. Look in your journal and pray that it's getting good reception today. I'm flipping the pages madly, and nothing about a horse catches my eye. It's the first time in my life I actually wish I could look in an index. There's no index, of course, but what I stumble on is even better. Tiger, tiger, burning bright, in the forests of the night, what immortal hand or eye could frame thy fearful symmetry? In what distant deeps or skies burnt the fire of thine eyes? On what wings dare he aspire? What the hand dare seize the fire? After I recite the weird poem, the next thing I know, I'm on all fours, with black and orange and white fur, my clothes split up and down and hanging in tatters. So I turn to ask Wisty the obvious question. Roar? You're asking if a tiger can kick a bunch of dogs' butts, right? Asks Wisty. I think so, but let's not experiment if we don't have to, especially with me on your back. Yah, tiger, mush! And then she digs her heels into my flanks. I yelp, and I take off up the hill, as a tiger. Ain't magic great? The dogs howl in rage behind us, and then there's another noise, another sort of roar. I look back over my striped shoulder and see that our pursuers are now turning themselves into bears, grizzlies actually, as they continue after us. Who are these guys? And where are they getting their magic? The answer, unfortunately, reveals itself all too quickly. We reach the clearing at the crest of the hill and are greeted by a tall, bald man in an impeccable dark blue suit. He's standing there as if he's been waiting for us all his life. Chapter 40. Whit. I wheel around immediately. I'd rather face a troop of charging bears than the one who is the one. Heck, I'd rather face a lake filled with piranha, a full stampede of tyrannosaurs, a mechanized infantry division. I could go on and on. But even as we turn away, the trees of the forest weave their yellow-leaved branches and trunks together and seal up the path as if it had never been there. There's no way through, no way out. The ground buckles and sends us sprawling backward toward the middle of the clearing. Wisty topples off my back and lands with a whimper on the ground. She's still too messed up by the drugs to stand, but the one doesn't cut her any slack. Tree roots shoot out of the ground and quickly smother her in a dirty wickerwork of wooden tendrils. "Whit!" she screams. "I'm trapped! I can't move!" There's nothing worse than hearing someone you love scream your name in desperation. Rage boils up inside me. I spin and charge. 500 pounds of furious Siberian tiger, ready to snap his bald-headed neck like a toothpick, ready to send my sharp teeth into whatever part of him I can reach first. Unfortunately, the one who is the one has other ideas. Suddenly the wind kicks up so fiercely I have to close my eyes, and it's as if I'm a stuffed tiger, flimsy as a carnival prize, and somebody has turned on a giant leaf blower. I'm flipped into the air, and I can't tell up from down. Leaves and dirt are pelting me, stinging me, cutting through even my dense fur. And then, wait, the wind has stopped already. For a split second I can see the sky. And then, oh no, I can see the earth. I make out Wisty's form, so far, far below, pinned on the hilltop way down there like some human sacrifice. I must be 1,000 feet above her. I hear laughter, his laughter, echoing up as if the entire forest is mocking us. And then I'm no longer a tiger. I'm just me in my torn clothing, falling, helpless, He's taken away my mojo, my magic, probably my life.
Book 2. Something Wicked This Day Comes. Chapter 41. "Have a seat," says the solemn, tight-lipped man behind the heavy metal desk. Byron Swain nods nervously and sits on the threadbare couch as the man finishes some official-looking paperwork. "You took your time getting here," says the stern adult, putting down his overchewed pencil. "I had to observe all the protocols." "No excuses," yells the man, spraying spittle across the metal desk at Byron. "Children of ones don't make excuses." He again snatches up his battered pencil as if he is going to either break it in two or throw it at Byron's face. Byron meekly recedes back into the couch, wishing he could somehow slide between the cushions like some accidental pocket change. "And you will stand up in my presence. Who do you think you are, Byron?" "I'm sorry, Dad." "And stop calling me that. I am the one who tallies the internal revenues." "Yes, sir. I'm sorry, sir," says Byron, remembering how the Freelanders call his father the one who counts the beans, and making a mental note not to mention that. "I just—" "Excuses!" he screams. "By order of the new order, and at the specific request of the one, you will now give me a complete report." Byron feels a little pain growing like a cancer in his chest. He isn't happy spying on the Freelanders, but what choice does he have? Wisty continues to reject him. He is nothing to her, to any of them, really, and he is under direct orders from his father. Byron stands at attention and, shaking slightly, begins telling him everything.
Chapter 42. Wisty. Trust me, you don't know pain till you know what it feels like to wake up after getting nailed by a New Order tranquilizer dart. Or 3. Or 12. My eyes ache like they've been loaded on rusty metal springs. My temple throbs like somebody's just nailed a red-hot horseshoe around the inside of it. The back of my head pulses like somebody's trying to inflate it with a bicycle pump. And my mouth? My tongue feels like it's a slug that's crawled halfway across an equatorial desert and died. And my throat feels like it was just the parade route for a troop of hermit crabs. And my stomach? Sloshing around like I'm in a car with no shock absorbers, driven by a drunk who's decided to take a shortcut through a timber yard. Car sick doesn't cover it. "Hey, Whist, how you feelin'?" asks Whit. I wince and croak back. "Ugh, what's with all the noise and the bumpity-bump?" I'm still not able to open my eyes properly to see where I am. "We're having another New Order van ride," he says, helping me sit up. "Water," I croak. Whit shakes his head. Strangely, they didn't give us the van with the minibar. He leans up toward the front seat. "Anywhere up here on the right will be fine," calls Whit through the grate, as if we're riding in a taxi going to a Sunday matinee. He's trying to cheer me up, I guess. The goon riding shotgun, and wouldn't you know it, he actually has a shotgun, slams the bulletproof glass divider closed. "Nice fellow," says Whit, "maybe a little too intense." A wave of panic engulfs me now. I don't know if I can go through another imprisonment. The endless hunger, the mind-splitting thirst, the soul-crushing hopelessness. Whit senses that I'm freaking out. "We'll be okay," he says. "We wouldn't be here today if we weren't survivors, and if we stunk at jailbreaks, right?" I know he's trying to be sweet, but what an idiotic thing to say. I'd scream at him if my head didn't hurt so much. We wouldn't be here today if I hadn't fallen for... Eric. I can't even say it. Just the thought of that sad, pitiful, god-awful betrayal is like another knife in my gut. "Look," Whit says, pointing to the window at the back of the van. "At least this time they gave us a view. Want to take in some overworld scenery?" I shrug listlessly. I can still see Eric in my mind, and all I want to do is stay curled in a ball and just give up.
Then I see Mrs. Highsmith in my mind's eye, and I remember the music. Positive energy, beating the blues. So I let Whit help me up. Now I can see what's going on. We're speeding down an empty 6-lane highway with those New Order billboards lining both sides. Giant ones, every 1/10 of a mile or so. It's kind of hard to stay positive watching all of this pathetic crap. His resplendent baldness cavorting with upper-level bureaucrats unveiling plaques to renamed freeland cities. One Town, New Order Acres, Victoryville, Brave New Estates. It's no wonder Beaners look so glassy-eyed and out of it 24/7. I'm ready to sink back to the floor when the monotony is interrupted by a giant message in horrifyingly bright red New Order lettering. We interrupt this program for an important announcement. Class 1 criminals Eliza and Benjamin Allgood are in custody. Stay tuned for execution event details. This is another great day. And there, in the middle of the video displays, are my parents, in orange prison jumpsuits, gagged and shackled. My knees buckle, and I sink back to the floor.
Chapter 43. Whit. As Wisty falls to the floor again, sobbing against my pants leg, I keep my face pressed to the glass, waiting for the details of the execution event. I don't actually want to know, but I have to know. How much time do we have? To find our parents, to plan our escape. But we're in between billboards now, and traffic is slowing down. I pound the back of the van in frustration. I'm about to crumple on the floor next to Wisty, but I'm suddenly jolted alive with a rush of Celia. It's her scent, no doubt about it. The perfume she wore the day she originally disappeared. It's like she's right here with me, like she never left. I've never heard of a portal in a moving New Order vehicle. Is it even possible? I start pounding on the floor, the walls, then the back van doors, shouting her name. Whit, stop it! Wisty looks at me with red, weary eyes. Celia's gone. You've lost it. Our parents are scheduled for execution. Why are you... But I'm pounding the window again. I see her hair, waving across the next billboard, some 100 yards away, streaming in front of her face. Whit, Celia says. Her voice is muffled, as if it's coming through a loudspeaker outside. You're okay. You're doing the right thing. Don't give up. I hurl my body against the door. Get us out of here! Celia! I know, at least I think, it's nuts. How can she be a projection on a billboard? But she's so real, and I can smell her. Are you even listening to me, Whitford Allgood? I said, you're doing the right thing. I don't even care that she sounds annoyed. I love it. It reminds me of when she'd started telling me about her chem test in the hall at school, and I'd just give her a kiss right in the middle of her sentence. Are you even listening to me, Whitford Allgood? She'd say, and I'd feel seriously warm all over. Am I listening to her now? I am, actually. The sound of her voice is like a drug I can't get enough of. The van is getting closer to the billboard. My face can't be pressed any harder against the glass, my body flattened against the door. We're passing right by her image, and I practically feel the heat of her breath on my cheek. You need to turn yourself in, she continues. And you're on your way to the one right now. It's the only way. If you want us to be together again, it's the only way. Together again? I ask. Together again, she repeats as we pull away. And then she's gone. But I'm still dazed by the lingering image of Celia until we turn in through a very high gate marked Building of Buildings.
Chapter 44. Wisty. Whit and I may have electrodes all over our arms, but at least we're upright and sitting in high-backed leather chairs so comfy it's like swimming in butter. And we each have a glass of water next to us. It's all 5-star accommodations here at the Building of Buildings, which is basically the One's crib and Batcave type place, and it's where the very grumpy men in the van brought us. Maybe I could get used to this?
Whit and I had both been curled in the fetal position in the back of the van when suddenly we were yanked out and escorted into the B of B. So this had started out as one of our most pathetic public parades into captivity yet. I actually made eye contact with some of the citizens who were watching as we trudged across the luxuriously outfitted marble lobby. Maybe I've been infected with a big ego savior complex, but I thought I saw a flash of respect, maybe even admiration, or at least something vaguely hopeful buried deep in some of the glazed beaner eyes. It helped me get my groove back anyway. The more I stare at our interrogator right now, the more I think maybe I see it in him too. Grudging respect? He's hiding it pretty well, though. He's definitely polite, but sterile to the point of being scary. The questions have also been pretty sterile so far, such as name, address, and NOID number, as if we have an address or carry NOIDs. Then he throws this real doozy at us. Have either of you had any children in recent months? He asks, deadpan. We both stare at him blankly. Now that we have you and your parents on death row, we need to ensure there are no other living members of Clan Allgood. Please answer so that the polygraph can register a result. No, we both manage to say. Excellent, he says, watching the readout from the lie detector. I get an A+ for not being an unwed pregnant teenager, I say. Wow, maybe I like the new order after all. He completely ignores me. Now, let's get down to some very important business. On a scale of 1 to 5, with 5 being the most, how would you characterize the efficacy of your parents' instructions to you vis-a-vis harnessing your abilities? What are you talking about? I demand. As you said, let's get down to business. Tell us when our parents are due to be executed. Are they being held here? Miss Allgood, he says. Miss Allgood? Never in my life. I'm afraid I am the only one permitted to ask questions here. Newsflash, mister. I'm not big on following rules. Whit nudges me as if he's signaling I should settle down. Since when is he going all golden boy again? We're resistance leaders, aren't we? The interrogator clears his throat. We know your parents trained you, and we know they imparted to you certain, highly sensitive pieces of information and or equipment having to do with the scientifically proven energy forces that you both possess by dint of your genetic makeup. Are you talking about magic? I ask. Whit frowns. Mute, golden boy. Mr. Interrogator looks extremely alarmed. Shh! Take my word and do not use that term in this building, or anywhere. You're living very dangerously. Perfect invitation for me to get punchy. I'm practically singing at this point. Magic, 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 The repressed one finally explodes. He's up and grabbing us by our collars, my shirt in one hand, and surprisingly, that of my mute golden boy brother in the other. You make me ill, he practically spits. He looks at Whit. You with all your potential, and look what you do. Nothing. Sitting here like a mannequin. And your dynacompetent sister here. Why, she possesses a power so amazing, so devastating, so... There's a sharp noise as the automatic deadbolt on the room's door clicks open. Ah, says our interrogator, suddenly whiter than a pickled egg. Said too much, did I? He whispers to himself. Oh, he manages to squeal as somebody steps softly into the room behind us, and the temperature drops, maybe 50 degrees. And just like that, the interrogator turns into a medium-sized rubber tree in a large terracotta container. Somebody has just made him into the quintessential potted plant. And I have a good guess who. Chapter 45. Wisty. Instantly, it's as if someone's quadrupled the gravitational force in this place, and the energy's leaking out of me. I can't even sit up straight anymore. He has these electrifying technicolor eyes. You've never seen anything like them. They'd be like model gorgeous if he wasn't so evil. As it stands, they're like an instant barf inducer. I'm queasy. But Whit's still locked into his weirdly placid state. The one who is the one steps around the table, sliding our former interrogator's pot into a corner of the room with one foot. He'll need some watering, he says to nobody in particular, and then smiles silkily. Or not. The one waves at the far end of the room and transforms what had been a featureless white wall into floor-to-ceiling windows. He can turn a man into a plant. He can fly. He can vaporize children. I guess turning a wall into windows with a panoramic 50th floor view must be a walk in the park. Now, he says, eyes briefly pulsing red but then turning a charismatic blue. A shade you might see on some touched-up face in a magazine ad. That is, if they made magazine ads for pure evil. Come, he invites as if we're old friends. He gestures at the picture windows. Have a look. Says Whit. We're kinda hooked up. But all the polygraph wires are now gone, like they'd been particularly unlikely figments of our imaginations. The one beckons gently. I think you'll enjoy this, he says. I'm shaking now. The one seems to enjoy nothing except torture and death. What's up his sleeve? And what's up with my brother, for that matter? Whit gets out of his chair and walks over to the one like an obedient child. It's all right, Wisty. Come on. Does he have some intel I don't? Last I heard him say more than a few words, he was bouncing off the van walls with rage. But I don't want to be sitting over here alone. For lack of anything better to do, I say begrudgingly. Okay, let's have a look. Why the impudence? The one asks. You do know I don't intend to kill you. He puts his creepy long arms around our shoulders and leads us to the windows. Strangely, his touch feels totally warm, even a little reassuring. Will you look at that? He asks almost wistfully. Do you see how the sky and the mountains there seem to be joined? Almost seem to be one? We gaze out across the city, the foggy street and building lights twinkling through the gloom. The clouds on the horizon are a sinister purple that does kind of merge with the snowless mountains beyond the valley. Do you have any idea how much work it took to make this perfect evening? I start shaking again. It's as if he's a cat playing with mice. He just said he wasn't going to kill us, but is he about to anyway? In any case, he's definitely going to put some serious hurt on us. I bet you're wondering what I mean by that, he goes on. A terrific high-pressure zone had been screaming down across the northern plains and would have brought torrential downpours tonight, possibly even hailstorms. We look at him blankly. So I stopped it. Now I get it, and what he's done is pretty mind-blowing, actually. He raises his arms to point at a cloud on the horizon, and with the most casual of gestures, he steers it in over the city. Now he's making a spinning gesture with his other hand, and the cloud rotates. And now he's guiding in another massive cloud, and another, and another. Soon there's an enormous swirling, lightning-streaked vortex circling over the entire city. As it turns and intensifies, the winds start rattling the windows. My ears pop as the pressure in the room drains. Does he plan to have us sucked up into the black core of the vortex? Is that tonight's plan? The rain is crashing down in iron-colored curtains. The building is groaning on its foundation. Is he going to vacuum the entire city off the face of the earth? But then he snaps his fingers, and the storm moves in reverse. The spiral turns backward and de-intensifies, and then the clouds retreat to their original stations in the sky. Now, you try, Wisteria, he says. Chapter 46. Wisty. What? I'm caught off guard, completely flabbergasted. Then it gets even weirder. Suddenly, it's as if I'm in my piano lessons again, and he's Mr. John Masterson, my sweet-as-pie teacher, encouraging me to believe in myself. Say what? You have more than enough power to do it. Just tell the energy what it should do, and let it out. You saw what I did. Give your power that same image and let it go. I have every confidence in you and your wonderful gift. He's out of his mind. Turning people into animals is, I admit, pretty cool, but it's like finite, graspable. I can't wrap my mind around the sky, the wind, clouds, hurricanes. That's big time. I can't do that, I whisper. Now, Wisteria, he says, a tone of threat creeping into his recently soothing voice. I close my eyes and try to remember exactly how the clouds raced in over the city, how they joined together and began to swirl like an upside-down, ink-filled toilet flushing in the sky, the lights of the city twinkling below and almost disappearing as the rain whipped down. I let the tune of Mrs. Highsmith's song work as a soundtrack as I imagine it all playing before me. Can I actually do this? More important, do I want to? How can I live and be the same person with so much power? And then I feel my heart flip inside me. My whole being flips. Idiot! He screams. I open my eyes. The clouds are exactly where they were. The only thing that's changed is that the city has gone entirely dark. Even the lights in the room are out. We're bathed in evening shadow. You put out the lights, Wisty. All the lights, whispers Whit. Chapter 47. Wisty. The One is past polite whispering. You turned off the city's electricity, he screams. Reactivate it immediately! I try, but I don't know how I did it in the first place, much less how to reverse it. Hum Mrs. Highsmith's song backward? I can't. I'm panicked. You chaotic child, he says. You really don't have a shred of control, do you? Now the One who manages the power grid and his incompetent minions will be spending hours attempting to repair what you so blithely have done. I'm madly trying to think of a poem about light dawning. There must be one. Why is my mind like a slushy when I'm around the One? He pauses as some deeply unpleasant thought settles into his mind. Do you have any idea how much power it takes to do what you've just done? Or the applications to which such an ability might be put? Do you? He grabs my head in his long-fingered hands. It's no longer a warm touch. His skin is so cold it stings. He's hurting me now, a lot. Time for a pop quiz, my dear Wistful, he says ominously. Do you remember anything at all from your Biology 101 class? How about physics? Chemistry? His hands are pressing harder into my temples. I must have skipped those. I managed to eke out through my clenched teeth. This is pain like I've never experienced before. Ah, I should have expected as much from a truant. What a shame that you know so little, he spits out, about your gifts, about how the functioning of the human mind, and thus the body, is controlled by electrical impulses. Electricity, in a sense. The One's coldness extends invisible tentacles inside me. Ice is growing down my spine. And I should care because... You foolish child! He screams, shaking my head now, practically crushing my skull. You have no respect for what you've been given. I try to flame up, but realize I can't. He's entirely draining the magic from me. All the warmth is slipping from my body, like I'm dying. He's actually killing me right now, isn't he? My legs buckle, and a whimper squeaks out of me. Whit snaps out of his trance and swings around in alarm to help, but the One lets me drop and fends him off with an elbow. The one's mere touch sends Whit sprawling back on the floor and slamming up against the far wall as if he's a rag doll. All that power inside you, the one who is the one says, his eyes once again flashing pure evil. To control the mind, everyone's minds, the entire world at your fingertips. Suddenly, the cold stops, and he backs away with a rueful smile. I frankly don't know whether to be impressed or depressed.
Chapter 48. Whit. I've been hit pretty hard during a few NO attacks, but right now I feel like I've been plowed into by a speeding truck. Wisty's on the floor looking spent, but then she hauls herself up. She's okay, thank God, but apparently still too dumbfounded by the one's completely absurd claims to say anything. This is my chance, my one chance to find out what Celia was talking about. I just wish I'd had time to figure out how to broach the subject first with his oneness. Excuse me? I use the wall to help steady my body as I peel myself off the floor. I have a question. Excuse me? Wisty and the one both stare at me as if I've just risen from the grave. I need to ask you about Celia Millett. Hearing her name aloud, here in the building of buildings, feels so ancient, from another time and place, so out of reach, despite how close she'd seemed just hours ago. Celia Millett? He raises his eyebrows. He knows her name, but he pretends he doesn't. I can't possibly keep track of all the pernicious children we've had to process through our retraining systems. I'm afraid I can't help you. Was she he smiles condescendingly, special friend? You know exactly who she is. She told me to come here, to turn ourselves in, for our parents' sake. It's probably insane, I know, but I take a deep breath and say it. We need to talk about a deal. Whit? Wisty is agape, agog, astonished, every word you can think of for, in total disbelief. Are you high? The one just laughs, and laughs and laughs. Well, he says, finally recovering, it looks like we have one boy suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder, and one girl with, he chuckles again, developmental disabilities of a sort. Thank heavens we rescued you before your conditions got any worse. It looks like both of you need a little recuperation and education. I can't hear him. I shake my head. I need to talk to you about He speaks right over me. And it just so happens I have a new facility designed for just that purpose. I think you'll find it much more suitable than your last accommodations with us. Call it a spa, if you will. I'm sure your sister will enjoy it at least. He casts an amused eye at Wisty. Perhaps they can even help you with your unfortunate hair situation, Wisteria. Another nasty snicker. Wisty growls as if she's trying to turn into a werewolf. Whatever it is, it doesn't work. Listen, I finally collect enough energy to take a stride toward him. I'll go to your stupid school or whatever if we can strike a deal. Ah, but you're going regardless, Whitford. First, though, I'll need to ask that you hand over any personal property, like that journal you have under your shirt. He raises his snaky fingers at me, and the journal flies out from where it was tucked under my belt. And as the book zooms right into the one's grip, I find myself flying backward and slamming into the wall. Again, and it really hurts. Again. There is no power in the pen and page anymore, my friend. Remember that. There is only power in energy. Now, let's see what you have in here, he says, licking a finger dramatically and rifling through the pages. Poems? He starts to chortle. And, oh my goodness, they're bad poems. Listen to this one. Out, out are the lights, out all. And over each quivering form, the curtain, a funeral pall, comes down with the rush of a storm, while the angels, all pallid and wan, uprising, unveiling, affirm that the play is the tragedy, man, and its hero, the conqueror worm. He laughs as if his sides are going to bust open. Unnaturally glittery tears spill down his cheeks. That, he says, struggling to form words through his fit of amusement,
is the most pathetic, juvenile thing I've ever read.
Wisty gives me a look that says she knows it's a poem by one of the most famous poets ever, the darkly inspired Edmund Talon Coe.
Well, clearly you couldn't write your way out of a paper bag, so go ahead and keep it, you pathetic poetaster.
He flings the journal back at me. I make a perfect catch even though I'm still getting my wind back.
And you, he says to Wisty, hand over the stick, my girl. I'd like to finish what your dear friend Eric, may he rest in peace, began.
Wisty goes gray at the mention of the drummer's name, and grayer when she tries to process the one's implication. She's already gripping the drumstick tucked in her back pocket, but her fingers fly open, and the stick zips through the air and into his waiting hands. He considers it for a moment, and then fakes a little one-handed riff.
You look pretty natural,
she says, as her face clouds with anger.
What's your stage name again? The one who can't get a recording contract? You, he screams, are not funny.
He takes the stick and breaks it in two, flinging the remains at her feet.
Bully,
she yells, dropping to her knees.
Tisk, tisk, he clucks. I assure you that names will never hurt me, Wisteria. Now, he says,
swiping the broken drumstick out of her hands before turning to leave.
Somebody come and get these two ready for the school bus.
Chapter 49. Wisty. All right, so I'll admit it. There was a very small part of me, the dream big girl who'll cling to any hope no matter how many times she's been crushed by the cruel heel of life, that hoped we were headed to some sort of spa. I mean, I wasn't expecting a mani-pedi while drinking a seltzer with lime, but I let myself imagine something low-key. Like being a quarantined tuberculosis patient at a convalescent hospital, sitting on a porch wrapped in a blanket staring out at the countryside. But that was the very, very old days, and this was a very, very new world, as noted by the name of this facility. Welcome to the Brave New World Center, intones a disembodied female voice as we step into the brightly lit, ultra-clean entryway of our new home. Stun guns are planted firmly in the smalls of our backs. Please prepare to watch the Brave New World Center onboarding video, continues the voice. She sounds like a computer-designed voiceover, a little too perfectly modulated. With any luck, maybe she'll shut up and we'll start watching calming videos of waterfalls and rainforests. Or maybe she'll conduct mind-body relaxation exercises. This whole place actually looks more sanitary than a hospital. White glossy floors, white glossy walls, white glossy ceilings. What gives? I ask Whit. I thought there was a New Order law that said they always had to put kids in filthy hellholes. Clean hellholes apparently will work in a pinch, says Whit. Who knew? I'm waiting for my white terry cloth robe and fuzzy slippers. Shut up, barks one of the guards behind us. The lights go down as orchestral soundtrack-style music fills the room, and the wall in front of us lights up with images. The disembodied female voice comes back. Congratulations on your admittance to the Brave New World Center, she says, the most advanced facility of its kind in all of the overworld, dedicated to the nurturing of young dynacompetents. Built in the year 0001 AO, the B&W Center features the latest in new technology and employs the best pedagogical program ever devised for unlocking scalable kinetic potentials and directing them into a life of fully compliant productivity. My eyes are glazing over already. Maybe she is inducing hypnosis. The screen plays a video tour of the immaculate hallways, classrooms, lecture halls, cafeterias, and dormitory rooms that presumably await us beyond this reception chamber. Everything reeks of sterility. The curriculum features 24-hour audio and video-based instruction,
The screen flashes images of hundreds of different speakers and monitors in the corners of ceilings, along walls, in desks and headboards. In this way, lessons will continue uninterrupted, even during sleep. 99.3% of students find they are able to absorb enough information and behavioral training to evolve to the second level in less than 2 weeks. Big whoop, I hear Whit mutter. Dogs in obedience school do better than that. I start to snigger until he suddenly yells, "Ouch!" and jerks his hand up in the air. From out of nowhere, a small robotic thingy has scooted up and smacked his knuckles with a long yellow bar that looks suspiciously like a ruler. Maybe it's a stun gun. And, continues the woman, as a means of ensuring that the BMW Center remains a 100% optimized learning environment, you will find in place a system of corrective negative feedback stimuli for any disruptive or wasteful behaviors. No student has ever been released from the center without complete mastery of the core curriculum. I'm still waiting for my aromatherapy treatment, I whisper to Whit. Your what-a-therapy? He whispers back. Thwack! Thwack! Zumba, the little robot thingy, is back with its stick. Now Whit and I are both sucking our knuckles. So much for my spa fantasy. This concludes the onboarding video. Again, welcome and congratulations on your admittance to the Brave New World Center. Won't you have a chocolate? The little robot in front of us has lost the ruler and is now holding a tray with 2 chocolates on it. Okay, so my spa dream is back in play. I guess if they wanted to poison us, they could have done it already, and I'm not sure I care either way at this point. I pick one up and, OMG, it's the best tasting thing I've ever had inside my mouth. I'm seriously about to collapse in a heap of unending lip smacks and when the door in front of us clicks, and in walks Byron Swain. Chapter 50. Wisty. Hey guys, says Byron, weaseling up to me and Whit with an air of, I don't know, there's something slightly off about him. Dejection, maybe? They told me to come welcome you. How'd you get here? I say, with a tone wavering between disgust and bafflement. Does it matter? Asks Whit, glaring at Byron and nudging me. We're all here now. And I think I know why. To defeat the new order from the inside. I notice that Byron's practically swimming in his all-white jumpsuit, as if it's a hand-me-down costume carelessly pulled off a pile rather than carefully selected. Suddenly I realize Byron might be on a mission to free us. Better be nice to the guy. Cool outfit, B, I comment, then decide that I'm not a good liar. You look ridiculous. It's the school uniform, he tells us. You'll have yours as soon as you get decontaminated. Decontaminated? Cleanliness is next to oneliness, says Byron. The guy has no sense of sarcasm about him. Makes him impossible to figure out. So the brainwashing's going pretty good with you, huh? I ask. It's not so bad, replies Byron kind of listlessly. There's chocolate, you know. Calling that stuff chocolate, I say, swallowing a mouthful of saliva in afterthought, is like calling caviar fish eggs. When did you ever eat caviar? Asks Whit. There are a lot of things you don't know about me, brother. I know you sometimes pretend like you've done things you've only read about in books. It's not totally pretending. When you read a book that's good enough, you sort of have done the things you read about. Don't talk about books, warns Byron. You don't even want to know what they do to you here for that. If Ursa hears you... Who's Ursa? The Educational Remediation Services Administrator. The entity that runs, or really is, this place. That's the voice you were hearing over the intercom. And nobody's ever seen her in person, so some of us think she's just a computer. An extremely powerful one. I knew the one was into technology, but actually having a computer run a school? That would be a whole new kind of insane. I glance over at Whit, who's staring at one of the little spots on the wall. There's one every few feet, and up in the ceiling, too, and each is covered with glass. Camera lenses, or Ursa's eyes, if you prefer, says Byron. You'll get used to it. Although, word to the wise, it's always best not to forget you're being watched. Almost always. Almost? Byron shoots me a look. Actually, always. I wouldn't want to face the wrath of Ursa myself. I burst into a squeal of laughter. Oh, it's my worst nightmare! A computer gone ballistic! Can't wait till Mrs. Ursa whips my butt when I tell her she can go reboot herself. I'm guffawing at my own incredibly stupid joke. Don't laugh. You'd be surprised what she can do. Like, she can change the chemical composition of the air in this room if you're not compliant, even make it toxic. And she doesn't care who else is in the room with you. Seriously, Wisty, says Whit, hushing me. Try to keep the attitude in check. We need to not make waves if we want to figure out what's going on in this place. Whit, this isn't us on some sort of mission. This is us being prisoners. Fine, you go ahead and get busy figuring out what kind of special punishments you can earn. Meantime, I'm going to keep my head down and my eyes open. Awesome, I say, my tongue finding some chocolate residue still wedged between my molars. And I'll keep my eyes open for more of that stuff. Maybe it's time for me to turn over a new leaf. Maybe it won't be that hard to keep my mouth shut to earn some brown nose points. Come to think of it, I'm not above acting like my last name's Swain if it helps me nab more chocolate. I twist my head around at the sudden sound of the rear wall parting, revealing 2 arrows, one pointing left, marked with a female sign, and the other pointing right with a male sign. And Ursa's voice fills the air. Informant Swain, return to your quarters. Whitford and Wisteria Allgood, you will now proceed to the gender-appropriate decontamination showers for cleansing. Informant? Informant? My body is already charged and whirling with vengeance, my chipped fingernails ready to start clawing at that traitor's eyes with reckless abandon. But he's already gone. I'm really gonna kill that kid. Chapter 51. Wisty. All right, we're definitely on the inside now. Maybe Whit is right. Maybe this is the only way to defeat the One. Maybe we're closing in on something important. Meanwhile, though, we look like freshly boiled lobsters. Ow, 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 ow! I'm jumping up and down as Whit and I are reunited in the, surprise, all-white common space, waiting for our next instructions. Stings, huh? Whit agrees. I have to admit, though, you really needed a bath. You were kind of starting to stink. I punch him in the arm. Apparently, even near-death experiences can't take the obnoxiousness totally out of the brother. Speak for yourself. And they seriously didn't need to take off the top 2 layers of my skin to solve the problem. Byron, on the other hand, I remember a murder mystery board game we used to play as kids, and I start a wicked fantasy. Wisteria Allgood in the shower with the industrial-strength power nozzle. My plotting is interrupted by a military march-like set of notes signaling the end of class, then the sound of a bunch of kids emerging into the hallway. Several come into the room and plop themselves in front of a TV. Hey guys, says the boy who sits down next to us. I'm Crossley. He's short and wiry with a boyishly earnest and appealing face. I'm Whit, and this is Wisty, says my brother somewhat guardedly. Yeah, everybody in this place knows about you two, especially Wisty. He leans in. Saw you rocking out on the net. Whit and I are stunned. Huh? Says Whit. How did you... Crossley's eyes flash toward one of Ursa's eyes. Anyway, they gave us all chocolates when they announced you were coming. Do they give chocolates often? I blurt out. Every once in a while, Ursa gives them to the whole school. But usually it's just when you earn a trip to the room where you eat the chocolate. So how do you earn that? By being a good student, generally. Like solving trigonometry problems? Sort of, says Crossley. You'll see. The chocolate is awesome. It's just that some of us aren't quite prepared for its awesomeness. He turns his attention to the TV screen and pastes a smile on his face like a baby who's just been fed, pooped, and changed. I suddenly realize that I have no idea if the kids at this school are brainwashed New Order spawn, mini ones in training, or if they're innocent kids trapped in a white NO box just doing what they need to do to survive. As Crossley cheers along with the group at another exciting ribbon-cutting ceremony being broadcast on Channel 1, I notice him discreetly holding up a small scrap of paper, shielding it in the palm of his hand so that the cameras can't see it. I know a place where Ursa can't hear us. Another mind freak. For the past few months, my enemy meter had 2 readings. For us and against us, with his traitorous swain spinning the thing into overdrive. I'd wished all kids were for us. I'd assumed it. But now? Maybe I can help you guys win the next competition. Come on, let's go study. I look at him as if he's crazy, but then I notice he's winking at me. Ew. We follow Crossley out of the common room, down a couple of hallways and stairways, and ultimately to a spot just between the A barracks and the B barracks. He quickly points at the walls, which, for a few yards, have no cameras or microphone knobs. The emergency containment door is open here, so they didn't install any cameras or mics, he whispers. So if you want, I can tell you what I know about your parents. In the blink of an eye, Whit has him by the collar. What do you know about our parents? Where are they? How do you know? Whoa, boy, Crossley gasps. You don't want to hurt me. There's a lot I can do for you. If you cooperate. Cooperate how? Make a fair trade. I get some of your M. You find out from me where in this facility your parents are being held. Whit gives Crossley a perfect body slam, enough to scare him, but not enough to really hurt him. I repeat, what do you know about our parents? Whit, chill, I whisper, trying the, feminine touch instead. Look, Crossley, you seem like a nice guy. We don't want to hurt you, but you know what? We can. You're lying about our parents. We'd never be put in the same facility with them. So first, stop lying. And second, what do you mean by our M? Your magic, your mojo, whatever. I need some. I'm flunking out and need help. He gives us a pathetic look, and Whit eases his grip. Please. Someone's asking me for help with his schoolwork? I'm just about to burst into hysterics when an alarm goes off. Ursa's voice echoes through the hall. Code Gray, Code Gray, Code Gray. Crossley squirms out of Whit's distracted grasp. Air quality alert. Bet it's an escape attempt, he says, and starts tearing down the corridor. In 5 seconds, this hall will be swarming with guards. The emergency containment doors fly open and slam Whit and I against the wall behind them. 3 school monitors the size of nightclub bouncers are dragging escapee Byron Swain. He's limp. Dead? No, he's coughing now. Hard. He sees me, of course, and croaks, Told you. Stay away from the wrath of Ursa. Chapter 52. Wisty. My first Choco Op is a contest taking place in the Dynasium, basically a gym for dynacompetence, which is what they call kids they think might have energy capabilities, rather than admitting we actually have magic. There are weights to levitate, bottles of various liquids to transmogrify. Yeah, I don't know what that means either. Metal bars to bend, braziers of oil to set alight. And there are bunnies and rats in cages for I don't know what yet. Maybe we'll just have to change the color of their fur? Crossley, who's now pretending yesterday's weird episode never even happened, tells me the kids call these competitions spelling bees, although that's strictly on the down low. So is the slang term M for magic. Ursa, like most New Order officials, has absolutely no sense of humor. So we're not in here casting spells, you see. We're demonstrating dynacompetent potentials and transmitting biokinetic energies. Ursa's smooth as apple butter voice fills the room. Students,
Join your partners at the workstation identified on the assignment board and await further instruction. You will have 60 seconds to complete your assigned challenge. I look up at the board and moan aloud. Whit got some cute girl named Cherry Lou, whom he's been playing eye hockey with ever since we got here. And me? Perfect. I have Byron, non-magical weasel who shouldn't be in this place to begin with, Swain. Informant Swain. Soon to be a half-light Swain. I take a deep breath so I'm better able to resist the urge to strangle him. Focus, Wisty. You must win the contest, I remind myself. Do it for the chocolate. Byron and I head over to our station, a wooden bench with a series of light bulbs and some big old metal drum attached to it. As we walk, I actually put my arm around his waist, but it's only because I've got a pencil in my hand that I'm knifing into his side as hard as I can. He doesn't resist. I hate you forever, I say through gritted teeth. Forever, you hear? You're a criminal, an informant on Freeland. You're probably the reason Whit and I ended up here. Byron says nothing. He just looks sad. On the count of 3, says Ursa, you will turn over the instruction card at your station. The first team to successfully complete the task it describes will win a trip to the B&W Reward Center for chocolates. Get ready. I shove Byron out of the way and give him a threatening look so he knows not to interfere. You're probably the reason Eric betrayed me, I continue. 1. And the reason that Margot died, I accuse him. You're a murderer. 2. So what do you have to say for yourself, you hideous, low-down louse? I place my hands on either side of the laminated instruction card. Byron looks me in the eye. 3, Ursa announces. I promise you, Wisty, Byron whispers. Everything I'm doing is to protect you, not to hurt you. I swear to you over my dead body, and I will be dead soon enough. I would even die for you. I turn over the card and... no way. Good afternoon, ma'am. Flame Girl reporting for duty. Chapter 53. Wisty. It was too easy. The apparatus on the table was a steam turbine hooked up to a generator. And, get this, all I had to do was use magic to heat the thing up to light the bulbs on the table. I lit those bulbs so bright the other kids started yelling at me to turn them down because it was hurting their eyes. Sore losers. Not that I blame them. I'd be honked off too if I wasn't going to get any chocolate. I'm so pumped I don't even care that Byron's coming too. And I have to admit, his very traitorous presence ticks me off so much it's easy to light up every single bulb that I walk by on my way out of the Dynasium. I hardly notice that the reward center looks like some enormous, dingy corporate call center with carpet-board cubicles all over the place. Sitting at many of them are blissed-out, brown-mouthed children with enormous platters of chocolate in front of each of them. The kids are covered with wires and weird electromajiggies that sometimes seem to pulse with a strange blue light. But, OMG, I can smell the chocolate! Mouth watering. Knees weak. Can't talk. Prisoner Allgood and Informant Swain, please proceed to cubicles 124G and 124H, says Ursa. Follow me, says Byron. I'll show you how to hook up the monitors. Monitors? You need to wear the monitors when you eat the chocolate. Not surprised, I guess, that you're so skilled in surveillance tech, I snort. But just between you and me, right now I'd wear an I Heart Byron t-shirt if it meant I could get some more of that chocolate. Byron helps me put these little suction cup things on my forehead and arms. They're like those electrodes they use on patients in the hospital, only they're bigger, and the wires are a whole lot thicker. And then, oh yeah, here comes an automated cart with 2 huge platters of chocolate. I'm talking bigger than my head. One has Byron's name on it, and the other... I've wolfed down at least a quarter pound before I even realize I've done it. The stuff tastes that good. And I'd suck down more, except my stomach is starting to protest.
I guess there's a reason people don't eat candy for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. I take a breath and look around. Some of the kids have clearly been here a while and have eaten their entire trays. Most of them are now slumped over. Napping, I guess? Except maybe that little kid over there. He definitely looks a little green. And that girl lying on the floor. While I watch, 2 goons in medical scrubs come in and drag her away. Byron looks up from his own personal Choco Fest and notices my glance. Yeah, she probably hasn't learned her limit yet. They'll take her to the vomitorium. The vomitorium? I ask, not really thinking it through. That's what the students call the place where they pump your stomach. Ah, I say, vaguely finding that disturbing, but I feel another choco craving coming on and quickly turn my attention back to my glorious platter. I swear, if they'd had this stuff back in my high school, I would have weighed 250 pounds. But right then, I start to get really tired, and the suction cups on me, it's as if they've gotten very cold. They're almost burning, the cold stings so much. The wires are glowing an unearthly blue color, and my stomach's totally knotted. And I don't know if I've ever been so tired in my whole life. It's as if these wires are sucking the life out of me. Byron is giving me a worried look. What's he saying? Maybe if I just put my head down on the desk for like a few seconds, just close my eyes.
Chapter 54. Whit. Poor Wisty could barely sit up, and for 2 days afterward had to stay in her bunk, subsisting on water and the soup crackers that I stole from the cafeteria. But the craziest and scariest part of it was, even in the height of her sickness, she was still craving more chocolate. My sister was officially an addict. I actually fantasized before we got here that it would be like a celebrity rehab center where I could just do nothing but recover all day, Wisty confesses to me at one point. Now that I'm doing it, well, it sucks. It's not easy for a champion athlete and a whip-smart troublemaker who loves the spotlight, but we resolve from here on out to be the most average, unremarkable students in the building. We'll do everything asked of us, but no more than that. Nothing that will make us stand out. Anything to keep us from getting any special attention. It's nearly impossible to stay under the radar with Crossley and Byron on the premises, since we'd love nothing more than to interrogate the heck out of them. But we quickly figure out that the best strategy is to nod politely and do our work with as much mediocrity as possible. Our assignments center around the brilliant efficiency of the New Order's world vision. Essays in which we prove that the one who is the most powerful visionary in all of human history. Math problems in which we demonstrate that never before have more people been more productive than under the New Order. Science readings in which we learn that magic, art, music, and most of the rest of humanity's former extracurricular activities were harmful to humankind. One day our plan to blend in goes up in smoke, though, when Crossley does something really stupid. He's still peeved at Wisty for not giving him some of her M. We're sitting in the cafeteria, eating the usual nutritious but anti-delicious porridge, when he throws a piece of chocolate out on the table right in front of her. I figure it must be stolen, since he doesn't get to the reward center much. "Want some chocolate, Wisty?" he says real slowly, smacking his lips. My sister looks down at the candy, and literally starts to tremble at the temptation. She drops her spoon and grabs the edge of the metal table with both hands. "Yeah," Crossley goes on, despite the "I'm going to grind you into burger meat" look I'm giving him. "I won a contest. Guess I didn't need your help after all. But maybe I could use your help eating my rewards," he says, pushing the chocolate closer to her. "Or not." He pops it into his mouth. Wisty's shaking. In fact, she's shaking so hard the whole table's moving around. And now, oh no, not again, she bursts into flames.
Chapter 55. "Finally," says the one who is the one triumphantly. "This is what I needed to see. Clearly," he continues, walking away from one of the dozens of video monitors, stroking his chin. "It's just as I hypothesized. It appears She manifests especially in moments of great duress, which clearly indicates she has little or no mastery of her gift. The man at his side types this up in his mobile datapad and nods. Once they've doused the flames, put her in the isolation ward, we need to study her abilities in a controlled environment. And, needless to say, show no mercy. Not to either of them. I need results, results, results! Yes, Your Excellency, says the assistant. The Allgoods believe they're here to get closer to me, and they're absolutely right, the one reflects. In time, once I know them better than they know themselves, I will get very, very close to them.
Chapter 56. Wisty. Well, grim has a new dictionary entry, I comment aloud to myself as I explore my latest venue. The isolation ward they put me in is actually the vast, windowless, unbearably dank basement of the B&W Center. This place makes the General Bowen State Psychiatric Hospital, one of the dungeon cribs that we busted out of, look like a flower shop, a tea parlor, and a cribbage hall. Great. 5 minutes in solitary, and I'm already talking a blue streak to myself. No worries, though. My giant bunker is about to be filled with 6 big-hearted scientists running inane tests on me. You know how your doctor bangs your knee, shines a flashlight in your ear, and presses your tongue down with a stick and never finds anything wrong? It starts out kind of like that. The medicos seem particularly interested in my fuzzy head, examining it with a magnifying glass. A shame that the original was destroyed, a giantess I decide to call Helga says to another researcher, who looks like a beautician from a backwater town, who nearly flunked out of cosmetology school. I call her Gigi. The informant has provided a small specimen, but the rest is said to be lost, or possibly under heavy guard, says Gigi. Am I actually hearing that my hair has become like the holy freaking grail? Then someone starts plucking out some samples of my hair, or rather reddish stubble, with a tweezer-like tool. Ouch! I yell, and try to slap the hand away, but my wrists are grabbed by a doughy-faced lab assistant I call Hans. Gigi, who I think is the lead scientist, steps back and looks intrigued, almost pleased by my reaction. Why don't you just wax my whole scalp while you're at it? I spit out sarcastically, and then instantly regret it. Because that's when the torture really begins. Chapter 57. Wisty. It begins with the waxing. Helga takes the hot substance and sticky fabric strips and starts ripping the 1/8 of an inch long precious regrowth right from my skull. Okay, it's my scalp, but it feels like my skull. Note to self, never make torture suggestions to captors. They have plenty of their own creative ideas. As in testing my response to sudden, random, eardrum-breaking air raid sirens, or to lights that strobe really slowly so my eyes nearly adjust to the darkness and then, flash! I'm blinded by an eye-exploding random pulse of pure white light. It's truly the stuff that migraine headaches are made of. If this were an interrogation, I tell them, I'd have given you your answers long ago. So, what are the questions? I repeat, what do you want from me? Give us your gift, Gigi demands. That would be sufficient. No way! I wouldn't do that even if I knew how. While Gigi executes the experimentation, Hans and Helga hold me in place as needed. Their 3 white-suited compatriots are now sitting in a row of chairs in front of me with their notebooks, watching as if I'm the season finale of their favorite TV show. The only thing missing is the popcorn. Next, they're delivering hot steam into my face and nostrils like a facial from hell. Suffocation by dragon breath. Give me waterboarding any day. Then they demonstrate an acute pinching technique that takes 6 hands, Helga's, Hans, and Gigi's. And if that sounds like child's play, think again. It's like being attacked by fire ants with road rage. Give us your gift.
Move! I forgot to mention they seem to need to try everything twice. Once with duct tape on my mouth, eyes, hands, and once without. This time it is with duct tape. Then there is the force feeding of unmentionables. I can't even say it without serious gagging. Let's just say I would rather be biting off live bat heads. What ends up being the worst part, you ask? If you have an aversion to dismemberment, don't listen any further. Okay, that pretty much includes everyone. While my limbs remain intact, someone else's apparently haven't. They bring Drummer Boy's hands on a platter. I know from his insignia ring. They force me to hold those hands, and by God, they are real. I used to think that the New Order had banned all art, but I now realize I was wrong. The fine art of human torture is alive and well here. Chapter 58. Wisty. They finally give up on me, at least for now. I curl up in a tight little ball trying to recoup my energy for when they come back. The endless hours of drip, drip, drip quiet are interrupted only by the occasional scuffle of a rat, the noise of the great opening in the food chute, and the thunk, thunk, thunk of a loaf of stale bread and a semi-frozen block of lima beans descending to me. Yes, lima beans, with freezer burn. I pick up the crumbling block, and I'm startled by what I think sounds like a sizzle. Must be my imagination. It reminds me of when I was 6, when Whit and I plotted to steal Mom's lima beans out of the freezer and flush them down the toilet without her knowing. We succeeded with part A, but not part B. And guess who got in trouble? Me. Always me. And still, it's me, alone in my punishment. Whit, I need you here now! I hurl the chunk of beans at the door with a power I didn't even know I had, and it shatters with a satisfying crunch. Uh-oh, I hear a voice from behind the door. You okay in there, Whist? Whit? Whit! I shout, running toward the door as I hear a key in the lock. In comes my brother, escorted by a chunky school monitor. Much to my amusement, the guy actually slips on a couple of lima beans as he enters the room, but tragically doesn't fall flat on his face. Geez, Wisty, what happened to your head? Is Whit's greeting. I'm hugging him in an instant, and then I see who's being escorted in behind him, sporting a black eye. How predictable is this? I glare at the weasel. I thought this was supposed to be solitary. He glares back. Don't blame me, Wisty. It wasn't my decision. Ask your brother. I let Whit go as the grunting monitors shove their wards into the basement with me. Without a word, they leave, the door clicking and locking behind them. What happened to you two? I ask, not entirely hiding my delight at their imprisonment, or really at the fact that I have some company, which, as you probably know, misery so loves. Whit shrugs. Byron and I got in a good old-fashioned fistfight. You know, guy stuff. Well, good for you boys. And good for me. I have company now! I spread my hands out grandly. Welcome to my little shop of horrors. They do free head waxing here, by the way. Oh, I'm sure they'll do your chest for you, Whit, and your monobrow, Byron. That's vile, Byron remarks, picking up a lima bean from the dirty floor and examining it. And it's going to get a lot more vile down in this dungeon. Chapter 59. Wisty. I'm clutching a limb, or I guess I should say a dismembered arm. Drummer Boy's no more. Then suddenly it's pulsating and starts moving as if it's a living thing, first caressing my face, then, like the traitorous soul it belonged to, clawing viciously at my eye. I wake up screaming and with my head pounding. Even worse, Byron is leaning very close to my face. I can smell his dippy cologne. Are you okay, Wisty? You're as white as a sheet and you're sweating like a soaker hose. They've clearly given Byron some sort of script that's been diabolically designed to keep me on an emotional knife edge between suicide and murder. The dayless, lightless monotony down here also creates the ideal conditions for psychosis. We've already taken bets on who'll succumb first. Byron's been, I kid you not, counting beans. Lima beans, that is. Just like his deadbeat New Order dad. Whit's been writing in his journal and searching for the Shadowland. And Celia, of course. And I've been self-inflicting pain in order to steel myself for the next visit from the torture brigade. Make him go away, Whit, I grunt through my headache. Really, Wisty, insists Byron. I just want to help. I don't need help. I'm perfectly capable of being miserable on my own. Buzz off and do something useful for once in your life, I mutter. Something useful? He says. Oh, I didn't think you thought that I could. Seriously, I'd be so incredibly psyched to be proven wrong right now. Well then, how about I pick the lock on the door? Whit and I both look at him, trying to figure out if he's joking. Then I remember Byron has a sub-zero sense of humor. In our exploration of this dank place, we've come across only 3 doors. And, of course, they've all been locked tight. We've checked, in the event that there's some good-hearted, normal person hiding in the body of a grunting, surly school monitor. Not. I did it on one of the other doors. Not the door we used to get in here, Byron explains. Then I put it back so we wouldn't get in trouble. A door is a door is a door, I say, still aghast. How'd you do it? It wasn't that hard. I used to be a sector leader star of honor, and as trainees we learn all kinds of skills that are helpful in a prison. So I found a piece of wire and I looped it into the tumbler and felt around, and then, before too long, I'd got it. When exactly did you do this? I ask. When you guys were snoring so loud that I couldn't sleep. Let me get this straight, says Whit. You can pick the lock to a door that might be our escape route out of here, and you didn't tell us? Well, there's something behind the door, explains Byron. So? Like what? A monster? Whit quips and makes a scary face. More like, Byron's voice trails off. What? I scream at him. Your parents.
Chapter 60. Whit. I know you're asking yourself the same question I am. I'm sure Wisty is too. Could there possibly be any reason not to tell us that our parents are in the room next door, if they really are? I think they'll hurt you, Wisty, Byron stutters. They're not safe anymore. Something's happened to them. That's all just total bull. Has to be. Byron is clearly the first of us to go psycho. I put my arm around my sister, and she's shaking with dread and fear. Not safe? They're our parents! Her voice is becoming shrill. They're not capable of hurting us. I swear, Byron, if it turns out you're not lying and you can get us to them, I will kiss you over and over, and forgive you for every single awful thing you've ever done, which is a lot. That makes it a no-brainer for the weasel. With a sigh, he starts toward the door, and we follow. Could Crossley really have been telling the truth? Swain, you're not getting off that easy, I call after him. If you're lying, I swear you'll regret it for the rest of your days. And if you're not lying, then explain why you think they're dangerous. I can't explain it, he says, and seems about as disturbed as we are. Some things you just can't explain, but it's true. Our parents are good people. They haven't changed, I tell him as we arrive at the door. Just do your thing, Byron. Byron's trembling. In real or acted fear, I don't know or care, but he nods and sticks his piece of wire into the keyhole and starts feeling around. After a small eternity, we hear a click. Chapter 61. Whit. I grab the handle away from Byron and press down on the thumb latch. We're greeted with another click, and then I slowly push open the creaky door. Unlike the rest of this forsaken pit, the corridor ahead isn't even dimly lit. It's pitch black. "Can you see anything?" Wisty asks from behind me. "Let your eyes adjust," Byron suggests. He's hanging back a little, clearly not thrilled that he suggested this little plan, but complicit now. "You'll see, I think." After a pause, my heart stops for a beat. There's definitely something moving in the darkness ahead of us. "Mom? Dad?" I call out tentatively. Wisty takes my words to mean I think I've seen them, and she bolts out from behind me. "Mom! Dad!" she cries. I feel her flying by me in the dark. "Stay back!" I shout, and with a lucky reach I catch her by the sleeve of her jumpsuit, just in the nick of time, too. Because right then I hear the loudest, most terrifying growl. Wisty's breathless. "It's okay, Whit," she whispers. "I'm good with dogs." "It's not a dog," Byron's voice drifts in. "Trust me on that one." It's the next voice I hear that sends my heart racing, or skydiving. "Whit? Wisty? Did I hear your voices?" "It's our mother." "Yes, Mom!" Wisty calls into the dark. "We're here! Are you and Dad okay?" Wisty is struggling to get free of me, but I won't let her go yet. This can't be safe. Something's very wrong. Then our mother says, "Don't come near us! Get away!" I can feel it now. Something really bad's going to happen. Our mother and father don't want us here.
Chapter 62. Wisty. A flickering, cold, bluish light from I don't know where suddenly illuminates the end of the hallway. It's like a scene in a horror movie shot in monochrome. My parents, gaunt, sunken-cheeked, listless, appear to be shackled to a far wall. My mother's formerly thick and curly hair looks flat and matted with sweat. Her eyes are bulging as she stares, alarmed, into the darkness. She's not seeing us, is she? I don't think so. And my father's eyes are closed. His body is so thin, and he's limp. Is he... I can't even begin to imagine this. It's so wrong and impossible to comprehend. "Dad!" I scream again, and that's when I see a hulking animal emerge from the darkness. My mother yells out a second time, "Go back! I beg of you, get away from us!" The creature starts pacing in front of our mother and father. Whit's grip on me tightens. The creature's flesh is falling off. Its mouth drips blood. Patches of its skull bone are sticking out all over the place through patchy, mangy fur. Whose blood is that on its muzzle? Don't let it be my mother's and father's. Suddenly the light in the shapeless space is brighter. I see that the wires hooked to my parents are glowing blue, eerily like the ones in the reward center where they sucked me dry. "We have to take out that thing, Whit! Now! I'll do it if you won't!" Byron's voice urgently whispers from behind. "No, Wisty! It's a spirit sucker! A lost one! If it gets you, you're done! Even you can't defeat it!" "I don't care!" I scream, struggling harder against Whit's grip. "I'll burn you, Whit! I swear I will!" "Wisty, just wait a sec!" Whit's eyes have been locked on the scene in shock, but now he lets me go. "Ow!" he yells. "You did it!" I'm glowing. I'm getting hotter and hotter. I'm a firebrand. Maybe, just maybe, my M is rising. I can do this. Mom and Dad, I'm coming to get you. Don't worry. "No! Turn back!" Mom moans. "Get away! I'm warning you, Wisty. You too, Whit." I start tearing down the corridor, and Whit is just a half step behind me. I knew he'd fight. The creature turns to face us and starts bounding toward me. I see bloody, clumped, rotting fur swinging under its jawbone. Then I blast through a virtual wall of its foul, stinking breath. As I take a flying leap toward the creature, all I'm thinking of is a tigress tackling a rabid jackal in the wilderness, concentrating on the sensation of claws pushing through my fingers, sharp enough to rip this horrid beast apart. Please, please let my magic work. And then I'm engulfed in fur,
bone and teeth. Chapter 63. Wisty. The second that Whit lands on top of me, we body slam the floor and the room goes dark. Everything is gone. The creature, Mom and Dad, the eerie blue light, all of it. And then, all is explained. Well, 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 we hear a voice behind us, and it's not Byron's. Once again, you have ruined everything, Whitford Allgood. Whit and I are still recovering from the impact and seeing stars, but that dimly backlit cane figure, combined with that frighteningly familiar voice, equals bad news, the worst news possible. It's the one, of course, standing there in his dark business suit, long arms folded, right in front of me and Whit. Byron the traitor weasel is nowhere to be seen. Wondering what I'm doing here? Taking time away from my frighteningly full schedule? He goes on. Well, I'm afraid I received a call from the school headmaster. Seems you've not been the model students we'd hoped you'd be. Just when you, Wisty, had a chance of making a breakthrough, your overzealous brother crushed it. I mean that quite literally. I was this close to securing Wisteria's gift. Whit's still holding me, but I managed to struggle up, squinting, dazed, the horrid vision of our parents lingering with me. Breakthrough? I choke out. Are you telling me that whole horror show was just another test? I'm not telling you anything, Wisty. At this point, I've lost my patience with you. What? So maybe my parents aren't actually near-starved war refugees guarded by a lost thing? This is good. My heartbeat is settling. What do you want from me? I demand. I aced your test in the gymnasium and then got so sick that I almost vomited up my toenails. That's about as good as it gets. I'm no A student. How wrong you are, my wistful. I should have known you would have ignored what I taught you about the true potential of your power. We had higher hopes for you, but you've proven yourself to be just another teenager who disrespects the guidance of her elders. So terribly sad. He sighs. I dare say you deserve some punishment for wasting so much of society's time and resources. But where do I start? So many ways to punish and so little time, he chuckles. Perhaps we'll begin by vaporizing your friend. My stomach drops. I immediately think of Janine. Or maybe he means Emmett. Mr. Swain, the one announces. What? Whit blurts out. I will now disintegrate your good friend Byron. I'm so twisted with all the horror, anxiety, and relief of the past few minutes that I can't help bursting out with a laugh. It's a nervous titter, but a laugh nonetheless. Inappropriate, yes, and maybe even a little insane. His coldness drops his arms in utter surprise and looks at me with undisguised hatred. What is so funny? He bellows. Your humor misses me completely. Whit's laughing now, too. Go ahead, he says. Weasels are immune to vaporization anyhow. As if demonstrating that he is the first to succumb to isolation psychosis, Whit starts pantomiming a jumping weasel, dodging vaporization rays. So I keep laughing. I mean, it looks really ridiculous. The one who is the one stares at us, dumbstruck. Fine, he says quietly, and turns to me. In that case, it will be you. I stop laughing. So does Whit. I'll admit I'm rather pleased by the results of my experiments with your parents so far. I've been getting stronger and stronger. And they, well, you've seen the fantastic results. He gestures toward the scene of our latest mind freak. Even if it was a holographic projection. My latest dynacompetent mastery, by the way. He breaks out in a self-congratulatory smile, which I return with a glare. At this rate, I may not even need you, all good children. So I present you, Wisteria, with a deadline. 12 hours. Exactly 12 hours to manifest the gift in a manner in which I may partake of it. If you don't, it will be you and your brother that I execute. And then, with a wave and an incantation, he chills the whole basement with a heavy snowfall from the ceiling. The temperature plummets at least 50 degrees. That should help you concentrate, he says. I feel that the cold works wonders on most students. And he swirls out of the room. Chapter 64. Wisty. And the snow just keeps falling. My new definition of evil: anyone who makes me hate something that I love, such as, I think I might hate chocolate now. That's criminal. It's the BNW Center's fault. I think I hate Celia for driving Whit half mad. Definitely the NO's fault. Now the one has made me hate snow, which I used to adore. I remember how every snowfall, Whit and I would be outside finding a way to go sledding, no matter how old we were. The only thing that changed was how daring we'd get, even going down hills that had a frozen, we hoped, pond at the bottom. In recent years, he'd even drag Celia along, and I must admit, I loved watching the two of them together. They were so happy being with each other. Those were the days. Days where nothing scared us. Now snow will only symbolize these harrowing last moments leading up to my death. I've found a few wooden boards, which I've stacked up so I can sit on them to delay the frostbite on my butt cheeks from huddling on the floor. At this point, we are already in about 3 inches deep. My forever heroic brother keeps exploring the basement, looking for a way out, or for a new portal. Meanwhile, I've been trying to recite every poem, song lyric, or nursery rhyme I've ever committed to memory. I know these schools have some sort of magic dampening properties, but it seems as if we've almost always found a way to use our powers, at least a little, if we tried hard enough. It's the cold. I know it. I freaking hate the cold. And now it's literally going to be the death of me. Okay, Whit, get out your journal, I call to him. I'm going to dictate my last will and testament. I'm listening. Whit's muffled voice drifts over from a corner of the basement, where he's rapping on the wall like a detective, only one who doesn't really know what he's doing. Write it down. I'm serious. Wisty, I hate to remind you, but we ain't got nothing to be willin' to folks, Whit drawls, coming toward me with some discovery in hand. Or folks to be willing 'em to. Don't be dark. That's my job. And may I remind you that somewhere in the world are 2 halves of my drumstick. I would will them to you, but you're gonna die too, so I need a realistic backup plan. Whit arrives with a piece of canvas just large enough to wrap a corpse in. Found this, he says, throwing it around me. It's not much, but if it'll delay hypothermia for even 5 minutes, I'll take it. Thanks, I say, holding out a corner so he can slip in next to me. So, you ready to write? Whit looks at me with a surprisingly even gaze, no trace of Celia madness in his eyes, thank God. I need his sanity now. Sure thing, Wisty. He pulls out his journal and a pen, and I clear my throat dramatically. I, Wisteria Rose Allgood, hereby declare my last will and testament. Chapter 65. Wisty. I pause and look at the falling snow, beautiful in kind of a fake way, and remember that time when nothing scared me. And now I'm not scared any more of what's going to happen. I'm at peace. First of all, let it be known to the world, and to the curves and half-lights and lost ones and even the New Order zombies, that I'm a witch and proud of it. All of my powers, whatever they are, I hereby bequeath to my dearly beloved brother, Whitford P. Allgood, for as long as he gets to live. No one else, period. I'd rather have a lost one dismember me limb by limb than to have my powers extracted for the New Order. Aw, shucks, sis, Whit says with mock modesty. I leave my drumstick, should it ever be found, to my mother. If no Allgoods survive me, I shiver a little, I leave it to Mrs. Highsmith. Rock on, very cool lady. Next, I leave my wig to Janine. You don't have a clue how beautiful you are, girl. I used to kind of gag on your crush on Whit. Do I really need to write that? Whit breaks in. Every word. Then slow down. Okay, so, Janine, after the part about gagging, right, now I dream of you two getting married and having lots of little rebel babies together. Whit rolls his eyes. Further, I leave my electric guitar to... Wait a minute, you don't have an Shut up. Let me dream for a minute, okay? Whit nods. I leave my electric guitar to Sasha. I forgive you for lying to me, 'cause now I really do understand why you did it. There's nothing more important than fighting these arrogant and obnoxious NO fiends. I'm sorry if I let you down in the end. I'm feeling the melted snow seeping through my saturated sneakers now. Black toes, here I come. I curl them tightly back, as far away from the wet chill as possible. And Emmett. Man, I miss you already. You make everything better just by smiling. I wish I could leave you everything you deserve. A new world, or rather the old world back. Instead, I leave you my hair. Whit starts to protest again, since I have no hair, but I give him another shut up and keep writing look. I hope you didn't trash it after the hack job. Apparently they're treating it like the Holy Grail now. It's the only part of me that'll be left after they vaporize me. Maybe if the world ever gets normal again, you can auction it off on eBay. To some rabid Wisty fan who'll pay 1,000,000 beans for it, Whit suggests. As if, I start. I know just the person who would, Whit says, and then the person Whit's thinking of shows his sorry, sad face in our sad, sorry space. For all of his faults, Byron has absolutely flawless timing.
Chapter 66. Whit. I've requested the honor of bringing your last meal to you, Wisty, Byron says quietly to my sister, seeming genuinely humble. He glances at me apologetically for once before mumbling, You too, Whit. He crunches through the snow toward us, rolling a wheeled cart that makes a very irritating squeaking noise. More chocolates for Wisty? I say sarcastically. They nearly killed her the last time. Maybe the third time's a charm. Could you skip the meal and bring me an extra large ski parka and snow boots instead? Wisty sniffs and wipes her running nose on her white jumper. Instead of answering, Byron lifts the hotel-style metal cover from the tray, presenting it awkwardly, as if we should be more interested in eating the lid than what's underneath it. Wisty seems to be reading Byron's mind and squints at the underside of the lid, but my attention is drawn to the pathetic scraps on the plates. Boiled potatoes and vitamin bars? I mutter. That's not a last meal. That's all they ever serve in this place. Wisty and Byron's eyes are locked, and she's staring at him with a deeply disgusted look on her face, and I don't think it's about potatoes. Well then, he responds, maybe we can spruce this meal up a little together. Byron is shooting me one of these don't-you-get-it looks. Wisty gently nudges me and nods at the lid Byron is still holding up. Attached to the underside is a note. Wisty, I love you. I won't let you die. I think I can help you. I promise. Need to get away from Ursa first. Hope I can do it. Here, I tell you what, Byron says, rolling the cart toward a faraway dark corner of our vast prison. Let me bring this over here for your convenience. I hope Ursa is stupider than we thought, since there is absolutely nothing convenient about eating in one of the darkest corners of the basement. I take Wisty's hand and drag her off the boards, knowing she'll need some coaxing to be in the dark with Byron after his declaration of love. I figure this is our last chance. We're desperate enough to take help even from Byron the Weasel with the lovesick heart. Once we're in our dining room, a tiny nook under the stairs, Wisty doesn't hesitate to grab a boiled potato and cram it into her mouth. Garçon, she pretends to be flagging a waiter. Can you bring some bacon, cheese, and sour cream over here to go with my potato? Tout sweet. Wisty, he whispers urgently, but so quietly I'm convinced not even a bug planted right on his person could pick it up. Dang, he's good. No wonder the guy's practically a professional double agent. I didn't mean to alarm you with my note, but you had to know the truth, so you'd believe me when I tell you I can help. Probably. I don't need to have night vision goggles to sense the daggers flying from Wisty's eyes. Pardon me if I'm asking the obvious, Bee, but whose side are you on anyway? It's like the last burning question I have before I die. Okay, listen, I figured out something incredible, he goes on. I believe that the times you've used your powers on me have changed me. No kidding, Swain, I hiss. Get to the point, or get the H out of here. Your magic, I think it can sort of rub off. I think I have some small degree of your power now that can rejoin with yours and become, like, greater than the sum. Wisty pauses, trying to absorb this latest bizarre info dump. I expect her to drop a bomb, but she's actually listening. Like, maybe I've given you a kind of electrical charge? I can't believe she's starting to regurgitate one speak. Maybe. I don't quite know. Here, let me show you. Quick, I need both of you to take a hand. We need to be touching. If this is just a ploy to hold my hand, Bee, you're dead, Wisty says. Concentrate on the food, Byron orders. Dream of what you want. Wisty, say something. She whispers something under her breath, and I have a pretty good idea of what it might be. I still can't see anything, but in a matter of seconds, I smell something unmistakable. Cheeseburgers, onion rings, and, I think, black and white milkshakes. It's strong enough to make my knees feel weak. How'd you do that? I ask Byron. Remember the prophecies? He says. Have you ever wondered how an army of kids might possibly prevail against the New Order's army of soldiers? With their guns, their tanks, planes, and ships? What I've started to understand at this place is that, unlike New Order soldiers, we are overflowing with ideas and creativity and potential. Once again, Wisty surprises me with how she seems to get where Byron is going. As much as she hates the guy, they do seem to have some weird connection. I felt it when they were on stage making music together. I'd never tell her that, though. The one who is the one is scared to death of us and our potential, our energy. That's what all the schools and prisons for kids are about. Byron's voice picks up volume with excitement, and he has to quiet himself down. He wants to figure out how to steal it, which is what this place is for. Failing that, he wants to remove the threat. How can you steal somebody's potential? I wonder aloud, not expecting an answer. That's what he's trying to figure out. He wants to unite with Wisty. Ew, my sister interjects. Ew, 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 ew. Silence, screams Ursa suddenly, and she's sounding quite a bit more human and stressed out than I've ever heard her. If there is any more non-essential speech, you will spend the remainder of your time gagged and shackled.
Chapter 67. Wisty. Byron immediately releases his sweaty hand from mine, or maybe it's my hand that's sweaty. After all, death is really close now. Really close. Ursa, Byron calls out, proceeding from our dark dining corner to a slightly less dim area of the basement. The condemned have requested use of a proper bathroom, one last time, before the execution. I've refused the request, but they've been insistent. What should I do? I've heard about last meals, but last potty breaks? They may not leave the basement, says Ursa, but then I swear I hear her sigh. Can a machine sigh? There is a toilet behind door B12. I will release it for 5 minutes. Yes, Ursa. I'll accompany the prisoners to make certain they're... Byron trails off as a door in the wall clicks open. Compliant. Next, Byron sweeps us into a room about the size of an old-fashioned telephone booth. Quick! We need to hold hands, he says. But I haven't gone yet, I protest.
I actually do need to use the toilet. As you might imagine, I'd been avoiding crouching in a corner, with no toilet paper. You don't have time to go. We need to use your magic ASAP. And why would it be working now? Whit asks. We've been trying to use magic since we got here. You saw what happened with the food. I haven't figured it all out yet, but there's something about the power that was transferred through Wisty to me, I think. Great. I turn the guy into a weasel, and he gets the ego of a lion. Maybe it's like evolution. Each generation develops new characteristics to cope with new forces in nature. Generation? Cripes, Byron. It's not like we had a baby together. Just be quiet and hold me, Wisty. This is serious. Talk about evolution. Is this really Byron Swain coming to the rescue? Again? He's changed. He clutches my hand, and his feels warm and confident. Byron turns to my brother. Whit, do you believe me? I hate to say it, but what choice do I have? Sure, Byron. Do what you can. You two have nothing to lose, and neither do I. I'm dead regardless. Quickly now, look for a spell. Something about water. Whit opens his journal and flips through a few pages. He finds an entry he likes. Although you hide in the ebb and flow of the pale tide when the moon has set, and here's the weirdest thing. The air is kind of hurting my lungs a little. It's too dry or something. The people of coming days will know about the casting out of my net. Whit's face, I don't know how to describe it. It's gotten pointy, and his lips seem oversized, and how you have leaped times out of mind, over the little silver cords. Byron grabs the journal out of Whit's hands, and I gasp. My brother's skin has gone silvery, and something bizarre is going on with his neck. It's as if he has scales? Byron finishes the spell. And think that you were hard and unkind, and blame you with many bitter words. We're turning into fish! What good will that do? Ending up as fish on the bathroom floor. Have I trusted Byron one too many times? And why is he so huge all of a sudden? Then there's this unusual popping sound, and the two of us are resting in Byron's outstretched hands, looking up at his giant face. We've apparently turned ourselves into guppies, and now we're 100% relying on Byron to go find us a fish tank. Wisty, Byron's voice seems to boom inside my head. I meant what I wrote. I love you. I know you think it's the worst thing you've ever heard, but I can't help it. You're everything I always wished I could be. Funny, relaxed, strong, smart, rebellious, and you don't care what others think, unless it's your family. You know what's important. You're perfect. I'd love to say thanks, Bee, but I'm seriously drying out here. My skin, my mouth, my gills, they're all stinging like mad. You and Whit are on your own now, he continues. I know I won't make it out of here alive, not when the One finds out what I've done. Suddenly, we're moving away from his face and toward a white porcelain bowl. Goodbye, Allgoods, Byron says. What I do now, I do for love.
Chapter 68. Whit. Plop! Plop! Terrific. We've just been dumped headfirst into a toilet, and a gross one, too. And before Wisty and I even have a sec to take a lap around our wading pool, up through the refracting surface of the water, I see Byron reaching for the toilet handle. God, no. That traitor isn't going to... But he is. And when you think about it, considering the downward spiral we've been on lately, getting flushed down the toilet really may just be the ultimate poetic justice. I still can't figure out if the creep is saving our lives, or just getting a kick out of flushing down the pipes his former nemesis and the girl who'd so often rejected him. But when the full force hits, none of it matters anyway. After the shock of the initial crash of water, which comes close to knocking me senseless against the sides of the pipes, it's one dark and scary shot straight out of the school building. The water power is so strong I can't even twist my head far enough to see if Wisty's behind me. It's killing me not to know if she made it. I'd been a champion swimmer in school, so the sensation of being a fish isn't as odd for me as I might have thought. But this is like trying to do laps in an ocean during a hurricane, so no, I've never trained for it. And I'm worried about how Wisty's handling it, until I remember that she's done time as a rodent in a gutter. Wisty, hang in there, I'm thinking. Just remember to breathe. The pipes are getting wider and wider, which doesn't offer much relief, since there's these waterfall noises that keep getting louder, and the too gross for words stuff coming down the pipe with us is getting thicker and thicker. Just the thought of it makes me nearly suffocate. Just remember to breathe, Whit, I say to myself, which is actually pretty good advice, because when I do, I realize that my sense of smell isn't on a human scale. So I breathe even more deeply, and I catch sight of Wisty. At least, I assume it's her and not some other guppy busting out of prison via the sewer. We make eye contact, and I think, follow me, hoping that the message somehow comes through in my face. I'm glad we've spent so much of our lives understanding each other without saying a thing. We're going faster and faster, a real raging river, until suddenly we find ourselves in still water, a storm sewer. From there we make our way downstream and into a maze of lazy subterranean canals under the city. Before long, Wisty and I see something we haven't seen in a long time. Light. Real, honest-to-God daylight. We stare at it, mesmerized as it grows and grows. We start to see blues and greens and yellows and... Why is the light growing so quickly when we're not even swimming hard? And what's that almost deafening roaring sound? Swim back! I try to scream, but I can't. I'm a fish. And it's too late anyway. Chapter 69. Whit. You know those nightmares where you're falling and you're entirely helpless and you wake up with a start? This rush is kind of like that, but not. It's not because it's not ending. There's no control. There's nobody to help. I can't even hope to see Wisty in this powerful downward spiraling torrent. All I know is that I'm lodged inside a roar with nothing to hold on to but my useless panic. Faster, louder, and then... bang! And then... ugh! My guppy brain feels as if it's come unattached from the inside of my tiny little fish skull. I think I just did 60 to 0 in 0.2 seconds. And then all is calm. Calm. And sunlit? I'm outside? In one piece? I think so. Why am I not surprised that the environmentally unfriendly New Order has a sewer that goes directly into a river without any filters or processing facilities that would grind 2 innocent little guppies into crop fertilizer? For the first and hopefully last time, I'm thankful for their complete lack of morals and civility. I'm in a lazy bend in the river, and despite the toilet water that the New Order has clearly been pumping into it, it's still totally beautiful. Lily pads and their brilliant white flowers float around us lazily. Spiral snails slide along the rocks without a care in the world, and a brilliantly striped turtle slips off a log and glides by like a stubby-legged flying saucer. Suddenly, I realize I'm seeing this with eyes that are above water. I'm floating. Like a dead fish, or a living human being? I jolt up onto my feet and realize I'm alive and human again, standing in about 3 feet of water. The spell must have worn off. I whisper a prayer of thanks to Mom and Dad, who I feel are out there watching over us somehow. Then I give quick thanks that the spell didn't remove my white Brave New World Center jumpsuit, which is now sopping wet. I swirl around looking for Wisty. Thank God, there she is. She's just now hauling herself up the wooded bank of the river. She's dazed, but her eyes light up when she sees me. Whit! She calls. Wasn't that just the most amazing ride ever? Chapter 70. Whit. It might not surprise you to find out that I wasn't just an athlete in the old days. I was also a 4th-degree Falcon Scout. So I know that generally when you're lost in the woods, the first job is to find shelter. But on a night as perfect as this one, we're not stressing about it. We've already walked several miles, west, back toward Freeland, and though it's starting to get a little cool, we're just going to sleep under the stars. The sun has dipped below the horizon, and things are starting to get pretty dark. From here on out, we're strictly going to be feeling our way around. Bring a flashlight? I ask my sister jokingly. We could use it to find 2 sticks, and then we could rub them together and... Suddenly the tree trunks ahead of me are flickering with dancing orange light. I spin around to face Wisty, and there on the ground with my sister sitting cross-legged in front of it is the most perfect campfire I've ever seen, complete with encircling stones and a nearby stack of wood. "Fire looks a little hot," I say, referencing the 6-foot-high flames nearly licking the overhanging branches of the trees. "No problemo," says Wisty, and, as if she were turning a dial on a stove, drops the flames down to a more manageable foot or two. "And without your drumstick," I observe. "I'm impressed." "Yeah, well, I've always done better out of school," she says. Her pale face is flushed, glowing. She looks like she's just risen from the dead. I know it sounds dumb, but it feels so good to just be able to use my power without being crushed. It's like I didn't even realize how heavy the weight was until it was gone. I know what you mean. I feel it too. And it's true. Without even focusing too terribly hard, I'm able to produce 3 hot dogs on the ends of 3 bamboo skewers. It's almost as if there's been a backup of energy and potential from all that time I hadn't been using any of it. "Sweet," says Wisty as she takes her dog. "Maybe you did learn something at the B&W Center." "I don't give them credit for anything beyond learning to love lima beans," I joke. Which actually is a handy skill when times are lean and mean. Remember when Mom and Dad were like the emperors of discount vacations? I swear we spent more time in the woods than we did indoors. Wisty nods, and we start roasting our dogs. "Remember that time it was raining so badly, and Dad slipped and fell off the path into the swamp, and all the food was in his pack and it got ruined?" She laughs. "Yeah, it was a long hike back to civilization for dinner," I say. But I'm remembering something else now about that day. Weird. What? I never mentioned this because it didn't mean anything to me at the time. I overheard Dad saying to Mom something like, "We could just solve this the easy way, Liz." And then Mom said, "We promised each other never to take the easy way, especially with the kids. They need to learn the hard way." Wisty takes it in. "You think they meant magic? Or whatever it is that we're doing? Realizing our potential?" "I think they didn't want us to just rely on magic to get what we wanted. I guess that's why they didn't teach us about it at all. They wanted us to learn to do stuff the hard way, so we'd understand what the rest of the world was going through?" I nod. "Could be." "Well, Mom and Dad, wherever you are," Wisty looks up at the sky, "we're learning the hard way, the really hard way. Hope you're happy. Somehow. I really hope you're happy."
Chapter 71. I'll ask it again, in case somebody's actually listening this time. "Do I have to do everything around here myself?" demands the one who is the one. The one who tallies the internal revenues, Byron Swain's father, stands behind him and shakes his head in disgust. The one's overseers of pedagogical technology, facilities, and discipline are standing over the smashed circuit boards that had formerly contained the URSA computer program, the system that had been in charge of the Brave New World Center. All 3 are fairly shaking under the wrathful eyes of the one. "Your Eminence, it would appear they escaped through the toilet fixture because Byron Swain—" "For the last time, and I assure you, this is the last time I will ever remind you. Citizens are not to be addressed with old order names. These can lead to insidious individualistic tendencies. His name is now the one who infiltrates the resistance leadership, and his punishment will be nothing short of torture, I assure you." The one smiles at Byron Swain's father, then studies him for a reaction. The man offers not a flinch of discomfort. "The fact that there are not filters on the toilets, the fact that the dampening shields were not consistently employed, and the fact that this moronic computer program of yours decided to grant a toilet request to the 2 most powerful dynacompetents in our custody are just the beginning of where the true failure lies. We're already in the process of correcting those problems." "Not necessary. Those of us who are competent enough to wear the insignia of the new order will deal with this." Those of you not competent shall have the insignia removed. Or rather, he chuckles, the insignia will have you removed. With that, he throws out his hands and vaporizes the 3 BNW Center administrators, everything, that is, but the NO insignia on their uniforms. "Somebody pick those up," he says, pressing the intercom button on his desk, "and send in the informant." Byron Swain is escorted into the room at once. Though his hair lacks its hallmark camera-ready coif, and his eyes are puffed with weariness, he holds his head high. "Your Eminence," Byron begins, looking the One directly in the eye. The One raises his stick threateningly. "Who dares to speak to me before I speak?" "I do, sir," Byron continues with his steady gaze. "I know I have failed you, sir. I have been a traitor to this great order. I fully accept my punishment. I am ready." The One pauses, then studies Byron. "So very brave indeed. I wouldn't normally expect that from any son of—" he gestures to his Minister of Internal Revenues. "That one." "Nor would I, sir," Byron says without missing a beat, inspiring chuckles from the One. There will be no more merciless beatings from his father after his execution, so Byron feels empowered to speak the truth, for once in his life. The One is rapt with bemusement. "I like the spirit, boy. I do. I'm so saddened that my dreams for you have been delayed." "Delayed, sir?" Having expected nothing less than death, Byron cannot process his meaning. "I'm well aware of your inclinations toward our escaped red-headed witch. Since she rejects you, you wish nothing but to die. To die as the hero that saved her life. So tragic. The stuff of stage drama. Thank goodness we've outlawed all that whimsical drivel and nonsense." Byron begins to get nervous. "I wish nothing but to be executed in shame for my betrayal to you, sir." "You lie!" the One thunders, quite literally, as his anger shakes the entire building. "Your punishment will either kill you, quite excruciatingly, I might add, or else it will transform you into the kind of man we need for positions of high leadership in this order." "Sir?" Byron says again, his throat drying, as he feels his well of courage, the one that has taken days to fill, starting to run low. "You are now officially in charge of the kill team, to once and for all rectify this situation." Byron swallows. "The kill team, Your Eminence?" "In our efforts to apprehend and control the one who has the gift, we have spent altogether too much time and too many reliable resources." "Exactly 3.7 million BNs, interjects the One who tallies the internal revenues. "Such waste!" screams the One. "Clearly my single-minded pursuit of her has been too much of a drain. And so, I have decided, since we cannot wrest the gift from her, we will remove the threat she poses. Put simply, we will kill her. Or rather, you will kill her." "Sir?" Byron says yet again. "You started out so well, boy. You impressed me, if but for a moment. Alas, like so many commoners, you've fallen prey to nothing but adolescent physical attraction. Waste, waste, waste. I do so hope that you'll return to your senses. Regardless, you will kill the girl. Your team will kill the girl. Or else you will bring her back alive, and I will kill her, slowly and painfully, in front of your pathetic puppy dog eyes."
Book 3. The End of the Allgoods. Chapter 72. Wisty. Whit and I have been trudging through a steady drizzle for many miles now, and it seems as if Every single tree trunk along the highway has been stapled with posters of us. They're recent pictures. My brother and I in our flashy white Brave New World Center couture. Wanted for treason, treachery, trickery, wizardry, witchcraft, and polluting the environment with their pernicious influence. Lord, what a girl has to do to finally get popular, I say with resignation. It's so unfair. At least that mugshot of me is better than my stupid yearbook photo. Even with the bald head, I'm not so sure, Whist. I've decided it's totally fierce, I tell him. Resistance chic. I think it'll catch on. Whit snorts. I don't expect him to get it anyway, given his fondness for curvy chicks with flowing locks. With my prison-pale skin, 2 shades lighter than its normal freckled and fair, and my raw scalp and dirty baggy jumpsuit, I'm so totally the opposite of his type. But Emmett might like it. I bet he would. I miss him. And everyone else in Freeland. So much right now. Are we there yet? I quip as we make our way through a portion of the woods parallel to the highway in the outskirts of a small city. I can hear raucous cheering in the distance. We're still a few miles off. The border of Freeland is constantly receding, Whit explains. I wonder if that's a New Order rally we're hearing, or a resistance rally. Hard to tell in these parts. Well, should we check it out? Let's, he says, carefully. We turn away from the highway and head up a side street that leads into town. After a few blocks, we spot the fringes of the mob, swarming in a park situated in front of a large stone building. We can't make out their chanting yet. It's all adults. Clearly not resistance, observes Whit. We can't get any closer without being noticed. We're the poster kids of the week around here. Well then, I muse, maybe we shouldn't be kids anymore. Whit whistles as he figures out what I mean. You think you can do it? Maybe together we can, I say and take his hand. I've got no plans to enter my geezer years alone. I remember a tidbit from a poem Dad used to read to us, and I make Whit recite it with me. When I was young, ah, woeful when, ah, for the change twixt now and then. And then, it's the strangest morphing experience I've had by far. Usually it's swift and smooth, as if I'm as soft and moldable as a chunk of cookie dough being squeezed through some higher power's fingers. This time, it's slow and painful, creaky, as if my spine is being crunched down, and the rest of me aches in response, right down to the soles of my feet. Whit groans, equally unexcited about his new body. Don't tell me this is how years of playing contact sports is going to wreck me in old age, he moans. Ugh, my back is killing me. And both my knees. Ouch, ouch, ouch! I try taking a deep breath, and it's just not the same. My lungs feel weird, smaller, cramped up or something. Suddenly, all of Mom's griping about me not standing up straight enough somehow seems to make sense. The odd sensation of something tickling my neck makes me jump, and I smack what I think must be a spider, but what turns out to be hair. I take a coarse strand in my newly veiny hand and check it out. It's whiter than an ash heap. Bye-bye, resistance chic, I sing woefully. Well, I guess you don't need to worry about growing your hair back, Whit comments. And I guess you do, I retort, eyeing his very oblong balding head. Or else I'm just going to have to shave my head like you. My brother strokes his shiny scalp and patchy hair with a knuckly, liver-spotted hand. I highly recommend waxing instead, I joke. Whit responds with a chuckle that morphs into a more penetrating look of alarm. Wisty, I will so kill you if you can't change us back. Lighten up. We've always been able to revert, right? Not always at the most convenient moment, of course, but the spells never last forever. At least I hope not.
Chapter 73. Whit. Wisty and I are close enough now to hear what these citizens are chanting about, and it's pretty vile. Books equal chaos! We want order! Books equal chaos! We wander/hobble into the crowd and gradually nudge our way forward to a spot where we can see what's going on. Books equal chaos! We want order! Books equal chaos! Who are these people who've been utterly convinced that books lead only to chaos, fear, evil? The scary thing is, they look normal. I suppose they are normal, at least in their own minds. They probably wake up and have a cup of coffee and feed their whiny kids and hug their families. I spot a couple of the grown-ups here with a toddler on their shoulders, there with a baby in a backpack. But there's something different and creepy about them, too. There's something missing from their eyes. They're alive, they're living, but there's not much spark of life or real passion. The imposing stone building behind the park has a set of stairs leading up to its colonnaded entryway, and is flanked on either side by 2 stone lions. The inscribed name over the enormous filigreed doors has been blasted away, but it's plain that this was at some point a big city library. Judging from the pile of books out front, it's currently empty enough for a soccer match or a mega rock concert. The pile is taller than the top of a goalpost. And right now it's being doused with kerosene by a bunch of jackbooted New Order officials. A boiler-bellied man at the top of the steps is speaking into a megaphone and holding a torch above his head. I don't know what it is about the New Order and their policy of hiring the most obscene-looking adults they can find, but they don't seem to be at risk of being understaffed. Take the meanest vice principal you've ever met, cross him with a praying mantis, and add in a tendency to bark like a German shepherd, and maybe you'll start to get close to what this N.O. guy is like. "In the name of the one who is the one!" he yells. The crowd goes wild at this gibberish. "In reparation for all those who have been lost forever to the wandering of the imagination, lost to the obscene lust for dreams, and to knowledge for knowledge's sake." My elderly ears are about ready to shatter with the roar of the crowd, and I have to plug them. "As punishment against those who have squandered their duty to order in society, by indulging in the wastefulness, inefficiency, and lack of productivity that these cursed volumes engender." Wisty can't take it either. She slips up and gives me a look of complete disgust. "And as a warning to all who stand here today as imposters." I swear he's looking straight at us now. "Those of you pretenders who do not truly believe in everything that the Order has done to transform us and provide for the stability of our future, you shall burn too. We will find you, and you will burn." The crowd noise is ear-splitting now. "Burn! Burn! Burn!" they chant. I think one of my half-deaf eardrums actually pops. Wisty tries to make up for her slip and chants along with them. "Burn! Burn! Burn! Burn those crummy old books!" I say a prayer that my sister doesn't accidentally make herself light up. "Let us begin our ritual to cleanse our town, our community, our lives of these germs and aberrations. We shall count down from 5, and then we shall be free. 5! The crowd joins in. 4, 3, 2! The ground trembles underneath their foot stomping. 1! And now the torch is arcing, end over end, through the air toward the kerosene-doused stack of books. Thousands of books, many of which I recognize by their covers. I tense up and dispatch all of my concentration and energy toward the torch. It takes more effort than I would have thought, but then the torch stops in midair, hovers, and then zooms straight back at the pot-bellied official. To my utter delight, his hair catches fire. The crowd quickly goes silent, but we're not done yet. I see Wisty staring at the book pile, and she closes her eyes and mutters something. I get only a brief snippet of it, something about kissing joy as it flies. And then the book's pages start heaving up and down, almost as if they're breathing, alive. The covers start flapping like wings. They're flying! The books are flying! They cascade up into the sky with a glorious rustling sound, like 1,000 birds singing with new energy and life. They drift into the form of an enormous V, as you would see geese or swans doing, only of course there are tens of thousands of book birds in this flock. And then these escaped prisoners, having narrowly dodged execution, start winging toward the setting sun, to the west. just like us. There are protected species in Freeland, says Wisty.
Chapter 74. A geyser of fluttering shapes erupts out of the city ahead of Byron Swain, and momentarily casts a shadow over him and his team of NO killers. Though calling them a team is being too kind, or at the least is imprecise. They had certainly been brainwashed to kill the person they had smelled on the broken drumstick that had been thrust into their cages. They were definitely powerful and fast. They had teeth designed for tearing through raw flesh, and they had long, untrimmed fingernails that looked and sliced like claws. And they were just kids. Once human kids. Byron isn't quite sure what they are now, only that they are the best of the best at one thing: killing other kids. He is certain that any one of them could take apart a full-grown adult in a single pounce. A whole pack of them set loose on one victim is utterly gratuitous, and the one knows it. It's as if he wants Wisty to be brought back in as many pieces as possible, Byron thinks bitterly. His feral soldiers are always hungry and easily distracted by anything that moves, i.e., potential food. So when the strange flock of box-like birds sweeps toward the horizon, the little freaks take off running. What the? Byron wonders, trying to make sense of the enormous cloud forming over the city. Not birds, but books? Flapping books? There is only one explanation for such an outrageous sight. The one has the power to do it, but he would never set an entire library free. Only Wisteria Allgood can, and she would too. They're close, he whispers. At first his heart leaps at the thought. He can save her. It's what he is meant to do. And then it crashes again. There is no point in saving Wisty, really. They're close, he yells, this time to his crew, pointing ahead toward the majestic plume in the sky. Find her! There is no hope for him, or for this world, he knows. Indeed, he knows so much more than the rest of the innocents in Freeland. So he will proceed with his plan. Byron Swain and Wisteria Allgood will both die, together, at the hands and teeth of his own feral soldiers. Byron hangs back a bit farther than usual. The young killers probably aren't intelligent or experienced enough to notice, but he doesn't want them to see him cry. It's just that his heart aches so much.
Chapter 75. Wit. One thing Wisty and I learn about looking and feeling old is that it's not only inconvenient, but really problematic for prison escapees like us. What is up with this? I feel like I'm about ready to have a heart attack just from walking up this hill, I pant, when we get a few miles outside the town where we liberated the books. Don't tell me I'm going to be this out of shape at age 65. When will this spell wear off? You're already sounding like a grumpy old fart, Wit. If you can't hack it, we can try some more Wisty breaks off when she's interrupted by the world's most terrifying screech. And I do mean screech. A high-pitched, frenetic wail of something that I can describe only as murderous delight. And they haven't even begun the murdering part yet, I realize as I turn my head and see a swarm of hunched shapes scampering madly after us at an incredible speed. It's pathetic that the millions of dollars spent on sports car design seemingly can't duplicate nature's design for the insane charge of starving animals eyeing their prey. Run! I grab Wisty's arm, and we run. If you can call it running, that is. You see, running just isn't the same when you're a senior citizen. There's no way we can outpace these things, I'm thinking. They're like greyhounds from hell. Oh my God, Wit! Wisty gasps as she realizes that our magic, which saved us in the last town, may actually end up being the death of us now. The fearsome creatures let loose a terrifying group howl, and an electric shiver runs up my spine. I drag Wisty under an overpass and duck off the road, out of sight behind the rampart, but I know the creatures will be able to smell us at any moment. Okay, Wisty, I've got an idea. I actually don't have one, but I've got to figure something out this time. My sister's way too freaked to focus her powers right now. I peek around the rampart and see that the strangely shaped humans, baboons, are still a good quarter-mile away. I also spot a figure gliding along behind them on one of those two-wheeled electric scooter things. I recognize the stiff-backed, pompous posture immediately, even at this distance. Byron! What? Wisty spits out in disbelief. You've got to be kidding me! He's behind this, I hiss. Whit, you don't know that. Last time we saw him, he saved us. Correction. Last time we saw him, he flushed us down the toilet. But maybe he can help. Wisty, we don't have time to play guessing games, okay? The howling is uncomfortably near, and I press Wisty hard against the wall of the overpass, so we're as flat and as far out of sight as possible. Listen to me. We're going to turn ourselves into birds. That's our only hope. I can't do it alone, but we can probably do it to... And that is as much as I get out of my mouth before the wall where we are hiding falls away. Wisty and I collapse with it, and everything goes mostly dark. Chapter 76. Whit. Never in our endless days of fighting in the overworld have Wisty and I accidentally fallen through a portal. I mean, usually they come and go, and when you get in, sometimes it's like being sucked into an F5 tornado, and you can't always be entirely sure where you'll end up. But this time, I know exactly where we are the second we get through the passageway. I know it from the cold, as if it's coming from my own bones. In the Shadowland, you feel the chill deep inside you, even before you feel it on your skin. That's just one of the place's many charms. The next thing I notice is that we've returned to our regular teenage bodies. Maybe it's hard for a spell to hold through different dimensions. In this dimension, all we can see is gray. All we can feel is the glass-hard ground. All we can hear for a few minutes is our own breathing. God, I'm so cold, Wisty says when she realizes where we are. This is taking me right back to my death roast-in and the One's cheery little snow globe at the BMW. Better cold than getting dismembered by lost ones, I say, looking around for any sign of the foul creatures. Oh, you can't fool me for a second, Whitford Allgood, Wisty says. You're happy to be here. There she goes, reading my mind again. And yeah, in case you're wondering, I have already been thinking about Celia, and if she's close by. No, I'm not thinking about her. I'm feeling her. She's near. There's a scent that gives me a strange kind of buzz, and a magnetic sort of pull that begins somewhere in my solar plexus. I start breathing faster, and take a few steps in the direction where I feel her drawing me to her. You swear you didn't mean for us to end up here, Whit? Wisty asks. Be honest! I don't answer her, because just then I hear a voice, the voice I dream of day and night. Not specific words, but the music and rhythm of it, drifting from the fog like the sounds of harps and wind chimes. Celia? I call out, turning in every direction. There it is again. I can find it. I know I can get to her if I move fast enough and follow my instincts. But part of the Shadowlands being an utterly featureless, cold, gray wasteland includes not having a whole lot of useful landmarks. And so, after just a few paces in the direction of the sound, a hand clutches my arm hard enough to crush bone. I whirl around, ready to fight a lost one to the death, if that's even possible. Whitford Allgood! It's Wisty, and her eyes are bulging with alarm. You were just about to run off without me. What in God's name are you thinking? I'm thinking that Celia can help us. She helped us before. I remind her of our first big prison break ages ago, but Wisty rolls her eyes and looks at me like an annoyed parent. Whit, can you just focus on us for a second and forget about your totally dead girlfriend? Not too long ago I would have yelled at her for a comment like that. And maybe how we're going to get out of here without becoming lost ones ourselves? And right then, as if to put an exclamation point on her sentence, we hear something horrific coming through the fog behind us. It's different than the pathetic moan of lost ones. This time, it's the unmistakable sound of murderous hunger. Byron's creepy animals. They're curves? Shouts Wisty. And they've found our portal! Chapter 77. Whit. Sprinting through the Shadowland is like skiing downhill with your eyes closed. Pure terror. Our hungry and relentless pursuers might be equally screwed by how easy it is to get lost in this formless landscape. but we're doubly doomed by their sense of smell, which I have no doubt can slice right through fog. Which means my sister and I are about to be torn apart and devoured on the cold ground of the Shadowland. A low moaning cuts through the mist a stone's throw ahead. For a second, I'm confused and think that somehow we've gone in a circle, and the weird creatures are in front of us now, ready to pounce and start devouring. But I'm wrong. "Lost ones!" yells Wisty. And then there they are, their ragged shadows, the glinting light of their eye slits. And there are so many of them, dozens of the ghouls converging on us. "This way," I tell Wisty. "As soon as we see the yellows of their eyes, we're going to the left, hard left. I just hope it doesn't put us right back into the mouths of those other killers." "Me too. Left, then right. Stay on my back." The lost ones are looming up and fanning out as we get close, but we're not yet close enough. "Not yet, not yet, not yet," I tell Wisty, and I brace myself for their cold. 15 yards, 10 yards, 5 yards. There it is! The cold hits us like a ton of ice. "Now!" I yell, and wheel left, my hand holding Wisty's behind me. She's got to keep up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. "Back right!" And then, behind us, the moaning suddenly meets the howling, and it's as if there's a battle royal going on between all the mummies and werewolves ever conceived. "It worked!" I yell. "So far, anyway. Keep watching for them, everywhere." And then, more happens in the next 5 seconds than has happened in any other moment of my life, or probably anyone else's. We hear Byron scream out. "Call them off, you idiot!" "You call off yours!" replies a female voice, one that makes my heart race and then go cold in the next beat. "There's a portal!" yells Wisty, pointing at the telltale fog swirl ahead. "That was Celia's voice!" I gasp, stopping in my tracks. "Don't you dare!" my sister snaps. And then, though I have 90 pounds on her and a whole lot more muscle and sports experience than she does, my little sister hits me with a flying tackle that takes me out at the knees and drives me straight through the portal. Okay, it's not quite that simple. It never is. Chapter 78. Whit. I don't know where I am exactly, but somehow I'm not too worried about it. I'm with Celia, and that's all that matters for the moment. "I had the weirdest dream about you," I tell her. "I was running from dozens of lost ones." "We only have a short time together," interrupts Celia. "Let's not waste it." She presses her head against my chest, and I'm sure she can hear my heart beating. I've missed her so much, so badly, constantly. The only weird thing is, for some reason she put on too much of her perfume. I mean, I love the smell of it, but it's so strong right now. I keep fighting back sneezes, and my eyes are stinging. "I love you," I whisper urgently. "I missed you so much." "We only have a short time together," she says. "Let's not waste it." Didn't she just say that? Who cares? We hug, and it feels as if we're merging into one again. I love that. It's incredible. Her presence and mine joining together like two clouds intermingling in a sunny sky. "Have you ever felt this amazing?" I ask. I haven't. "We only have a short time together," she says. "Let's not waste it." What the... Hey, wait a second. Is this a dream? Oh no, there's something wrong with her face. Is that... Oh God. Oh no.
Chapter 79. Wisty. An awfully loud noise wakes me from an almost deathly slumber. I shoot up with a start and a modest burst of flame. Where am I? Somewhere outside. Looks vaguely familiar. I stumble through the starlit darkness and barely manage to grab a railing. Oh yeah, okay. I'm on the parapet of an abandoned factory my brother and I found after the portal ejected us into the rubble-strewn borderlands of Freeland. And I was supposedly on night watch for 3 hours while poor Whit got some rest. Down below there's some sort of scuffling. Panting? Grunting? Oh no, I have to get Whit. But before I can even make it to the rooftop door, he's bursting through it. "Byron and his freaks!" he gasps. They must have made it through the portal, too. They'll follow our scent up here. Is there another way down? I shake my head. So we'll have to use magic or fight. There will be no fight, I hear Byron Swain declare haughtily as he casually slips through the door, shutting it behind him. His usual perfect timing. We hear a rumbling of bodies trampling up the stairwell and pounding against the door frenetically. Byron's got a command pipe, and he plays several bold notes, which seems to settle the monsters down. But that doesn't stop Whit from pinning Byron's back against the door. We are not going anywhere without a fight, Swain, my brother says through gritted teeth. There were a few minutes back at the B&W where I thought you were actually trying to help us. The toilet flush? That one could have gone either way. But then you show up with a pack of mad apes. You're not interested in saving us. You're interested in saving yourself. I'm very sad about this, says Byron, staring straight at me, and I'll admit that it looks as if he's fighting back tears. To be perfectly honest, you're partially correct, but that's only a recent development. My kill team, he nods sideways toward the beasts behind the door, were to be the instrument of my own death, as well as yours. He sighs deeply as if the weight of all of this is too much to bear. And the weirdest thing is, I'm starting to feel it too. Normally I'd be ready to light up after hearing about his little assassination agenda, but now his burden, his misery, his feelings for me, whatever they are, just kind of sock me in the gut and take my breath away. Instead of being scared and angry, I actually feel sorry for him. The only one who'll be dead is you, Whit spits. Shut up, Whit, I say. I turn back to the weasel. B, are you looking me in the eye and saying that you intended this night to end with a suicide murder massacre? Are you really that insane? I'd actually started to believe in you back at the B&W, I confess. I think I see a flicker of hope in Byron's eyes, but it quickly turns dark. Insane? I don't know, Wisty. I don't know what I am. Remember when I said that no one being exposed to the One's evil for a long time can remain unchanged? I've seen things in him, know things about him, and his victims, that have driven me to these lengths. I can't apologize for it, and I can say without reservation, your life is better ending now than being forced to be with him, which is what he wants and what he will get. Okay. He has both my and Whit's attention now. Whit loosens his grip, but his tone is still harsh. You have no belief in free land, then, in the resistance, or in us. Whit's eyes flare with so much bitterness that I think maybe he will light up. Oh, but I do, Byron says, finally unlocking his eyes from mine and looking at Whit. Even you, jockstrap. I've been reading your journal. Very interesting stuff. Had no idea about your special gift. Whit looks surprised. For writing, you mean? Byron snorts. Are you kidding me? Most of that writing's straight from Miss Magruder's class. And the stuff that isn't is, well, let's face it, utter dreck. The guy really has no fear of the fact that my brother can deck him, does he? Do you mean to tell me you have no idea of your gift? First of all, Byron, I told you to quit talking like that, I jump in. It's obviously going to take a woman to move this conversation forward. Second, just tell us what you're getting at, please. The evidence is there with a little interpolation, Byron continues in his stiff, blustery tone, but I'm fairly convinced that Whit is clairvoyant.
Chapter 80. Whit. I want proof, because I know I've written some pretty grim things in my journal, including but not limited to the death of my sister. Would you care to, I sneer, interpolate that statement for us? That doesn't even make any sense. Byron looks annoyed. I suppose you weren't always listening in Miss Magruder's class, but, for starters, perhaps you'd like to explain to Wisty how you knew that the little bionic drummer boy was going to get his arms amputated. My stomach curdles, and Wisty looks at me in shock as the weasel continues. And it's also apparent that you know the One is going to bomb every inch of Freeland very soon. There are plenty of examples, but I suggest we save the rest of this fascinating discussion for better times. I hear some disturbing growling start up outside the door, and Byron swiftly blows a few strong notes on his command pipe, which results in instant chill. Look, we know you're full of it, Swain, so let's move to Plan B. Yeah, Wisty jumps in. Can't we agree to a nice, simple plan that doesn't end in a suicide pact? And how about we start with you giving me back my journal? You're in luck, Whit, because that's actually a part of my new plan. He turns his full attention back to Wisty. I'm continually stunned by the intense looks he throws her, like she's his Celia. Wow, scary thought. I instinctively put my arm around Wisty, as if that's going to protect her from his lustful eyes. Wisty, you and I both know that we could do great things together, he says to her, and I tighten my grip on her shoulder. You felt it on stage at Stockwood. You felt it when we made magic at the B&W. And your first major transformation was done on me, wasn't it? In case you forgot, it wasn't a weasel. Originally, you turned me into a lion. It was electric. Wisty is speechless. Her stomach has to be cramping way worse than mine now. I know you don't care all that much for me, he continues in the understatement of the century. But you and I are so much more powerful together than you and your brother. The fact is, Wisty, I believe that you and I could actually be the two children of the prophecies. The prophecies say a brother and sister, she spits out indignantly. The brother-sister detail is a technicality. I know you don't want to admit this, but you and Whit haven't yet executed the level of magic that Freeland needs in order to defeat the One. But when your energy goes through me, it becomes greater. Prove it, Wisty demands. You've been blind to how much I've been intertwined with your life, your magic. You didn't even realize I was there when you turned everyone in Unger's courtroom into horseflies. And remember who allowed you to take your drumstick and your journal when you were captured by the New Order? We're numb, speechless, confused, trying to process all of this. Byron takes advantage of the moment, and as he strides away a few paces, we hear the growling behind the door stir up again. There are sharp scraping sounds, teeth or claws on metal. Byron reaches for his command pipe, but then suddenly drops it before he makes a sound. You have two options right now, Allgoods. We three can quickly end this hopeless quest as martyrs at the hands of the kill team, or... He lets us listen as the clamoring of hungry beasts gets more frenzied. We take Whit to the One instead of Wisty. I believe he would accept your incredible gift, Whit, instead of Wisty's. You don't know that he would, I say. You don't even know that I have any gift to fortune tell. I have to admit I'm processing that one. What about Wisty? Wisty and I, well, together we can lead Freeland to victory. I snort loudly, but he turns earnestly to Wisty. I know it, Wisty. I have what you need, in so many ways. No, Wisty screams. That's sick. I'm never leaving Whit. Byron levels his gaze, increasingly focused and confident, at me. Let's just let your brother decide that. What do you think I'm going to say, weasel? I scoff. We have other options that you don't know about. I'm looking at Wisty as if to say, don't we? But the latter option is the only one that Celia would approve of. Oh my God, he knows? How much does he know? She told you to turn yourself in, didn't she, Whit? For the greater good, so you could be together again? It's in my journal. He's a real bastard, but he's right. In my head I can hear her saying it. I feel her commanding me. Stop thinking about only what's right in front of you. Think about the rest of the lost. It's what was meant to be, Whit. Accept your fate. Byron raises the command pipe to his lips. Wisty, can I have your decision? My friends outside are very, very hungry. No, 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 no! Wisty shouts furiously, but she shoots me a look and I think I can read it. She has a plan, and I'm pretty sure I know what it is. Maybe I can see into the future. Whit? Byron asks. No, I reply firmly. Not a chance. Well then, Byron responds with resignation. We're finished here. And then he sends out a command from his pipe, and the heavy rooftop door literally comes flying off its hinges.
Chapter 81. Wisty. The swarm of bodies, the claws and teeth, the screeches and growls, the stink and heat of their breath. It's everywhere. It's overwhelming, sickening, but I've never been more focused in my life. The second that Byron blows the command pipe, I leap at him, and it's as if we're two magnets. I'm on him, girl to boy, and I rip the pipe from his hands. I'm surprised at how it slips easily out of his grip and into mine, but I'm 1/10 of a second too late. I can already feel claws piercing the skin on my thighs. There's a moment where I think my life is going to end just the way Byron wanted it to, with me on top of him, clutching him for dear life, his raucous monsters taking both of us down at once. I don't like the image one bit. But my focus is back, and I no longer feel too much of the pain of whatever mutilation has already started on my back and legs. I close my eyes and hum the notes into the command pipe, the very same ones Byron used earlier to subdue his brutes. Perfect pitch has never been more perfect. Over and over I send out the command until I have enough courage to let myself absorb what's going on. The beastly strikes have stopped. All I feel now is the pounding of Byron's raging heart. He's alive. I'm alive. And Whit? Continuing with the series of notes, I open my eyes and roll off Byron. Whit's just a few feet away, on top of the monster that had gotten to me a few seconds before. He actually has the beast in a stranglehold. My brother really is something else. There's thick, gloppy blood on me, on Byron, on the floor, on Whit. But what freaks me out more than anything else is what the creatures really look like. This is the first time we're seeing them up close. They're kids. They're human children. What has the New Order done to them? I'm surging with energy and righteous anger and power. Looking up at the sky, and then at Whit, I transform us into birds. Really fast ones. In a heartbeat, we're supersonic hummingbirds disappearing into the sky. The command pipe I'd been holding sails down toward the rooftop. Far below, the last thing I see is the feral children descending on Byron. I turn my head away. I can't watch this. Chapter 82. Wisty. The downside of changing yourself into any flying creature is that you just might be a couple of 100 feet up in the air when your spell wears off. Fortunately, the unfortunate happened when we were only a dozen or so feet off the ground, dipping down toward our final destination, the entry to Garfunkel's. We're greeted on the ground floor of the department store with deeply pained faces. Something really bad has been going down here. I can feel it. When Whit comes back from a near-death adventure without being greeted by cheers and Janine throwing herself at him, you know something's wrong. At least Emmett's got his arms around me before we can even say, hey. Oh, I can't believe you're alive, he chokes out, uncharacteristically emo. Since when do I make a habit of dying? I try a bad joke. But it's been months. He absently runs his fingers through my now longer hair, as if to emphasize the point. What happened to you guys? Whit and I look at each other, thoroughly confused about the timing for a moment. The portal? He guesses, referring to the mysterious time warp quality of some portals. I look around at the group and nod at Whit. Yes, more than just a few weeks have passed, definitely. It's almost as if everyone's gone pale somehow. More unkempt, slouched. They all have sunken cheeks and eyes. Emmett looks as if he should be holding a tin can and asking for loose change. Where's Janine? Whit sounds alarmed. Back in Lady's shoes, running therapy sessions for some of the messed up kids. Jamila's back there too, but she's a patient instead of the doctor this time. It's been hard around here, guys, he reports grimly. Let's head to accessories and get caught up, Whit says to us. Why is it so dark? I ask as we move toward the back of the store. Brownout, Emmett explains. Too many bombs, every day, all day and night. Sasha's back in accessories, strumming a particularly gloomy tune on his guitar. As he comes over to greet us,
I notice that the zealot's confidence is gone from his stride. In the next few minutes, the stories he and Emmett tell make it pretty clear why. The past month saw the beginning of the next stage in the New Order's plan for domination. The first wave of kids who were kidnapped and reprogrammed in facilities, those that weren't vaporized anyway, were just then being released back into society so that their little bot brains could take root and flourish. Meanwhile, a second wave of intensive kidnappings began, and the New Order scout teams probed deep into Freeland. At least a dozen kids from Garfunkel's had been captured when they were out on food collection missions, including some of the kids we'd already saved once from other facilities. Talk about 3 steps forward and 1 huge mega step back. We've lost our homes, friends, families, an entire world. And now we're losing one another.
Chapter 83. Whit. Janine meets up with us on our way to Lady's Shoes, and I think she's changed more than anyone else here. She's thinner, which might have made her face even prettier, but she's gotten harder and tougher too. She spots me, and though she's definitely stressed, she greets me with a smile. "Whit, you're finally back." She glances at Wisty and just says her name. I'm not used to this kind of weak reception, and it hurts, but I don't show anything. Everyone here has been through a lot. "Hi, Janine. It's good to see you. Really good," I say, and leave it at that. "I take it Sasha and Emmett brought you up to speed?" "It's scary out there, guys. The New Order's turned some kids. Bestial," she explains. "They're monsters," I nod. "We've met them." "Good. Then you and Wisty can probably help. If you're planning on staying around, that is." I guess I'm not exactly what you'd call a reliable constant in Janine's life. "Help us get everyone moving, okay? Tell them what they can expect. Try not to scare them too much." She looks over at her traumatized crew of kids. "How's your magic? Your gifts?" "On and off," I say. "We flew here, but then we crash-landed." "Well, let's hope you're more on than off today. We have to get out of this place, like now. It was nice living in a department store while it lasted," she says, looking around at the disheveled place that the Freelanders had called home for so many months. Months that felt like an eternity. Then Janine starts to clap her hands loudly and shout out orders. "We know from intelligence that the New Order is coming tonight, everyone. We have to get everyone out, and I mean everyone, even the sick and wounded. Let's move it, everybody. We have a plan for evacuating. Let's execute it perfectly." She stops for a breath and makes eye contact with me. "It's good to see you, Whit. You look older. It suits you." Janine seems older, too, and it suits her. Chapter 84. Whit. Now that Garfunkel's has been seriously breached, we need to move to a new protected location, but no one's sure exactly where. Janine, Sasha, Emmett, Wisty, and I debate the options as we hike through the tunnel underneath the once-famous department store that used to sponsor football games and the holiday parade. Within hours, Freeland is going to be blanketed with bombs, or totally teeming with New Order patrols, or both. I recount the details of what Byron had told me and Wisty at the factory. We're going to have to go back across the border into New Order territory. Maybe just lie low and wait it out. "But where?" Janine asks. "We've been living out of Garfunkel's for so long, we don't really know what's going on out there. That's the problem with getting too comfortable." "How about the Stockwood Reservoir?" Sasha suggests. "Too risky," I say. "The Bionics know about it, and we know they were working for the One." I glance at Wisty's pained face. Most of them, anyway. "How about the abandoned Electio factory, Whit?" Janine says. "Breached by the enemy," Sasha replies. Wisty suggests the City of Progress. "They won't bomb there, and maybe Mrs. Highsmith can help with the sick and wounded." After some discussion, we decide that's the best plan we have. We'll try to do a group transformation when we get closer, to disguise ourselves as a rally or a parade of sector leaders' stars of honor. The old tunnels don't run all the way there, though, so we're faced with having to do the last piece of the journey above ground and without a vehicle. "Maybe there's a portal that will get us there," I suggest. "Right. Let's go hang out in the Shadowland," scoffs Wisty. "They're always rolling out the red carpet for us, especially when they're hungry." "We're all exhausted," Janine says. We've been walking for hours, and a lot of us haven't slept in at least a day. Let's get a few hours rest before we make our break into the open. And that's right about when the bombing begins. And it's the worst ever. With the tunnel shaking like a jackhammer, and without our knowing whether or not this tube is strong enough to withstand the blasts, no one is getting much rest, let alone sleep. Instead, we huddle together quietly and tightly, not for warmth, but for safety. Janine and I, leaning our backs against the wall, rest together. Wisty has her head in Emmett's lap. Sasha is cradling his guitar. The rest of the kids are in a tangle around us. We're just waiting here to die, aren't we?
Chapter 85. Wisty. Whit and I chance a peek outside. The sun is high in a perfectly blue sky by the time the NO artillery has quieted down. We can see the City of Progress skyline a few miles away, across bombed-out Freeland. Now what? Since none of us got much sleep, and miles of trekking ahead of us meant we need as much energy as possible, Whit and I had worked hard to conjure up a breakfast buffet for the entire group, complete with bacon, eggs, and waffles. This was a feast way bigger than Whit's earlier soup kitchen trick. Realizing that maybe we'd never have to survive solely on Garfunkel's cashew crunch again was a definite breakthrough for us and our powers. Here's how we did it. Taking a cue from what Whit and I had learned at the BNW Center, we'd practiced doing our magic with the group, holding hands, and it worked like a dream. I'd even started taking stock in Byron's wild theories about our magic becoming greater when it passes through others. This could be the secret to our success. Of course, waffles help a whole lot too. We've been living in a tunnel for half a day, so sun plus breakfast equals a group of kids who are now officially sunny side up. And it's a good thing, because it's not that long before we spot a ponderous black V formation of at least 50 NO bombers creeping right toward us. This is the battle we've been waiting for, and we'd rehearsed our plan, to the extent that you can actually rehearse defeating a world-dominating enemy. So that's how it came to pass that rather than hiding in rubble, we're now standing boldly in the barren landscape and staring hard at the planes speeding toward us. "You ready?" Emmett shouts above the squadron roar. He flashes me a confident smile, and I nod. "Okay, people, focus, focus, focus!" I shout out like I'm a gym teacher running a tough calisthenics regimen. "Wait until they're almost right overhead, but not directly enough to bomb us. I'll tell you when." And at what I hope is precisely the right moment, Whit and I began to conduct a chorus of voices. "Be that word our sign of parting, bird or fiend. Get thee back into the tempest and the night's Plutonian shore. Leave no black plume as a token of that lie thy soul hath spoken. Leave my loneliness unbroken." And suddenly the breath's gone out of me, and some of the others actually collapse to the ground from the effort, or the power surge, or whatever it is that's happening. Because, to be honest, we're not exactly sure what's going on. The planes definitely start tipping, then spiraling downward. The wings seem to be missing. "They're going to crash!" someone cries out. "Into us!" "Again!" I scream. "We need to say the words again! Everybody together!" The bombers are careening sideways toward us, and we don't have the energy left to find cover. Not that there's any cover in this flattened wasteland. A bunch of us manage to clasp our hands together and recite the spell all over again. The bombers are now grotesquely distorted. They're like half machine, half creature, and they're still coming for us. "Look straight at 'em," I yell, "and let's chant one more time." One last time, that is, because if this doesn't work right now, we're all roadkill. There's a plane fewer than 100 yards from flattening me, and I close my eyes as I say the last line. When I open them, I'm ravenously hungry. I see nothing in the sky, except a whole bunch of wheeling ravens. Apparently, we just turned their bombers into birds. Chapter 86. Wisty. It's totally
totally mind-blowing. That was a real military battle, wasn't it? We're unarmed, and we won? A bunch of kids beat the NO? The thrill of victory is followed by another and yet another success. We've seriously upped the Freeland Raven population, and our confidence is sky high. We're clearly running on adrenaline for a while, as we triumph through several similar battles. Eventually, though, we're running on empty. The magic has consumed every calorie from that bacon and waffle breakfast. Everyone's basically curled up on the ground trying to recoup some steam. "Another squadron on the way," Sasha suddenly shouts, pointing into the distance. I think that if I ask them to join hands one more time, everybody is going to start crying. Even Bouncy Emmett has dark bags under his eyes. "Wisty," he says, "shouldn't we come up with another plan?" My eyes follow the planes. They're not coming our way. They're veering off toward where we came from, finishes Whit with a shudder. Garfunkel's. We don't know if someone got their intel messed up on the New Order side, but they must think we're still there, because they proceed to drop what seems like their entire NO arsenal on the center of the town behind us, right where Garfunkel's is. Or was. Where some of the resistance kids were still hiding out, after refusing to leave with the rest of us. They'd thought our quest was a suicide mission. I look at Whit, and he's squinting hard, obviously holding back tears. We watch as the store, and maybe even those kids, all go up in flames. We're mesmerized by the twisted fireworks finale until Sasha calls out again. He's pointing toward the horizon, a horizon that's disappearing under a black cloud. That isn't a cloud at all. It's still more New Order planes. And under the black cloud are gray curtains, the way you can sometimes see rain falling beneath a distant thundercloud. Only in this case it's not rain. It's bombs. As they hit the ground, there are eye-stinging flashes of blue light. We can feel the earth shaking, even from however many miles away we are. Is it the beginning of the end? Or just the end?
Chapter 87. Whit. "Let's get everyone underground," I shout to Wisty. "I saw a manhole a while back. Maybe we can hide there." We manage to get the group to the manhole, and as luck would have it, it's an old steam tunnel rather than a sewer. Not the freshest air in the world, but the tunnel should be far enough underground to make us safe from explosions and flying shrapnel. Once everyone's in, Wisty pulls me aside. "Unless you have any better ideas, I think you and I need to go to Mrs. Highsmith's," she tells me. "She's powerful. She might be able to—" I don't think she's even sure what the woman can do for us. "Give us options?" I finish the thought. "Exactly," Wisty nods. "Maybe even give us info about Mom and Dad. I just have this feeling she knows where they are." Just then, Janine walks up to us, her eyes still tinged with red from watching our longtime home bite the dust. "What's next, guys? Any bright ideas? Any dim ones?" "Listen, Janine, we've got to go to Mrs. Highsmith," I tell her. Then I put my hands on her arms. "You okay here with the group?" "Yes, but—" Janine looks down at her black combat boots. I think she's trying to hide that she's getting choked up again. I lift her chin gently and force her to look at me with those sage-green eyes. "Why do I have this awful feeling that this is it? It's the last time I'm going to say goodbye to you, isn't it?" She speaks in a whispery voice. It sends a shiver rushing up my spine. "The last time you're going to say goodbye, yeah," I acknowledge. "But not the last time you'll see me. I promise." She can't help the tears from spilling out of her eyes. My hands cup her face, and I wipe the streams away with my thumbs. Her hands slide down my arms to my wrists, as if she doesn't want to let me go. I'm not exactly sure what I feel for Janine, but I do know what I have to do right now. So I kiss her sweetly, long enough to tell her everything without words. Some crazy, mixed-up jumble of admiration, appreciation, attraction. I feel all of those things for her right now. Deeply. I don't stop kissing her until Wisty has finished saying her goodbyes, and she tugs my shirt gently. "Come on, Whit." I let Janine go, and she just nods. There are no more goodbyes as Wisty and I climb the metal rungs up the manhole shaft to the war zone above. Chapter 88. Whit. "You're late," Mrs. Highsmith says through the intercom, buzzing open the building's front door even before we can press her button. How did she know? "We didn't have an appointment, did we?" I ask Wisty, still mystified as we hurry up the stairs and find her apartment door open. And in the kitchen, there's that little old ninja lady, definitely looking more poet than ninja. She stands over a massive oil barrel that's almost as tall as she is. She's stirring something that smells pretty rank. She takes a sip and totally gags on her own brew. This is the lady who's going to be our game changer? Who can help save us? "So we get to talk at last, Whitford. My crystal always revealed you to be a fairly good-looking young man, but now that I can get a nice close-up view, I see you're what they call a hottie these days." Can I just confirm for you that it's unbelievably creepy to be ogled by an old witch? I shift uncomfortably from foot to foot. "Except you could learn to stand up a bit straighter, dear. Adds inches. Now how did you find the trip, by the way?" She asks as if we've just taken a little jaunt to Grandma's house. It was sort of like there's a war going on out there," I offer weakly. Wisty sums up the hellacious journey of the last 3.5 hours. "Let's just say, Mrs. H., if you ever have the opportunity to sprint for your life ahead of a curtain of bombs that explode and burn so hot that the buildings and sidewalks and streets and the very dirt itself melt into glass, well, see what your other options are and embrace them with all your being." "Oh, I shall, Wisteria," she laughs. "These old bones don't sprint anywhere anymore anyway." Can this lady be serious? "Yes," she says, looking at me as if to warn me she might be able to read my mind. "It showed some real chutzpah making the decision to come here through all of that. Your parents are very proud of you." How do you know that?" Wisty blurts. "Have you heard from them?" I ask at the same time. "I have. And you are about to, my dears. I've been practicing my holographic technique, and wouldn't you know, your parents just popped up." Wisty and I look at each other. "Isn't that the same thing the one was talking about back at the B&W Center?" I exclaim, first with surprise, then with horror. For all we know, this strange little lady might be partners with the guy. "But it's not real, is it?" Wisty'd hoped that the twisted hallucination of our parents was just the one's theatrics. "Oh, it's real, all right," Mrs. H. says, and I frown. What does real mean anymore anyway? "Come here, and I'll show you. Come quickly, I don't know how long my magic will last." We weave our way around the barrel and settle down at a table cluttered with stacks of books, pens, paper, candles, matches, and the odd pot and pan. "Now, where did it disappear to? Oh, here we go." She lifts up a dirty dishcloth to reveal, as if she's just itching to make her whole witchy image complete, something that looks like a glass ball. This can't be where the answers to our problems lie. "How does it work?" Wisty asks. "Ask your brother." Mrs. H. looks at me and smiles knowingly. "Here, Whit, put your palm on the glass." She picks up my hand and places it on the ball along with hers. The globe feels really warm, like a coffee pot that's only just starting to cool down. There's a flash of light as soon as my hand makes contact. "Whoa!" I say. I definitely felt something surge from me, something powerful, but I'm too freaked out to let on. I'm so not ready to accept this new gig as a fortune teller. "Ben? Liz? You still there?" Mrs. H. shouts as if she's yelling into a phone with a bad connection. "Your children decided to show up. I gather the bombing slowed them down a bit." I can't believe what I'm seeing play out right under my hand. Clouds and shapes swirling and then coming together, as the faces of my parents suddenly appear. "Mom! Dad!" Wisty and I shout together. They still look eerily gaunt, but this time Dad's eyes are open, thank God, and they both smile when they hear our voices. "Whit! I see you so clearly," Mom says. "Can Wisty come a little closer? We need to talk." Chapter 89. Whit. Great. We're trying to fight a war. Our parents are scheduled to be executed, and they're having a we need to talk moment. Here's the thing. You never grow up in your parents' eyes. Wisty pushes me to the side a little. I'm here! Mom! Dad! Are you okay? We're so worried about you, she says, in a burst of words and emotion. Don't worry about us, Dad says firmly, avoiding Wisty's question. We don't have much time, but we wanted to let you know how you're doing. I'm more confused now than I was even a second ago. Shouldn't we be telling you how we're doing? Mom shakes her head. You've been so brave, both of you. We're very proud of your strength and spirit. It's been tough going, we know, but you're really getting the hang of the magic, and you're starting to understand how to share it, which is extremely important. The thing is, Dad jumps in, time is starting to run a little bit short. So, we wanted to suggest that you pick up the pace a bit. Dad, pick up the pace? Wisty's a little indignant now. Good old Dad, always trying to get us to be the first and the fastest. You may have to do some things that don't feel right to you, things outside of your comfort zone. Whit knows all about that, right, Whit? No pain, no gain. You'll need to be counterintuitive at times. Wisty looks troubled, but I can't help hearing Celia's voice in my head. Do you mean like turning ourselves in? I ask. Wisty shakes her head and butts in. But Mom, we've had so much pain. We've got blood and scars all over ourselves to prove it. Her voice is trembling now. You're our parents. Don't you want us to be safe? Doing important things isn't always safe, sweetie, Mom says with a pained look. It's the hardest lesson for a parent to teach, or for some kids to learn. But that's what the Allgoods were born for. You found your gifts. Now give them away. Give them away? I exclaim. What's that mean? To who? The One? That's insane, Wisty shouts, and I'm instantly reminded of her wild ways back in school. I'm so sorry, sweetheart, but that's about all we can tell you right now, Dad says, because it's all we know. We love you and miss you both. Our parents' faces begin to fade, and they're both smiling bravely. Don't go yet! Mom! Dad! Wisty is still shouting. Please don't go! Mrs. Highsmith shushes her. My neighbors cause me trouble enough without them complaining about somebody yelling in my kitchen, she says. But we need to talk to them some more, Wisty argues. We really do. Mrs. H is already up and back at her freaking cauldron thingy. The important thing is that your parents are safe for the moment, even if they're in a little trouble, shall we say. A little trouble? Listen, lady, I tell her, ignoring the fact that it's probably a bad idea to insult a crazy witch. We risked our lives coming here to get advice. Our parents are on death row. Our friends are trapped in a steam pipe under a war zone. The New Order has nearly completed their total occupation of the overworld. And we don't have any clues about what the One wants from Wisty, or how we're supposed to win against these egomaniacal whack jobs. She stops stirring her pot and looks at us, rather amused. It's enough to drive me insane when a grown-up does that, and they do it all the time. Heavens, children, the clues are all there in front of you. You just have to look harder. And as for what the One wants with your sister, well, it's perfectly obvious what you have, my dear, that he doesn't have. It's the worst possible moment for a gale-force wind to crash through the apartment windows and virtually demolish the apartment. And us. The One has found us. You told him we were here! Wisty shouts at the old witch.
Chapter 90. Wisty. I've never felt his power as strongly as I do right now. After barely escaping flying shards of glass, Whit and I are gripping an old-fashioned radiator, holding ourselves down and out of the way of crashing furniture, cutlery, and appliances as a tornado of fury tears through the apartment. Mrs. Highsmith, on the other hand, resolutely stands her ground in the middle of the swirling maelstrom. He's mastered the air! She shouts through the din. Study his every move. Learn from this. It's been hard enough ducking flying toasters and pots with the floor steady under our feet. But now it gets 10 times harder as the ground turns into something like gelatin. It's a bona fide earthquake, courtesy of the One. The rattling and crashing and tipping furniture ratchets up the decibel level to deafening, ear-splitting. My head is pounding. "And he's mastered the earth," Mrs. Highsmith continues, hollering her lesson over the madness. The one seems to oblige by precisely illustrating her next point. "And he's mastered the water." Now it's raining. Inside the apartment. The room is filling with churning water, quickly making its way up to our quivering knees. There's only one thing he needs to completely secure his present and future domination, and to complete himself. His ego is huge. That's his strength and his weakness. Do you follow my drift? Then Mrs. Highsmith levitates into the air, presumably to avoid having to swim in her own kitchen. But judging from the look of terror-flecked anger on her face, I realize she's not doing it under her own control. In a second, she's pretty much pinned up against the ceiling, her face twisted in profound agony. Then her eyes begin to bulge unnaturally. She's being crushed to death, isn't she? "Liar!" she screams inexplicably. And suddenly the room goes still. "Show yourself!" And then, as if an invisible pair of forceps has reached inside the apartment, she's yanked out of a broken window and into the howling wind outside, screaming, "Show yourself!" the whole way. Chapter 91. Wisty. We're dead quiet, Whit and I. There is just not much to say after you witness something as strange and horrible as what just happened in Mrs. Highsmith's apartment. But then Whit is ever practical. "Let's get out of here before the one shows himself, or sends his soldiers." Too late, sort of. We don't even have a chance to get to the door before I hear an eerie and familiar song drifting in through the broken window. Notes that have forever burned themselves into my memory. The command pipe. The command pipe of Byron Swain, to be exact. I go to the window, ignoring Whit's cry of, "Wisty, no! Stay away from there!" Down on the City of Progress's unblemished sidewalk is a depressingly familiar crowd of feral freaks led by, quelle surprise, Mr. Untrustworthy himself. But you know what? I also feel a wave of relief. Completely out of my control, I might add, that Byron is alive. Go figure. Whit's standing behind me protectively. Then he leaps to the apartment entry to start barricading the door, just in case this ends in, a little reprise of our last encounter with B and his toothy, drooling friends. "So, Wisty, I guess you didn't figure it all out yet," Byron says with little emotion. "If you'd done the right thing, if you'd been listening to what we've all been telling you, I might be able to help you right now. But you didn't, so I can't." A note of anger enters his voice, and he glares at Whit, who's back at my side. "So now I'm afraid I have to do what Celia told me to do." "What are you talking about, Swain?" yells Whit. "Don't you dare talk about Celia." "When I chased you into the Shadowland, I met up with your old girlfriend. To be more exact, her people met up with my people." I remember the moment, and I know Whit does too. "And I regret to inform you, lover boy, she's a lost one now. She and her new friends were about to consume us, and that means she'd eat you, too." I don't even need to look at Whit to feel the energy radiating off his body. He wants to launch himself out the window at Byron. "But that's impossible!" he screams. "What's wrong with you, Byron?" I yell. "You act like you care about me, and then you lie and threaten and betray me every time we meet." "Lie? Wisty, tell me one good reason why I should lie. Tell me what I have to live for now." I have to admit, I can't answer that one. Never could. Not even when Byron was in preschool with me. "Prove to me that you spoke to Celia," Whit presses. "Prove it." "Okay, Whitford, I can do that. Tell me, does this line sound familiar?" "We only have a short time together. Let's not waste it." Judging from the shade of gray my brother turns, He has heard those particular words before. Had a dream the other day, didn't you? And Celia wore a lot of perfume, right? I've seen fireplace ashes with more flesh color than Whit has right now. And you know why she was wearing so much perfume? It's because even in a dream, she stinks like a rotting zombie, the way all lost ones stink. Whit is shaking his head in denial, or disgust, or horror, or all of the above. But you know the irony here? She's not haunting you because she loves you, or because she wants you back. No, she's after somebody else. What do you mean? Whit asks. In fact, the deal she struck with me, the reason I was allowed to live and return here, was that she made me promise to bring her your sister. That's what this is all about, jockstrap.
Chapter 92. Whit. I can't even begin to understand what Byron Swain just told me. It has to be lies. I have a plan forming, but in the meantime, I pick up every object within grabbing range and start hurling it out the window at him and his beasts. Books, candlesticks, cook's tools, framed pictures, you name it, I toss it outside. I have a good throwing arm, but unfortunately the little creep is obviously experienced at dodging projectiles. "Wisty!" he shouts in between ducks. "Please come with me. This is your last chance to accept my offer. Do what your parents have been preparing you for your whole life." At that, I hurl a standing lamp at him like a spear. It hits Byron in the side and spins him around, but he doesn't go down. Then Wisty stuns me. In the quietest voice, she whispers, "Mom and Dad did say that sometimes we needed to do things that won't feel natural." "They said outside of your comfort zone, not stupid," I yell at Wisty. Immediately I regret it, but it's too late. Even Byron rises out of his defensive crouch and glares at me. "Did you just call your sister stupid, Whit?" he shouts. "No, in a sense. I told her going anywhere with you was stupid, and it is." "Well, you've denigrated Wisty for the last time." "Byron!" Wisty calls urgently. "It's fine, I swear. It's an affectionate nickname." "Sayonara, Whitford Allgood," Byron says, and throws me a rigid salute. And that's when he blows a new tune on his command pipe, and the kill team re-engages in the hunt, by climbing ape-style up the side of the building and crashing through what's left of the windows. Well, I guess we thought coming here to Mrs. Highsmith's would be a game-changer. Looks like it is.
Chapter 93. Wisty. I am not much of a cowardly screamer by nature, but 2 tons of growling, pouncing ape kids swarming into a tiny apartment with one barricaded exit definitely elicits a shriek from me that is totally blood-curdling. It actually startles the kill team for a split second, long enough for a pause in which Byron pipes another series of commands up at them. Whit fairly hurls me into a corner of the room, then blocks the path to me with his body. "Whit, that isn't going to work!" And it sure doesn't. The fiends practically run over my poor brother, shouting in murderous glee. But they don't kill us. They hog-tie Whit and me, quickly, viciously. And then in walks Byron Swain. "Sorry about all the safety precautions, Wisty," says Byron. He checks the ropes on our arms and forces a gag into Whit's mouth. "But I can't have any more distractions while I make good on my commitment here. In case you think I'm not a decent fellow," he says as he turns and forces an oily-tasting rag into my mouth, too. "I should point out that I'm not going to have my friends here tear Whit apart in front of you, as instructed. Instead, I'll have both of you sent along to the One. I'm guessing he'll probably want to put you on the same weight loss program as your parents. Then, as promised, on to the Allgood execution." He didn't really say that just now. There's no freaking way he really... "Yes, sir. That's gonna be one majorly popular execution palooza." He goes right on talking. "I warned you, Wisty. I tried to stop this." Okay, Byron, I think to myself. This is real simple. You leave me no choice. I'm just going to explode.
Chapter 94. Whit. When my little sister flares up in anger, sometimes she's just a regular run-of-the-mill human torch with fire swirling all around her body, and you would definitely be well advised not to shake her hand. Other times, though, she's so bright and hot, it's hard to even look at her, like right now. But Byron does look at her. In fact, he's totally gaga, like he's never been so impressed with her skills. Wisty's ropes and gag last all of a nanosecond as she bounds up from the ground and takes a couple of menacing swipes at Byron's freaky death squad. They wisely move back a few stuttering steps. I'm certain she could smoke their wiry butts into ash, but for some reason she doesn't. While the 8 kids recoil, Byron steps closer to Wisty. He looks to be in a daze. He absently drops his command pipe as his eyes glaze over. Wisty waves her hands wildly. "Get away from me, Byron! I'm as hot as 100 furnaces. Just leave now and I won't hurt you." "You can't hurt me, Wisty," he says. "Not anymore." Then he does the unthinkable. I'm bound and gagged and can't do a thing as I watch Byron throw himself right into Wisty's flames. She tries to pull away, but then he's clutching her as if he's a child and she's here to rescue him. Wisty was right. We're not murderers. As much as I hate this kid, I can't sit still and let Byron immolate himself. "Byron, what are you doing? Stop!" Wisty yells. "Stop, drop, and roll!" "You can't hurt me, Wisty," Byron repeats dreamily, despite the crackling and hissing flames surrounding him. He must be delirious. Obviously he's being burned to death, but he's showing absolutely no signs of pain. The feral kids, confused and without any command to guide them, are starting to growl again, but Byron is oblivious, his face buried in Wisty's neck, his arms wrapped around her, as if he's drinking in her fire. And he's not burning. He's not burning. Chapter 95. Whit. To review, there are any number of life-threatening crises on our hands at the moment. 1. Byron's gone loco. 2. In a few minutes his wild feral team may go from chilling to killing. 3. Mrs. H's apartment is a major fire hazard, and Wisty's humongous flames have already lit up all the curtains, the rug, and the wallpaper, which is badly burned. 4. I'm still at risk of being hauled off to the One if I can't get control of the situation. I have to try to extinguish Wisty's flames somehow, but I can't control fire. I know it in my bones. That's Wisty's gift. But if I focus on Mrs. H's cauldron, can I move it? It's filled with liquid after all. The pack is growling louder and louder, so I have no choice. It's an act of desperation, but I focus my mind and manage to lift Mrs. Highsmith's barrel. Then I will it to fly across the room. Whatever Mrs. H was cooking, I'm not sure it was fit for human consumption, since it's as effective as foam from a fire extinguisher. Wisty's flame flickers out, and Byron, with no trace of burnt clothing, hair, or skin, drops to the floor. Wisty's dripping with gruel, and rather dazed by what just happened, but still sharp enough to realize what she should do next. She unbinds me and removes my gag, all the while staring at the 8 kids, who definitely seem to respect her abilities with fire. "You stay back, or I'll fry you," she warns. She even throws off a few fresh sizzling flames. Then my little sister helps me up, and I realize she's a lot stronger than she looks. "That was so totally messed up," she says quietly. "Let's get out of here while we still can."
Chapter 96. Wisty. As totally screwed up as the past hour was, from my mom and dad's deeply disturbing message, to battling hurricane gales, to the utterly unforgettable experience of Byron Swain embracing, absorbing, breathing in my fire, I still leave the building feeling inexplicably powerful. I'm learning something about myself, even though it's not clear what it is and why the One wants it so badly. As soon as Whit and I get outside Mrs. H's building, there's an incredible windstorm, which can only mean one thing. And you know what? I'm not surprised anymore. He is, I hate to say, omnipresent. I whirl around to face him, as if this is a gunfight. The one is slowly walking up the abandoned street toward us. "This is the grand finale, children of Allgood," he calls out in warning, which seems unusually fair of him. "I've given that wretched informant more than enough chances," he continues as he calmly marches forward. "I said that if he failed in his mission, he would be made to suffer by watching you die slowly and painfully by my hand. But since I'm nothing if not even-handed, one final test. This will be a pass-fail for you and your brother. Maybe the two of you survive, maybe one, probably none. Are you ready, children?" He doesn't wait for an answer. "Then let us begin." He stomps the ground with his foot, and an enormous crevice opens wide and starts racing down the middle of the street, headed right for us. "I control the earth," he yells at the top of his lungs. "True or false?" Whit takes my hand and squeezes. It's amazing how much a little human touch can do. It gives me the boost I need. "We could fly," I say. "Worth a try. Focus now. We can do this." It's about the fastest morph I've ever done. Double morph, to be exact. And in an instant, Whit and I are aloft. Becoming hawks requires a lot more energy than changing into hummingbirds, but I'm filled with a charge and I really let loose. The rush is amazing. Usually the one's very presence is magic-crushing, but right now I feel we're unbeatable as we start pumping our wings triumphantly above the city. But it's only for about 200 yards, until a wall of wind hits. We try to catch it and ride it, but the sheer power and force send us careening sideways and then downward. "I control the wind, the air," the one bellows. "True or false?" Whit and I are nearly thrown into one side of a brick-faced office building. But before I have a chance to panic, I've managed to turn us into the first animal I can think of with protective armor. An armadillo. 2 of them. We curl up into armored balls and safely bounce off the wall, which, by the way, still hurts. And then we roll down onto the street. But another huge chasm opens in front of us, accompanied by the roar of the angry one. "I control the cities and the streets. True or false?" "I'll give you a hint. That statement is true." The roadway suddenly explodes into shafts of rock, metamorphosing instantly into shimmering crystal, sending razor-sharp shrapnel in all directions. If Whit and I aren't off the ground in a second, we're going to be sliced into nothing. We leap harder and higher until I feel not only wings, but paws. We're part lion, part bird, the legendary griffin of folklore. We can transform ourselves into the stuff of imagination? There are no words for that mind-boggling realization, but it's forgotten in an instant when the spot where we'd just been explodes with a thundering crack. The 2 buildings on either side of the street collapse. A shock wave and a blast of dust rise after us and send us spinning. It's dizzying to body and mind. Our power is pretty good, but his is unbelievably overwhelming. Why is he so powerful? Who could control nature like this? I have a terrible, terrible thought. Maybe he's God? There he is, so much larger than life, arms outstretched, eyes locked on us, dark suit impeccable. His mouth works furiously as he summons what appears to be a typhoon out of the sky, spinning toward us. The Herculean force wind and rain pummeling our wings is too much for them to bear, and we plunge toward the water of the harbor below. "Extra credit question," screams the one. "Who controls the water, the oceans, the rivers, the seas?" "Oops, time's up, pens down. I do."
Chapter 97. Whit. I guess we failed his test. But we won't surrender. No way. That isn't going to happen. The force of hitting the water might have knocked us out and drowned us if Wisty and I hadn't been almost perfectly in sync. We pull off a near splashless dive and slice through the surface. But underneath, the water is churning and rushing up from the bottom of the sea. Who controls the water? Who else? The entire harbor is piling up into one enormous wave, a tsunami to end all tsunamis, and we're floundering, swimming right in the middle of it. Higher and higher it builds. I've never seen anything like it. I think it's safe to assume no one has. Unless we're supposed to take the great book literally. Are we? Wisty and I can't force our way downward against the surge. It's useless even trying to swim at this point. If you can't beat it, join it, right? And so I imagine us on longboards, and it actually happens. You did that? Wisty yells as she steadies her footing on the surfboard. Yeah, I shout. Even if we crash and drown, it'll be some kind of ride. Wisty smiles a crazed surfer girl grin at me as the wave starts to go down, as we start to go down.
Chapter 98. Wisty. In about 1.5 seconds, my very brief euphoria changes to dread. Suddenly, this massive wave is gaining height again. We're approaching shore, and we're maybe a 1/4 mile in the air. The one's going to wipe out a major chunk of the city if he doesn't stop this madness right now. And that means there are hundreds, make that thousands of people in terrible danger of being drowned. Even though I figure that many of them are New Order automatons, I keep telling myself they're living, breathing human beings. And we can't let this giant wave, or the one, crush them. I think I know what I have to do, and there's no time to consult with Whit. It's what my parents were saying. Sometimes for the good of the many, you have to do something way outside your comfort zone. And this, dear listener, is way outside what I would consider even borderline sanity. Over the roar of the massive wave, I yell so loudly I think the force of the words is going to tear my throat open. I'll give you what you want! I'll give you my gift! Just stop this insanity before the wave hits shore! Like magic. Or maybe I should say it was magic. The wave starts to lower, and then we're gently coasting toward a narrow shoreline of packed sand. Standing there is none other than the one. He's smiling like a proud dad welcoming his kids home from a long trip. What an amazing ride. Ah, to be young. I envy you, he says as the wave calmly spreads itself across the shore and we drift to a stop. I'm so pleased you've come to your senses, Wisty, says the one. Unfortunately, I have rather sad news. You fail, both of you. All of the Allgoods fail. It's obvious that I can't work with you, so I suppose I have to work without you. He turns so his back is facing us and raises his hands to the heavens. Take them away, he bellows. I have no further use for this witch and wizard. But there's no one there. He's talking to no one. And then, in a heartbeat, like a plague of locusts overtaking the land, thousands of New Order soldiers and police swarm over the crest of the hill and descend upon us. We swirl around, only to be confronted by even more hordes of soldiers standing in the water. This wall of evil is impenetrable. Finally, the one looks back at us. There is a moral to the story, he says. Of those who receive gifts, much is expected. Take that one to the Shadowland with you, witch and wizard. Epilogue. As promised, a spectacle. Chapter 99. Wisty. I know there's not much time left in this story, so at this point you're wondering where the happy ending is. I may be pretty young, but I've figured out that life doesn't get wrapped up into neat little endings with perfect little bows. I can promise you one thing, though. There's hope, okay? Don't ever call me Wisteria Rose Allgood, a downer. No matter what crap the one shovels upon us, I swear I'll find that single bright spot in the bitterly dark landscape and cling to it for dear life. And right now I'm clinging to the sight of the very people who gave me dear life. My mother and father. Not ghosts, not hallucinations, but live and in the flesh. But in ropes, just like me. At least Whit and I can see them and tell them how much we love them one last time before we die. But what a family reunion it's turning out to be. Look at us here, the jeering crowd around us, the jackbooted New Order lackeys shoving us forward onto the stadium stage, the ropes around our necks, the TV cameras in our faces, and in the tower, right in front of us, him, the one who is the one. He's in his glory, triumphant. He's won. Using the old hangman's platform as his stage just digs the knife in. Vaporization is the one's preferred method of execution. It's highly efficient. But the nooses are a bonus and our extra cruel humiliation, the morbid theater of it all. I so want to burn up with hatred for this monster who has destroyed our life and is about to kill my entire family. I want to use my anger to find my strength, to find my magic, to burn this horrible scene to ashes, to cauterize this place right off the face of this so-called world. But honestly, I'm too terrified to be angry. My courage is crumbling. My light is fading. Oh God, I don't want to die right now. I don't want my family to die. I don't want to watch them die. Dad's still wearing his game face, trying to give me and Whit courage. Mom's given up attempting to hide her emotions and is quietly crying in grief and fear. Whit, on the other hand, looks wildly angry, at least when he's not recovering from repeated blows to the back of his head. 6 times now he's surged against his bonds, and 6 times his hooded handlers have struck him with a billy club, sending him limply to his knees until they haul him back up and he tries to find the focus and strength to surge again. The ghoulish crowd is loving every dramatic bit of this. The heartbroken mother, the stoic father, the defiant son, the quaking chicken liver daughter who they have somehow come to believe is a powerful witch. But now the one who is the one raises his long-fingered hands in the air and waves for them to be quiet. And now he's doing something else with his hands, a motion I know only too well. Oh God, please don't let him... A black rift opens in front of him and rips its way toward us, or at least toward 2 of us. And just like that, Mom and Dad have been vaporized. There's nothing left but smoke. My mother, my father, gone. Chapter 100. Wisty. Whit and I stare in paralyzed horror as a wisp of black ash lifts in the breeze and moves out across the sea of onlookers. They're stomping, fist-pumping, and roaring their approval of the disgraceful murders that just took place. I'm too decimated by the grief and shock of it to take any joy in the fact that we are, inexplicably, still alive. The one didn't kill us. He didn't kill us. It makes no sense. And then it gets even stranger, even more surreal, like a dream. The scene is suddenly awash with painfully blinding light. But it's a chilling light, if there is such a thing, like a powerful tsunami of sun blasting over a landscape of ice. Maybe I'm dead after all. Maybe this is that celebrated light at the end of the tunnel? Or is it the end of days? When the light ebbs, I see that the one who is the one is on his knees, screaming. Only for some reason, I can't hear him. In fact, I can't hear anything. Was there an explosion? I don't know, but suddenly there are hands all over me, cold hands. They're loosening my ropes. A small army of hooded figures has banded around me and Whit. The New Order guards lining the stage have been toppled by the rush of flooding light and energy. No sooner have the hooded figures pulled the nooses up over our heads than the hangman's trap doors on which we've been standing click open. and I'm falling into darkness. It's as if I've been hanged, but I haven't been, have I? I've just fallen onto my back. I'm sprawled on the ground with all the spirit and decorum of a discarded rag doll. I don't care to move. I don't even care to breathe. I just want this all to end. I want to close my eyes and stop being. I pray for it to happen. There is another cold hand on my arm, helping me to my feet, and now my ears are starting to ring, and I hear something else, too. A voice. A familiar voice. Run, the voice says as a door opens and daylight streams in. Run, Wisteria. Run like there's no tomorrow, because if you don't, maybe there won't be. My hearing returns as the sound of massive panic sweeping through the stands hits me. The shrieks and wails seem to have enough power to bring down the entire stadium. What have they seen? What has happened to their fearless leader? I stagger outside and join the frantic crowd on the stadium field streaming toward one of the 4 tunnel exits. I have done this before, escaped the scene of my own execution. It seems impossible, but I know I can do this. I know how to keep my head down. I know how to duck and weave. I know how to stay focused in a sea of blind panic. But I haven't gone 50 yards when I stop dead, as if my heart has fallen from my chest. Whit! Where is Whit? I turn and manage to glimpse the plywood hangman's scaffold. 4 empty nooses dangle limply in the breeze. The one is nowhere to be seen. Neither is Whit. I haven't even cried for my parents yet, but now I fall to my knees and start to bawl like a baby. In an ocean of thousands, I'm alone. But not completely. Again, there's a hand on my arm and a voice in my ear. Run, Wisteria, it says. Hurry! You have to leave this cursed place. But this time I resist. I get to my feet, but I'm pushing back toward the scaffold, toward the last place I saw my brother. I make it only a few steps when somebody, or something, knocks me to the ground. Whitford's fine, it says, pulling me back to my feet and turning me around. Think about it. You can't be together now. It would make it easier on them if you were together. We can't risk it. The voice has been rational, if insistent, but now it sounds truly urgent. There's no time, Wisty. For Whit's sake, run! Run! You have the gift. Only you have it. Without you, hope will die. And I have to run, don't I? I have to try to escape. My life matters. My gift matters. So I run. I run as if my brother's life depends on it. As I look back, I finally see the face of the one who rescued me. It's Celia. Celia! There she is! That one bright spot in the bitterly dark landscape. I told you I would find it. I told you I would cling to that light for dear life. And I am. I'll use it to find Whit, to find my friends, and to make my way to the Shadowland to find my parents. Because of bad, scary witches who are given great gifts, much is expected. To be continued.